The Fourth Great Ninja War has erupted. However, the foes of the five great nations do not stem from the name of Uchiha Madara, but rather from Uchiha Obito. Beneath the crimson moon, a figure clad in white stands tall at the horizon. Uzumaki Naruto gazes down upon the illustrious Hokage of generations past and a coalition of 80,000 ninjas. The era of ninjas and daimyos has come to an end. It is now our turn to establish new rules. Chapter 1. Have I transformed into a little blonde? Get away, demon fox. You are not welcome here. Why does the third Hokage still allow this monster to remain in the village? Damn that demon fox. You wretched creature will bring misfortune upon everyone. Just being near you is unsettling. It truly is a curse. Why is he still alive? I distinctly requested his execution from the third Hokage. The third Hokage is far too merciful. Moreover, I have heard that the fourth Hokage also fell because of him. The third Hokage is indeed too kind. Such a scoundrel should be eliminated without hesitation. This. In the midst of darkness, Zhang Ming opens his eyes, his heart racing as if it were about to leap from his chest. Sweat trickles down his forehead, soaking the pillowcase, while an unreal chill pervades the air. He gasps for breath, attempting to distinguish the visions of his dreams from the reality surrounding him. Yet the distorted figures and the echo of curses seem to linger in his ears, blurring the line between dream and wakefulness. What a peculiar nightmare. Zhang Ming ponders, feeling somewhat perplexed. Although he often experiences nightmares, this one is entirely different. The immersive sensation and the profound malevolence leave him feeling suffocated. Strangely, even after awakening, that aura of malice seems to envelop him, making it hard to breathe. After a while, his eyes gradually adjust to the darkness, allowing him to discern the contours of the room. The indistinct furniture and decor appear somewhat foreign in the night, yet their presence reassures Zhang Ming that he lies safely in bed. He attempts to reach for the bedside lamp, but finds no button. The dim light does little to dispel the shadows of his dream. Taking several deep breaths, he tries to calm his emotions, reminding himself that it was merely a dream, despite its striking realism. Through the moonlight, as he scrutinizes the dark, cramped, and disorderly room, his breathing quickens. The unfamiliar surroundings and strange decorations, even the bedding draped over him, feel utterly alien. Such a small body. The unfamiliar environment sends a wave of terror through Zhang Ming, and he leaps from the bed to examine his surroundings as well as himself. Have I traversed to another world? Zhang Ming's mind suddenly feels dazed. The unfamiliar surroundings and his diminished stature prompt him to pinch his arm sharply, the intense pain quickly snapping him back to clarity. Indeed, he has truly crossed over. Upon realizing this, the initial apprehension that filled his heart begins to dissipate, though he finds himself somewhat speechless. Could this transition not have occurred at a more convenient time? After 2 months of toil, just as he was about to be recognized, he finds himself thrust into this new existence. At the very least, he ought to have the chance to deliver a punch to that wretched supervisor. Ding! Detection of the host's dissatisfaction with this transition has prompted the life choices system to present the first life choice. Please choose wisely. A system? Zhang Ming is taken aback. The resentment born from his sudden crossing dissipates, for with an external aid, this transition no longer appears as a misfortune. The system, however, ignores Zhang Ming's change in mindset and proceeds to present him with 2 options. Option 1. Choose to return to your original world, continuing to be a mere beast of burden. Reward none. Option 2. Choose to embark on an entirely new life, leaving your mark in this world. Reward. Mastery of Chakra. Chakra? Is this the world of Naruto? Zhang Ming's eyes widen in astonishment. He does not immediately make a choice, but rises to find something that could serve as a mirror within the house. Golden short hair, azure eyes, a somewhat rounded face, and cherubic cheeks adorned with 6 whisker-like markings. In the bathroom, Zhang Ming gazes in disbelief at his reflection, momentarily at a loss for words. Not only has he traversed to the world of Naruto, but he has also directly taken on the form of the fated child, Uzumaki Naruto, appearing to be merely 3 or 4 years old. Zhang Ming cannot help but feel a headache coming on. His emotions are somewhat complicated. This age is hardly an ideal period. He exhales deeply, raising a hand to rub his youthful brow, feeling fortunate that he does not have a habit of talking to himself. After all, in the original narrative, Naruto was under constant surveillance by Konoha's Umbu. Outside this house, there are likely many Umbu lying in wait. If he were to speak something indiscreet to himself, he could very well find himself summoned for interrogation by the Umbu the following day. Zhang Ming silently observes his reflection, the stars of destiny illuminating his path ahead. The once straightforward road of life now seems to diverge into two starkly different paths, as if fate itself has gently waved its hand, offering an opportunity to determine his destiny, an instant capable of altering the course of the future. How many times does one encounter such opportunities? Without hesitation, he chooses the more grandiose path. I choose the second option. Ding! The host has made a choice. Now the corresponding reward shall be granted. Please enjoy your new life to the fullest. As a mechanical voice of the system fades, Zhang Ming feels a subtle energy beginning to coalesce within him. Initially akin to a trickle, this energy gradually gathers into a river with each breath. Every inhalation feels like a silent dialogue with this power, and every heartbeat seems to set the rhythm for its flow. As this force begins to be extracted from his body, he realizes he can wield it freely. I wonder how much chakra I possess now. Feeling the sudden surge of power within him, Zhang Ming's spirits lift. He recalls the chakra measurement units from the original narrative. If memory serves him correctly, Naruto, wielding the Nine-Tails chakra, was approximately 100 units, and it replenished continuously. However, I wonder if there are perceptive ninjas among the Umbu monitoring me who might notice the sudden increase in my chakra. Otherwise, I must find a way to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiries. After all, the so-called strongest Hokage, the third, is constantly vigilant regarding his movements as a Jinchuriki. It is quite amusing, really. Despite proclaiming himself the greatest Hokage of all time, he resorts to such underhanded methods to control a Jinchuriki, lacking any true magnanimity. If in the past he could be seen as possessing some semblance of a ninja hero's demeanor, now he is merely a worm, corroded by power, occupying a position of authority without merit, continuously draining the lifeblood of Konoha. New leaves are compelled to burn, ultimately illuminating the path of their prolonged existence. How grotesque. Speaking of which, this system, are you there? Zhang Ming gently calls out to the system in his mind, which has fallen silent since he made his choice. In many novels, the systems engage in lively banter with their hosts. Are you there, system? Hello, system? Zhang Ming calls out repeatedly in his mind, yet the system remains unresponsive, leaving him feeling somewhat exasperated. It appears to be a rather aloof system, quite different from those in the novels. He composes himself in the bathroom before returning to bed. Whatever the matter, he decides to sleep on it first. Ding, 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 dot, hiss. A series of abrupt and urgent electronic sounds jolts Zhang Ming from his slumber, causing him to sit bolt upright in bed after a fit of twitching. What the hell? System, what is wrong with you? Please respect the system. The cold mechanical voice echoes in Zhang Ming's mind, leaving him feeling a wave of disbelief. All right, dear system, may I inquire about your function? Zhang Ming humbly poses his question. This system will only issue tasks regarding significant life choices to the host and will provide corresponding rewards based on the option selected. Daily life shall not engage in communication with the host. Therefore, the host is advised not to disturb the system. However, rest assured, dear host, that regardless of the choices made, you shall traverse an extraordinary journey in life. Following a series of mechanical sounds, Zhang Ming felt a slight buzzing sensation in his mind. This implies that the system will only manifest during pivotal moments. Thus, it seems there will be little to no rewards in regular times. Nevertheless, this is not a significant concern, for after all, he is Naruto Uzumaki, possessing at least the prowess of the six paths. It merely means he must continue to feign compliance with those old geezers for a while longer. Chapter 2. Deceiving the Nine-Tails. In the dead of night, as Zhang Ming once again slipped into the realm of dreams, he found himself unable to attain a peaceful slumber. His youthful visage was taut, contorted as if by an unseen force, his expression a blend of anguish and helplessness. He was ensnared in a nightmare. Yet it was not merely a nightmare. It was a maelstrom of memories from Naruto Uzumaki's past 4 years, a past imbued with malice that eclipsed any ordinary nightmare in its terror. In this tale, he was regarded as an aberration, an ill-omened fox demon by the villagers, subjected to their curses and bullying, with all wishing for his demise. The once tranquil village transformed into a silent battlefield upon his mere presence. Naruto resided in the shadows of the village, enduring unimaginable malevolence, yet he bore little resentment. His face perpetually adorned with an innocent smile, yearning for the villagers' acceptance, longing for genuine companionship. Nevertheless, the harsh jeers, curses, and indifference, along with the malevolent glares, pierced through his fragile spirit like daggers. He stood in stark contrast to the village, though he was undeniably a part of it. Surrounded by the biting words of the crowd, his heart heavy with unending desolation and suffering. Zhang Ming passively absorbed all of Naruto Uzumaki's past, the surging malice inundating him like a tidal wave, burying him like silt. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation rendered him voiceless, desperate to awaken from this nightmare, yet utterly powerless to do so. The 4 years of memories swiftly traversed Zhang Ming's mind, leaving behind only deep-seated malice and hatred etched into the very core of his being. As he opened his eyes in the darkness once more, his azure gaze still bore the remnants of the dream's terror, soon to be consumed by a tide of wrath and malevolence. With the dream's conclusion, he felt Naruto Uzumaki had now completely merged with him. The memories of 4 years allowed him to experience Naruto's past from a first-person perspective, a colossal hatred rendering him restless, yet a voice deep within urged him towards forgiveness. How absurd! Was it Asura's chakra at play? Could he really choose to forgive them so easily? To repay kindness with enmity, how could one repay kindness? This group of inherently malevolent villagers from Konoha, along with those ancient parasites, it would be I who would deal with them personally. Ha ha ha, have you finally awakened? The voice, laced with scorn yet brimming with malice, reverberated through the vast space, accompanied by the faint sound of droplets falling into water, creating ripples. Zhang Ming felt a gust of wind sweep past him, tousling his golden locks and brushing against his cheek. He lifted his gaze, only to find that he was no longer in his sleeping quarters, but rather in a pitch-black cage. Within that cage, a pair of enormous vertical pupils suddenly widened, burning with the intensity of flames, as a colossal fox head materialized before him, its body flickering in and out of the darkness. This was the ceiling space. Zhang Ming soon realized he was lying on a floor submerged in water. Slowly, he rose, glancing at the ground and feeling his body. He was not drenched, able to breathe freely, without a trace of moisture on him. Bending down, he scooped some water and examined it closely. How marvelous! Little brat, you possess quite the audacity. The Nine-Tails observed the golden-haired child playing with water, somewhat taken aback. It puzzled why this child had suddenly appeared in the ceiling space. The abrupt extraction of chakra had startled it, followed by a surge of malice and resentment, pure, unadulterated hatred that even the Nine-Tails, known as the embodiment of hatred, found shocking. This presented an opportunity for it. The Nine-Tails' voice snapped Zhang Ming back to reality, causing the water in his hands to spill, creating a ripple effect. He stared blankly at the immense fox. It didn't appear as terrifying as he had imagined. It even seemed somewhat cute. Was this what frightened others? The Nine-Tails was surprised. It had expected to find some amusement, having been alone in this ceiling space for far too long, only to discover that he was still just a child. It would have to entertain itself. The giant fox head curled its lips into a sinister grin, revealing a row of sharp, gleaming teeth, condescendingly addressing him. Little brat, are you not coming closer? Gazing at the disdainful countenance of the fox, Zhang Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering the Nine-Tails, which he thought he would meet years later. So soon. Was it due to his newfound mastery of chakra? He recalled the system stating it was chakra mastery, meaning he could control any chakra within him. Since the Nine-Tails was sealed within him, the chakra emanating from it was also within his grasp. Perhaps this was why he met the Nine-Tails earlier than expected. Kurama. It has indeed been a long time. Zhang Ming had perfectly assimilated all of Naruto Uzumaki's memories, even those buried deep within his subconscious. Thus, he had encountered the great fox at birth, making his greeting not entirely inaccurate. The Nine-Tails, not having been called by its true name in centuries, momentarily fell into a stupor but quickly regained composure. Its previously curled lips straightened, and its crimson, slit-like pupils fixated on the golden-haired boy, adopting a defensive stance. Little brat. How do you know this old one's name? With an even broader smile, Zhang Ming, eager to tease, replied, I am Asura. Asura? That is impossible. The Nine-Tails' voice was laced with intense fury. It felt mocked, for Asura had perished hundreds of years ago, his grave lost to time. How do you, little brat, know this name? Zhang Ming stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. How had Naruto Uzumaki learned of his identity as Asura's reincarnation? He could not quite recall, so he decided not to ponder it further. An old man with 2 horns on his head, wearing a white robe and possessing 3 circular eyes told me. He said, I am the reincarnation of Asura. 6 paths sage. The Nine-Tails froze, as if transformed into a statue. After a lengthy silence, the Nine-Tails snapped back to reality, gazing at the obedient figure of Naruto Uzumaki standing on the opposite side of the ceiling gate, its tone laced with uncertainty. It inquired, Are you truly certain you are the reincarnation of Asura? The Nine-Tails instinctively hoped this was a fabrication, for if true, it would be at a loss on how to confront Naruto Uzumaki. Zhang Ming, however, appeared indifferent, stating, "Whether I am a reincarnation or not is of little concern to me. I am simply myself." The Nine-Tails' expression grew complex. Truth be told, when Zhang Ming uttered the name Azura and described the six-path sage, it had already begun to believe. "So, you have come here to utilize my chakra?" it asked, its tone laden with complexity. "Yes, more or less, but..." The smile on Naruto's face brightened even further. Yet the Nine-Tails suddenly sensed that the light in the ceiling space had grown dimmer. Nine-Tails, having remained in this ceiling space, should be rather dull, no? Chapter 3. The prejudice of human hearts is like a great mountain. What is it that you wish to do? The gaze of the Nine-Tails shimmered with intrigue, perhaps due to the shared topic, rendering its demeanor towards Naruto somewhat more amiable. "Kurama, shall we conspire to obliterate Konoha together?" Naruto extended an invitation to the Nine-Tails. The beast fell silent, and after a considerable pause, it spoke with an inexplicable tone, that Azura fellow would never utter words such as yours. Naruto remained unfazed by Kurama's words, recalling that, in the original narrative, Azura was depicted as a paragon of virtue. Curiously, he inquired, "What manner of person is Azura?" The Nine-Tails hesitated, lapsing into silence once more, its brow furrowed in contemplation. As one who once fought alongside Azura, the Nine-Tails possessed a profound understanding of him, even after the passage of centuries. Yet, despite its vast exterior, its intellect was surprisingly limited, struggling to articulate a suitable introduction to Azura for the young blonde before it. After much deliberation, it finally uttered, "Azura is a remarkably kind person." Naruto was taken aback. He had anticipated a grandiose description, but instead was met with such simplicity. "You took so long to arrive at such basic words?" Nevertheless, the term kind was indeed fitting, akin to the saintly demeanor associated with Azura. Was it not true that, in the original tale, influenced by Azura's chakra, Naruto Uzumaki had proclaimed that Obito, the one who had just slain Neji, was the most admirable? This was a genuine belief in love's ability to forge peace. Yet, what right did he have to forgive the enemies who had just extinguished the lives of others? Do you also subscribe to that notion, Kurama? The idea that love can create peace? Naruto gazed at the Nine-Tails, eager to hear its perspective. The Nine-Tails fell silent. Truth be told, it once believed in such ideals, having fought alongside Azura. However, after being sealed for decades, it had come to regard Azura's philosophies as somewhat naive. Although the Nine-Tails did not respond, its expression conveyed an answer. "It is difficult for me to embody such a person, especially when it comes to forgiving those wretches." "Isn't it rather absurd, Kurama?" The smile had long vanished from Naruto's face, his azure eyes now filled with an icy resolve. The Nine-Tails too fell into silence. Though confined within the ceiling space, it was attuned to the malevolence that surrounded Naruto and Konoha. It could be said that Naruto was raised under its watchful gaze. Were it not for his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the inherent vitality of the Uzumaki clan, he might not have survived to this day. How ironic it was. A hero must bleed, and his offspring must continue to weep. If kindness is stripped of its teeth, it becomes weakness. If imposed upon others, it is malice. Was Azura truly a kind person, merely choosing to wield his love to sway others, urging them to embrace what he deemed benevolent, and to relinquish their hatred? Was that not a form of coercion? The Nine-Tails remained silent, merely observing Naruto as he continued to speak. Prejudice in the human heart resembles an insurmountable mountain. No matter how hard one strives, it cannot be moved. If I were to emulate the past Azura and endeavor to construct a bridge of mutual understanding through love, would those ignorant villagers truly accept me without reservation? Ultimately, in the shinobi world, strength is the ultimate arbiter. Although in the original tale, Naruto Uzumaki gained the recognition of all through sheer effort and ascended to become the 7th Hokage of Konoha, the present Naruto was reluctant to adhere to that predetermined path in shaping his life. Why should the oppressors bear no burden, while he, the victim of bullying, must plead for their acknowledgement? Do not jest. I am not like the common weaklings. Do you see this massive crimson fox before you? I possess the true power to annihilate Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki would do as he pleased. Prejudice in the human heart resembles an insurmountable mountain. No matter how hard one strives, it cannot be moved. In this moment, the Nine-Tails found itself empathizing deeply with Naruto, unable to suppress its own recollections of the past. The so-called embodiment of hatred was merely a narrative that arose after it was sealed within the body of the Uzumaki clan. Prior to that, it had merely been a great fox dwelling in the mountains. As a colossal reservoir of chakra, the Nine-Tails, the most powerful of the tailed beasts, would naturally grow in strength even while at rest. It had lain dormant in the mountains for centuries, until one day, an individual insisted, "Nine-Tails, your power is too great, too perilous," and forcibly sealed it within a woman. The Nine-Tails could not contain its ire, exclaiming, "If you possess such formidable power, why do you not seal yourself away? I have done nothing but eat and sleep in the mountains. Why must I be imprisoned? Simply because it was a tailed beast? Having committed no wrongdoing, it found itself sentenced to eternal confinement." The Nine-Tails began to succumb to darkness. Yet, a lingering question remained in its heart. "Little brat, surely you are aware." "What?" "Your parents perished by my hand." Chapter 4. Danzo, you shall never become Hokage. Silence enveloped the ceiling space. Naruto pondered deeply, while the Nine-Tails awaited his response. "To be honest, Kurama, your candor surprises me. Yet such honesty is also the foundation of fruitful collaboration." Naruto smiled, his expression devoid of discomfort, instead tinged with satisfaction as he continued, "Truth be told, the concept of parents is rather foreign to me, as they have given me little beyond the gift of life. All that remained was your malice and that of this entire village. They could have sealed you within another or allowed you to depart from the village. Yet they chose to retain you in Konoha, never considering the plight of the Jinchuriki. Ultimately, they opted for the village over me. Even if their intentions were not malicious, they nonetheless played an indirect role in this outcome. Nevertheless, they granted me life, so I harbor no hatred towards them. Likewise, I do not harbor malice towards you. Therefore, you need not fear that I will bear ill will." Naruto flashed a grin, revealing his pearly whites, causing even the Nine-Tails to shiver momentarily before returning to its usual demeanor, once more adopting a defiant expression. The prospect of annihilating the village founded by Hashirama Senju indeed thrilled it. "Very well, I shall indulge you. Speak, how would you like me to assist you?" "The reincarnation of Azura. All I require is for you to bestow your power upon me." A crimson thread of chakra silently emerged within the dim, cold, and damp space, connecting Naruto and the Nine-Tails. Simultaneously, within the confines of the Hokage building in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, found himself often ensnared by the myriad duties of the village, leaving him with no choice but to spend the night within the office. Today, he had to address the discord between the security forces and the civilians, thus necessitating yet another overnight stay at the Hokage's residence. It was truly a vexing matter. Despite Uchiha Shirsue's attempts to mediate, the situation remained unchanged. Hiruzen picked up the old pipe that had accompanied him for over a decade, taking a deep drag, momentarily revealing a look of relaxation. However, after exhaling a plume of white smoke, he could not help but succumb to the weight of his worries once more. What truly troubled him was not merely the issues concerning the Uchiha clan, as the long-standing conflicts between them and the village were remnants of history, not easily resolved. The sudden extraction of chakra, was it due to someone covertly engaging with the Jinchuriki? Or perhaps it was related to the tailed beasts? Amidst the hazy smoke, Hiruzen's weathered face, lined with wrinkles, flickered in and out of view as he murmured to himself. Bang! Just as Hiruzen was lost in thought, the sound of a door crashing open jolted him back to reality. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, hastily entered without needing to glance back to know who it was. In Konoha, there was but one person audacious enough to address the third Hokage with such disrespect. This was Danzo Shimura, the founder and leader of the Root, the shadowy side of the ninja world, infamous for his ambition to ascend to the position of Hokage. Before Hiruzen could utter a word, Danzo seized the initiative. "Hiruzen, I've heard that the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails has suddenly learned to extract chakra." Bang! Before Danzo could finish his statement, Hiruzen slammed his pipe down on the table with force. "Danzo, I am the Hokage. What nonsense is this? You've come rushing to the Hokage building just because I received late-night reports from the Umbu about Naruto's sudden chakra extraction? Are your Root's capabilities surpassing those of the Hokage's own Umbu? Who is the Hokage, you or I?" In short, Hiruzen was already in a foul mood due to the unexpected developments concerning the Jinchuriki, and Danzo had unwittingly walked straight into the line of fire. The once imposing figure of Danzo, who had entered the office with an air of aggression, was momentarily taken aback by Hiruzen's formidable presence. What was happening? He hadn't even followed the proper protocol, and yet it felt as though the conclusion had already been reached. However, Danzo was no ordinary man. A figure of the dark ninja world, he would not be easily intimidated. Recovering quickly, his expression shifted back to one of anger. "Hiruzen, this matter is exceedingly grave. Someone has evaded the surveillance of Root and made contact with the Jinchuriki. There are malevolent individuals in the village, skilled in jinjutsu and reconnaissance. Danzo's face was ablaze with fury, and he waved his cane in agitation. Hiruzen, the Jinchuriki is now being targeted by these nefarious figures. We must ensure his protection. Hiruzen forcibly suppressed his emotions. Taking another deep drag from his pipe, exhaling smoke rings as he spoke in a grave tone. Danzo, I have told you countless times. I will not hand Naruto over to you. He has the right to choose his own destiny. That scoundrel. Danzo's anger intensified at Hiruzen's words. He recalled the burden he bore. When he had spread rumors about the Jinchuriki being a demon fox, it was intended to bring the Jinchuriki under his control, but ultimately, it was Hiruzen who reaped the benefits, while the blame fell squarely on Danzo's shoulders. He understood all too well that Hiruzen had long since ceased to be the valiant shinobi of yore. Decades of power as Hokage had eroded his ambitions, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self, a man who had become adept only at political maneuvering. Hiruzen chose silence, slowly releasing a puff of white smoke. Danzo was not entirely wrong. Naruto indeed required guidance, but it should not come from Root. He harbored deep suspicions that Naruto had already made contact with the Nine-Tails, as it was improbable that he had encountered any knowledge regarding chakra extraction. It was also highly likely that no one in the village would dare approach the Jinchuriki, as it was a taboo that everyone respected. As for Danzo's mention of a ninja skilled in jinjutsu and sensing, he knew precisely to whom Danzo was referring. Tomorrow, he would find an opportunity to meet with Naruto, as he needed to provide him with next month's living expenses. Hiruzen resolved in his mind. Danzo, it is already late at night. I have worked tirelessly throughout the day and am in need of rest. It is time for you to leave. Hiruzen, enough, Danzo. Hiruzen interrupted once more, his expression shrouded in smoke, revealing a hint of complexity. I have no desire to discuss Naruto any further. If that is all, you may take your leave. Remember, I am the Hokage. Click. Danzo instinctively tightened his grip on his cane, that same phrase echoing in his mind. Each time Hiruzen wished to avoid a debate, he wielded this statement as a weapon against him. Yet, he was powerless to retaliate. Even his root lacked legal standing within Konoha. Were it not for Hiruzen's need for his presence, Danzo would have likely been replaced long ago. Thus, when Hiruzen uttered those words, it signified the conclusion of their discussion. Danzo could only leave with a final remark. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage, Danzo. Bang. Hiruzen sighed softly as he observed the door slam shut with force. Danzo, having dwelled in darkness for so long, you are destined never to bask in the light again. Even if I were to perish, you shall never become Hokage. Chapter 5. Benevolence above, filial piety below. At dawn, just as the first light of day began to break, a delicate moment transpired between night and day, as if the entire world was enveloped in a veil of tranquil serenity. In the back mountains of Konoha, a meandering stream flowed like the most exquisite brushstroke upon a verdant canvas, exuding poetic charm. A thin mist hung lightly, shrouding the surface of the water in a gossamer veil, hinting at an air of mystery. As the morning light began to shine, golden rays penetrated the fog, scattering upon the river's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle reminiscent of countless tiny diamonds sparkling in the water. The stream flowed gently in the morning glow, crystal clear, revealing the pebbles and aquatic plants swaying delicately beneath. Occasionally, a few small fish would leap from the water's surface, only to swiftly plunge back, creating ripples that danced across the surface. On either side of the riverbank, lush trees provided ample shade, their leaves adorned with dewdrops, glistening like jewels. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft rustling sound that intertwined with the distant chirping of birds. Dewdrops slipped from the tips of the leaves, falling into the river and creating tiny ripples. A small boy with tousled golden hair stood barefoot at the water's edge, his upper body bare, his trousers rolled up, firmly planted in the water, unwavering as the current flowed around him. His large eyes narrowed into a slender slit, revealing glimpses of his azure gaze. He stood silently by the lake, seemingly having lingered there for quite some time. The splashes of water from the flowing river had already dampened his hair and black trousers, droplets gliding down the contours of his slightly toned physique. Splash, splash, splash. At that moment, 3 small fish leaped from the water beside him, and Naruto's previously squinted eyes widened in astonishment, as if time had momentarily frozen for the fish suspended in midair. With a swift thrust of the wooden stick in his hand, he pierced through the bodies of the 3 fish with a whoosh of slicing wind. Breakfast was secured for the day. Naruto chuckled to himself and leaped towards the nearby campfire, not far from the riverbank, beside which stood a tent. He had been residing here for several months, far removed from the bothersome village, which was beneficial for both his mental and physical well-being. His relocation was primarily for the purpose of training. Just the day after his arrival in this world, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already come to assess him, for it was only natural that an orphan, who had suddenly learned to harness chakra under his watchful gaze, would pique his interest. Naruto attributed all of this to the Nine-Tails. One night, while he was asleep, he encountered a large fox trapped in a cage. The fox had claimed that by following its instructions, he could gain the village's acceptance. Thus, he complied and, to his astonishment, managed to extract chakra. The fox further promised that if the cage were opened, it could teach him several powerful jutsu, thereby facilitating greater acceptance from the villagers. This revelation nearly prompted Hiruzen to summon the Monkey King on the spot, fearing that Naruto had broken the Nine-Tails seal. After a thorough examination, he was relieved to find that the 8-trigram seal remained intact. Before departing, he solemnly affirmed that the Nine-Tails would not possess any jutsu and certainly could not teach Naruto. If Naruto truly wished to learn ninjutsu, he could seek Hiruzen's guidance. Since then, Hiruzen had made it a point to visit Naruto more frequently each month. As Naruto cleaned the fish's innards and skewered them on a branch to roast by the fire, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps behind him, somewhat unsteady. Without a second thought, he knew who it was. Turning around, he confirmed his suspicion. It was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although fatigue etched across his face, a gentle smile illuminated his features as he greeted Naruto cheerfully. "Naruto, it's been a while. Are you having grilled fish for breakfast again?" Naruto couldn't help but internally grumble about the old man's early arrival, wondering if no one at home was cooking for him. Yet he maintained a radiant smile and responded with excitement. "Grandpa Third, you're here. Would you like some fish?" With a beaming expression, Naruto handed him a nearly cooked fish. "Thank you, Naruto." Hiruzen's smile widened as he gratefully accepted the offering. Indeed, little Naruto is such a well-behaved child. Although he has distanced himself from the village, his intentions remain noble, aiming to avoid causing trouble for the villagers. His will of fire burns as brightly as anyone else's. Hiruzen reflected, feeling somewhat sentimental. In contrast, Naruto's thoughts were laced with frustration. He had unwittingly offered the fish to the old man, having not anticipated Hiruzen's arrival at that moment, while 3 fish were just enough for his own meal. "Why don't you just tell that old geezer that you don't want to give him the fish?" The Nine-Tails scoffed from within the ceiling space. Observing Naruto's conflicting demeanor, "What do you know? If I dare refuse this fish today, he'll use my lack of the will of fire as an excuse to drag me to the Umbu tomorrow, incessantly preaching about the will of fire. These old folks love to brainwash others with it, pushing them to sacrifice while they profit. This grilled fish, though modest, is steeped in my profound will of fire." Naruto retorted, somewhat disgruntled. "I truly don't understand you humans. Only those lacking strength resort to such convoluted tactics." The Nine-Tails scoffed dismissively. "And that's why you're sealed within me," it added, striking a nerve. "Be careful of the fish bones, Grandpa," Naruto warned with genuine concern. Hiruzen's face split into a grin that resembled a blooming flower. "Don't worry, Grandpa knows." The two of them sat quietly on a stone by the riverbank, enjoying their breakfast together, the golden-haired boy relishing the familial bond. "Little Naruto, do you plan to train after this?" Hiruzen inquired after they finished their grilled fish. "Yes." Naruto nodded vigorously, his face alight with anticipation. "I want to get stronger quickly so that I can protect everyone in the village and earn their acceptance sooner." Ultimately, he felt that his progress was hindered. Aside from the chakra control he had grasped on the first day, the system had not activated again. In the initial days, his wandering around the village had drawn countless disdainful glares and curses, along with provocations from a few young brats. Yet he had not triggered a single option. In light of this, Naruto resolutely decided to temporarily abandon the system and pursue another avenue, his unique training method. He believed that as long as he didn't push himself to the brink of death, he could endure. As for the dangers of being alone in the wild, he was well aware that 2 squads of Umbu were always nearby, thanks to the Nine-Tails' malicious perception. "What a good child you are, Naruto. One day, everyone will recognize you because you are the true hero of Konoha," Hiruzen mused, secretly astonished by Naruto's rigorous training regimen, which surpassed even that of Guy during their time at the Ninja Academy. He couldn't help but glance at the nearby boulder, resembling a mountain, covered in a myriad of fist, palm, and foot imprints. With the Nine-Tails chakra combined with the Uzumaki clan's lineage, Naruto's potential was indeed formidable. Even if he were unable to fully master the Nine-Tails, he would undoubtedly possess the strength of an elite jonin. "I will definitely achieve it," Naruto declared, standing tall and thumping his chest with confidence. However, his initially resolute expression soon faltered becoming hesitant. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Hiruzen felt a sense of unease and hesitated to feign ignorance. Yet, seeing the longing for acknowledgement in Naruto's eyes compelled him to ask, "What is the matter? Little Naruto? Is there something you don't understand?" After a moment of hesitation, Naruto seemed to muster his courage and said, "Grandpa Third, I've completely mastered the shadow clone technique and the Rasengan. Can you teach me another new jutsu?" Although Hiruzen had been monitoring Naruto's progress through his crystal ball daily, hearing it firsthand sent a wave of astonishment through him. "Kushina and Minato, you truly have raised a remarkable son," he thought. "This is the hope of Konoha. Little Naruto's talent surpasses my expectations." Hiruzen's face displayed a mix of surprise and pride as he remarked, "Your talent is even greater than that of the fourth Hokage in his youth." Naruto's face flushed with shyness as he scratched his head and replied, "I also want to be a hero like the fourth Hokage, protecting the village." Hiruzen stroked his beard, his vision momentarily blurred, as he gazed at Naruto under the sunlight, feeling as though he were witnessing the fourth Hokage once more. "Given this, I shall share with you the nuances of chakra transformation and its various forms today." Chapter 6, Learning Wind Release. With a tear, the chakra paper in Naruto's hand split into two halves upon the infusion of chakra. Naruto gazed at the torn paper, blinking in astonishment, and immediately turned his curious eyes towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The knowledge barrier within the ninja world is exceedingly robust, with a nearly impenetrable divide from the top down. Understanding chakra transformation is knowledge reserved for high-ranking shinobi, and such wisdom is seldom shared with those of lower ranks. Thus, aside from a few elite clans, the common ninja remains largely ignorant of chakra transformation, which is one of the reasons why few civilians ascend to the status of jonin. Beyond lineage, knowledge is equally a cornerstone of the ninja clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and began to elucidate. The paper tearing in half signifies that young Naruto's chakra is of the wind attribute. Chakra is generally categorized into 5 elements: fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth. Each element elicits a distinct reaction on the chakra paper. Fire ignites the paper, wind cleaves it, lightning crinkles it, water dampens it, and earth shatters it. Should one possess all 5 attributes, one would observe a patch of fire, another split, a section wrinkled, one area wet, and finally, a fragment that crumbles. Does that mean the more attributes one possesses, the stronger one becomes? Naruto innocently inquired. Certainly not, Hiruzen replied. The nature of chakra is merely one method of its application. Possessing a corresponding attribute allows you to channel and refine your non-elemental chakra into the desired nature for your jutsu. For instance, to perform fire release, you must convert your non-elemental chakra into fire chakra, which embodies the essence of transformation. However, the most crucial prerequisite for executing elemental jutsu lies in the volume of chakra one possesses. Even if you possess all 5 attributes, insufficient chakra makes it exceedingly difficult to perform the techniques. Furthermore, chakra attributes can also be cultivated through rigorous training. As for the transformation of chakra's form, it involves externalizing chakra for use and manipulating its shape. The Rasengan you practice is a quintessential example of chakra's external transformation, compressing chakra into a rapidly spinning sphere. Therefore, young Naruto, your current focus should be on wind-based jutsu. Grandpa Third, how do I change the attribute of my chakra? Naruto asked, his face alight with excitement. The wind attribute chakra is particularly distinguished by its cutting ability, exhibiting formidable offensive power. Sarutobi Hiruzen casually picked up a fallen leaf, and with a release of chakra, the leaf was instantly sliced in half. You simply need to follow these steps, and once you can easily cut this leaf, you'll be ready to learn wind release. Eagerly, Naruto picked up a leaf and attempted the technique, but after several unsuccessful tries, a look of frustration crossed his face. Hiruzen nodded knowingly at this display. Mastering chakra transformation is a protracted journey. Despite his current reputation as a master of ninjutsu, it took him several years to fully grasp a single chakra transformation. Don't rush, young Naruto, Hiruzen began to reassure him, but his words caught in his throat as he saw Naruto's astonished face. Proudly holding the leaf he had managed to cut in half with his chakra. Of course, the system's gifts are never mediocre. My reward was mastery over chakra, which significantly shortened my training time and allowed me to avoid many pitfalls. Not only did I not have to contend with the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra, but I could also shape my chakra as I desired. Naruto had initially failed a few times merely to test Hiruzen's patience, but he had not anticipated how effortlessly he would succeed, having witnessed Sasuke's prowess at such a young age in the original tale. Hiruzen swallowed hard, forcing a smile. It appears young Naruto possesses considerable talent. Fortunately, Naruto's unwavering will and genuine affection for the villagers assuaged Hiruzen's concerns about imparting ninja knowledge to him at such a tender age. Contemplating this, Hiruzen's expression brightened with satisfaction. Sensing the subtle shift in Hiruzen's demeanor, Naruto's heart skipped a beat, but after regaining his composure, he sighed in relief, grateful that he would not be doomed to become a rogue ninja at such a young age. "Grandpa Third, can you teach me a new jutsu now?" Naruto implored, his big eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked up at Hiruzen. With a smile, Hiruzen reached out his gnarled hand and affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, the calluses on his palm scraping against Naruto's scalp. "Currently, the jutsu you have mastered are close-range offensive techniques. Thus, young Naruto, step back. Today, I shall teach you a wind-based jutsu suitable for long-range attacks." Naruto quickly retreated a few steps as Hiruzen stood firm, forming 3 hand seals while facing the gently flowing river. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Chakra swiftly gathered in Hiruzen's mouth before he exhaled, propelling the amassed chakra like bullets towards the river's surface. He continued to release several short bursts, akin to a machine gun firing incessantly. The vacuum sphere soon struck the water, sending up a tremendous splash, transforming the tranquil lake into a chaotic expanse, with the previously slow currents becoming turbulent until the riverbed's numerous holes were filled, restoring calm. "Impressive," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Now, young Naruto, let me explain the intricacies of this jutsu." Hiruzen detailed the 3 required hand seals. Although it is classified as a B-rank technique, its simplicity lies in the fewer seals needed, with emphasis placed on chakra volume and proficiency. Naruto quickly grasped the technique, approaching the riverbank and mimicking Hiruzen's earlier stance, clumsily forming the 3 seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. He concentrated, channeling a substantial amount of wind chakra, and confidently directed it towards the river. However, the result was underwhelming. Despite gathering a considerable amount of chakra, the released vacuum sphere was no larger than a marble, lazily drifting towards the water and creating only faint ripples upon contact. Disappointment was palpable on Naruto's small face. "Fear not, young Naruto," Hiruzen reassured him, moving beside him and placing his hand once more on Naruto's head. "Successfully releasing a jutsu on your first attempt is commendable. With diligent practice, you'll improve. I will train hard," Naruto declared resolutely. "Indeed, I believe in you," Hiruzen replied, glancing at the sky as the sun had fully risen. "Thus, while you practice, ensure your safety. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "Yes. Goodbye, Grandpa Third," Naruto said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Naruto, I shall return to visit you when time permits." Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly, vanishing from the spot with a swift body flicker. Observing the location where Hiruzen had just stood, Naruto's smile remained undiminished. As he sensed the presence of the hidden Umbu in the shadows, his grin blossomed even brighter. Indeed, today is a splendid day. Chapter 7, Danzo's Scheme. With his hands swiftly forming seals before his chest, Naruto unleashed a series of vacuum spheres toward the colossal boulder 10 meters ahead. In the very moment the ninjutsu was released, Naruto propelled himself forward towards the boulder, simultaneously conjuring a blue and white swirling chakra sphere in his hand. As the chakra orb spun, the surrounding air began to swirl violently, scattering numerous fragments of stone and withered leaves, creating a cloud of dust. Wind release, vacuum sphere. This was a variant of the Rasengan infused with wind chakra. While it could not be hurled like the Rasen Shuriken, the infusion of wind chakra significantly amplified its cutting power and destructive potential. In the blink of an eye, the vacuum sphere struck the designated mark he had previously inscribed upon the boulder, creating several craters the size of human heads. In the very next instant, Naruto had already reached the boulder's forefront, driving the wind-infused Rasengan squarely into its center. Boom! The Rasengan erupted instantly, unleashing a torrent of wind chakra that surged outward, enveloping a spherical area with a 2-meter diameter, which also caught Naruto in its wake, generating a thick cloud of dust that obscured all visibility. As the dust settled, a hollow spherical area with a 2-meter diameter lay bare, while Naruto, having been blown apart, dissipated into a puff of white smoke. It was merely a shadow clone. Bang! A sudden sound of earth shattering reverberated as a golden-haired figure emerged from beneath the half-spherical pit, swinging a fist reinforced by layers of chakra directly at the boulder. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the once massive boulder shattered, fracturing like a spider's web from the point of impact, ultimately exploding into a shower of debris. After a year and a half of rigorous training, Naruto's time in this place was nearing its conclusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already informed him and arranged for his admission into the Ninja Academy. Although he no longer required such an institution, it seemed that Hiruzen still hoped he would attend to further cultivate the will of fire. Meanwhile, within the Hokage Tower, observing Naruto's training through Hiruzen's telescopic technique, the Konoha F4 collectively gasped in astonishment. The atmosphere within the Hokage's office had grown palpably intense. The Jinchuriki has nearly attained the prowess of an elite chunin, remarked the only female member of the F4, Tsurugi Konohamaru, her expression solemn. At that moment, beside her, the bespectacled elder Mito Gate Inko asked solemnly, Hiruzen, allowing the Jinchuriki such freedom in training, does it not pose a risk of losing control? Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, confidently replying, rest assured, Inko, I regularly inspect Naruto's seal. I must say, Minato's seal is quite formidable. The Nine-Tails shows no signs of attempting to break free. The Nine-Tails, meanwhile, reveled in its leisurely state, finding comfort in its slumber. Given this, there seems to be no necessity for the Jinchuriki to attend the Ninja Academy, interjected the one-eyed Danzo after a prolonged silence. His piercing gaze bore into Hiruzen, an unsettling intensity igniting within his murky eye, leaving Hiruzen momentarily unnerved despite his familiarity with Danzo's character. With the current strength of the Jinchuriki, attending the Ninja Academy would indeed be a waste of time. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, instinctively aware of Danzo's underlying intentions. Yet, in an effort to maintain a semblance of fairness in their four-person meeting, he chose to respect Danzo's opinion. Do you possess a more viable suggestion, Danzo? A sly smile crept upon Danzo's lips, a sense of triumph gleaming in his eyes. Hiruzen instinctively felt a pang of apprehension, realizing it was too late to intervene. It appeared that Naruto had an innate talent for wind release, having grasped the essence of chakra transformation in just a single day. Within months, he had not only mastered the vacuum sphere, but had also successfully integrated wind release chakra into the Rasengan, a feat even the legendary Minato Namikaze had not accomplished. Danzo paused, casting a glance at Hiruzen. What exactly are you implying? Hiruzen's expression darkened, as he struggled to decipher Danzo's motives. Typically, at this juncture, Danzo would demand the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki be entrusted to root for cultivation. Today, however, he had unexpectedly lavished praise upon Naruto and even expressed a desire to draw closer to the Jinchuriki. Could it be that someone was impersonating him? In stark contrast to Hiruzen's anxiety, Konohamaru and Inko observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. You all understand that in this era of Konoha, my wind release techniques are unrivaled. Should Naruto become my disciple, even without the Nine-Tails, Konoha would soon gain a warrior on par with the four of us. Danzo's voice grew increasingly fervent, culminating in him rising from his seat, casting a condescending gaze upon Hiruzen as he pronounced each word with conviction. I wish to take Uzumaki Naruto as my disciple. Danzo, looking down upon Hiruzen's shadowed visage, savored the fleeting sensation of having outmaneuvered his rival. His desire to claim the Jinchuriki as a student was merely a tactic to secure the Jinchuriki for himself, inspired by Hiruzen's earlier suggestion. After all, Naruto's exceptional aptitude for wind release presented an extraordinary opportunity for Danzo to seize a powerful asset for the village. With an excuse to rapidly bolster the village's strength, Hiruzen would find it difficult to outright refuse, no matter how displeased he might be. Danzo cast another glance at Konohamaru and Inko, dismissing them as indecisive fools unworthy of concern. His sole opponent was Hiruzen. I have long stated that Naruto shall not be entrusted to you, Danzo. Hiruzen released a breath of white smoke, his aged countenance obscured in shadow. Though his expression was indiscernible, his deep voice concealed a tempest of suppressed fury. Hiruzen, Danzo suddenly bellowed, his usually dim eye now glinting with fervor, momentarily stunning the trio into silence. I am, after all, an advisor to the Hokage. This man, did he now aspire to bask in the light? Hiruzen's expression remained inscrutable as he glanced at the other two advisors, who, to his surprise, feigned ignorance while clutching their teacups. Never had he imagined that he would find himself cowed by Danzo. Did Danzo truly believe that his self-righteousness could sway him? He was the Hokage, after all. You may share your ninjutsu with Naruto, but you shall not assume the role of his teacher. Why? Danzo questioned with urgency, his voice tinged with disbelief. He had not anticipated Hiruzen's steadfast refusal even at this juncture. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at Danzo and spoke in a low tone. Because you are the shadow of the ninja world, the root of Konoha, the leader of the foundation. What do you mean? Naruto requires a clean political background. Sarutobi scanned the three bewildered individuals before continuing. Because I want Naruto to become the next Hokage. He was making Danzo recognize his true identity. However, Upon hearing Sarutobi's answer, the other three stared in astonishment. How long do you intend to remain Hokage? They were all incredulous, especially Danzo, whose exposed eye nearly bulged out. Hiruzen, you actually want the Jinchuriki to be Hokage? Why not? The current Mizukage is indeed a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Sarutobi spoke in a calm tone, seemingly unfazed by the matter. There has never been a precedent for a Jinchuriki to become Hokage in Konoha. Danzo's eyes glinted with a predatory light as he gritted his teeth. Is this guy, Sarutobi, so unwilling to give me a chance that he would rather hand the Hokage position to a Jinchuriki? Well, now there is. You, Sarutobi continued. I have no objections to a Jinchuriki becoming Hokage, but their reputation in the village. Indeed, Hiruzen, after all. We are still uncertain about the Jinchuriki's attitude towards the village, added Nara Shikaku and Mido Gate. They couldn't help but voice their concerns, as the idea of a Jinchuriki becoming Hokage would likely be hard to swallow in Konoha. This time, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Sarutobi's mouth as he solemnly addressed the three. I can assure you that Naruto's will of fire is exceedingly pure, and I firmly believe he will earn the recognition of everyone in the village and become the next Hokage. Observing Sarutobi's unwavering conviction, Danzo could no longer voice any thoughts of taking Naruto as a disciple. He never anticipated that the method he had pondered for so long could be so easily unraveled by Sarutobi. The identity of the root leader, which he had always regarded as his source of confidence, ultimately became his greatest shackle. There would be no opportunities, at least not in the near future. In that case, let us give the Jinchuriki another chance. Chapter 8. The Byakugan girl. Look, it's that guy. Is he still in the village? Damn, wasn't he supposed to be dead? No wonder I fell in the bathroom yesterday. It's all his fault, that damn demon. Shut up. Have you forgotten the third Hokage's previous orders? Why does the third Hokage show favoritism towards this guy? It was evident that even though Naruto had mysteriously vanished from the village for nearly a year, the villagers' animosity towards him had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, under Sarutobi's unnecessary orders, it had only intensified. Ignoring the disdainful and hostile gazes surrounding him, Naruto walked home with an air of indifference. It is only the narrow-minded who would feel angered by insults, for he, Naruto, would elevate Konoha's overall strength to that of a Kage and lead everyone to become like the Sage of Six Paths, a perfect embodiment of repaying virtue with virtue. You there? Do you realize you bumped into us? Huh. Naruto suddenly heard a cacophony of voices and turned to see a familiar figure, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise. A few taller boys had surrounded a little girl clad in a light pink yukata. I am sorry, I didn't mean to, the girl quickly apologized, her face betraying fear. With porcelain-like skin, a rosy little face, short hair that framed her face, and delicate features, coupled with those strikingly unusual Byakugan eyes, her identity was unmistakable. Hinata Hyuga. However, the group of boys surrounding her seemed oblivious to the Hyuga clan's prominence, as one of them brazenly pushed the girl forward, perhaps unprepared for such rudeness. Hinata stumbled and fell to the ground, splattering mud everywhere, tainting her delicate pink yukata. At that moment, as she looked up, her distinctive white eyes were revealed, causing the boys to freeze momentarily before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, look at her eyes. They're white. Seems like another monster. Just like that thing. A monster indeed. Let's stone her to death. The four boys picked up stones from the ground, preparing to hurl them at Hinata. The malice of children is often the purest form of evil, devoid of any political or personal motives. They can treat you with the utmost cruelty simply because you differ from them in the slightest. Naruto found the situation somewhat amusing. How could the Hyuga clan, second only to the Uchiha in Konoha, allow their own heiress to be bullied by ordinary villagers? I can't believe that over a year has passed, and you're still in this state. Naruto's voice suddenly rang out from behind the boys, startling them. Hinata, who was curled up on the ground, looked up in surprise as her eyes lit up with joy. Naruto and Hinata had been acquainted for over a year, having met when Naruto first arrived in this world. The scene back then was strikingly similar to this one. At that time, Naruto had just begun to grasp chakra and had inadvertently injured those boys, sending them to the hospital. He had cried and regretted his actions for a long time, managing to appease Sarutobi's wrath. You're that monster. Weren't you supposed to be executed by the third Hokage? You really are a monster, aren't you? Monsters eat people. The four boys exclaimed in panic as they beheld Naruto approaching. The current Naruto was no longer the frail boy he once was. The immense chakra within him, combined with a year and a half of nourishing sustenance, had transformed his physique dramatically, his muscular build and towering stature instilling fear in the hearts of the boys, leaving them paralyzed with fright. "In Naruto-kun," Hinata exclaimed, her face filled with delight. Since being saved by Naruto a year ago, she had longed for an opportunity to express her gratitude, but had not encountered him again until now. Ignoring the four malicious boys of Konoha, Naruto walked directly to Hinata, disappointment evident on his face. In Naruto-kun, Hinata looked up at him with a hint of grievance, as she suddenly saw a reflection of her father in him. The monster is going to eat the monster. Run. With the demon fox ignoring them, the four boys scattered in terror. Dealing with them shouldn't be difficult, should it? Naruto's voice took on a stern tone, reminiscent of a father. Father once said, strength must not be misused to harm others. It would be wrong to hurt them. Hinata lowered her head, stammering, her voice barely above a whisper. To possess strength yet refrain from using it, preferring to suffer oneself rather than harm another? Naruto gazed silently at the timid Hinata, his disappointment growing more palpable. I had thought we would become good friends. His tone was filled with regret, prompting Hinata to instinctively raise her small head, her pure white eyes filled with urgency. She could not fathom why. Despite Naruto having rescued her last time, chasing away all her tormentors and gently escorting her home, he seemed disinclined to forge a friendship with her. Why? Why, Naruto? Hinata was now in a state of urgency, her words tumbling forth in a disjointed manner. Her pure, innocent gaze had become clouded, two glistening tears welling up, reminiscent of a pristine spring in a snowy landscape, evoking sympathy. Naruto's expression remained unchanged. He hoped for Hinata to undergo some transformation. If she were to remain as passive as in the original narrative, akin to a mere vase, it would only serve as a burden to him. After all, in Konoha, Hinata was one of the few individuals who bore him no malice. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was consistently benevolent toward him, occasionally exuded a sense of hostility, prompting Naruto to guide Hinata away from being brainwashed by the will of fire. Prolonged exposure to darkness breeds an inherent yearning for light. During their reunion, all he sensed from Hinata was joy and excitement. Her emotions were so pure and untainted. Yet, if she remained so fragile, proximity would only lead to mutual harm. Did you see the expressions on those people? Naruto suddenly glanced at the crowd that had inexplicably started to gather around them, each individual emanating a repulsive malice, with a few particularly intense malevolent glares scattered among the throng. Yet another ploy by the higher-ups of Konoha? Hinata, noticing the villagers converging, felt her heartache deepen as each of them directed looks of disdain toward Naruto, their eyes seemingly demanding, why don't you just disappear? Because of your weakness. They don't even acknowledge your existence. Naruto's gaze remained fixed on the encircling crowd, not on Hinata. He spotted the same group of children from earlier, whispering among themselves, sneering while standing beside their parents, as if they had the moral high ground, yet acting like victims. Hinata, too, observed this and wondered why. Why is it that Naruto, who helped me, is being treated as the villain? The cacophony from the crowd reached a fever pitch. Is that guy going to hurt someone again? I knew that his sudden appearance in the village would lead to trouble. Indeed, this monster ought to be expelled. Hey, it's the third Hokage's orders. Who cares about orders now? That fox spirit is about to harm someone. Is that little girl the target of that fox? Is that monster going to devour her? Quick! Notify the third Hokage. We must expel this creature. The malevolence from the villagers intensified, yet Naruto maintained his composure, his mind unruffled by the tumult. No. A soft yet firm voice suddenly pierced through the din, rising above the clamor, and instantly silencing the malicious utterances. Naruto turned in surprise to see Hinata, her face flushed, gripping the hem of her yukata tightly. Though her body trembled with fear, she summoned all her strength to declare, Naruto-kun is not a bad person. He saved me. Naruto-kun is a good person. For the first time, Hinata bravely found her voice, unwilling to witness the disappointment in Naruto's eyes as she stood against the village's hostility. Yet, the ignorant villagers could not perceive the truth. This little girl must have been threatened by that fox spirit. How despicable. It's certainly the evil fox. How dare it threaten the villagers? Why hasn't the security department arrived? Expel him. Get him out. In an instant, the crowd's anger reignited, and Hinata realized her attempts at explanation were having the opposite effect. Panic surged within her as she wished to shout again, only to feel a gentle hand resting atop her head. Enough, that will suffice. Hinata's gaze met those gentle, water-like azure eyes, reminiscent of the vast sky. Hinata, you should leave here. It may become dangerous. He had already noticed several villagers picking up stones. No, Hinata's eyes brimmed with tears. She longed to stand by Naruto's side. Lady Hinata. At that moment, a Hyuga ninja appeared before her, causing the agitated villagers' fervor to wane. They were merely civilians, unable to confront a ninja. The Hyuga ninja positioned himself protectively between Naruto and Hinata, glaring at Naruto with open disdain. "Stay away from the lady, you monster." His voice trembled, seemingly choked by fear as he beheld Naruto's eyes, which glowed ominously like the tip of a needle. "No, that's not it." Hinata cried out in an attempt to explain, but the Hyuga ninja seized her and fled, moving faster than he had when facing a kunai from Kumogakure. That truly is a monster. The Hyuga ninja had been the first to recognize the gravity of the situation, initially believing it to be mere rumor. His departure reignited the villagers' extinguished fury, making it even more volatile. "Get out of our village." Suddenly, a sound akin to something slicing through the air echoed. A stone striking his head, causing blood to spatter and stain half his face crimson. Hinata witnessed this scene, her vision clouding with red, as if she saw the gentle, small Naruto being devoured by a horde of monsters. "It's all my fault. I am still too weak." Naruto wiped the blood from his face. His expression calm as he regarded the barrage of thrown eggs, vegetables, and stones. Ding! With that sound, the voice that had been haunting Naruto finally resounded. Standing at the crossroads of life, the system would present the host with a second opportunity for rebirth. His choice would determine his fate. Faced with the malicious and ignorant villagers, his options were: Option 1. As a reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, you cherish all that the village represents. You shall kneel before them, admitting your faults and seeking their forgiveness, hoping to gain their acceptance. Reward would release. Option 2. As a naturally malevolent fox spirit, you will do as you please, allowing these foolish beings to understand what they have provoked, instilling greater fear among the villagers of Konoha. Reward, Sharingan. Please make your choice wisely. With the system's voice fading, Naruto's previously escalating hatred and animosity came to a halt. He stood frozen, his head bowed to shield his astonishment from view. Indeed, the system's offerings were anything but ordinary. While the first option felt rather distasteful, it did align with the nature of a reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. Whether it was the original Naruto Uzumaki or the former Hashirama Senju, both would act in such a manner, which explained the reward of would release. Hashirama, for the peace of the ninja world, I bow to everyone. Madara, for the peace of the ninja world, everyone must bow to me. However, this pertains to the pacification of chaos, the establishment of Konoha, and the allocation of the nine-tailed beasts. To be candid, Naruto felt a twinge of temptation. Although there are disparities in the wood release technique, he is not the same as Yamato. In just a few short years, his chakra combined with that of the nine-tails could rival that of half a Senju Hashirama. At that point, he would likely possess a fraction of Hashirama's strength. Yet, if that were the case, what would his year and a half of training amount to? What about the malice he endured over the past several years? Uzumaki Naruto should be able to do as he pleases. Kyubi, lend me your chakra. I will find a way to explain this to Sarutobi Hiruzen later. For now, I must silence these fools. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Do feel free to use it, you bunch of worthless scum, daring to treat my Jinchuriki with such disdain. Violence, hatred, chaos, and malice. The chakra brimming with negative emotions surged into Naruto's body unceasingly, yet it could not affect him in the slightest. The blood-red cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloped Naruto entirely, and a chakra tail slowly extended behind him. What is that? That's a tail. This guy is truly the Nine-Tails. Quickly run. The Nine-Tails has come to destroy Konoha. The villagers, who had been hurling stones at Naruto moments ago, were now gripped by sheer terror, scattering in every direction. They had never imagined that the Uzumaki Naruto they had bullied for so many years was indeed the Nine-Tails. They merely sought to vent their negative emotions, not to court death. In no time, only a few terrified villagers and a handful of root ninjas, who had been covertly inciting the villagers' emotions, remained in place. It must be said that root ninjas are indeed brainwashed, even when faced with Naruto's current form. They merely broke out in cold sweat before immediately adopting a combat stance. Meanwhile, Naruto had entered a state of unconsciousness. His blue eyes transformed entirely into a shade of blood red, with black slit pupils flashing with a needle-like crimson glow. With his body lowered and limbs on the ground, he assumed an aggressive posture, unleashing a colossal and malevolent chakra that immediately put the root ninjas on high alert. They may have been brainwashed, but instinct still prevailed. This was a true monster. Boom. Stand back. At that moment, a cloud of white mist erupted around them, revealing two elderly figures clad in combat attire, accompanied by a multitude of ENBU members. Shimura Danzo wore a grave expression, his single eye shrouded in shadow. He had merely intended for the Jinchuriki to reveal his malice towards the village, so he could confine him. But he had not anticipated that the Jinchuriki would truly spiral out of control, especially not in the heart of Konoha. He felt a weight settle more heavily upon his back. This test had been proposed by him, and should anything go awry, he feared it would distance him further from the Hokage position. He resolved to seize the initiative. Hiruzen. It appears that Jinchuriki should indeed be cultivated as a weapon of war. Silence, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a cold glance at his old friend, disapproving of Root's overreach. After this incident, I will personally deal with your Root. Hiruzen was hardly inclined to engage in further dialogue with Shimura Danzo. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his friend of several decades. This was a matter they had all agreed upon. Yet this man sought to shift the blame entirely onto him. We must first calm Naruto down. Fortunately, it is merely one tail. Hiruzen felt a sense of relief. One tail was manageable. He then placed his right thumb to his mouth, biting down to draw blood, swiftly forming hand seals before slamming his hands against the ground. Summoning Monkey King. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, and a monkey clad in a tiger-striped sweater and ANBU uniform appeared before him, wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Hiruzen, who are you fighting this time? The monkey spoke human words, but upon seeing Naruto on all fours, cloaked in the Nine-Tails chakra with a tail swaying behind him, it fell silent. Monkey King, the adamantine staff. Hiruzen wasted no words as the Monkey King transformed into a black staff that materialized in his hands. Naruto, calm down. Hiruzen leapt high, wielding the staff as he aimed to strike Naruto. That old man is quick to arrive, Naruto muttered under his breath. Not wishing to engage in battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen just yet, he needed to maintain the facade of being out of control. In truth, his available Nine-Tails chakra was limited, and with just one tail, he could not compete with Hiruzen. He exerted force through all four limbs, darting like a streak of red light towards a nearby building. Boom. Boom. A pair of resounding crashes echoed simultaneously. Hiruzen's staff swung through empty air while Naruto barreled into the structure. Yet, he did not get far before he collided with an impenetrable barrier, causing stars to dance in his vision, leaving him dizzy and nauseous, his feet unsteady. Damn it. There's a barrier. I cannot be the hero of Konoha today. Naruto's head buzzed, but the sounds behind him quickly brought clarity back to his mind. How infuriating. For now, this will have to suffice. Regardless, he had completed his objective. Those inherently wicked villagers of Konoha had witnessed the true visage of the fox demon. With a barrier in place, he could not wreak further havoc. Naruto promptly lay flat on the ground, a look of agony crossing his face. When Hiruzen and Danzo arrived, they found Naruto, battered and bruised, sprawled on the ground in pain. Naruto, how are you feeling? Hiruzen inquired with great concern, though they were separated by several meters. Hearing the voice, Naruto lifted his head to see Hiruzen and the one-eyed elder, tears streaming down his face. There was no helping it. It hurt. Just moments ago, he had used the Nine-Tails chakra to slice his skin. Otherwise, he could not convincingly portray a state of uncontrollable rage. Third Hokage, grandfather, I'm so sorry. I caused harm to the village, sob sob sob. Hiruzen's eyes brightened. Naruto had managed to suppress his rampage on his own. He rushed forward and gently lifted Naruto, softly asking, can you tell me what happened? Is this old man in such a hurry? It hurts so much. In an instant, more tears streamed down Naruto's face. Moments ago, everyone called me a monster, a fox demon. I felt so wronged. I just wanted everyone's acknowledgement. Then that fox told me that if I surrendered my body to it, it would help me gain everyone's recognition, but it wanted to harm everyone instead. This Hiruzen was momentarily at a loss for words, yet the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Indeed, Naruto's will of fire was purer than anyone else's. Otherwise, he could not have restrained the Nine-Tails rampage on his own. Humph. Once seduced, there will surely be a second time. Danzo interjected darkly, unable to restrain himself. Silence. Hiruzen shot Danzo a fierce glare, making him retreat to mere murmurs. After all, Hiruzen was genuinely angry this time. Had Naruto not managed to suppress his rampage, Konoha would have suffered devastating losses. Naruto, what will you do if the great fox speaks to you in such a manner again? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Naruto with a face full of benevolence. This old man truly does not comprehend the gravity of the situation. I am drenched in blood. And yet he cannot prioritize sending me to the hospital? Grandfather Third, I will no longer heed the words of that great fox. It is a villain that seeks to harm everyone. From now on, regardless of what it says, I will. Naruto abruptly tilted his head, his consciousness slipping into the ceiling space as he fainted. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback by Naruto's sudden collapse, quickly realized the extent of the injuries that covered the boy's body and acknowledged his own impatience. Someone, Lord Hokage. Three shadowy figures of Umbu appeared simultaneously before Sarutobi. Bowing in unison, with great caution, Sarutobi entrusted Naruto to one of them, commanding, Take Naruto to the hospital for treatment. Yes, the trio vanished in an instant. It seems that even the Nine-Tails cannot shake Naruto's will of fire. Sarutobi turned his gaze towards Shimura Danzo, a hint of pride in his tone. Even though the Jinchuriki managed to suppress the rampage, the village has already suffered consequences. Danzo implied that Naruto Uzumaki had firmly established the reputation of the demon fox. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's expression grew serious, and he said in a low voice, "Since this situation arose because of you, it falls upon you to mitigate its impact. In 2 months, Naruto must enroll in the Ninja Academy, otherwise you will have to find a way to fund your root organization." Having spoken, Sarutobi vanished. Needing to reassure the frightened villagers, only Danzo remained, standing in place with a countenance as dark as water, his posture slightly hunched as if burdened by an unseen weight. Where has Naruto-kun gone? After a considerable time, when Hinata returned to the scene, panting heavily, she beheld nothing but chaos and villagers still gripped by fear. At that moment, she suddenly spotted several familiar figures, those boys who had bullied her, now gathered together, engaged in conversation. Hinata dashed over, clenching her teeth. Despite her overwhelming anxiety, she mustered the courage to inquire, "Where has Naruto-kun gone? You are a companion of that demon fox. You are indeed a monster as well. Get away from me." The boys, already shaken by Naruto, reacted as if their tails had been stepped on, cursing and preparing to strike Hinata again. Hinata's eyes instantly filled with tears as the bloodied visage of Naruto flashed before her. Her weakness had caused Naruto-kun to suffer grave injuries. Why? Why is the gentle Naruto-kun labeled as a monster? You are the ones who resemble monsters. Hinata cried out, her voice trembling, her once pure and innocent gaze now fierce. Veins bulging around her temples in a terrifying display. Chapter 10. The past is the past. The present is the present. I say, what a commotion you've made just to end up in the hospital. The Nine-Tails lay on the ground, propping its head with its paws. A look of confusion etched across its face. What do you understand? This concerns my brother's affairs. It's none of your business. Naruto lay on the ground, eyes closed, disdainfully snorting. Brother? Speaking of which, you're always going on about how without cheating one is doomed, and that little openings aren't truly openings. So what exactly is this cheating? The Nine-Tails, puzzled by this new term, recalled Naruto's previous complaints from within the ceiling space and couldn't help but voice its confusion. Suddenly, Naruto sat up, still with closed eyes, a sly grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Do you genuinely wish to know? This little brat. The Nine-Tails regarded the mischievous expression on Naruto's face, uncertain of what scheme he was concocting. You may say what you wish. The Nine-Tails turned its head away in a haughty manner. In that case, let me show you. You best pay close attention. As he spoke, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. The proud fox, having turned its head away, kept a keen watch on Naruto's transformation from the corner of its eye. Suddenly, every hair on its body stood on end, and it leapt into the air, its fur bristling. Is this an illusion? When did this happen? The Nine-Tails instinctively assumed it had fallen prey to a genjutsu, and promptly assumed a defensive posture, its eyes fixated on Naruto's. When Naruto opened his eyes, what once were azure orbs now gleamed crimson, and within those blood-red eyes, 3 tomos spiraled incessantly, ultimately aligning to form a fox-like slit pupil. This development was far beyond Naruto's expectations. The system had initially bestowed upon him a single tomo Sharingan, requiring him to cultivate it himself. Yet, he had not anticipated that upon acquiring this Sharingan, the experiences of the past 5 years would flash vividly in his mind. The palpable malice, the depths of despair, combined with the rigorous training of his physique and the mental fortitude from 2 lifetimes, had enabled him to awaken the Mangeko Sharingan. Who would have thought that after traversing to this world for over a year, he would finally bear such a burden of power? The past is the past, and the present is the present. His previous strength, no matter how one looked at it, required his own effort to cultivate. Although he had received minor assistance from the Nine-Tails, ultimately, it was the result of his own labor. Moreover, that form of training had resulted in rapid growth initially. But progress had since slowed. He was now at a bottleneck. After all, in the original narrative, Naruto's power spikes were due to the Nine-Tails Chakra and Sage Mode, neither of which he could easily access now. Thus, significant advancement in his abilities had become increasingly challenging. Yet, things were different now. He had shouldered the burden of power. With these eyes, even without utilizing them, the feedback they provided upon activation far surpassed the results of his 1.5 years of grueling training. Furthermore, with the 2 ocular techniques contained within these eyes, he had already attained a level of power comparable to that of a Hokage. If those foolish individuals remained oblivious, he could lead them to enlightenment. and even Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be able to stop him. Indeed, no amount of effort could rival the advantage of possessing such power. Hard work pales in comparison to lineage, and lineage is overshadowed by the act of cheating. With effort, lineage, and the act of cheating combined, if Naruto Uzumaki cannot succeed, who can? All of Naruto's achievements are the fruits of his relentless toil. Ha ha ha. In the midst of this profound silence, suddenly, a deep, hoarse laughter shattered the stillness, echoing from an infinite abyss, gradually rising in intensity, transforming into a wild and unrestrained cackle. Within that laughter resided boundless madness, liberation, mockery, and ecstasy. The tides of fortune had shifted. This little brat. The Nine-Tails realized that this was not an illusion. Naruto had genuinely awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, as it observed Naruto's frenzied laughter, it couldn't help but think, how reminiscent this is of that bastard Uchiha Madara. The Nine-Tails murmured to itself, increasingly convinced that something was amiss, and its eyes widened in realization as it fixated on Naruto Uzumaki, reflecting on events from the past. It remembers that neither Namake's Minato nor Uzumaki Kushina bore the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. However, why did Uzumaki Naruto suddenly awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? It seemed to have stumbled upon a blind spot in its reasoning, sending shivers down its spine. Ugh, its head throbbed, as if it were on the verge of sprouting new thoughts. Yet, his hair was strikingly similar to that of Namake's Minato. Nonetheless, he was indeed born of Uzumaki Kushina. Furthermore, the blood of the Uzumaki clan coursed through Naruto's veins, undeniably genuine. A sudden thought struck. Wasn't Uzumaki Kushina close friends with someone from the Uchiha clan? Often visiting them. Could it be that blonde-haired Uchiha? Kurama felt as though its CPU was about to overload, the fox's head nearly steaming from the complexity of human relationships. Indeed, the thoughts of tailed beasts were far simpler. I say, you seem to be contemplating some rather impolite matters, Kurama. The Nine-Tails continued its mental brainstorming, its expression shifting dramatically. Naruto swore he had never seen a fox display such a plethora of anthropomorphic expressions. Ahem, Kurama coughed awkwardly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, scratching its head with its paw. After all, even as a fox, pondering over the infidelity of someone else's parents in their presence felt rather inappropriate. By the way, what is the meaning behind your Mangekyo Sharingan, you little brat? I've never seen you possess a Sharingan before. Naruto smiled confidently and declared, the past is the past, and the present is the present. This is simply my cheat. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan equals a cheat? The Nine-Tails seemed somewhat bewildered. However, Naruto's equation held a grain of truth. After all, the Sharingan was indeed a cheat. For awakening the Mangekyo was an enhancement that would take most ninjas a lifetime to achieve, far surpassing the elevation Naruto had attained. Setting that aside, Naruto suddenly leaped up, standing defiantly before Kurama. Kurama, let us practice together. Heh. Do you think that simply awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan allows you to provoke me, old man? The Nine-Tails' gaze sharpened, akin to two glistening blades fixated on Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto wore a peculiar smile and remarked, Kurama, you have been controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan twice. You little brat. The corner of Kurama's mouth twitched, not in a smile, but rather as a sign of suppressed anger, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Heralding an imminent eruption. Get in here. I shall tear you apart myself. Ha ha ha. Kurama, allow me to witness the might of the strongest tailed beast. The skies cleared, and Uzumaki Naruto felt emboldened, charging directly into the cage that contained the Nine-Tails. The primary reason was that this was a sealing space, even in death. One wound, truly perish. Roar. The Nine-Tails emitted a disdainful growl, swiftly swatting at Naruto with its colossal paw. Faced with this straightforward attack, Naruto merely sidestepped, causing Kurama's strike to miss entirely, splashing water everywhere. In that instant of evasion, Naruto clapped his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, dozens of chakra clones materialized around him, dispersing into various directions, forming a semicircular formation that surrounded the Nine-Tails. Wind release, vacuum sphere. All clones simultaneously clapped their hands together and inhaled deeply, gathering a massive amount of chakra in their mouths before unleashing a barrage of wind release. Vacuum spheres, akin to a machine gun, directly targeting Kurama with relentless firepower. The Nine-Tails shook its nine tails, shielding itself. Boom, boom, boom. Every vacuum sphere collided with the Nine-Tails' tails, instantly creating a cloud of smoke. With the enhancement of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto's vacuum spheres were significantly more powerful than those of Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving numerous wounds on the Nine-Tails' tails. Not bad, Naruto. Wind release, Rasengan. The Nine-Tails spread its tails, revealing its crimson vertical pupils, about to unleash a tirade, only to discover dozens of blonde-headed clones rushing towards it, forming Raisengans. What the? No honor in battle. Kurama's heart trembled. Being struck by dozens of wind-release spheres was no trivial matter. It quickly maneuvered its 9 tails. 5 to guard itself, and 4 sweeping towards the charging Naruto clones. From a distance, Naruto stood with his arms crossed, a slight smirk gracing his lips. When he suddenly widened his left eye, revealing the vertical pupil. Mangeko Sharingan, reversal of life. In an instant, 9 torii gates descended from above, pinning the Nine-Tails tails to the ground. What is this? Reversal of life. The familiar scene caused the Nine-Tails' heart to momentarily stop. It believed that Senju Hashirama had returned from the dead, momentarily forgetting to resist. While the Nine-Tails was momentarily dazed, Naruto's clones had already approached, launching self-destructive attacks with their Raisengans. Bang, 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 bang. The simultaneous explosions of the Raisengans and the dissipating shadow clones enveloped the Nine-Tails in a cloud of smoke, obscuring its form. Yet, through Naruto's Sharingan, the scene was crystal clear. Although the Nine-Tails appeared somewhat disheveled, its fighting spirit burned even brighter. Roar! The Nine-Tails broke free from the 9 torii gates, dispersing the surrounding smoke with a powerful gust. It realized that despite the resemblance to Senju Hashirama's reversal of life, it was merely an imitation. You've managed to anger me, little brat. The fact that the strongest-tailed beast was intimidated by a mere counterfeit left Kurama feeling quite vexed. With all 9 tails unfurled, it charged towards Naruto. Yet Naruto remained steadfast, slightly panting, having just exerted a significant amount of chakra to create dozens of clones. At only 5.5 years old, he had yet to master chakra control, requiring a moment to recuperate. However, facing the Nine-Tails' ferocious tail assault, Naruto displayed little sign of panic. Once again, he clapped his hands together. 9 colossal wooden hands materialized out of thin air within the ceiling space, directly blocking the Nine-Tails' onslaught. Is this would release? The Nine-Tails quickly retracted its tails, its expression a mix of astonishment and suspicion. The 9 wooden hands vanished, and Naruto pointed to his left eye, saying, "This is not wood release. It is the ability of my Mangeko Sharingan, called reversal of life. A rather impressive ocular technique." Naruto was quite pleased with his left eye's ability. Whether in his past life or this one, it was a power of which he was immensely proud. Reversal of life. This technique, akin to but vastly superior to that of the Kurama clan, could transform the illusory into reality, manipulating illusions to impact the real world, manifesting imagined objects out of thin air. It was a power that could be deemed heavenly. As long as his chakra was sufficiently abundant, his mental fortitude was strong enough, and his body was robust, he could materialize anything. Just like this. Would release. True 1,000 hands. Once more, Naruto clapped his hands together, and an abundance of trees suddenly sprouted within the ceiling space. The trees spiraled upwards at a pace visible to the naked eye, swiftly coalescing into a half-human figure seated in a cross-legged position. Ultimately, much to the astonishment of the Nine-Tails, it transformed entirely into a colossal Buddha, hands clasped together, filling the confines of the ceiling space. Yet, behind it, there were not the myriad of hands numbering in the thousands, but merely 9, perfectly matching the 9 tails of the Nine-Tails. After all, he truly could not fathom how the 1,000 hands of Hashirama Senju were intended for combat. A few less would suffice. Naruto stood atop the Buddha's head, his face brimming with pride as he proclaimed loudly, "Kyubi, what do you think of my ocular technique?" The Nine-Tails gazed vacantly at the colossal Buddha, as memories of past humiliations began to assail its mind once more, the shame of being grasped by Hashirama's hand flooding back. "Damn that little brat. Do not underestimate the tailed beasts." The Nine-Tails roared in fury. It had been helpless against Hashirama's grip, powerless under Madara Uchiha's control, but now, even a mere child dared to stand upon its head. Did they truly consider the Nine-Tails a pushover? With its 9 tails pointed forward, the Nine-Tails raised its head high. Yin and Yang chakra swirling rapidly before its eyes, coalescing into a dense black energy sphere. The Nine-Tails swallowed the condensed energy orb, its cheeks puffing out before it unleashed a direct shot towards Naruto, a streak of black light hurtling through the air. This was indeed a genuine attack at the level of a Hokage, a full-force strike typical for one of such rank. Whoa, the Kyubi is serious. Naruto's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained composed. 11 colossal hands emerged to intercept the tailed beast ball midair. However, a counterfeit, no matter how imposing the visage of Naruto's Buddha, could never match the true prowess of Hashirama Senju. Without the chakra of the Nine-Tails, Hashirama's chakra alone could likely surpass hundreds of Narutos in his current state. The 11 hands were swiftly crushed by the tailed beast ball, merely slowing its momentum as it continued its relentless advance toward Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the tailed beast ball, his right eye widening dramatically. Kaleidoscope Sharingan technique, Bishamon. The space before Naruto began to warp and spin, ultimately transforming into a massive, pitch-black vortex, devouring even the light around it. When the tailed beast ball reached Naruto, it came to a halt before the enormous black whirlpool, gradually being engulfed within. What? The Nine-Tails widened its eyes once more, only to begin coalescing a second tailed beast ball right before it. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan was indeed a troublesome ability. How many tailed beast balls could you absorb? Observing the Nine-Tails conjuring a second tailed beast ball, Naruto chose not to employ the Dark Vortex again, opting instead for the Shadow Clone technique. He began to form a Rasengan, but this time, four individuals were collaborating to create one. Naruto's main body quickly retreated, realizing that the Rasengan being formed by his 4 clones was rather sizable. He refrained from using Wind Chakra, as the chakra he had acquired from the previous tailed beast ball was already substantial. Adding too much Wind Chakra would likely prevent them from forming it at all. The Rasengan was soon completed, with the remaining 3 clones exhausting their chakra and vanishing, leaving only one clone holding the enormous Rasengan, larger than a human, atop the Buddha. QB, have you ever heard of a Rasengan descending from the heavens? Supersized Rasengan. The clone leaped down, the massive spiraling orb hurtling towards the Nine-Tails. Naruto. The Nine-Tails snarled, its countenance twisted in fury as it once again unleashed a tailed beast ball, shooting forth like a blade, intent on cleaving the descending gigantic Rasengan in two. As the two forces collided in midair, the ceiling space seemed to tremble under the weight of their energy clash. The tailed beast ball, a sphere of tailed beast chakra compressed to its utmost limits, met Naruto's supersized Rasengan, equally a ninjutsu leveraging the extreme compression of the Nine-Tails' first tailed beast ball. The explosion of their collision radiated light akin to a miniature sun erupting, tearing through the surrounding darkness and revealing a brightness akin to daylight. A powerful shockwave emanated from the 2 tailed beast balls, rippling outward in a circular pattern. The ground quaked beneath it, and the Buddha conjured by Naruto's ocular technique was reduced to dust in the wake of the shockwave, leaving a suffocating sense of pressure in the air. Amidst the radiance, one could observe the energy ripples expanding outward at a visible pace, as if the entire ceiling space were being distorted by this force. At the boundary of light and dark, 2 different chakra attributes clashed fiercely, producing a dazzling array of colors, red and blue intertwining, reminiscent of the realms of yin and yang, each eroding the other. Ultimately, as the energy of both sides was expended, the brilliance gradually faded. The Nine-Tails remained prostrate, shielding itself with its tails, while Naruto stood at the entrance of the cage. Layers of shattered stone walls absorbing the impact, with no changes around him, for this was the ceiling space. So long as the seal held, nothing would be destroyed. Is this your ocular technique? Naruto's current chakra levels could not possibly create such a powerful Rasengan. Even the 4th Hokage could not withstand a tailed beast ball with a mere Rasengan. Damn it. As the mightiest tailed beast, I cannot even subdue a little brat. Naruto straightened his attire, disheveled from the shockwave, and pointed at his right eye with a grin. The ocular technique in my right eye, Bishamon. Bishamon possesses the ability to devour all. When Naruto employs this ocular technique, he can absorb other substances, any form of energy, be it physical, mental, or chakra, directly enhancing his own abilities by assimilating theirs. The 2 eyes indeed seemed to complement each other. However, he pondered whether he could acquire bloodline limit abilities by absorbing those who possessed them. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan truly reflected the soul, and Naruto cherished both abilities. Chapter 12, Naruto. You are the true hero. What a drag. You vile, naturally wicked brat of the whirlpool. I shall personally see to your end. In the throes of the Nine-Tails' furious roar, Naruto exited the ceiling space, awakening to the sight of the ceiling of Konoha Hospital. He glanced outside. The sun shone brilliantly. Although he had battled the Nine-Tails in the ceiling space, time flowed differently between them. He had merely been unconscious for a couple of hours. Perhaps due to his newfound strength, a wave of elation coursed through him, leaving no room for shame over his tactical retreat. Ridiculous. The Nine-Tails was about to unleash a 3rd tailed beast ball, treating its ultimate technique as if it were a mere basic attack. I, Naruto Uzumaki, cannot afford such a luxury. Even if Bishamon can absorb chakra, it requires a toll on my ocular power. That single-tailed beast ball likely equates to hundreds of Kakashis. Yet, to Naruto's surprise, he discovered that the ocular power of his kaleidoscope Sharingan could indeed recover. Was it due to the unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan? Or perhaps the influence of the Nine-Tails Chakra? Though he remained uncertain of the cause, not having to worry about going blind was already a significant relief. He wondered if absorbing the Sharingan could increase his ocular power. If he absorbed the kaleidoscope Sharingan, would he attain the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan? Naruto suddenly felt an urge to seek out an awakened Uchiha to test it, but he quickly reined in his thoughts. He is on the cusp of turning 6, poised to enroll in the Ninja Academy. It seems that the night of the Uchiha massacre is drawing near, and he might just seize the opportunity to partake in it. Perhaps he could find a chance to absorb a pair of Mangeko Sharingan. If he truly manages to evolve into an eternal Mangeko Sharingan, he would then be free to wield ocular techniques without the burden of depleting his ocular power. However, given the current circumstances, he must first find someone to test the efficacy of his ocular techniques. But whom should he approach? Naruto gazed at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. For over the years, he had encountered many who had displeased him. While Sarutobi Hiruzen had yet to arrive, he decided to ponder this matter. Just as he emerged from the ceiling space, he sensed through the malice of the Nine-Tails that 2 auras of hostility had abruptly vanished. One presumably went to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the other was likely to notify Shimura Danzo. Yet, unlike before, he no longer had to curry favor with the old guard led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the past, his weakness compelled him to endure. Now, with the possession of the Mangeko Sharingan, he had acquired a degree of power that allowed him to overturn the table. So to speak, if he continued to act as he once did, it would render his Mangeko Sharingan utterly pointless. As Naruto continued to ruminate, his thoughts drifted like a college student deliberating over what to have for lunch. Choosing one option often led to regret over the one not chosen, creating an inner turmoil of indecision. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden rap on the door interrupted his thoughts. Before Naruto could respond, the door swung open, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned with his Hokage hat, a warm smile gracing his face. Was it really necessary to knock? Naruto couldn't help but think. Little Naruto, how is your recovery coming along? Hiruzen inquired. Naruto smiled and replied, I'm feeling much better, third Hokage. The abrupt shift in address caused Hiruzen's heart to skip a beat. Despite his amiable demeanor, Naruto could sense a sudden rise in malice emanating from him. Little Naruto, why have you stopped calling me third grandpa? Are you feeling a bit troubled? You old coot, I'm only addressing you as third Hokage out of courtesy. If I didn't I might as well bury you, Naruto thought, though he refrained from voicing it. He still intended to extract a few pairs of eyes from Konoha, and it seemed that the Sarutobi clan was endowed with considerable strength, judging by their physical energy. Absorbing their prowess would likely enhance his own physical attributes. Hiruzen, lacking the ability to read minds, and without the Nine-Tails sense of malice, mistook Naruto's vacant gaze for one of profound sorrow. Little Naruto, this is not your fault. Many in the village harbor misunderstandings about you. Third Hokage, I must indeed be the Nine-Tails. After all, Naruto said, lowering his head in an attempt to feign despondency. How did it suddenly feel like acting had become more challenging? Hiruzen's expression grew solemn as he intoned, Naruto, this is not your fault. But I did indeed become the Nine-Tails just now, Naruto countered. Hiruzen fell silent, pondering deeply before letting out a long sigh. His voice roughened as he said, Naruto, allow me to share a story with you. A story? Naruto raised his head with curiosity, wondering what manipulative tactics the old man would employ this time. Hiruzen's face took on a nostalgic expression, a mixture of melancholy and reverie washing over him. Let us begin with the fourth Hokage. He was a radiant and gentle soul, albeit shy. Yet he exhibited a serious and cautious demeanor when facing foes. I had high hopes for him even during his time at the Ninja Academy. Ultimately, 5 years ago, during the Nine-Tails rampage, the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the beast and save the village, earning him the title of the hero who protected Konoha. Hiruzen went on to extol the virtues of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, as a remarkable ninja, a great leader, and a hero who safeguarded the entire village. Naruto couldn't help but reflect on all he had endured over the past few years. Minato Namikaze, what exactly did you protect? Your wife perished, you died. Your son became a pariah, and all your legacy was appropriated. Nothing remains. The villagers of Konoha never truly believed Naruto to be the Nine-Tails. They merely needed an outlet for their emotions. The devastation wrought by the Nine-Tails incident was incalculable, and someone had to bear the blame. With the fourth Hokage deceased, and the village's upper echelons eager to shield their reputations, Naruto naturally became the scapegoat for the village's animosity. When they finally recognized him as the Nine-Tails, all that filled their hearts was fear. Naruto! Hiruzen suddenly called out, breaking Naruto from his reverie. His expression one of confusion as he regarded the now solemn Hokage. Although it was the fourth Hokage who sealed the Nine-Tails, you two carry the hopes of the entire village. Without you as the vessel for the Nine-Tails seal, Konoha would not enjoy the peace it has today. Naruto, while I am the third Hokage, you are the true hero. As Hiruzen made this proclamation, Naruto felt an exhilarating rush of emotions. Almost as if he were on the verge of boiling over with fervor. Truly, Hiruzen's skill and persuasion was remarkable, nearly igniting a fire within him. Indeed, he was the mastermind behind the formidable Jinjutsu, the Will of Fire. With tears welling in his eyes, Naruto proclaimed, "Third Hokage, I will be the hero of Konoha. I will ensure that everyone acknowledges my strength. The villagers will become my motivation to grow stronger." Hiruzen nodded, a sense of comfort washing over him. Though Naruto had yet to revert to the previous form of address, the fire of his resolve remained undiminished, burning fiercely. If you wish to earn the villagers' recognition, you must first become a true ninja. Once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you will be a genuine shinobi. I will strive for that, third Hokage. Naruto's gaze remained fixed on Hiruzen, brimming with yearning. Chapter 13. You have chosen the path to your demise. Little Naruto walked boldly down the path home, surrounded by the same cold, disdainful gazes. The animosity from the villagers showed no signs of waning, and if anything, had intensified. Yet, no one dared to gather and whisper maliciously, for unlike before, the hostility directed at him now stemmed more from fear than anything else. Everyone avoided him as if he were a venomous serpent. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Konoha, being a small village, had nearly everyone aware of the events that transpired that morning by the afternoon. However, due to the third Hokage's decree and the actions of the security department, the villagers were left seething in silence. This newfound dynamic brought an unprecedented clarity to Naruto's emotions. This was more like it. He was indeed the Nine-Tails. It was only natural for them to fear him. The relentless bullying and cursing he endured was an affront to the natural order. With his hands tucked into his pockets and a warm smile gracing his face, he strolled through the streets of Konoha as though he were in his own living room. Unabashedly confident, no one dared to approach him. All who encountered him stepped aside, clearing a path. Wherever he went, silence enveloped the surroundings in his presence, as if the very air held its breath, only to resume its murmurs of curses once he had passed some distance away. Even the stray dogs lurking in the corners of the street, upon catching a whiff of Naruto's chakra emanating from the Nine-Tails, scurried away without a trace, illustrating perfectly the disdain people could harbor towards both man and beast. With this in mind, Naruto felt no urgency to return home. Throughout the entire afternoon, he meandered through the vibrant streets of Konoha, gravitating towards the bustling areas. Whenever he sensed hostility from a shop, he would boldly step inside, exploring this corner and that one, nearly causing several establishments to teeter on the brink of collapse. However, there were a few resilient ones who retaliated with scathing insults, hurling a barrage of venomous curses his way. Naruto would simply watch with a look of feigned regret as the guards whisked the irate shopkeepers away for a chat. The sheer absurdity of their ire, coupled with the knowledge that they would face consequences for their words, only served to elevate Naruto's spirits. "You little rascal, do you truly revel in such trivial games?" At last, the Nine-Tails, nestled within the confines of the ceiling space, could no longer contain itself. Surprised, Naruto responded internally, "Kurama, are you no longer angry?" The Nine-Tails, feeling somewhat exasperated, snorted in response. "Humph, even if I were angry, what could you possibly do about it? Haha, once I enhance my strength further, I shall seek you out for a tussle," Naruto retorted nonchalantly. "Humph." The Nine-Tails dismissed the topic, having long concluded that Naruto, this little imp, possessed no sense of decorum. With a hint of disdain, it remarked, "Is this your method of exacting revenge on Konoha? Well, there is not much that can be done during daylight, is there?" Naruto replied with a hint of resignation, before a wicked grin formed on his face. "But we'll have to wait until nightfall, won't we?" The Nine-Tails fell silent, suddenly aware of the darkness enveloping the ceiling space, which had become even more profound, with the ceiling door and its bars now adorned with inky patterns. It realized why Naruto's chakra had not spiraled out of control, like a drop of dirty water falling into an inkwell. It merely caused ripples without any significant effect. With the acquisition of those eyes, Naruto's malevolence had finally been unshackled. Dusk, the threshold between day and night, also known as the witching hour, arrived. After a day of wandering, although Naruto still brimmed with energy, The savory scents wafting from the buildings lining the streets stirred a sense of hunger within him. In a corner of the shopping district, Naruto hesitated at the entrance of a shop, uncertain whether to enter. The eye-catching red and white sign above proclaimed Ichiraku Ramen, from which the steam of freshly prepared noodles wafted through the curtained seams, beckoning passers-by. After a moment's deliberation, Naruto pushed aside the curtains and stepped inside. The interior was dominated by a long counter where patrons could dine, and at that moment, 2 individuals were already seated on either side. A man and a woman were busily attending to the counter on the opposite side. Shoten, who had worked alongside her father for years, immediately noticed the new arrival and paused her tasks, greeting him with a warm smile. "Welcome. Is that you, Naruto?" Shoten's expression shifted from surprise to delight. "Naruto, you little rascal, where have you been all this year? We've been quite worried about you." Her demeanor turned serious as she regarded him with the concern of an older sister for her younger brother. "Oh, it really is Naruto. You haven't visited in over a year. I've introduced several new items to the menu." The chef, hearing the commotion, turned around and greeted him with a smile. "Haha, I've been training out in the wild all year. I just returned today. I must try every new dish you've created, uncle." Naruto chuckled, scratching his head, revealing one of his rare, genuine smiles in front of others. Indeed, neither Shoten nor the chef bore any ill will towards him despite today's earlier events. This establishment felt like one of the few havens he had in Konoha. However, the sudden surge of animosity that accompanied his arrival still unsettled him. Frowning slightly, he chose to sit near another patron, curious as to why this individual seemed devoid of malice. He glanced over to find a familiar figure, silver hair, forehead protector obscuring his eyes, a mask covering half his face, and a small, unassuming notebook. Kakashi Hitaki. Naruto hadn't anticipated running into him here, yet he took a seat beside him without further thought. Kakashi merely cast a fleeting glance at Naruto upon his entrance. His eyes, resembling still waters, flickered momentarily before returning to their customary blankness. "Remarkably, Naruto has grown quite a bit over the past year. You weren't this tall before, were you?" Shoten remarked while preparing Naruto's bowl and utensils. "Really?" Naruto stood up to measure himself against the counter, indeed finding he was now half a head taller. Such growth was to be expected after a year of consuming various high-protein, nutritious foods in the wild, supplemented by chakra. "Perhaps it's due to my training," he explained with a grin, striking a playful pose. "Sister Shoten, I've even mastered ninjutsu now." "Ninjutsu? That's incredible, Naruto." Shoten's eyes sparkled with admiration. Having run a ramen shop in Konoha for over a decade with her father, she understood just how impressive it was for someone to master ninjutsu at the age of 6. Speaking of which, didn't Lord Kakashi also learn ninjutsu at 6? Shoten suddenly turned to Kakashi, likely sensing no hostility emanating from him, and sought to bridge a connection between the two prodigies. Kakashi, momentarily tightening his grip on the book, hesitated but nodded slightly. Naruto made an exaggerated face, exclaiming, "Wait, this one-eyed uncle is as formidable as I am?" "One-eyed uncle?" Kakashi's lazy eye involuntarily rolled upward, yet he offered no response. The teacher's child certainly differs greatly in temperament from the teacher himself. An awkward silence fell over the trio, leaving Shoten feeling somewhat embarrassed as she attempted to redirect the conversation. "Naruto, are you finished with your training because you're enrolling in the Ninja Academy?" "Yes." Naruto nodded enthusiastically, unaffected by Kakashi's indifference. Shoten smiled with satisfaction. "Since you're going to school, you'll surely make many more friends." "I certainly will." Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted Naruto's unfinished sentence, startling Shoten. The nearby customer, having finished their ramen, stood up and slammed their chopsticks down on the table. Shoten quickly approached with a polite expression. "Excuse me, sir, was the ramen not to your liking?" The man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto's direction, silently mouthing a curse before turning his disgusted gaze back to Shoten. With a voice that could carry several streets away, he bellowed, "This is the most dreadful noodle I've ever tasted. Opening a shop here is nothing but a waste of Konoha's land. You should close down immediately." With that, he stormed out without a backward glance. Shobu was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the other party was deliberately provoking her. Her previously gentle countenance turned cold, her brows slightly furrowing, and her cheeks flushed a faint hue due to her heightened emotions. Glancing at the pristine empty bowl on the table, she clenched her teeth. With both hands pressed against the bar counter, she leaned forward and shouted indignantly at the departing figure, "You! How can you eat such terrible ramen, yet leave it so clean? If you have the audacity, come back and explain what was unsatisfactory." However, the person quickened their pace, swiftly vanishing into the throng of people. Feeling powerless, Shobu began to tidy up the empty bowl, only to realize another issue. This scoundrel had the audacity to dine and dash. Her anger intensified. She had never encountered someone so brazenly audacious in evading payment. This person was undoubtedly courting disaster. Naruto lowered his head, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes, as he committed the scent of the individual to memory. Soon, I shall be at your doorstep. Sister Shobu, my apologies. Upon hearing this, Shobu's expression softened considerably, though a hint of discontent lingered as she addressed Naruto. Naruto, this has nothing to do with you. It's one thing for that guy to eat ramen without paying, but it's another entirely to be so rude about it. At that moment, Naruto suddenly felt a hand patting his head. Turning around, he was startled to find Kakashi had finished his noodles and was now heading for the exit. With the Sharingan in his possession, the higher-ups in Konoha had instructed him to avoid excessive interaction with the Jinchuriki. On the table where Kakashi had dined lay a sum of money far exceeding the cost of 2 bowls of ramen. It appeared Kakashi held a fondness for Naruto after all. Shobu gazed at the money on the table in surprise, stifling a laugh as she remarked, Kakashi is quite the tsundere, isn't he? Is that so? Naruto rested his left hand against his cheek, watching Kakashi's silhouette disappear into the darkness, pondering what thoughts swirled within his mind. Chapter 14, Body Flicker Technique. By the time Naruto returned home, it was already deep into the night. He felt the need to apologize to both Hand and Shobu, as his prolonged stay at Ichiraku Ramen had resulted in the restaurant having very few customers that evening. Initially, he intended to leave after finishing his ramen, but Shobu kept him engaged in conversation, asking various questions. Seizing the rare opportunity to converse normally with someone, Naruto decided to remain seated, chatting while sampling every type of ramen that Ichiraku had to offer. Having not spent money in over a year, his wallet was naturally quite full. What a remarkably innocent father-daughter pair, Naruto mused, as he opened the door to his home, only to be met with a peculiar expression. The house was far from clean. After more than a year away, dust had accumulated in many places. He refrained from turning on the lights, merely opening the refrigerator to find it filled with milk and instant noodles, all of which were past their expiration date, items that had been nearing spoilage before he left, but he had neglected to dispose of due to laziness. He retrieved 2 cups of instant noodles, heated the tap water that had been sitting in the kettle for a year and a half, and prepared the noodles, placing them on the tatami mat in the living room. He then reclined into the shadows of the sofa, with the moonlight illuminating his lower body, while the upper half remained obscured. Having survived in the wild for over a year, the dust posed no issue for him. This is truly dreadful, Naruto suddenly lamented, his voice tinged with frustration. In the dim light, his eyes, concealed in darkness, quietly rotated with 3 tomo. I had intended to ignore you. Yet why must you so thoughtlessly present yourself before me? In that fleeting moment, the room seemed to echo with the sound of rapid breathing, only to vanish almost instantly. Naruto fell silent, his expression gradually turning indifferent as he awaited the noodles to soften and dissolve. Do you prefer overcooked ramen? If it's too mushy, the texture becomes unpleasant. Naruto spoke suddenly, as if conversing with himself or perhaps inquiring of an unseen presence, yet the room offered no reply. If you continue to remain silent, you might just become a starving ghost. Abruptly, Naruto turned his head, his slit pupils fixed intently on the corner of the room. The Umbu ninja, currently employing the body flicker technique, felt a jolt of surprise. Although he had long suspected his cover was compromised, he hadn't anticipated it would truly be exposed. After all, the individual before him was merely a child under the age of 6. A ninja clad in a cat-faced mask materialized before him, astonished as he queried, "You can use sensory-type ninjutsu? Is this the legendary body flicker technique?" Naruto remained silent, gazing curiously at the Umbu ninja who had suddenly revealed himself. In truth, Naruto possessed no such sensory-type ninjutsu. It seemed he lacked the talent to awaken the Kagaya clan's unique eye technique. It was simply that upon opening the door, the malevolence and murderous intent within the room had become almost palpable, a sensation he had grown accustomed to experiencing daily. Even while training in the wild, he could sense the malice emanating from the Umbu, but he had never encountered someone displaying such intense murderous intent right off the bat. Lifting the lid from his instant noodles, he found them thoroughly overcooked, a gentle smile gracing his face as he offered to the Umbu ninja, "Would you like some? I made it especially for you." The expression beneath the mask of the Umbu ninja darkened instantly, his eyes filled with disdain as he retorted mockingly, "Only someone like you would consume such garbage." "What a pity," Naruto lamented, delicately stirring the noodles in the paper bowl. "By the way, you haven't answered my question yet." "What question?" The Umbu ninja prepared to leave. With his cover blown, there was no longer any need to linger. He was aware that while Naruto was merely a child under 6 years old, his strength already rivaled that of a Chunin, a talent as astonishing as that of Kakashi in his youth. Yet, as a special Jonin, he still held a degree of confidence. He wished to teach this arrogant, repulsive child a lesson. Was your earlier invisibility ability the body flicker technique? Naruto inquired, much like a curious little boy eager to learn about something that piqued his interest. What do you intend to do? The Umbu ninja refrained from answering, but tacitly acknowledged Naruto's query, countering with a question of his own. In the shadows, only a sliver of moonlight filtered through the window, obscuring the full view of the room, casting shadows upon Naruto. Suddenly, he broke into a grin, his lips curving upward, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Oh, it's nothing much, just thought it seemed quite entertaining. May I borrow it for my own amusement? The sight of Naruto's gleaming white teeth sent a shiver down the Umbu ninja's spine, a sudden chill enveloping his limbs as though he had been locked in place by some unseen force. As an experienced Umbu ninja, he was acutely aware of what such a premonition signified. Previously, when he had covertly investigated one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, he had felt this same sensation upon being discovered. This monster seeks to claim my bloodline. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled 2 shurikens, aimed squarely at Naruto's forehead and heart. In the same instant, he charged toward the door, reaching it in the blink of an eye, crashing through it with such force that he rolled several times upon hitting the ground. Huff, huff, huff. It seems the Jinchuriki is not so formidable after all. The Umbu ninja had yet to exhale in relief. His sarcastic remarks were lodged in his throat as he suddenly beheld the Jinchuriki, illuminated by the moonlight, seated upon the sofa, with kunai embedded in his forehead and heart, grinning at him. It struck him as peculiar. That spot had only just been shrouded in shadow. How could it now be backlit? This is an illusion. The Umbu ninja instantly comprehended the situation, swiftly forming a hand sign to dispel the Jinjutsu. Yet he merely felt a disruption of chakra within him, followed by an utter lack of effects. What a disappointment. He had hoped for a prolonged engagement. Unable to discern Naruto's expression, he could only infer from his voice that the latter was filled with profound disappointment. Naruto, Uzumaki, are you contemplating betraying the village? Do not forget that it was the village that raised you. An orphan, are you truly so ungrateful? The Umbu ninja declared, his tone a mixture of bravado and intimidation, as he unsheathed the short blade from his back, entering a state of unwavering focus. How could the Jinchuriki's skill in Jinjutsu be so formidable? The Umbu ninja observed Naruto's tense demeanor and suddenly felt compelled to pose a question. Before today, have I ever committed any wrongdoing against the village, have I? What? As an Umbu ninja, you should be aware that I am the Jinchuriki, the child of the 4th Hokage. Why, then, do you harbor such intense animosity toward me? Naruto expressed his confusion, pondering that if the man were not crouching in the corner with lethal intent, he would have preferred to ignore him entirely. The Umbu ninja bit his lip, gripping his short blade tightly, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "My parents perished on the night of the Nine-Tails." Naruto furrowed his brow in disbelief. And what does that have to do with me? I am merely a Jinchuriki. The Umbu ninja spat venomously. Had you never been born, the Nine-Tails incident would never have transpired. Your parents were not heroes of Konoha. They are the true villains. The Umbu ninja's visage contorted into a grotesque snarl. People like you should never have been born. Such arrogance, despite your utter weakness. Naruto was taken aback, his expression transforming into one of shock. He had never considered the matter from that perspective. Indeed, if Kushina Uzumaki had not been pregnant, this entire ordeal would not have occurred. Yet such a notion was profoundly self-centered. While Naruto pondered the intricacies of this twisted logic, a blade glinting in the moonlight lunged toward his heart. As the Umbu ninja seized the opportunity, he had longed to kill this foe, the one responsible for his parents' demise, yet had refrained due to his duty as a Konoha shinobi. At last, the chance for vengeance had arrived. Even if it meant punishment from the 3rd Hokage, he would have no regrets, provided that the swift winds did not become entangled in his fate. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced flesh, and the corners of the Umbu ninja's mouth curled into a sinister smile beneath his mask, a chuckle bubbling within him. Humph. No matter how gifted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki may be, what does it matter? True ninjas are forged in the crucible of battle. Those who have never experienced war easily lose their lives. The Umbu ninja intended to voice a mocking remark, but a torrent of viscous fluid surged from his mouth, rendering him speechless. The agonizing pain in his chest transformed his contempt into sheer terror. He suddenly perceived Naruto's face, kunai embedded, as that of a demon. Gah! The Umbu ninja emitted a pained cry, his vision blurring. When clarity returned, he found himself seated on the sofa, a short sword protruding from his chest. He struggled to look at its wielder, who wore an animal mask. The Umbu ninja could still discern the scorn behind it, and realization dawned upon him. Is it me? Did I kill myself? Naruto sat quietly on the opposite sofa, having remained there, serenely and joyfully reveling in the spectacle of the Umbu ninja plunging the sword into his own heart. Observing the corpse, still twitching slightly, he felt no discomfort. After all, one grows desensitized to the fate of prey after long seasons of hunting. Naruto approached and removed the mask, revealing a youthful, resolute face. Likely in his 20s, not the swift wind he had anticipated. Truly grotesque, he remarked, glancing at the mask before hesitating to stow it away. A vortex materialized in Naruto's hand, absorbing the Umbu ninja and the splattered blood upon the sofa. He sensed a slight augmentation of chakra within him, accompanied by the emergence of an unfamiliar energy. Following the natural instinct of his body, he formed a hand seal, gradually disappearing from the spot. Chapter 15, Uchiha Shursui. In the deep of night. Although there was no curfew in the Hokage's world, nightlife was virtually non-existent. It was well past midnight. The city had shed the clamor of the day for the tranquility of night. The streets were dimly lit, akin to scattered stars in the night sky, casting their glow upon the empty pavement. Naruto strolled alone along the deserted streets, the moonlight soft as water and the gentle breeze caressing him, the coolness of the night imparting an inexplicable sense of comfort. Yet, the true source of his comfort lay not in the serene night, but in the fluidity of his current mindset. He was in sage mode. He had utilized shadow clones to feign slumber in his bedroom, ensuring that no one detected his true self as he slipped away. Under normal circumstances, anyone employing sensory ninjutsu could easily locate him. After all, the technique of intangibility merely rendered his body invisible while failing to contain the chakra emanating from him. However, Naruto had mastered the art of entirely controlling his chakra, sealing it within himself so that not a trace escaped. To the untrained eye, especially those lacking the ability to perceive chakra, he was nearly undetectable. This inspiration stemmed from his experiences in Hunter x Hunter, where he had employed similar tactics while hunting in the forest. Upon reaching the commercial district, Naruto suddenly halted, surveying the surrounding residential buildings, now cloaked in darkness, save for a few scattered windows still aglow, infusing the night in Konoha with a semblance of life. A childlike smile adorned his face, akin to one who had finally found a cherished toy. A quarter of an hour later, Naruto returned to the familiar street, his spirit invigorated after dispatching another individual who had sought death, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. With the matter resolved, he did not rush home, but continued to meander through Konoha. Hokage Rock, the highest point in the village, offered the finest vantage for surveying Konoha. The surroundings lay in silence, occasionally interrupted by the distant calls of night birds, shattering the stillness of the night. The moonlight cascaded like silk, illuminating every rooftop and treetop, enveloping the entire village in its embrace. Naruto stood atop the head of the fourth Hokage, the tallest of the four statues, affording him a panoramic view of Konoha. In the depths of the night, Konoha resembled a reflection of the starry sky, with the brightly lit Hokage building guiding the village in all directions. A gust of night wind swept through, yet Naruto felt no chill whatsoever. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, coupled with the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, bestowed upon him an immense vitality, making him akin to a furnace. Embracing the night breeze, Naruto even felt a hint of refreshment as he gazed down upon the darkness enveloping Konoha, slowly extending his arms. Suddenly, he recalled pain from the original narrative. The once thriving Konoha had swiftly transformed into a desolate ruin. Even he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. Could the Nine-Tails tailed beast bomb utterly annihilate Konoha? Naruto pondered inwardly, directing his inquiry towards the Nine-Tails confined within the ceiling space. The Nine-Tails paused momentarily, contemplating before responding. Perhaps, if you were to release me, I might be able to do so. Given the disparity in chakra levels between Naruto and the Nine-Tails, the unleashed-tailed beast bomb would undoubtedly differ in magnitude. A sense of disappointment welled within Naruto. It seemed that the path to bearing such weight was still a long one. Oh, there was a technique called the Big Spiral Ring, if I recall correctly. What was its principle? It involved compressing both yin and yang chakra, and then detonating it, right? Just as Naruto and the Nine-Tails were deliberating on an efficient method to obliterate Konoha, a shadow suddenly darted from the Hokage building into his line of sight. Under normal circumstances, if someone donned in black ventured out at night, they would be difficult to detect, provided they walked normally. However, this shadow, upon leaving the Hokage building, leaped directly onto a street lamp, then sprang to a rooftop, hastily making its way towards the outskirts of Konoha. Naruto squinted at the direction the shadow was headed. It was the Uchiha clan's territory. It seemed something intriguing was afoot. With a slight smirk, he decided to follow. A ninja emerging from the Hokage building at this late hour, heading toward the Uchiha territory. Was it Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Itachi? Naruto utilized a transformation technique to alter his appearance and donned a mask that had belonged to a recently dispatched Anbu ninja. Uchiha Shursui, unlike other Uchiha ninjas, bore no trace of the clan's arrogance. He was an honest-looking Uchiha at first glance. Simultaneously, he was the most formidable prodigy of the Uchiha clan, having earned a fearsome reputation during the Third Great Ninja War with his body flicker technique. Now, at the tender age of 16, he had awakened his Mangeko Sharingan, a talent unprecedented in history. Yet, even in the pitch blackness of the night, the anguish on his face was unmistakable. The discord between the Uchiha and the village had reached an almost irreconcilable point. At today's clan meeting, numerous members who had once aligned with the conservative faction had shifted towards the radicals, and several clan elders had begun proposing a coup to the clan leader. If this continued, the Uchiha clan would find itself without a foothold in Konoha, and the village itself might once again be swept into the maelstrom of war due to the Uchiha's coup, inevitably causing great harm to the village. Immediately after the clan meeting concluded, he rushed to the Hokage building to report this matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen and informed him of his Mangeko Sharingan's abilities. The understanding of the Mangeko Sharingan within the ninja world still revolved around Uchiha Madara, the legendary figure whose eyes contained the power to alter the very fabric of the ninja world. Shursui's Mangeko technique, Kodo Amatsukami, allowed him to manipulate others unknowingly, permanently altering their thoughts and will. He assured Sarutobi that he would employ this ability to mend the rift between the Uchiha clan and the village, receiving the Hokage's consent. However, attempting to alter the clan leader's perception and attitude with Kodo Amatsukami required a gradual approach. If he were to suddenly use it on Uchiha Fugaku, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the clan members. He needed to remain close to Fugaku, subtly shifting his attitude, thereby suppressing the radical voices within the clan. Only then could a genuine turning point in the relationship between the clan and the village be achieved. At least, that was Shursui's conviction. Lost in thought, Shursui's pupils suddenly constricted, his body pausing momentarily in midair before swiftly descending into the forest below. Naruto, who had been utilizing the body flicker technique to conceal his presence, felt a flicker of uncertainty. Had he been detected? Chapter 16, Susanoo. Within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat wearily in his Hokage seat. This night, he found himself utterly unable to sleep. Having spent the day running around addressing the issues surrounding the Jinchuriki, he had barely quelled Konoha's grievances against Naruto. As he was about to drift off, Uchiha Shursui had roused him from his slumber. Although he had long harbored suspicions regarding a coup within the Uchiha clan, he had not anticipated that they would dare to act upon it. Did the Uchiha clan truly intend to jeopardize the village's safety? Should they initiate a rebellion, the other four ninja villages would undoubtedly not sit idly by, seeking opportunities to attack Konoha, potentially igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. The village had already suffered greatly. The death of the White Fang, Tsunade's departure due to her inner turmoil, Jiraiya's wandering in search of an elusive prophecy, and the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, in sealing the Nine-Tails. Not to mention his favored disciple, Orochimaru, having turned traitor. After enduring such tribulations, Konoha was no longer the strongest village capable of challenging the four great ninja villages. Having lost a significant portion of its core strength, the village was beginning to show signs of decay. Konoha could scarcely withstand another war. They needed to strike first. Was the Uchiha clan truly, as Tobirama-sensei had claimed, a clan inherently malevolent? Just like Shursui's Sharingan, Kodo Amatsukami, a power capable of permanently altering another's will, such a perilous ability. Surely, he had not been affected, had he? Sarutobi exhaled a cloud of white smoke, his expression betraying a deeper sense of apprehension. Shursui, I hold your will of fire in high regard. However, this power in the hands of the Uchiha is exceedingly dangerous. Summon Elder Danzo to the Hokage's office immediately. Naruto had also landed directly in the vicinity where Uchiha Shursui had been moments before, yet he found no trace of anyone having fallen. Instead, a faint malice shifted positions around him. Body flicker technique. No sound was emitted, yet the speed of the changes was difficult to capture. The mastery of the technique was remarkable. It appeared to be Uchiha Shursui. Well, let us play along. It must be noted that awakening the Mangeko Sharingan indeed tends to inflate one's ego. Naruto dispelled his invisibility, revealing his transformed appearance. With a tall and robust physique, yet remarkably agile, he donned a long robe fashioned from white linen, complete with a hood draped over his head. The shadows cast by the hood obscured half of a mask that adorned his face. He was also clad in a leather corset and leg guards, with various tools and weapons hanging from his gear, complemented by specially crafted leather gloves and boots, rendering his appearance incongruous with the world of ninjas. Since earlier, Uchiha Shursui had been circling him, seeking an opportunity to strike, evidently having discerned his position through the Sharingan. Now that he was discovered, there was no need to rely on that lackluster bloodline ability. Moreover, he had prepared multiple transformation techniques. While ordinary transformation techniques might be easily seen through, the technique he employed, augmented by his Mangeko Sharingan, was far more complex. At least, Uchiha Shursui, who also possessed a Mangeko Sharingan, had not perceived it. Similarly, as Naruto materialized out of thin air, Uchiha Shursui's body momentarily paused in his rapid movements, indicating his surprise. What followed was an onslaught of shuriken and kunai, raining down from every conceivable angle. Uchiha's shuriken throwers utilized the collisions of the weapons mid-air to alter their trajectories, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for their adversary. Naruto found himself cornered, yet there was no necessity for evasion. To him, the shuriken and kunai launched from every direction appeared almost suspended in time, a testament to the extraordinary insight afforded by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Coupled with the enhancements it bestowed upon him, he unleashed his hidden blade. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of metallic clashes erupted in the pitch-black silence of the forest, as Naruto deftly deflected all the shuriken and kunai with his concealed blade. But Naruto did not halt his motions. His body swiftly pivoted, raising both hands to shield himself. The two hidden blades crossed in midair, intercepting Uchiha Shisui's downward slash from the shadows. In the darkness, the reflections of their respective Mangekyo Sharingan mirrored each other. One pair, filled with astonishment, fury, and confusion. The other, devoid of emotion, remained placid. Their clash was brief and explosive. Uchiha Shursui, having failed to strike, retreated several meters before coming to a halt. He glared at the towering figure before him, the fire of rage in his eyes seemingly ready to incinerate Naruto. Why are you doing this? Uchiha Shursui ground his teeth, his expression one of profound anguish. Do you not realize your actions will irrevocably pit our clan against the village? What have you done to the cat? Uchiha Shursui recognized the mask adorning Naruto's face, mistaking him for a member of the Uchiha clan due to the three-tomo pattern. Huh, are you referring to the owner of this mask? Naruto's throat emitted a harsh, grating laugh, his voice raspy and fragmented, akin to rough sandpaper scraping against itself. Uchiha Shursui could not discern the voice within the Uchiha clan to find a corresponding face. Your bloodline is rather intriguing. I thought I might borrow it for a while. But it seems that's all it amounts to. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui's eyes widened, the tomo rapidly aligning into a straight line, his tone brimming with barely contained fury. You scoundrel! How dare you pilfer the bloodline of a fellow villager? Oh, is that what incites your anger? Naruto smirked. I will capture you here, and then present you to Lord Third to atone for your sins. The tomo in Uchiha Shursui's eyes morphed into the shape of a single-bladed shuriken. Is that so? It appears you are more loyal to Konoha than your own clan. Naruto retorted, retracting his hidden blades while drawing a long sword from his waist. You believe my theft of the village's bloodline is unforgivable? Have you ever seen the visage concealed beneath Danzo's bandages? What are you implying? Uchiha Shursui replied coldly, seemingly responding while actually seeking a flaw in Naruto's defenses, only to find him riddled with openings, leaving him perplexed and hesitant to strike. You truly are unaware. Beneath those bandages lies a Sharingan. How is that possible? Naruto's raspy words momentarily stunned Uchiha Shursui. He was acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's reverence for their bloodline. If this were true, the clan would undoubtedly erupt into chaos upon discovering that Danzo possessed a Sharingan. Seizing upon Shursui's momentary distraction, Naruto swung his long sword at the bewildered Uchiha Shursui. There's no escaping. Uchiha Shursui snapped back to reality, yet the long sword was already before him, its blade enveloped in wind-infused chakra, making it impossible for him to parry head-on. Clang. Susanoo. Naruto gazed in astonishment at the verdant ribcage that had intercepted his strike, the initial stage of Susanoo. That is quite impressive. He promptly retreated several meters. Before these eyes, you stand no chance, Uchiha Shursui declared coldly. I will defeat you and compel you to divulge everything. He resolved to unleash his full power to resolve the matter before either Konoha or the Uchiha clan could react. Preventing the secret of the Uchiha clan's massacre of the Umbu from leaking, as well as safeguarding the clan from discovering Danzo's situation. In the ensuing moment, a multitude of tendons and muscles emerged from the skeletal frame enveloping Uchiha Shursui, transforming him into a formidable warrior wielding a spiraling sword. Chapter 17. Uchiha Shursui's Naivety. Despite possessing such formidable power, he still places his hopes in others? Naruto's voice dripped with sarcasm, yet Uchiha Shursui refrained from further conversation. The immense spiraling sword in his grasp lunged toward Naruto. Naruto leaped to evade Uchiha Shursui's assault, laughing as he said, "Such tremendous power aimed not at the enemies of the Uchiha clan, but rather directed at your own kin? Uchiha Shursui, I can't discern whether you are more Uchiha or Sarutobi. Humph. The Uchiha clan is also a part of Konoha, since you have committed acts that harm Konoha. You are thus an enemy of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Shursui's expression hardened as the spiraling sword in Susanu's grasp relentlessly thrust toward Naruto. Yet, Naruto's eyes, also imbued with the Mangeko Sharingan, allowed him to evade each of Shursui's rapid strikes. Moreover, Uchiha Shursui, wary of exposing the Uchiha clan's assassination of Konoha's Umbu, sought to resolve the situation discreetly. Thus, he not only controlled Susanu's eyes, but hesitated to employ large-scale attacks, rendering him unable to subdue Naruto. Should I resort to Kodoamatsukami? The left eye's Kodoamatsukami was reserved for Fugaku, leaving only the right eye, its efficacy uncertain. Uchiha Shursui sensed the potency of Naruto's ocular power. He was uncertain whether the right eye's Kodoamatsukami could influence him, but he had no choice but to attempt it. Genjutsu, Kodoamatsukami. Uchiha Shursui's right eye widened, locking gazes with the eyes beneath Naruto's mask, as a surge of shadowy chakra was unleashed toward him. In that instant, Naruto's body, once bounding through the air to evade attacks, froze momentarily, as the encroaching shadow chakra sought to alter his cognition, distorting his thoughts, attempting to compel him to protect Konoha. Uchiha Shursui's mental faculties seem rather questionable. At this moment, he dares to suggest that he should protect Konoha? Naruto couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Faced with the unavoidable spiral blade, his eyes, adorned with the rapidly spinning three-tomo, seamlessly converged into a singular line, ultimately transforming into two crimson vertical pupils. How could this be possible? Uchiha Shursui stared in disbelief at Naruto's obsidian skeletal frame, his eyes wide with incredulity. How could you also possess the Mangeko Sharingan? Shursui's voice erupted almost as a roar, grappling with the notion that if the elders of his clan were to discover the emergence of another pair of Mangeko Sharingan within the Uchiha clan, the consequences would be dire. He was certain that the conservative faction within the clan would swiftly align with the radicals, even if he managed to manipulate Fugaku. The clan members would undoubtedly pressure him into a coup, for such was the influence of the Mangeko Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. This was precisely why he had refrained from revealing his own Mangeko Sharingan to the clan. What? Are you surprised? Naruto chuckled. As the skeletal structure on his body began to sprout an abundance of chakra channels and muscles, manifesting a black Susanoo, resembling a horned demon before Uchiha Shursui. Why do you conceal your Mangeko Sharingan? Shursui halted his assault, for he understood that in the current situation, a swift resolution was only achievable through the use of his left eye's Kodoamatsukami, which was intended to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. Thus, even with two pairs of Mangeko Sharingan in play, Shursui still placed his faith in Sarutobi Hiruzen rather than his own kin. A flicker of fantasy crept into his mind, imagining that Naruto shared his desire to avoid an explosive conflict between village and clan, as Naruto too had hidden his Mangeko Sharingan. Naruto continued to assess his Susanoo, finding its appearance rather impressive, certainly more aesthetically pleasing than Shursui's verdant form. Hearing Shursui's inquiry only heightened his amusement. Do you think I would be like you? Then why do you hide your eyes? Uchiha Shursui gritted his teeth, feeling for the first time that his power was utterly inadequate. Had he been stronger, would it have come to this? Naruto fell into silence, uncertain of how to respond. Should he confess that he had only attained the Sharingan the day prior, and had immediately awakened the Mangekyo? Perhaps it was merely a source of amusement. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto remarked, "Amusing?" Uchiha Shursui's expression shifted from shock to fury as he bellowed. "Where is the amusement in such matters? This concerns the future of both the village and our clan. Do you see nothing beyond yourself?" In the forest, two towering figures, one green and one black, faced each other, fortunate that the surrounding trees were sufficiently tall to conceal their forms. So, which side will you stand on? Naruto inquired with keen interest, amused by Shirsui's audacity in posing such a question. I will find a way to resolve the conflict between the village and the clan. Uchiha Shirsui's gaze was resolute, yet Naruto couldn't suppress a smirk. Is your solution to directly control the Uchiha clan's leader with your left eye's power? Then why not simply manipulate the third Hokage instead? You. How do you know? Uchiha Shirsui's eyes widened in shock. He had only disclosed this matter to the third Hokage. Could it be the third Hokage? No, that's impossible. He had just left the Hokage building. How could it have leaked so swiftly? He suddenly turned his gaze towards Naruto's eyes. Of course, it must be the ability of your Mangekyo. Is this the power of your Mangekyo? Quite formidable indeed. Uchiha Shirsui quickly regained his composure, though a sense of trepidation lingered, for in the realm of shinobi, battles often revolved around intelligence. The party possessing crucial information invariably gained a significant advantage. Perhaps. Naruto offered no explanation, relishing in Shirsui's misunderstanding, and continued, So, you intend to turn your clan's leader into a puppet for the sake of outsiders? This is for the hope of our clan. Uchiha Shirsui struggled to articulate, his words heavy with difficulty. How utterly laughable that hope is. Naruto mused, a hint of melancholy creeping into his voice. Uchiha Shirsui was merely 15 years old. In his past life, he would barely have graduated middle school. It was a pity to see the illiterate suffer, yet a powerful illiterate was a terrifying prospect. What method do you propose? Uchiha Shirsui's emotions were caught in a bind. He exerted every effort to bridge the gulf between the village and the Uchiha. Yet the other party continued to throw out sardonic remarks. Of course, Naruto had no viable solutions either, but he had already hinted at his Uchiha lineage. With 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan at his disposal, his thoughts remained unyieldingly cowardly. Even if he possessed the ability to resolve matters, why would he? He still wished to absorb a few pairs of Sharingan during the night of the massacre to gauge the effects. Why do you believe the Uchiha coup would not succeed? Naruto countered. Uchiha Shirsui clenched his fists. The Uchiha's reputation within the village was abysmal. Even if he were to ascend to the position of Hokage, he would garner no support from the villagers. Ha 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 ha. Naruto erupted in laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Uchiha Shirsui, do you not realize yet? The Hokage of Konoha has never gained their position through the villagers' support. They rally behind the strongest. And the various ninja clans would never support anyone to become Hokage. They only support the one who has already claimed the title. If you reveal your Mangekyo Sharingan and oust those old fossils, no one will stand in your way. Uchiha Shirsui gritted his teeth. That would only bring harm to the entire village. How naive. Rest assured, I have said all I need to, whatever you choose to do. As long as you do not trouble me, I will not interfere with your plans. Naruto's voice was hoarse and resolute. What? Uchiha Shirsui was initially taken aback. He had assumed Naruto was there to thwart him, only to discover that was not his intention. Then what is your purpose? Uchiha Shirsui's heart raced. The tension only escalating. A hidden wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan with unknown motives was undoubtedly a source of dread. I told you. I am simply bored and wish to witness the spectacle, to seek some amusement. Do you believe me? Naruto spoke candidly. Uchiha Shirsui regarded him with an expression of disbelief. Whether you believe me is your concern. Naruto shrugged, the towering black Susanoo gradually reverting to its skeletal form before slowly dissipating, as a tree suddenly sprouted from beneath him. Lifting his body higher, he prepared to depart, having seen enough of the spectacle. Rest assured, I will not interfere with Uchiha matters, just as you said. My eyes see only myself. Why, with your own Mangekyo Sharingan, can you not aid the Uchiha in overcoming their plight? Uchiha Shirsui called out anxiously to the receding Naruto. As Shirsui stood in a state of stupefaction, Naruto's hoarse voice echoed back. Your naivety and foolishness will summon your demise. And your incompetence and cowardice will plunge the Uchiha into the abyss. Chapter 18. The Wrath of Sarutobi Hiruzen. You bastard. Shirsui, are you speaking the truth? Sarutobi Hiruzen's thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Hokage building, his aged visage ablaze with fury. An Umbu had been slain within the confines of Konohagakure, and an attempt had been made to ambush another Konoha ninja. Such actions were undoubtedly a slap in the face to the entire village. Indeed, third Hokage, the assailant was adorned with a cat mask, and I can assure you, that individual was far from feline. Shirsui hastily affirmed, having never witnessed such wrath from the third Hokage before. What did he seek from you? Spoke Shimura Danzo from the side, his gaze fixed intently outside the window despite addressing Uchiha Shirsui. Shirsui had already prepared his response. although he held faith in the third Hokage's integrity. The fact that the perpetrator belonged to the Uchiha clan must remain undisclosed to any third party. He sought my Sharingan. That individual appears to possess the ability to directly seize others' bloodlines. Shirsue's expression turned grave as he added. The assailant not only employed the body flicker technique, but also wielded wood-release techniques. The memory of the trees moving beneath Naruto's feet surged to his mind. The shock still fresh. That was wood release, the very technique that had allowed Hashirama to dominate the ninja world. What did you just say? Sarutobi Hiruzen was not the only one taken aback. Even the usually composed Danzo's countenance shifted dramatically. The notion of such a power, capable of usurping another's bloodline, evoked memories of a former rogue ninja from Konoha. Yet, they quickly dismissed the thought. They were acutely aware that such an individual could not possibly master wood release. A technique far too perilous, and one that he had no opportunity to acquire. What mission was the cat on? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly inquired. Though he was the Hokage, the Umbu's missions, apart from his personal protection, were directly assigned by him to the team leaders, who then delegated tasks to their subordinates. Thus, he was unaware of the specifics of the cat's mission. At that moment, a shadowy figure from the Umbu materialized within the Hokage's office, bowing respectfully before stating. The cat was engaged in a surveillance mission regarding the Jinchuriki. This is dire. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo rose simultaneously, their expressions transforming. We must ascertain Naruto's condition at once. Despite his advanced age, Sarutobi swiftly utilized the body flicker technique, vanishing from his position. Danzo hastily followed suit, wary of remaining alone with Uchiha Shirsue. Among the trio, even the weakest, Danzo, was a fully fledged elite jonin, a half-step from the status of a Kage, allowing for rapid travel. In mere moments, they arrived at the base of the building where Naruto resided. Is this truly where the Jinchuriki lives? The solitary structure stood desolately at the street corner, devoid of any neighboring edifices. Indeed, Naruto was the sole occupant of the entire building. The surrounding silence was intermittently broken by the gentle whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves, their natural murmurs echoing in the vacant streets. Particularly pronounced on this tranquil, quiet night. How remarkably desolate, Shirsue mused inwardly, this being his first visit to such a place. Due to the tumultuous events during the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha clan had been strictly prohibited from engaging with the Jinchuriki, rendering this area nearly a forbidden zone for them. Overseen directly by the Umbu. Typically, whenever the Jinchuriki appeared within the village, any Uchiha who bore the Sharingan was promptly ordered to maintain distance. Despite the unreasonable nature of these directives, even Fujitake, the clan leader, had repeatedly sought clarification from the third Hokage, only to be met with vehement rejection by Danzo. The Uchiha clan found it unwise to adopt a rigid stance on the matter, given that it pertained to the village's ultimate weapon. And with their own affairs not yet resolved, the matter was ultimately left unresolved. The Nine-Tails incident weighed heavily on Shirsue's heart as he reflected on the past. But then his eyes widened in realization. The one who controlled the Nine-Tails could not possibly be an Uchiha. He was well aware that Fujitake had scrutinized every Uchiha member who had awakened their Sharingan. Even Kakashi's eyes had been examined, and none possessed the capability to manipulate the Nine-Tails. Yet, within Konoha, there existed another who wielded the Sharingan, yet had never been discovered. Danzo. Shirsue's gaze deepened. He could not confront a village counselor solely based on the words of a mysterious Uchiha, but he could certainly utilize his abilities to investigate the underlying truth. A headache began to form as he contemplated the mounting tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan, now compounded by the emergence of this enigmatic Uchiha and the possibility of Danzo being the instigator of the Nine-Tails incident. One event after another pursued him. He had never felt such a pressing urgency of time and place, a sensation that rendered even a moment of mental reprieve laden with guilt. Hokage-sama. The three did not conceal their presence, and the Umbu, who had been covertly monitoring, immediately sensed the arrival of the Hokage, promptly revealing themselves and bowing. Sarutobi merely nodded at them before employing sensory ninjutsu to assess the situation within Naruto's residence. Upon discovering Naruto peacefully slumbering in bed, a sigh of relief escaped Sarutobi. Where was the cat on a mission? Sarutobi inquired, as the responsibility of safeguarding the Jinchuriki was typically shared by two Umbu squads. Logically, if one individual encountered an issue, the members executing the mission alongside them should have been the first to recognize the problem. It seemed the cat had been neutralized without the awareness of the other Umbu. This is quite troublesome, Sarutobi pondered. The cat? Several Umbu exchanged bewildered glances, and the leader spoke hesitantly. The cat was directly monitoring the Jinchuriki inside his room, due to his body flicker technique. The speaker's tone wavered, betraying a lack of conviction, while Shursui discerned no issues. Both Sarutobi and Danzo immediately recognized the underlying problem. Did I not instruct you to maintain a safe distance while protecting the Jinchuriki? Sarutobi's gaze turned frigid as his lingering anger intensified, the pressure emanating from him causing the Umbu to break out in a cold sweat. Gulping. The leading Umbu stammered under duress. The cat's family perished during the Nine-Tails incident. Only his younger brother remains alive, and he sought to seize this opportunity. Fool. Sarutobi erupted in anger. Do those villagers not know? Are you, as Umbu, so oblivious? Naruto is the Jinchuriki, a vital member of the village. And yet you dare to act in such a reckless manner. The Umbu quickly knelt on one knee, hastily imploring, please forgive us, Hokage-sama. While the cat may harbor resentment toward the Jinchuriki for losing his family, I assure you he would never harm Naruto. Kindly grant him another chance. Sarutobi's expression remained icy as he furtively glanced at the nonchalant Danzo beside him. He was certain that Danzo had subtly incited the cat, for otherwise, an Umbu would not have disregarded his orders. This was a tactic Danzo commonly employed to manipulate those in the roots. He has run out of chances, Sarutobi declared, his countenance grim as he contemplated how to address the root organization. Hokage-sama, the cat. The Umbu hesitated, their words caught in their throats. The cat is already dead. Only his chakra remains in Naruto's room. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid no heed to the stunned Umbu ninjas in his presence, continuing to issue orders. He commanded that all Umbu ninjas bolster the village's defenses and enhance the protection of Naruto. Furthermore, he instructed that the clan heads of all ninja families and the senior shinobi of the village convene at the Hokage building. With a somber expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Hokage office, aware that a single command could summon all the high-ranking officials of Konoha to work through the night alongside him. Chapter 19. Hinata Hyuga's desire for change in the early morning at the Hyuga clan's estate. The unusually tranquil environment allowed even the faintest sounds from within the compound to be heard. Whenever a member of the Hyuga clan emerged from their quarters, their gaze would inevitably drift towards the residence of the clan leader. Ha, 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 thud, thud, thud. The clear, youthful exclamations of a girl, accompanied by the rapid and powerful sounds of striking wooden posts, emanated from the clan leader's abode. Hinata had transformed. All the members of the Hyuga clan could feel the difference in Hinata's spirit as she practiced her gentle fist technique. Gone was the softness of her past, replaced by a fierce determination more befitting the heiress of the main house. Moreover, many within the clan were already aware that Hinata had awakened her Byakugan. Although the Byakugan of the Hyuga differed from the Uchiha's Sharingan, it could be activated given sufficient age and chakra. Yet, for her to awaken it at such a tender age of under 6 years was a testament to her innate talent. However, few knew what had transpired the previous day that had so dramatically altered Hinata's demeanor and led to her awakening the Byakugan. They only knew that a branch family guard had been reprimanded by the clan leader using the caged bird punishment after a long absence. Inside the clan leader's residence, the spacious courtyard was filled with splintered wood. The once upright wooden posts were now askew, covered in countless handprints, and the previously neat lawn bore the marks of Hinata's training. Clad in loose black training attire, young Hinata wore a serious expression, her hands enveloped in chakra as she struck the wooden posts one after another. Her gentle fist was infused with pent-up frustration, and it was this very vexation that added a touch of ruthlessness to her strikes. Hinata's training served as a small outlet for her emotions. Even though a day had passed since she learned of Naruto's safety, visions of his bloodied face still haunted her thoughts. Her feelings were not rooted in romantic affection. Hinata was merely a child of over 5 years, still innocent and unacquainted with the notion of romantic interest. Yet, she felt a yearning for Naruto, which fueled her disdain for her own perceived weakness. Just as Naruto had said, she possessed the ability to confront adversities on her own. Yet her cowardice prevented her from wielding her strength, leading her to believe that enduring alone was sufficient. This mindset had ultimately resulted in Naruto, who had come to her aid, suffering harm. She wished to change herself and convey to Naruto that she was no longer the same, aspiring to forge a genuine friendship with him. Hinata, take a break, came a gentle voice. Beneath the eaves stood a graceful woman cradling a 1-year-old girl. She possessed the same lovely almond-shaped eyes as Hinata, radiating the same warmth and innocence. With features reminiscent of Hinata's, coupled with a tender demeanor akin to that of a nurturing mother, she was Hinata's mother, Hyuga Keiko. Yet, Keiko's beautifully arched brows were slightly furrowed as she watched her daughter diligently practice her gentle fist, concern etched across her face. In her arms, Hinata Hanabi babbled inquisitively, seemingly puzzled as to why her sister had not played with her that morning. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Hinata paused, a smile breaking across her face as she turned to her mother and sister. "It's okay, Mom. I'll practice a little longer." After saying this, she resumed her relentless assault on the wooden post. Keiko gazed at her daughter with a mix of concern and affection, feeling a twinge of annoyance towards a certain blonde-haired boy. However, seeing Hinata's earnest expression, she could only shake her head in resignation. "Then I shall have Natsu prepare breakfast. Does little Hinata have any requests?" Hinata hesitated, her hand movements faltering for a moment, her face flushing as if she wished to voice something but felt too shy to do so. Keiko looked at her daughter expectantly. "Mom, could you ask Sister Natsu to prepare 3 extra portions of breakfast?" Despite her determination to change, Hinata still lowered her head, a hint of shyness lingering. Keiko smiled warmly, reassured that although her daughter had changed, she remained as endearing as ever. "I understand, little Hinata. I shall have Natsu prepare 3 extra servings." "3 portions are too much," Hinata exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Though she could indeed eat that much, her shyness overwhelmed her. Hinata wanted to explain herself to her mother, but by the time she looked up, Keiko had already disappeared to arrange breakfast. Ultimately, Hinata had no choice but to continue her training. When Hyuga Hayashi returned home, he appeared somewhat fatigued. Awakened in the middle of the night by the umbu of the 3rd Hokage and enduring an all-night meeting was far more exhausting than battling enemies, requiring him to maintain a composed demeanor and be mindful of his words and actions, lest he jeopardize his standing. After all, the heads of the various clans had attended, along with many civilian jonin, making the gathering nearly as significant as the meeting following the Nine-Tails incident. Upon learning the reason for the convening, Hayashi's expression darkened. The ability to seize another's bloodline was a matter of grave importance, especially for clans like theirs. Fortunately, the target of this threat was Uchiha Shursui, a name that held significant weight, earned through his prowess on the battlefield. Long before, Shursui had already possessed the strength of an elite jonin, and now, many years later, his combat prowess could very well rival that of an average Kaga-level shinobi. Yet, even with such strength, Shursui had been unable to overcome his adversary. Contemplating this, Hayashi's expression grew even more solemn. Although the Hyuga's Byakugan was not as formidable as the Sharingan, it still held considerable allure. The bloodline of Konoha was now under the gaze of such a fearsome foe. Indeed, following the 3rd Shinobi World War, the village seemed to be on a downward trajectory. Hayashi felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy, yet he maintained an air of authority, for he was the leader of the Hyuga clan and could not afford to lose face. Thud, thud, thud. As Hayashi approached his home, he could already hear the sounds of striking wooden posts from afar. His eyes widened slightly, and he quickened his pace. As I stepped into my courtyard, my gaze was immediately drawn to Hinata's petite figure, her arms moving in swift, decisive motions that reflected a newfound vigor, starkly contrasting the softness of her earlier style. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan embodies not merely gentleness, but a fierce precision. While it may lack the brute force of the strong fist, its lethality within close quarters is unparalleled. Attacks must be executed with swiftness and ruthlessness to seize the opportunity in battle, delivering chakra into the enemy's chakra points. In the past, Hinata's gentle fist was characterized by timidity and hesitation, lacking the fierce intensity needed to strike at vulnerabilities. How then could such a spiritless form of gentle fist lead the Hyuga clan? Observing the transformed Hinata, Hayashi Hyuga's eyes softened with a hint of relief. But he soon recalled the circumstances surrounding her change in demeanor. Upon hearing that his daughter had sent someone to the hospital, he initially dismissed the news as a falsehood, only to turn pale upon learning it involved a certain blonde-haired individual. Just as now, Hayashi walked into the courtyard with a composed expression, yet Hinata, still training, instantly sensed his presence. She ceased her movements, lowering her gaze in response to his somber countenance. Facing her father, whom she had always feared, her hard-won courage momentarily dissipated, reverting her to a state of vulnerability as she murmured, "Welcome home, father." The corners of Hayashi's mouth twitched involuntarily, a storm of emotions brewing within him that he could not express. "Let us eat first." In the dining hall of the clan leader's residence, the Hyuga family of 4 gathered to enjoy breakfast together. Keiko Hyuga, tending to Hanabi, gazed in astonishment at her eldest daughter, as if seeing her for the first time. Even Hayashi, sitting rigidly at the table, was taken aback, his chopsticks halting mid-air in disbelief. Hinata had consumed 3 portions of breakfast already and was now finishing the last one. leaving them all baffled as to how her seemingly unchanged flat stomach could accommodate such a feast. Guilt flickered in the eyes of both Hayashi and Keiko as they realized they had failed to notice their daughter's impressive appetite over the years. "Father, I'm finished," Hinata said, her face flushed as she placed the porcelain bowl down. Her timid voice snapped Hayashi back to reality, prompting him to nod gently before setting down his own utensils, his expression turning serious as he regarded Hinata. Hinata, seeing her father's sudden earnestness. She feared her consumption had displeased him, and she instinctively lowered her head, though she refrained from offering apologies as she once would have. Hayashi, feeling a sense of paternal pride, nodded with understanding, exchanging a glance with Keiko before speaking with a tone of remorse. "Hinata, we have not realized this until now. We apologize." "Huh." Hinata was momentarily taken aback. Hinata, chakra is generally defined as the harmonious blend of one's spiritual and physical energies, Hayashi articulated earnestly. Observing Hinata's serious expression softened his demeanor slightly. The amalgamation of physical and spiritual energy primarily yields stamina, which serves as the foundation for physical techniques. This stamina can subsequently be transformed into chakra, enabling a ninja to perform ninjutsu. Noting Hinata's bewildered expression, Hayashi continued with his explanation. "Our Hyuga clan's gentle fist is a technique that combines chakra with our bloodline limit. Utilizing this technique requires stamina, which necessitates replenishment through physical energy. Eating is the most effective means of restoring this energy." Hinata began to grasp her father's intentions, but shyly lowered her gaze, warmth flooding her cheeks. Hayashi, recognizing his daughter's personality, felt a mix of exasperation and acceptance. He could hardly lament the transformation wrought by a certain blonde-haired individual. He gently encouraged her. "Do not feel ashamed of your appetite. A larger appetite signifies greater stamina, allowing for a more substantial extraction of chakra, which is a natural talent of yours in training. Therefore, Hinata, feel free to express any needs you may have, and as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, it is perfectly acceptable to be a little greedy." Even as the clan leader, Hayashi's concern for his daughter manifested in a serious demeanor, making Hinata feel a twinge of anxiety, as the reverence she held for him was deeply ingrained. Changing her behavior would not happen overnight. At that moment, Keiko stepped in, having settled Hanabi in Hayashi's arms. She approached Hinata, speaking softly. "Hinata, was today's breakfast still insufficient?" She noticed that despite consuming 3 portions, Hinata appeared unchanged from her usual self. After a moment of hesitation, Hinata shyly nodded. If eating more could make her stronger, she realized that continuing to hide her needs would leave her no different than before. Keiko's gentle smile radiated warmth as she asked, "How much do you think would be sufficient? If you truly wish to grow stronger, you must first ensure your belly is full. One cannot become strong on an empty stomach." Hinata placed a hand on her small belly, contemplating before responding in a whisper. "Perhaps 3 more portions would suffice." Keiko's eyes widened slightly, her gaze turning misty as she beheld her daughter's understanding. It struck her deeply that Hinata had been enduring hunger daily. She couldn't help but cast an accusatory look at Hayashi, who usually bore a stern expression at home, inadvertently causing their daughter to suppress her hunger. Once Hayashi averted his gaze, Keiko returned her focus to Hinata, guilt weighing heavily on her heart. "I'm sorry, little Hinata. I had no idea." "It's all right, mother. I won't let it happen again." After breakfast, Hayashi fortified the protection of his wife and daughters before departing with several elite shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen had mandated that the Hyuga clan maintain constant vigilance with their Byakugan, reporting any suspicious activities directly to the Hokage. For any shinobi village, a bloodline limit represents a crucial line. It was even more critical when such a power was brazenly taken within their own village. Hayashi chose not to disclose this troubling matter to his family, merely advising his wife and daughter to remain indoors for the time being. As the village's higher-ups wished to keep the incident under wraps, shadowy figures had been killed, and the theft of a bloodline limit threatened the village's reputation. Within the Hyuga clan's territory, the training grounds were engulfed in dust as 2 small figures engaged in an intense sparring match. Hinata and Niji exchanged swift blows, their footwork precise. With a determined expression, Hinata exerted her utmost effort to withstand Niji's relentless onslaught. Yet, Niji's prodigious talent in the gentle fist manifested brilliantly. Despite their youth, his strikes, movements, rhythm, and mastery of the Byakugan far surpassed that of his peers. He utilized his Byakugan to discern the pathways of chakra within Hinata, landing each blow with pinpoint accuracy, targeting her vital points directly. In contrast, Hinata's performance appeared somewhat feeble, at least in the current sparring session. Upon closer inspection, One would observe the red spots scattered across her arms, the distinctive marks left by Niji's gentle fist strikes. Despite Hinata's vow to effect change, the disparity in their years of training and their age difference made it improbable for her to catch up to the prodigious Niji Hyuga within a short span. Nonetheless, Niji felt a profound surprise. Having trained alongside Hinata since childhood, he was acutely aware of the characteristics of her gentle fist technique. In 2 words, it could be described as indecisive and sluggish, with her movements appearing rigid and formulaic, resembling a mere imitation of prescribed actions, riddled with flaws. Devoid of spirit, though she seemed impressive, it was merely an illusion. However, today's Hinata was different. Niji could distinctly sense an added sharpness and agility in her movements. And rather than merely defending, she now seized opportunities to counterattack amidst her blocks. Niji was puzzled by Hinata's sudden transformation, seeing her now imbued with an unwavering determination. Devoid of her former timidity, stirred an unsettling agitation within him. Despite lacking any innate talent, she was destined to stand above him by virtue of her birthright, while he, regardless of his exceptional abilities and relentless efforts, would forever be shackled by his fate. The son of a mere sacrifice would likely still be compelled to shield the members of the main family. Lady Hinata, relinquish your aspirations. In your current state, you cannot possibly rival me. Niji's grip tightened instinctively, his strike sending Hinata staggering back, his gaze icy, his tone tinged with impatience. Out of respect for Hinata's status as a member of the main family, he had already shown restraint in his blows, merely wishing for her to conclude this tedious confrontation swiftly. It was disheartening that someone of her lineage possessed such feeble strength, while countless branch family members were compelled to sacrifice their lives in her defense. Observing the breathless Hinata before him only deepened Niji's anger, yet he felt utterly powerless. Hinata shakily rose to her feet, once more assuming the stance of the gentle fist. Niji and I hope you will use your full strength. At her words, Niji clenched his fists, his brow furrowed in confusion over Hinata's current state. He glanced at Hanabi, who was anxiously cradled in the arms of their mother, Kiko, and found her wearing a furrowed brow of concern. Mother, this is my own battle. Hinata spoke earnestly to Kiko, not pausing for her to respond, continuing. I wish to understand the extent of the gap between Niji and I and myself. Only then can I establish a genuine goal, ensuring I do not remain powerless any longer. Hinata's declaration did nothing to improve Niji's mood. Rather, it exacerbated his irritation. This girl, already a member of the main family, could simply accept her role as a protected, albeit ineffectual, individual. Why, then, did she insist on bearing such a resolute expression? Niji's fists clenched tighter, and upon witnessing this, Kiko's expression grew more troubled and hesitant. She longed to refuse, but found herself unable to voice her objections in light of Hinata's unwavering demeanor, ultimately nodding in silence. The two resumed their sparring. This time Niji's assaults came like a tempest, his strikes more ferocious than before. In mere moments, Hinata found herself once again on the ground. This time, she could not rise. The gentle fist technique was designed to channel chakra into an opponent's body, and Niji had effectively blocked all of her chakra pathways, rendering her unable to stand for the time being. Kiko hurriedly approached to assess Hinata's injuries. Let us call it a day. I must take my leave. Observing Hinata, who leaned against Kiko with blood trickling from her lips, Niji spoke coldly, offering a slight bow to the visibly distressed Kiko before turning to depart. Niji and I. Hearing the sudden call from behind, Niji halted, frowning as he turned to face Hinata. See you tomorrow. Chapter 21, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, a young prodigy of the Uchiha clan, possessed formidable strength and remarkable talent, one of the few individuals unbound by the narrow confines of tribalism. At the tender age of 7, he was commended by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, for his ability to think from the Hokage's perspective. As a literate ninja who had stepped onto the battlefield at the age of 4, his understanding of the will of fire was far deeper than that of others. Now, he had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan and joined the Umbu of Konoha. By the banks of the Nanha River, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui sat upon stone stumps, gazing toward the rising sun. This was their cherished spot for training, gatherings, and relaxation, yet the atmosphere felt palpably heavy. Uchiha Itachi was unrolling a scroll, his expression grave. The scroll depicted the guise adopted by Naruto Uzumaki in the early hours, wearing a hooded cloak and a white robe, adorned with leather armor, a far cry from the typical attire of a ninja. However, this exceedingly tall and robust physique bore some resemblance to the image associated with the Land of Lightning. In all honesty, the image held little practical value. Shursui could not suppress a sigh, his expression tinged with bitterness. The opponent had employed a highly sophisticated transformation technique to conceal their appearance. Even he could not discern it. Only detecting the traces of the transformation. Uchiha Shursui realized only later why the opponent appeared so full of flaws during their encounter. It was because their original physique was entirely different, resulting in a dissonance during combat that manifested as vulnerabilities. Not even Shursui can see through it. Uchiha Itachi's face registered shock. Shursui had never concealed anything from Itachi. He was well aware that Shursui's eyes were not ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, but rather the Mangekyo Sharingan. And if even the Mangekyo Sharingan could not pierce through this transformation, what hope was there? Shursui nodded, indicating the complexity of the situation. If the opponent lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to seize other bloodlines, it could spell irrevocable consequences for the village. Uchiha Itachi's face darkened as he lowered his head, gripping the scroll tightly. He would not allow anyone to harm the village he cherished above all. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something, abruptly lifting his gaze to Shursui, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Shursui, is there truly nothing even your eyes can do?" Shursui discerned the underlying meaning in Itachi's words. He had long ago informed Itachi of his Mangekyo abilities. His left eye's Kotoame Tsukumi was renowned as the most potent Jinjutsu. Yet he too was uncertain of its efficacy against another Mangekyo user. Fearing the consequences, he refrained from experimenting. For if it proved effective, he would be unable to resolve the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. "Itachi, I have already confided in the third Hokage regarding my ocular techniques, and I will employ these eyes to address the issues concerning our clan." Uchiha Shursui's expression was a tapestry of complexity. Internally tormented, he found no means of liberation. Sometimes, suffering does not solely stem from one's inadequacies, but may also arise from one's own folly. Uchiha Shursui was blinded by the will of fire, his blind trust preventing him from discerning the true nature of Hiruzen Sarutobi lurking behind it, while simultaneously unable to relinquish the family that had nurtured him, thus finding himself caught in the middle, bearing the burden of anguish alone. One can only say that his will of fire pales in comparison to that of Uchiha Itachi. Itachi would never waver between the village and the Uchiha clan. In his eyes, apart from Shursui and Sasuke, the Uchiha were nothing but a haughty, foolish, and inherently malevolent group. Thus, he could resolutely massacre all the elderly, weak, and women of the Uchiha clan under the pretext of serving the village. "Brother Shursui, what do you mean?" Uchiha Itachi's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing this. Uchiha Shursui gritted his teeth. He knew his actions might hurt Itachi, but there was no other way to halt the Uchiha coup d'etat. With an apologetic look directed at Itachi, he spoke with a hint of guilt. "I'm sorry, Itachi. Yesterday, I proposed to Lord Third that I would use my left eye's Kotoame Tsukumi to control clan leader Fugaku in order to prevent the Uchiha coup." At that moment, Uchiha Shursui couldn't help but lower his head in shame, feeling embarrassed at the thought of turning Itachi's father into a mere puppet in front of him. Moreover, he still could not reveal the truth about the mysterious figure being from the Uchiha clan. It was something he alone needed to know. For the relationship between the village and the Uchiha could not deteriorate any further. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Itachi spoke up. To Shursui's surprise, Itachi did not express any blame. Rather, he appeared somewhat relieved. "Brother Shursui, it's all right. If this can resolve the Uchiha coup and maintain peace in the village, it would indeed be a good thing for the village. I believe father would be pleased with this outcome." Shursui stared at his friend in shock, suddenly realizing it was as if he was meeting him for the first time. It seemed that, compared to the Uchiha, Itachi cared far more for the village. As the sun reached its zenith, Naruto finally awoke from his slumber, gazing at the familiar yet strange ceiling, his eyes bleary and his head dizzy. Such was the consequence of staying up late. Unfortunately, he had been overly excited the previous night, experimenting with Susanoo, and had ended up oversleeping. Just as Naruto's world transitioned from 360p to 1080p, his stomach let out a loud growl, echoing like a trumpet. "I'm so hungry." "Oh." Naruto let out a long yawn and retrieved several containers of expired instant noodles from the refrigerator. Despite being past their expiration date, they were still edible, of course. Expired milk was off limits. "Kurama, do you think I can take on that Uchiha head-on?" Naruto asked while brushing his teeth, addressing the Nine-Tails sealed within him. Kurama also yawned, responding without a second thought, "I don't know. You two were constrained in your movements yesterday. It was quite lackluster." Naruto chuckled, not surprised. Although he had briefly activated his Gundam, the battle had been far from satisfying. Uchiha Shursui intended to resolve matters without alarming the village, and Naruto merely sought to test his own strength. Given the restraints on both sides, it was indeed challenging to ascertain their true power disparity. However, that guy's Mangekyo Sharingan is undoubtedly far superior to yours. I sense his Susanoo might even be 2 levels higher. Is that so? Naruto was not astonished. He remembered from the original narrative that the individual could manifest Susanoo with a single eye, indicating his ocular power was certainly formidable. Naive and foolish individuals often suffer the most, Kurama remarked, perplexed. What do you mean? That Uchiha? Naruto smirked, wiping his face as he exited the washroom. Just as the hot water reached a boil, preparing to soak his noodles while he waited. Despite firmly believing in the will of fire, he could not let go of his family. He wished to protect them while still placing his faith in the aged Sarutobi Hiruzen. It should be noted that everyone harbored hostility towards the Uchiha. If he were capable of softening their stance, how could he possibly maintain his position as Hokage for decades? Kurama pondered over Naruto's words. So you wish for him to assist you against Konoha? Huh. Naruto couldn't help but scoff, responding with a hint of disdain. Kurama, do you not understand? Those brainwashed by the will of fire are the most troublesome. I merely desire his Sharingan. Uchiha Shursui, I have already warned you. I hope you can preserve your right eye. Chapter 22, the third training ground. You want that Uchiha's eye? Your current strength is insufficient. Kurama doused Naruto with cold water. Which was, in fact, the truth. Kurama, you've been sealed for so many years, yet you still fail to grasp the intricacies of ninja combat. Naruto replied, somewhat exasperated. The great fox truly lacked wisdom. What? Kurama inquired, confused. Ninja battles revolve around intelligence warfare, Naruto explained. Information plays a crucial role in ninja confrontations. Did you not see how Uchiha Madara, despite becoming a sage, was still caught off guard? I currently possess all the intelligence on Uchiha Shursui, while he remains oblivious to my Mangekyo techniques. Thus, the advantage lies with me. Where on earth did you acquire such extensive information? Kurama asked, his expression one of disbelief. Considering Naruto's focus on training, how could he be so well informed about the ninja world? Never you mind, Kurama. Moreover, Uchiha Shursui won't require my intervention. The old geezers of Konoha will handle it themselves, and I'll simply seize the opportunity. Seize the opportunity? Are you implying that someone in Konoha will take action against that Uchiha? Kurama's expression was quite animated. After all, that was a Mangekyo Sharingan. Did Konoha's upper echelons truly possess such folly? His ocular technique is called Kodoamatsukumi, which allows him to manipulate others without their awareness, permanently altering their thoughts and will. Bored, Naruto fiddled with his chopsticks, continuing, those old men are not foolish, they are simply fearful. No matter how resolute Uchiha Shursui's will of fire may be, as long as he wields such an unreasonable ability, Konoha's higher-ups will never trust him. One's destiny is safest when held firmly in one's own hands. Is that the reason behind your earlier statement? Kurama suddenly recalled what Naruto had said before leaving. Naivety and foolishness will lead that Uchiha to his demise at the hands of Konoha's elite, and the Uchiha clan, stripped of their Mangekyo Sharingan, will be completely eradicated by Konoha's higher-ups. Naruto grinned. So, we can simply pick up the pieces later, who knows? Perhaps we can even cause a few more losses for Konoha Zumbu. Kurama fell silent, as Naruto quickly finished off the several containers of noodles on the table. After lounging on the sofa for a while, the long-awaited relaxation made Naruto, who had been under intense training, feel somewhat out of sorts. Indeed, it was best to engage in some exercise. He sprang from the sofa with a fish-like leap. Heading to his bedroom, he rummaged through a few loose-fitting clothes, disregarding their cleanliness. After all, with Kurama's chakra, even insects dared not approach him. Before long, Naruto emerged, clad in a white t-shirt and loose black shorts, ready to head out. However, just as he opened the door, a wrinkled, gaunt old face appeared before him. Prepared, Naruto instinctively thought, greeting with a cheerful smile. Good morning, Lord Third. Sarutobi Hiruzen's previously cheerful expression suddenly faltered as he glanced at the sun above. Good morning? Today, why is Naruto waking up so late? Naruto, ever cheerful, had initially planned to take a day of rest. However, feeling that his youth should not be marred by regrets, he resolved to engage in some exercise. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes twitched slightly, and he struggled to maintain his smile, for Naruto's demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain jonin of Konoha, especially with those glistening teeth shining in the sunlight. Little Naruto, the village has been somewhat unstable lately. How about you take a break until the Ninja Academy opens? Sarutobi Hiruzen said earnestly, concerned that although the mysterious individual seemed to be targeting the bloodline limit, they might also pose a threat to the Jinchuriki. Naruto's small face reflected curiosity. Is something happening in the village? Hiruzen nodded gravely, expressing his worries. There has been a villain in the village, and I fear for your safety, Naruto. At that moment, Naruto realized that he was the source of this instability. It appeared that Uchiha Shursui had not disclosed his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. After all, if he had mentioned that the Uchiha were seeking to seize the bloodline limit of their own village, it would have left no chance for either the Uchiha or Konoha. Uchiha Shursui intended to deal with him discreetly. Don't worry, third Hokage. My strength is not to be underestimated. If any villain dares to lay a hand on me, I will swiftly bring them down, Naruto declared, raising his fist confidently. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only smile wryly. How could Naruto, with his current strength at best comparable to a Chunin, possibly confront an enemy whom even Uchiha Shursui could not defeat? Hiruzen wanted to refuse Naruto's request, but did not wish to provoke his discontent. Finally, he devised a compromise. In that case, why not train at the village's training grounds? The training grounds? Naruto had never heard of it before. Hiruzen smiled and gestured to a nearby Umbu ninja, explaining. The training grounds are designated areas for ninjas to practice ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninja knowledge. Konoha has a total of 44 such grounds. If you train there, you can focus on whatever you wish. Would you like to go? Upon hearing Hiruzen's description, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, I want to go. The Umbu ninja who had been signaled earlier returned, respectfully stating, Third Hokage, the third training ground is currently unoccupied. Hiruzen nodded, saying, in that case, you shall escort Naruto there. Yes, sir. When Naruto arrived, he discovered that this third training ground was indeed the very place where Team 7 would later compete for bells. The surroundings teemed with life, vibrant with the bustling energy of nature, as a gentle stream wound its way through the forest. You will train here from now on. The Umbu ninja stated before vanishing without waiting for Naruto's response. Unfazed, Naruto turned his gaze towards the riverbank, where a silver-haired figure awaited. Hey, it's you, one-eyed uncle. Chapter 23, Vortex Elbow Strike in Konoha. At the third training ground, two figures, one large, one small, faced each other a few meters apart. Wind release, air gun. Suddenly, Naruto raised both hands, pointing his index fingers at Kakashi as if they were pistols. Wind chakra coalesced and compressed at his fingertips before being launched like bullets. This technique, reminiscent of the Marine 6 styles from One Piece, was actually Naruto's improved version of the wind release, vacuum sphere, which no longer required him to use his mouth for attack. Shooting with his fingers appeared much more stylish. Naruto unleashed a barrage of vacuum spheres toward Kakashi, simultaneously clapping his hands to create several shadow clones that began forming Razengans. Ninjutsu without hand seals holds a significant advantage in battle. Not requiring seals means one can release techniques faster than the opponent, seizing the initiative and dictating the pace of the fight. Seeing Naruto release wind ninjutsu without hand seals, Kakashi's visible eye narrowed slightly. He had lost the initiative. Moreover, needing to perform defensive ninjutsu to counteract the attack, he was at a disadvantage. Thankfully, his ceiling speed ranked among the fastest in the entire ninja world, allowing him to release his technique almost instantaneously. Earth release, earth-style wall. A wall of earth, adorned with a dog's head, erupted from the ground, intercepting the vacuum spheres before they could reach Kakashi, kicking up a cloud of dust. But wait, one-eyed uncle. Wind release, Rasengan. In the blink of an eye, Naruto leapt onto the earthen wall, preparing to jump down with a Rasengan in hand. Kakashi wasted no time, swiftly retreating after erecting the earth wall. Boom. Naruto's Rasengan struck the ground, creating a massive crater from the violently compressed chakra. Kakashi's eye twitched at the sight, and while retreating, he formed another set of seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kakashi placed his right hand before his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames toward the unsuspecting Naruto. Bang! Caught off guard by the close-range fireball, Naruto was engulfed in smoke. Kakashi, unfazed, rebounded from the ground, quickly crouched, and propelled himself sideways. Boom! 4 of Naruto's clones erupted from the ground, each forming Rasengans aimed at the spot where Kakashi had landed. When they found the ground empty, the 4 clones halted their movements, holding their Rasengans aloft while gazing skyward. Kakashi formed seals once again, leaning back slightly to draw in a breath, then unleashed a barrage of wind projectiles. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The multitude of wind chakra bullets obliterated the 4 clones. However, Kakashi remained vigilant, for he could see no trace of Naruto. He had likely used a substitution technique to hide. Swish! Kakashi landed on the river's surface, feeling secure as he stood there, confident that Naruto would not ambush him from below. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gust swept from behind Kakashi, the ferocious wind forcing him to squint and struggle to maintain his footing as it threatened to topple him. Kakashi hastily formed seals. Water release, water barrier. A massive wall of water surged from the river, erecting itself to counter Naruto's wind attack. From behind the water barrier, Kakashi pinpointed Naruto's position through the direction of the wind, forming seals with his hands before appearing directly behind the unsuspecting Naruto, who was in the midst of executing his great breakthrough. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he caught a glimpse of a massive fist barreling toward him from the side. Bang! Another clone? Kakashi muttered, watching as Naruto once again exploded into a cloud of smoke. He couldn't help but wonder how this boy possessed such an abundance of chakra. Whoosh! Kakashi swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Naruto's chakra-encased fist that struck the ground before him, generating a violent gust of wind and leaving a deep crater in its wake. Kakashi utilized the force of the impact to retreat rapidly, while Naruto burst forth from the smoke, leaping high into the air, charging directly at Kakashi. As Naruto adjusted his posture in midair, his right arm bent at the elbow, preparing to strike with the point of his elbow. Is he about to employ taijutsu? Kakashi speculated in his mind, standing firm and ready to engage Naruto in a contest of physical prowess. Meanwhile, Naruto had already leaped to the highest point, chakra enveloping his elbow as he summoned all his strength, driving it downward at great speed. One-eyed uncle, taste my vortex elbow strike. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he beheld the chakra-wrapped elbow approaching him, prompting him to quickly form hand seals and press his palms to the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Another earthen wall surged from the ground, aiming to intercept Naruto's descending attack. However, to Kakashi's astonishment, Naruto effortlessly shattered the rising wall with his elbow, charging toward him with an unstoppable momentum. Kakashi instinctively raised his arms to cross them in defense. Yet, in the next moment, his pupils constricted as an indescribable force surged through the point of contact of his crossed arms. He was propelled off the ground by the force of the elbow strike, his vision blurring as he gazed up at the glaring sun, seemingly catching a glimpse of his deceased father smiling down at him. Bang! Kakashi was sent flying by the elbow strike, bursting into a cloud of smoke. Suddenly, Naruto felt a cool sensation at his neck. Turning his head, he discovered the real Kakashi holding a kunai poised against his throat. One-eyed uncle, I'm sorry I couldn't force you to unleash your full power, he chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter despite the gravity of the situation. Kakashi rolled his eyes, retracting the kunai. Your no-hand seals ninjutsu is indeed troublesome. It was precisely because Naruto's hand seal-less techniques seized the initiative that Kakashi was compelled to use ninjutsu for defense, thus falling into the rhythm of Naruto's assault, leaving him on the back foot. Fortunately, his speed and body flicker and informing hand seals was sufficiently swift. Otherwise, he would have faced embarrassment today. Over the past month, Kakashi had faced Naruto several times, and from initially dominating their encounters, he now found himself increasingly challenged, nearly reaching a 50-50 stalemate. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Naruto grinned and remarked, It's evident that you haven't played in the high-level arena enough, one-eyed uncle. Who seals normally, anyway? Kakashi's exasperation was palpable. Hand seals could better guide and control chakra, ensuring successful ninjutsu execution while conserving energy. Ninjutsu becomes more proficient with repeated use, Naruto nonchalantly asserted, suddenly sporting a mischievous grin. And who cares about conserving a bit of chakra? A serious individual wouldn't fret over such trivialities. You fool. Having excess chakra doesn't mean one should waste it carelessly. What if an unforeseen situation arises? Kakashi retorted, his irritation mounting. You should continue practicing on your own. Wait for Guy to arrive to teach you taijutsu. Kakashi's exasperation reached its limit, and he could no longer contain himself. He pulled a yellow book from his ninja tool pouch and retreated to a nearby tree. Observing Kakashi's antics, Naruto couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain. One-eyed uncle, perhaps you should reduce your consumption of those yellow books. Otherwise, you might end up even more exhausted. Kakashi merely rolled his eyes, ignoring Naruto's comment. As he watched Kakashi engrossed in his dubious reading, Naruto could only shake his head in exasperation and resume his training. Chapter 24, Might Guy. Kakashi had been dispatched by Hiruzen Sarutobi to guide Naruto in his training while concurrently serving to protect the Jinchuriki. With almost half the village's elite ninjas investigating the mysterious individual who had stolen the bloodline, Kakashi had undoubtedly become the prime candidate for safeguarding the Jinchuriki. As for Might Guy, he appeared due to a fortuitous encounter. One morning, Naruto stood at the entrance of a bun shop, swiftly collecting an entire steamer of freshly made buns, disregarding whether the proprietor noticed, and carelessly tossing down an adequate amount of money before departing. This left the proprietor, whose face had turned an almost luminous shade of green, in a quandary, unable to decide whether to pick up the money or leave it be. After all, it was tainted by the touch of a demon fox, yet the sum was not insignificant. Along the way, although he could sense the villagers' malice distorting increasingly, he heard no whispers. Discussing it would only invite the demon fox's covetous gaze, perhaps even attracting the attention of the vigilant patrols. Perhaps it was precisely this suppressed fury, a blend of hatred and fear, that twisted their malevolence further. Naruto, however, ceased to seek out the villagers' ire after a few days of excitement. He found the endeavor rather tedious. Would one find amusement in a group of individuals devoid of reaction and possessing grotesque appearances? Those who could only cower in fear lacked even the desire to see him annihilate them. Hiruzen Sarutobi had stripped away his few remaining pleasures. Oh, this village is beyond salvation, Naruto lamented, gnawing on a bun as he made his way to the third training ground. Hey, young man. Daydreaming while walking can lead to injury. A robust voice suddenly called out, pulling him from his scattered thoughts. Naruto's gaze landed on a flash of green, focusing to reveal a pair of muscular legs clad in tight green pants. Lowering his gaze further, he encountered a face marked by bushy brows and strong features. The azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy? This distinctive appearance made recognition instantaneous. Young man, in the prime of youth, why wear a frown? Might Guy flashed Naruto a classic smile, his gleaming teeth almost dazzling. Naruto paused, somewhat taken aback, and queried, "Green-suited uncle, what are you doing?" Guy responded with a thumbs up, "I am igniting my youth." Naruto felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was indeed reminiscent of the descriptions from the original work. "So, uncle, are you in training?" "Haha." Sweating profusely, igniting my youth. This is the essence of my training. Might Guy erupted into laughter. "What are they doing?" "Not sure. But that fellow in green seems to be a ninja." "Huh. How can there be such a peculiar ninja? No wonder they can converse together." The surrounding villagers began to murmur, but Naruto remained unfazed, while Might Guy appeared somewhat bashful. "Haha, young man, I apologize for the disturbance. If all is well, I must go on to ignite my youth. As a penalty, I shall run 100 laps around the village while upside down." Might Guy truly seemed to lack common sense. Before Naruto could respond, Might Guy dashed past him. "Uncle, wait." As Might Guy was about to sprint away, Naruto hurriedly called out, "Young man, do you have something to say?" Might Guy halted, turning back. Despite the time that had passed, Naruto still found it difficult to adjust to this position. "If you wish to apologize, why not teach me taijutsu?" Might Guy gazed at Naruto in astonishment, incredulously asking, "Are you certain you wish to learn taijutsu from me?" Naruto smiled. "Uncle, you must be a master of taijutsu, right?" "Haha, of course. I am one of the few taijutsu experts in Konoha. Is this what youth is?" Might Guy suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. To his surprise, he noticed that a young boy from Konoha was captivated by the sight of his fervent youth. This was the epitome of a burning spirit, and his flames could ignite the passions of others. It was truly moving. Naruto expressed his disbelief, stating that he had never felt so speechless during his travels. How was it that he had suddenly found himself in tears? "Sir, may I learn your taijutsu?" Naruto inquired once more. "Haha, of course. However, to master taijutsu, one must first build their stamina. Let me see how strong you are." Might Guy wiped away his tears and gave Naruto a thumbs up. "Follow me. Show me your youth." With that, Might Guy dashed forward, his excitement propelling him to greater speed. Naruto mimicked Might Guy's actions, performing a handstand and following closely behind. Upon covering some distance, Might Guy turned to check if Naruto was keeping pace, only to find him mirroring his handstand. He had intended for Naruto to run normally alongside him, but this unexpected display left him astounded. Naruto noticed the surprise in Might Guy's eyes and flashed a wide, gleaming smile. "Sir, I can speed up even more." Suddenly, Naruto surged ahead, surpassing Might Guy. Tears reappeared on Might Guy's face. "This is youth, but I shall not concede." Thus, the two figures, one large and one small, spun around Konoha in handstands. Even Kakashi, who trailed Naruto discreetly, was left in a daze at the sight, momentarily envisioning a resemblance to his former teacher, Minato, with his signature spiky hairstyle. Naturally, Might Guy became Naruto's taijutsu instructor. However, Naruto was not pursuing the 8 gates technique, as Sarutobi Hiruzen would never permit him to learn such a perilous form of taijutsu. After a month of training, all Hiruzen had taught him was a C-rank wind technique, presumably to keep his power in check, ensuring Naruto wouldn't become uncontrollable in the future. What a hypocritical old man, hoarding the wealth and legacy of the Uzumaki clan while withholding even a few ninjutsu from him. "Humph, Sarutobi, you have sealed your own fate." Naruto scoffed inwardly, genuinely intrigued by the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, yet lamenting the lack of avenues to learn them. Time and again, Naruto unleashed his wind release, Great breakthrough against the trees in the forest, practicing how to execute the technique directly with his hands, akin to his wind release, Rasengan. Otherwise, even without forming seals, it would be challenging to achieve a surprise attack using mere breath. Yet, he pondered where he might study sealing techniques, for they were a hallmark of the shinobi world that he simply had to experience. As he trained and contemplated, an idea struck him. Who could possibly know more about the sealing arts than the Uzumaki? He recalled that he possessed the chakra of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze within him, and he resolved to discuss it with Kurama that evening. Ha ha ha, Naruto, Kakashi, here I come. A robust, hearty laugh resonated as Might Guy appeared before them. Kakashi waved his hand without looking up, merely acknowledging his presence, completely engrossed in his philosophical musings about the origins of life. Naruto, however, erupted in laughter and sprinted toward Might Guy, raising his glistening elbow. Ha ha ha, Uncle Guy, let us ignite our youth together. I could elbow you all day long. Chapter 25, Treading on Ants Without Slaying Them. After finishing dinner at Ichiraku Ramen with Kakashi and Might Guy, Naruto returned home late at night. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed. Indeed, he had spent the entire day elbowing with Might Guy, who still seemed full of energy, while Naruto felt as if he had nearly reached his limit. After all, Might Guy was one of the few elite taijutsu masters in Konoha, even with the enhancements of the Nine-Tails chakra and his Uzumaki lineage. After a year and a half of training, he still found himself outmatched in stamina and physical prowess. Truly, he was the azure beast of Konoha. It had been a month since he last sought out entertainment, primarily due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's relentless pursuit of him. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan had been scanning the area like a searchlight, making it nearly impossible for him to find an opportunity to venture out. However, he sensed that soon he would find a chance to escape. Sarutobi was likely reaching the limits of his patience. Those eyes, capable of turning him into a puppet at any moment, would need to be dealt with soon, lest he lose sleep over them. At that time, Shimura Danzo would undoubtedly coordinate with Sarutobi, and the Hyuga's surveillance would likely cease, as such schemes regarding bloodline limits were best kept from the Hyuga clan. After a quick wash, Naruto lay down and entered the sealing space. The Nine-Tails, who had been bored, suddenly took notice of Naruto's appearance. A subtle change flickering in its eyes. You little brat, it's rare to see you come in here this month. Was it just his imagination? Or did Naruto detect a hint of tsundere in Kurama's tone? What's wrong? Do you miss me, Kurama? Naruto teased with a grin. The Nine-Tails fell silent for a moment. You brat, you're truly unlikable. Naruto chuckled, realizing that the world of Naruto was indeed rife with tsundere characters. Ha ha ha, Kurama. I was just joking. I do have something important to discuss with you today. With me? The Nine-Tails sounded puzzled. Aside from providing you with chakra, I can do nothing else. Or is it that after practicing taijutsu, you wish to challenge me again? Naruto shook his head, pointing toward the seal affixed to the door. I want to tear that thing down. The Nine-Tails fell silent, its calm gaze rippling with intensity as it fixed its stare on Naruto. If Naruto were to truly break the seal, once the Nine-Tails departed, the Jinchuriki would undoubtedly lose their life. To be honest, the Nine-Tails was somewhat moved by this. You're not joking, are you? Naruto continued to smile. Rest assured, even if I tear that thing down, you won't be able to escape. Wait. The Nine-Tails' expression froze, realizing that this little brat had just taken back the moment of emotional connection. What do you intend to do? Seeing the Nine-Tails' baffled expression, Naruto maintained a straight face, striving not to laugh, lest Kurama cease to acknowledge him. This 8-trigram seal is composed of 2 4-symbol seals. It is precisely because of these seals that the leaking Nine-Tails chakra is converted back into my chakra. I can only remove one of them for now, as the key to the other seal is in the possession of a rather troublesome individual. What use is there in tearing down this seal? The Nine-Tails inquired. Naruto shook his head. Minato left his chakra within me. Once I tear this seal, he will appear, intent on preventing me from being swayed by you. The 4th Hokage. A glimmer of hatred flashed in the Nine-Tails' eyes. So you wish to meet your father? Not quite. I merely seek the Flying Thunder God technique and the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan. The Nine-Tails remained silent, its countenance darkened, clearly disinclined to meet the presence of the man known as Minato Namikaze. Yet, in a sudden twist of thought, it erupted into laughter. Ha! I am quite curious to see the reaction of the 4th Hokage upon witnessing your current state. Huh? Tell me, little brat. Do you still possess the power to bring destruction upon Konoha? Within the sealing space, the Nine-Tails observed Naruto interacting harmoniously with the 2 Konoha Jonin, and noted that he was far less radical towards the ignorant villagers than before. Naruto shook his head. Kyubi, To tread upon the ants without extinguishing their lives is a difficult power to master. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, from which a swirling blend of red and blue chakra emanated, coalescing into a purplish-black sphere resembling a tailed beast ball. Yet, this was not the end. An abundance of yin and yang chakra continued to converge, not merging with the sphere, but rather encircling it, compressing until it formed a dark core surrounded by a halo of pale purple chakra. Wow, what? When did you learn yin release? The Nine-Tails stared wide-eyed, incredulously regarding the chakra sphere in Naruto's hand, its voice faltering as it sensed the dual chakra properties. Not quite, Naruto smiled. Yin release techniques can create forms from the formless and imbue them with life, a secret art I am not yet capable of mastering. However, manipulating the nature of chakra is not particularly challenging. The chakra I extracted from you is of the yang nature, and after awakening my Mangeko Sharingan, I can convert my chakra to the yin nature. Therefore, I merely combined both properties of chakra through a Rasengan technique, adding some of my own insights to create this jutsu, using a small-tailed beast ball as the ignition for an explosion. With the encasing yin and yang chakra serving as the medium, it promised to unleash unimaginable devastation. The stability of the fusion of yin and yang chakra exceeded that of other elemental chakras, resulting in a far more potent destructive force. Naruto had hardly practiced this. He simply applied the principles of the Rasengan and tailed beast ball and succeeded in an instant. So, you intend to employ this ninjutsu against Konoha? The Nine-Tails gazed at him, its expression a mix of astonishment and concern. Though Naruto's technique appeared lesser than its tailed beast ball, the Nine-Tails sensed that it had yet to reach its full potential and could accommodate even more chakra. If sufficient chakra were infused, it might surpass even the tailed beast ball itself. Who knows? Naruto replied nonchalantly. Konoha is far too weak now, no matter how much it grows. The outcome will remain unchanged. With a firm grip, Naruto crushed the chakra sphere, letting it dissolve and reintegrate into his body. All right, we must prepare for the main event. He turned to the Nine-Tails. When Minato emerges, I'll need you to expend some chakra to stabilize his condition. The Nine-Tails looked at him in disbelief. You want me to assist that fourth Hokage? Little brat, do not push your luck. With a roar, the Nine-Tails thrust a paw forward, halting just before Naruto. Furious that this child dared suggest aiding the very man who had sealed it away, Naruto could only attempt to placate the Nine-Tails. Otherwise, if Minato emerged only to vanish, he would gain nothing from the encounter. Calm down, Kyubi. Even if the fourth Hokage emerges, he is merely a manifestation of chakra. Without your help to stabilize him, he may very well dissipate. Then you would miss many interesting expressions from the fourth Hokage, wouldn't you? Chapter 26, Minato Namikaze. Within the ceiling space, Naruto managed to soothe the Nine-Tails with relative ease. After all, it was merely a fox that had been imprisoned for decades, yearning to witness the pained expression of the one who had sealed it. Positioning himself directly beneath the grand door, Naruto's chakra surged, causing the water beneath him to spiral and rise, enveloping him up to his waist. Elevated by the water column, Naruto approached the seal affixed to the door. He lifted his hand to touch the seal, his fingers poised to tear it away. However, as he made his move, a golden radiance quietly blossomed, gradually transforming into a humanoid figure before both him and the fox. This light was gentle and welcoming, not harsh like the blazing sun. Amidst this resplendent golden glow, a steady and warm hand precisely captured Naruto's, preventing him from ripping the seal. Minato Namikaze gently brought Naruto back to the ground, his gaze filled with tenderness as he regarded him. He had often imagined their reunion, yet upon this moment, he was struck by the realization that Naruto was still a child. However, observing his robust physique, handsome features, golden hair, and azure eyes, it was apparent that as the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto's upbringing must have been met with the villagers' adoration, leading to a happy life. Naruto, you have grown. Minato's face beamed with pride. Yet, Naruto retreated a step, maintaining his composure. Minato's expression turned awkward as he chuckled. Naruto, perhaps the third Hokage never informed you of my identity. I am actually. No need for pleasantries, fourth Hokage. Naruto cut him off. I did not unseal this to engage in idle chatter. Minato froze, his expression caught between words, feeling somewhat at a loss. Though he could adeptly navigate relationships among comrades, he found himself unsure how to approach this seemingly rebellious child, especially since Naruto had been but an infant at his birth and had now matured into a young adult. Was it perhaps due to his status that he had grown rebellious in the village? Yet, burdened by the guilt of having rendered Naruto an orphan, he struggled to find the right words. Fortunately, Naruto not only appeared well, but was also in good health, suggesting that he had indeed thrived within the village. Naruto, do not be easily swayed by the Nine-Tails' temptations. If you wish to train with tailed beast chakra, it must be under the guidance of Jiraiya-sensei. Minato explained with a warm smile. Haha, fourth Hokage, this is hardly my manipulation. Before Naruto could respond, the mocking laughter of the Nine-Tails echoed from behind. Nine-Tails, you are the one orchestrating this. Minato, now aware of the source of the voice, turned to see the Nine-Tails, its face adorned with a mocking grin. Eyes ablaze with anger. Haha, fourth Hokage, in this matter, you have no grounds to blame me. Without my chakra, this little brat would have perished long ago at the hands of Konoha. The Nine-Tails' assertion was not without merit. Had it not been for the extraordinary regenerative abilities conferred by the tailed beast chakra, given Naruto's childhood experiences, he would likely have suffered profound injuries, if not death. Impossible. Minato instinctively refuted the Nine-Tails' claim, immediately turning back to Naruto, eager to uncover the truth from him. Minato Namikaze, nurtured under the will of fire, is a ninja who holds an unwavering love for his village. Upon becoming Hokage, he devoted himself entirely to Konoha, rendering it inconceivable for him to believe the words of the Nine-Tails. It was indeed a vexing situation. Naruto furrowed his brow, yet his gaze remained unchanged, still and indifferent. Fourth Hokage, I have grown indifferent towards the fate of this village. My intent in unsealing the barrier was merely to harness more of the Nine-Tails chakra, as well as to acquire your Flying Thunder God technique and the sealing techniques belonging to the Uzumaki clan. The notion of obtaining more Nine-Tails chakra suddenly struck a chord with Minato, whose expression, albeit strained, revealed a flicker of relief. Naruto, have you truly managed to control the chakra of the Nine-Tails? It took Kushina an extensive period to achieve that. And you are still so young. How is it possible that you can already draw chakra from the Nine-Tails? Fourth Hokage, you are rather presumptuous, Naruto replied coldly. Casting a brief glance at Minato before tearing down the seal on the gate, stepping into the sealed space to stand beside the Nine-Tails. It is not about controlling the Nine-Tails. Rather, we are comrades. Minato stood there, stunned, as he felt his worldview shatter. Why was it that Naruto could stand so naturally alongside the Nine-Tails? The beast's current expression was one of sheer ferocity. Baring its fangs while its eyes brimmed with scorn and malice, it hardly seemed like a partnership of mutual understanding. Yet Naruto did not appear to be under any spell. It was then that Minato regained his composure and began to reflect. Upon entering the sealed space and witnessing Naruto, he realized that his perceptions of Naruto's circumstances in the village had been entirely subjective. The treatment of Jinchuriki within the village was evident from Kushina's experience. But could even the identity of the fourth Hokage's son, the hero, fail to alter such treatment? Naruto, I can teach you the Flying Thunder God technique and the sealing arts, but my chakra is merely a fragment. I fear I cannot impart it all to you. Minato's expression was tinged with guilt, unable to fulfill even his son's first, possibly only, request. This is not an issue, Kurama, Naruto replied, turning to the Nine-Tails. This is what we agreed upon. The Nine-Tails, possessing an abundance of yang chakra, could significantly enhance the quality and stability of Minato's chakra, thus eliminating the concern of it dissipating as long as it was replenished in time. Che, impudent brat, the Nine-Tails retorted with a disdainful expression. Yet it still allowed a portion of its chakra to cross the seal and flow into Minato's body. What is this? Minato exclaimed, astonished as he sensed the transformation within his chakra, which had stabilized, its quality elevated, dispelling the prior sensation of imminent vanishing. This was indeed the might of the Nine-Tails chakra. With renewed anticipation, he looked towards Naruto and inquired, Naruto, could you share your experiences over the years? Chapter 27. Collapsed. Naruto fell silent, bowing his head in contemplation for a moment before meeting Minato's gaze, which was laced with both expectation and apprehension. I have little interest in lamenting the past. It is behind us, and those who once wronged me can now only express silent fury. Minato's expression dimmed upon hearing this. However, Naruto's tone took a sudden turn. If you truly wish to know, perhaps it's best you witness it for yourself. With that, Naruto disregarded Minato's rekindled hope and turned to the Nine-Tails, raising his fist high. Kurama, if I recall correctly, this is called the ninja religion. The Nine-Tails widened its eyes in shock, yet hesitated. You never mentioned this beforehand, and gaining my acknowledgement is not a simple task. Haha, your acknowledgement is unnecessary. The lifespan of humans is quite brief, and there will not be another Jinchuriki. Decades from now, you will regain your freedom. Why not consider this as merely passing the time? Naruto laughed. The Nine-Tails fell silent, observing Naruto's smiling face, feeling an odd discomfort. Such a sunny demeanor should not grace this boy-esque countenance. That insincere smile was better suited to Minato. Nonetheless, Naruto was somewhat to its liking. At least this year was far more entertaining than the past few decades, for they were now allies. Surely, the coming years would bring forth many amusing events. The Nine-Tails smirked, extending its massive claw to press against Naruto's fist. Well then, let us regard it as passing the time. Boom. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from Naruto, golden energy swirling like a tsunami, forming a colossal vortex. Naruto's body became enveloped in this force, his eyes transforming into slitted pupils, intricate golden patterns dancing across his skin like living entities, sketching out enigmatic designs. With half of the seal unraveled, it was sufficient for Naruto to enter the tailed beast chakra mode. What is this? Minato's eyes were wide with astonishment. Even Kushina could not wield tailed beast chakra to this extent. Perhaps only the first Jinchuriki, Mito-sama, could achieve such a feat on the other side of the gate. Naruto raised his fist towards Minato. Fourth Hokage, if you wish to see, then behold. The past of Uzumaki Naruto. Minato gazed into the Nine-Tails' scornful eyes and Naruto's unyielding, slitted pupils, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease swell within him. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, locking his gaze onto Naruto, his eyes filled with remorse. The two fists collided. In an instant, Minato was frozen in place. As Naruto's chakra flowed into him, Minato gained the Nine-Tails' malevolent perception ability. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face. What is this? What expression is that? What are these tears? The Nine-Tails chakra that had enveloped Naruto receded entirely, returning him to his original form. Looking at Minato, he spoke with a hint of disdain. What purpose do your tears serve now? Do you seek my forgiveness? Minato's body trembled slightly as he wiped away his tears, gazing at the familiar yet foreign visage of his son, shaking his head. I do not seek your forgiveness. But at the very least, allow me to rectify some of my past wrongs. Minato clenched his fists tightly, his expression earnest. Naruto wasted no time. I require the Flying Thunder God technique and the four-symbol seal. Chapter 28. The four-symbol seal in the time that followed. Naruto refrained from training with Kakashi and Might Guy at the third training ground, opting instead to remain at home, more precisely, in the sealed space with Minato, learning the four-symbol seal. After a full week, Naruto had nearly mastered the four-symbol seal. The practice of sealing techniques was no simple feat. It was far more intricate than conventional ninjutsu, possessing the extraordinary ability to compress and demote entities, akin to the 8-trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen, which contained its own spatial realm. Under the tutelage of the illustrious Minato Namikaze, the mastery of sealing techniques was notably refined, particularly due to the influence of Kushina Uzumaki. In the past, the Nine-Tails was far more unruly than it is now. If a rampage were to occur, it would indeed fall upon Minato to perform the necessary sealing. I recall from the original narrative that Minato was once pierced through by a berserk Kushina, yet he managed to seal the Nine-Tails away once more. Furthermore, with Naruto Uzumaki possessing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, he inherently exhibited a prodigious talent for sealing techniques. The amalgamation of their abilities resulted in a rapid advancement in his studies, enabling him to grasp the four-symbol seal in a mere week. As for Naruto's lack of sealing skills in the original story, he remains uncertain. It is likely due to the overwhelming influence of Ashura's chakra, which rendered him capable of only creating chakra balls. In the confines of the room, Naruto gazed at the comic book on the table. Feeling the sealing mark upon his body, he placed his hand upon the comic, and the intricate patterns of the four-symbol seal emanated from his palm, enveloping the entire book. With a resounding pop, amidst a cloud of smoke, the comic vanished from the table, only to reappear within Naruto's sealing space. Success. Minato's eyes sparkled with delight as he caught the comic that fell from the air. Oomph, how bothersome, the Nine-Tails commented with an irritable snort. For this was the technique that had sealed it away for decades. Ah, QB, now that you've mastered this sealing technique, our time in the sealing space shall be far from dull, Minato remarked, placing the comic before the Nine-Tails. He had learned the creature's name from Naruto, and despite their profound enmity, they were now bound to coexist in the sealing space, potentially for decades, relying on each other's chakra for sustenance. Thus, it was prudent to foster a cordial relationship for the time being. I have no need for such trifles, the Nine-Tails retorted, its pride evident. Still as haughty as ever. I see, QB, Naruto chimed in, appearing in the sealing space. You little brat. The Nine-Tails bellowed in a mix of anger and embarrassment. Congratulations. Naruto, I never anticipated you would master the four-symbol seal so swiftly. Minato approached with genuine warmth and pride. If only learning the Flying Thunder God technique could be accomplished with such ease, he would be even more gratified. It is a father's greatest joy to see his child inherit the talents of both parents. Thanks to your excellent teaching, fourth Hokage, Naruto expressed humbly. Minato was not surprised by Naruto's politeness. Their current rapport was already a significant improvement. It still primarily stems from your remarkable talent. Shall we commence training in the Flying Thunder God technique now, or would you prefer to become more familiar with the four-symbol seal first? Naruto pondered before asking. The training for the Flying Thunder God must be considerably more challenging than the four-symbol seal, correct? Minato nodded solemnly. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God is a space-time ninjutsu, requiring immense effort and the innate talent for spatial manipulation from the practitioner. Then, I shall postpone that for a while. It seems an important matter may arise in Konoha soon, Naruto mused, glancing at the Nine-Tails, who was surreptitiously eyeing the comic book. He thought to himself that soon Kushina could be released, as he would need to learn the diamond lock from her. A significant matter? What could possibly transpire in Konoha? Minato's expression grew complex. Although he harbored little fondness for the current state of Konoha, as a former Hokage, he could not dismiss the weight of the news. Naruto's face broke into a cryptic smile. You will soon witness the hypocrisy of Konoha's higher-ups. Fourth. More than a month had passed, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had yet to uncover the identity of the intruders. He was likely beginning to suspect Shisui Uchiha. As the only eyewitness to the invaders' presence was Shisui himself, and it was well known that the Uchiha clan was not trusted within Konoha. Once the Hyuga clan's Byakugan was sealed, Naruto could initiate his plans, ensnaring opportunities next to the Uchiha territory with a well-laid trap. The Mangeko Sharingan was certainly worth the effort. Was it truly my mistake? Naruto observed Minato, who appeared lost in contemplation, choosing to remain silent. He held no animosity towards Minato. He simply could not regard him as a father, for he was not his father. The current relationship they shared was satisfactory. Suddenly, as Naruto was deep in thought, his expression shifted, and he vanished from the ceiling space. Minato, still in his reverie, did not react, while the Nine-Tails, peeking at the comic, cast a furtive glance before resuming its reading. Not long after Naruto's consciousness re-emerged, a knock resonated from the door. Time rewound to an hour prior. In the third training ground, Might Guy diligently trained alone. Sprinting, handstands, push-ups, sit-ups, punching, kicking. Having completed every exercise in silence, Guy could no longer contain his restlessness. For some unknown reason, Naruto and Kakashi had not appeared at the training ground for an entire week. With no knowledge of Naruto's home or Kakashi's whereabouts, he speculated whether they had been assigned a secret mission or were both ill and confined to their homes without care. I must seek out the third Hokage for clarity. With determination, Guy sprang to his feet and raced towards the Hokage tower. Coincidentally, Sarutobi had also sensed Naruto's unusual behavior. Though he could observe Naruto's absent-mindedness through the Byakugan, he remained unaware of the full situation. Thus, he revealed Naruto's address to Guy, along with Kakashi's location and mission, encouraging them to investigate further. Filled with excitement, Guy dashed out and soon found Kakashi, who was hiding in a tree, secretly perusing an adult book beside Naruto's residence. What brings you here? Kakashi remarked, his expression as impassive as ever. Kakashi, my dear friend, it has been a week since we last sparred, Guy exclaimed, flashing his signature grin. Today, let us rekindle our rivalry. The challenge was set. They would discover who first learned the reason for Naruto's absence from the outside world. Chapter 29. Suspicions of Sarutobi. Naruto's face bore a look of surprise upon seeing Kakashi and Guy at his door. Uncle Guy, one-eyed uncle, what brings you here? Kakashi remained silent, his deadpan gaze fixated on Guy. With boundless enthusiasm, Guy wrapped his arm around Naruto's shoulders, exclaiming, Are you prepared to join us in igniting the flames of youth today? Naruto felt a touch of embarrassment, realizing he had not anticipated Guy and Kakashi's direct visit to his home. Initially, he had assumed they were sent by Sarutobi to monitor and protect him. After all these years, Sarutobi Hiruzen has yet to permit anyone, aside from himself, to approach him. One individual is a top-tier elite jonin from Konoha, while the other possesses the latent potential to unleash power rivaling that of a Kage, more than capable of safeguarding a Jinchuriki. It appears, however, that Kakashi's presence was a deliberate arrangement by Sarutobi, whereas Might Guy's involvement was likely mere serendipity, as their paths crossed unexpectedly on the street, leading to Sarutobi tacitly allowing him to stay by his side as a mentor. Perhaps it is due to Might Guy's untainted character, devoid of ulterior motives. It is surprising that even after all these years, Guy remains unchanged, resembling Uncle Dai remarkably, while Kakashi still struggles to emerge from the shadows of his past. In the ceiling space, Minato Namikaze gazed upon the descendants of his former disciples and comrades, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It is often said that the world changes, yet with the passage of time, it seems that while the people remain the same, Konoha has transformed into something unrecognizable. Naruto, disregarding Minato's reflections, smiled at the two and gestured for them to enter, saying, "Uncle Guy, Uncle One Eye, please come inside." Curiosity piqued. Might Guy and Kakashi stepped into Naruto's home. Due to Naruto's solitary living situation, the abode appeared quite modest and sparse, exuding a rather desolate atmosphere, reminiscent of a hermit-esque dwelling. The furnishings were exceedingly simple, with only a table and a sofa occupying the living room, yet the environment was notably tidy. Save for a trash bin containing empty instant noodle boxes, Kakashi maintained a stony silence upon entering, his head slightly bowed, obscuring his expression, perhaps harboring a tinge of guilt. If Kakashi were likened to a stagnant pool, then Might Guy was akin to a volcano perpetually on the brink of eruption. Overcome with emotion, he burst into tears and embraced Naruto, who was hesitating whether to prepare tea. "Boy," he exclaimed, causing Naruto to involuntarily flinch at the unexpected embrace. In mere moments, he felt his shoulder dampen. It is said that women are made of water. But Naruto realized that Might Guy was the true embodiment of it. What man sheds so many tears? He found it challenging to emulate Rock Lee's stoicism. Perhaps only Lee could genuinely be Might Guy's disciple. Struggling to extricate himself from Might Guy's embrace, Naruto said with a hint of embarrassment, "Uncle Guy, you and Uncle One Eye should sit down first. I will explain everything shortly." He poured each of them a glass of water, just plain water. As he had no customary practice of offering tea, given that guests rarely visited and his culinary repertoire extended only to instant noodles. Naruto briefly recounted his reasons for not attending the training grounds recently. Naturally, he could not divulge the full truth to them, merely stating that he was developing a particularly formidable ninjutsu at home, intending to keep it as his trump card until it was perfected, at which point he would invite them for a friendly spar, confident of victory. Kakashi regarded Naruto with his characteristic deadpan gaze, attributing his youthful bravado to a stubborn desire to surpass them. Nonetheless, he believed victory was an impossibility, despite appearing somewhat challenged during their sparring sessions. It was primarily because he often held back, ensuring his triumph regardless of the circumstances. Might Guy, however, was earnest in his demeanor as he gazed intently at Naruto, making an unwavering declaration of invincibility, vowing to double his training before their next confrontation, asserting that he would not be outdone by anyone save for his dear friend Kakashi. Thus, the two departed Naruto's residence, each harboring different sentiments. Developing a new ninjutsu? Truly, he is the child of Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon receiving Kakashi's report, could not help but feel a swell of emotion. Naruto had brought an abundance of surprises, bordering on the overwhelming. Not only had his proficiency with existing techniques surged, but he had also begun to develop new jutsu on his own, truly surpassing his predecessor. However, ever since the incident involving Danzo's sinister machinations, Naruto's demeanor had exhibited some troubling changes. Perhaps it was time to summon Jiraiya back to Konoha. As Sarutobi pondered, a figure abruptly entered without knocking, proclaiming directly, "Hiruzen, do we still lack information on that mysterious individual?" The newcomer was Shimura Danzo, whose impoliteness elicited no change in Sarutobi's countenance, as he had grown accustomed to such behavior over the decades. Shaking his head in disappointment, Sarutobi replied, "Hisashi reported that the Byakugan has not detected any suspicious activities. The Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans have reported nothing either." Danzo's expression darkened at this news, his voice laced with fury. "Then it appears this is the nefarious plot of the Uchiha clan." Sarutobi furrowed his brow, admonishing, "Danzo, do not speak recklessly." Danzo fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Sarutobi, insisting, "This is undoubtedly the Uchiha's conspiracy. An outsider seeking to seize a bloodline limit would not go unnoticed for so long without raising alarms." "I trust Shursui," Sarutobi retorted firmly. "Hiruzen, have you forgotten the words of our teacher?" Danzo's eyes were resolute. "Any Uchiha who awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan becomes twisted and radicalized. The Shursui we know may no longer hold the same dedication to the village. The intruder is merely a smokescreen deployed by the Uchiha to divert our attention, allowing Shursui to use his ocular techniques to control you and orchestrate a coup against the village. They have already eliminated a member of Konoha Zumbu. That is impossible." Sarutobi instinctively countered, his expression darkening. "I believe in Shursui's will of fire. I also believe the Uchiha would not harm the village." "Hiruzen, Are you truly willing to jeopardize the village for the sake of your own beliefs? Danzo gazed at his old friend with disappointment, lamenting the weakness of the former shinobi champion. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. This matter is mine to decide. Sarutobi unleashed his authority, delivering a crushing blow to Danzo, inflicting 100,000 points of real damage. Hiruzen, you will regret this. With a bang, Danzo stormed out, leaving Sarutobi alone in his chair, puffing on his pipe, his frail figure appearing somewhat desolate. He had long harbored suspicions regarding the situation. After all, over a month had passed without a whisper of unrest in the village. More critically, aside from Shisui, there had been no other witnesses to the events of that fateful night, especially at such a crucial juncture. Though Shisui had informed him of the Uchiha's plot for a coup and the powers of his Mangeko Sharingan, he recognized that sometimes the most insidious lies are woven amidst a tapestry of truths. That Mangekyou's abilities were a cause for concern. Shisui, Sarutobi murmured to himself, his expression growing increasingly bitter as his gaze darkened. Chapter 30. The Dying Uchiha Shisui. Come in. Sarutobi rapped his pipe against the table. An Umbu ninja, adorned with an animal mask, appeared in the Hokage's office and bowed respectfully. You are to inform the heads of the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans, as well as the members of the reconnaissance unit, that if no news regarding the intruder surfaces within a week, the search will be called off. Continuing further would merely squander the village's resources and manpower. Let us heed Danzo's counsel. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hisashi had already mentally attributed the blame to Shimura Danzo. Indeed, the Umbu ninja responded affirmatively before vanishing without a trace. Truly, they were like shadows, appearing and disappearing with remarkable swiftness. Time flew by, and within a week, Naruto had been wholly absorbed in his training of the four-symbol seal. He had now attained the ability to seal anything he touched into the sealing space, and could also set up sealing arrays to ensnare anyone who unwittingly entered them. Naruto's affinity for sealing techniques was not born out of mere preference. Rather, mastering the art sparked an ingenious idea within him. Initially, he had planned to wait for a fierce confrontation between Uchiha Shisui and Shimura Danzo, seizing the opportunity to ambush Shisui and claim his Mangeko Sharingan. However, this strategy allowed for only a single chance, necessitating a fatal strike. Should he fail to eliminate Shisui instantly, the risk of Shisui employing his Kodoame Tsukumi before meeting his end could complicate matters significantly. Yet now, he devised a more effective approach, laying multiple sealing arrays in the forests surrounding the South-He River and the Uchiha clan's territory, then luring Shisui into the trap. Once ensnared within the sealing space, he could call upon his mentor, Minato, to swiftly extract Shisui's eyes. After all, if even the aged Danzo could pilfer Shisui's eyes with a surprise attack, there was no reason Minato could not achieve the same. He believed himself to possess a certain moral superiority. While Danzo sought Shisui's life, all Naruto desired was his eyes, leaving Shisui's life intact. With the four-symbol seal in place, sealing Shisui would suffice. He was genuinely curious about Shisui's reaction upon witnessing Uchiha Itachi and Konoha's higher-ups orchestrating the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. How would he feel seeing his once trusted elder and favored junior slaughtering his kin? The mere thought ignited a desire within him to mock and deride. It appeared that Sarutobi Hisashi could no longer contain his impatience. While training the four-symbol seal in his sparsely furnished room, Naruto suddenly entered the sealing space, unable to suppress a laugh as he sensed the probing gazes of the Byakugan extinguishing like lights. The Nine-Tails' malicious perception was a remarkably overpowered ability in the original narrative. Naruto could even sense the events of the Fourth Great Ninja War across all battlefields. Thus, assessing the current situation in Konoha was a trivial task for him. Little brat, are you ready to act? In the sealing space, the Nine-Tails shifted its gaze from the comic book on the floor to Naruto, who had suddenly appeared. The sealing space had evolved, now furnished with a sofa, coffee table, bookshelf, desk, and refrigerator. Naruto had managed to seal nearly everything from his home into this space over the past 2 weeks, leaving only a bed and a few items that could not be sealed. However, there was no concern about items being trapped inside, as anything sealed could also be unsealed. The sealing space had become akin to a storage room, exceedingly convenient. Naruto's abrupt arrival also caught the attention of Minato, who was seated at the desk perusing a comic. He refrained from lecturing Naruto but regarded him with a complex expression, saying, "Naruto, I have no right to advise you. But I hope you do not let hatred completely cloud your judgment. Vengeance should not extend to the innocent." He was aware of the injustices Naruto had endured at the hands of Konoha over the years, and though he shared a sense of resentment, he yearned for mutual understanding. Lacking Ashura's chakra, he could only accept whatever Naruto chose to do regarding those who had wronged him. Yet he hoped Naruto would maintain some moral boundaries and avoid indiscriminate slaughter. Naruto paid little mind to Minato's sentiments, as long as he was willing to assist. The notion of a moral boundary had become somewhat nebulous for Naruto. Having materialized in this world, he felt no sense of belonging to Konoha. Even after assimilating 4 years' worth of memories, he was unanchored and unrestrained, focused solely on enhancing his strength and seeking enjoyment. He would pursue advantageous endeavors and might even engage in those that could be detrimental to him. While thoughts of annihilating Konoha still lingered in his mind, they were no longer as fervent as they had been over a year ago. With the power of the Mangeko Sharingan and the might of the Nine-Tails at his disposal, obliterating the village would be as effortless as squashing an insect. As the saying goes, with greater height comes a broader perspective. With the enhancement of his abilities, his mindset had undergone some transformation. He occasionally contemplated the absurdity of the entire ninja world. Why were the nobles of the 5 great nations as feeble as insects, able to command the majority of the world's resources, while the 5 hidden villages, possessing the strongest military forces, fought tooth and nail over mere scraps? Having a perspective that far exceeded this stagnant ninja world, he found himself growing weary of its unchanging nature. Fear not, 4th Hokage. My actions will only benefit Uchiha Shursui and the Uchiha clan, not harm them. Naruto smiled, for even the most malevolent acts could not compare to outright genocide. Then, that is well, Minato replied, uncertain of the veracity of Naruto's words, yet he chose to place his trust in him. Let us prepare for action. I will arrange the sealing technique, and once I have ensnared Uchiha Shursui, you shall promptly extract his eyes. Naruto solemnly instructed Minato, adding, do not let your guard down. If you inadvertently fall victim to Shursui's Kotoamatsukami, I will have no choice but to erase you. I understand. Minato nodded earnestly, unwilling to vanish at this juncture. He recognized Naruto's current disposition was somewhat problematic. Should something untoward occur, he could subtly guide the situation. Very well. After nodding, Naruto's form vanished from the ceiling space. Upon returning to his original body, he swiftly executed the shadow clone technique, conjuring an identical clone before him. He smiled and gestured for the clone to lie on the bed and daydream. Next, he performed the transformation technique, altering his appearance to that of the last encounter with Uchiha Shursui, his eyes adorned with spinning 3-tomo. He donned the newly modified 3-eyed cat mask. Vortex Naruto, making my grand entrance. His figure slowly faded from view. Meanwhile, Minato was left in a state of bewilderment within the ceiling space. Is that the Sharingan? Chapter 31, Preparations afoot. Naruto you. Minato, recovering from his wide-eyed disbelief, hesitated as he called out to Naruto, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What is it? Naruto, currently surveying the surroundings near the Uchiha clan's territory, was caught off guard by Minato's sudden exclamation, uncertain of its meaning. Beneath the weight of unspoken words, Minato Namikaze visibly strained to articulate himself, his face flushed with a deep crimson hue. Yet, there seemed to be an invisible barrier obstructing his voice, rendering him momentarily speechless. His peculiar demeanor prompted Naruto to suspect a possible anomaly with Minato's chakra, leading him to seek a secure location to delve into the seal space and ascertain the situation. Haha, how utterly amusing. The Nine-Tails, having observed the unfolding scene while ostensibly engrossed in the manga, could no longer contain his laughter. Minato's predicament was far more entertaining than the comic itself. Kurama, what has happened to the 4th? Naruto inquired, realizing that the Nine-Tails had a grasp of the circumstances upon hearing his mirth. A mischievous grin crept across Kurama's visage as he replied, this fellow seems to be questioning whether he's been cuckolded after catching sight of your eyes. Haha. Minato's face reddened further, his inability to voice any retort evident. Though he was acutely aware of the impossibility of such a suspicion, after all, Naruto's hair and eyes were identical to his own. There were no others in Konoha who bore such a resemblance. Yet the Sharingan? He lacked the Uchiha bloodline. Could it be that Kushina had an Uchiha ancestor? In a sudden flash of insight, Minato pondered the possibility that the Uzumaki clan, aside from their ties to the Senju clan, might also have intermarried with the Uchiha. It dawned on Naruto that he had yet to demonstrate his Sharingan before Minato. His recent endeavors had revolved around training with Kakashi and Might Guy, as well as honing his sealing techniques, leaving little opportunity for the use of his eyes. It is not my own, Naruto stated candidly, eschewing excuses, for the matter of Uchiha Shursui was of paramount importance. Minato, regaining his composure, found that Naruto's admission, while stirring some disquieting thoughts, was not as dire as he had imagined. Ah, I see. Haha. I hadn't given it much thought myself, he awkwardly defended, scratching the back of his head. Very well, I have identified several suitable locations. I shall proceed to arrange the seals. Naruto remarked with an impassive expression before vanishing once more. Haha. Witnessing Naruto's nonchalance, Minato managed an awkward smile. Phew. With these seals in place, they should suffice. Naruto exhaled deeply, completing the final step of one seal. To be prudent, he had set up a total of 4 seals, one by the Naka River, where he frequently employed his malevolent perception to sense the happenings throughout Konoha, naturally aware of the clandestine meetings between Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. He had also positioned 3 seals along the essential route from the Hokage building to the Uchiha compound, forming a triangular trap. With a slight nudge from him, Shisui was bound to wander into one of them. Danzo, it is time to set your plans in motion. Shisui, it has been over a month. Yet we have received no intelligence regarding the intruder from our end. What is the status from your security department? In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out of the window, observing the bustling streets of Konoha below. With Hiruzen's back turned to Shisui, the latter was unable to discern his expression. Yet the depth of Hiruzen's voice betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Shisui too felt a pang of bitterness at the third Hokage's discontent. Over the past month, the Uchiha security force had been tirelessly searching for leads on the intruder, while Shisui had been subtly probing the sentiments within the Uchiha clan, to no avail. Doubts began to cloud Shisui's mind. Was the assailant truly from the Uchiha clan? If not, how could they wield the Mangeko Sharingan? It was well known that without Uchiha lineage, even the most skilled ninjas struggled to control even a basic 3-tomo Sharingan. Apologies, Lord Third, but we too have uncovered no leads from the security force, Shisui admitted, his heart racing as he sensed Hiruzen's scrutiny upon him. Is that so? Hiruzen pursed his lips, his gaze deepening. In that case, we cannot afford to continue down this path. The investigation into the intruder must be temporarily halted. Lord Third, what if more villagers are harmed? Shisui voiced his concerns, apprehensive about the implications. We cannot squander Konoha's resources any further. I have ordered the withdrawal of all investigative personnel today. From now on, this matter will fall under your security force's jurisdiction. I trust the Uchiha clan will safeguard Konoha. Though Hiruzen's tone was calm and measured, to Shisui, it echoed like thunder, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Hiruzen's words had finally quelled the anxiety that had gripped Shisui's heart. Entrusting such a significant responsibility to the security force was a testament to the third Hokage's faith in the Uchiha. Moreover, this presented an opportunity for the Uchiha clan to reinforce their bond with Konoha. If they could identify and apprehend the intruder, they might also ameliorate relations between the two factions. He resolved to return and confide in clan leader Fugaku regarding the intruder's Uchiha identity, enlisting his assistance in the investigation. This was an opportunity they could not afford to miss. Rest assured, Lord Third, the Uchiha will fulfill your expectations, Shisui declared fervently, raising his gaze toward Hiruzen's slightly stooped figure. Hiruzen offered a reassuring nod, but after a moment's hesitation, inquired, Shisui, have you utilized your eyes? Shisui paused, feeling a twinge of guilt as he replied, I apologize, Lord Third. The security force has been preoccupied with investigating the intruder, and I have not found an appropriate opportunity. Shisui's response caused Hiruzen's expression to sharpen. Was it possible that the intruder was attempting to divert their attention? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Hiruzen suddenly broke into a sweat. Surely, he had not fallen under some form of manipulation? Recalling Tobirama-sensei's warnings and the inherent malevolence of the Uchiha, he reassured himself that he had not been compromised before continuing. No matter, Shisui, I have always believed in your will of fire, and in the Uchiha clan's love for Konoha. Pursue your course boldly. Once this incident is resolved, I will officially commend the Uchiha clan's contributions to the village, thereby mending the rift between us. Thank you, Lord Third. Shisui's eyes sparkled with fervor, nearly compelling him to kneel in gratitude. In that moment, the will of fire within him blazed brightly, as Hiruzen's stature loomed larger than life. Indeed, the third Hokage was tirelessly working to integrate the Uchiha into Konoha. Very well, Hiruzen nodded. You may take your leave. Yes, I shall relay this news to clan leader Fugaku at once. Shisui, while your will of fire may indeed be genuine, the safety of Konoha and the Fire Nation rests upon my shoulders. I cannot afford to gamble. Chapter 32, Danzo's Performance. As night gradually descends, only a few fleeting rays of the setting sun linger on the horizon. It is coming. In the secluded woods, Naruto's silhouette quietly materializes, perched upon a grand tree, gazing intently towards the location of the Hokage building. Although invisible to his eyes, he can sense that Uchiha Shursui has departed from the Hokage building and is hastening towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Between him and Uchiha Shursui, there are also a dozen figures concealing their presence. Shimura Danzo has likewise prepared himself, yet alas, the mantis stalks the cicada. Unaware that the oriole lurks behind, one is in the light, the other in the shadows. The three Tomo and Naruto's eyes whirl rapidly, aligning into a single line before transforming into a pair of vertical pupils. His form vanishes once more. Night has fully enveloped the land. The remnants of the sun have vanished, and the cool, serene moon rises quietly. The moonlight, fragmented by the dense canopy, casts scattered dapples of light upon the ground. Resembling shards of shattered silver mirrors, the forest tonight is even more tranquil. Rustle. Uchiha Shursui moves swiftly, his urgency palpable, as his garments brush against the branches and leaves, producing faint sounds. Since the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, the Uchiha clan has finally found an opportunity to reintegrate into the village. Uchiha Shursui does not wish to miss this chance, nor can the Uchiha afford to overlook it. He yearns to return to the Uchiha compound swiftly. To inform clan leader Fugaku of this matter, convene all Uchiha members for a clan meeting, and conduct a discreet investigation. He understands Fugaku's character. Although there is a subtle inclination towards agreeing to a coup d'etat, the latter's indecisiveness dampens Shursui's hopes. As long as he conveys the third Hokage's intentions and his own report, he believes Fugaku will support his plan to avert the coup. However, the other elders are a different story. Their fervent obsession with the Mangeko Sharingan would only solidify their resolve for a rebellion upon discovering the truth. Thus, the only individuals he can trust are Fugaku and his friend, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shursui finds himself in a dire predicament. As a fervent idealist, he remains ensconced in his fantasy paradise. He has begun to envision the Uchiha being embraced by the village, where the villagers no longer fear the Uchiha, and the village leadership no longer ostracizes them, culminating in Uchiha Itachi becoming the Hokage of Konoha. An intense emotion stirs within him, causing the three Tomo in his eyes to manifest, swirling and transforming into the shape of a single-bladed shuriken. Yet, fantasies are but fragile bubbles. When the harshness of reality pierces through the illusion of his paradise, what shall ensue? Whoosh! A flurry of wind sounds erupts as several kunai are launched towards him from various angles, leaving him with no space to evade. However, with the insight afforded by the Mangekyo, how could he possibly fall victim to mere kunai? In an instant, Uchiha Shursui has drawn his own kunai, deflecting all incoming projectiles. Yet, before he can stabilize himself, 5 figures cloaked in black and adorned with animal masks have already surrounded him. A barrage of shuriken, kunai, smoke bombs, and explosive tags rains down upon him like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. These individuals. Uchiha Shursui's expression turns alarmed. Their cold demeanor and nearly emotionless murderous intent resemble that of soulless machines, prompting him to entertain certain suspicions. The dust kicked up by the multitude of explosive tags and smoke bombs envelopes the scene, but Uchiha Shursui, well prepared, has already utilized body flicker technique to vanish from his original location. His figure reappears on another tree, gazing gravely at the 5 figures ahead. That individual harbors an extraordinary prejudice against the Uchiha. Did he suddenly appear here to instigate discord between the village and the Uchiha? A flicker of ruthlessness flashes in Uchiha Shursui's eyes as an ominous feeling rises within him. He must return to his clan without delay. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Shursui swiftly forms hand seals before unleashing a massive fireball towards the 5. The root ninjas are no ordinary shinobi. Having been meticulously selected by Shimura Danzo to ambush Uchiha Shursui, they respond with impressive speed, collectively performing the same technique in counteraction. Water style, water torrent wave. Water style counters Uchiha techniques, a conclusion long drawn by the second Hokage. 5 torrents of rushing water converge in the air, forming a colossal wave. Sizzle. The fireball collides with the tidal wave, producing a thunderous roar, with vast amounts of steam erupting at their point of contact. Until the assault concludes, neither side can overcome the other. As the attack wanes, Uchiha Shursui intends to strike again, but 8 figures clad in ANBU attire, their faces concealed by animal masks, emerge, encircling him. At the center of these 8 ANBU, the figure pulling the strings makes an appearance, Shimura Danzo, his right eye and hand wrapped in bandages. The latter dangling from his chest, leaning on a cane, projecting an image of a frail individual who requires accommodations even when traveling. Uchiha Sure halts his hand seals, descending to the ground, his eyes widening in a furious glare at Shimura Danzo, exclaiming, "Shimura Danzo, what exactly do you intend to do?" Danzo gestures for the 8 root members to cease their movements as he approaches Uchiha Sure. After the failure of the first 2 ambushes, he recognizes that his initial plan has faltered. Now he must implement his secondary strategy. He had initially hoped to conserve a Sharingan eye. Stop. What do you truly wish to accomplish? Uchiha Sure cannot restrain himself from admonishing Danzo. Despite the latter's seemingly frail appearance, his strength should not be underestimated. Danzo also halts, as the distance is now sufficient. Kodo Amatsuki, such a terrifying ability. Danzo's gaze is profound, seemingly praising Sure, yet the latter feels an unsettling chill. His pupils constrict suddenly. This information he has only disclosed to the 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Itachi. How is it that Shimura Danzo is aware? Could it be that the 3rd Hokage and the advisors have already deliberated this matter? Uchiha Sure, do you truly believe that a mere pair of eyes can alter the relationship between the village and the Uchiha? Danzo's left eye narrows, half of his face obscured by the shadows of the leaves, concealing the greed lurking beneath. The might of the Mangeko Sharingan and the effects of Kodo Amatsuki have rekindled his hopes for the Hokage position. Danzo's words cause Uchiha Sure's brow to furrow, retorting, "The 3rd Hokage has already promised me. Change will come." Humph, Danzo scoffs. Even with the 3rd Hokage's assistance, the village's suspicions towards the Uchiha will not dissipate. I understand. But as long as we invest enough time, and what if there are many more individuals in the village, like myself, who harbor deep-seated suspicions and refuse to alter their beliefs? Uchiha Sure, what then shall you do? Danzo interrupts Uchiha Sure, his gaze icy as it fixates upon him. Do you intend to use Kodo Amatsuki to control us? No. Uchiha Sure begins to explain, but his eyes widen in shock. Shimura Danzo had cast aside his cane, charging towards Uchiha Sure with his left hand raised like a claw, aimed directly at Sure's right eye. Your Sharingan shall be claimed by me. Chapter 33, A Farewell Gift. With a swift motion, Uchiha Sure seized Danzo's left hand, ensnaring him in a Jinjutsu with his Sharingan, rendering Danzo immobile. Sure then turned his gaze towards the root ninjas poised to attack once more, his tone grave as he remarked, "It is merely a simple Jinjutsu. It will be undone shortly." The appearance of Danzo extinguished the excitement within Sure like a splash of cold water. Despite the support of the 3rd Hokage, the village's sentiments could not be shifted overnight. Just as he prepared to turn away, he suddenly sensed Danzo breaking free from his illusion. This is bad. Sure's heart raced in alarm. Bang! He suddenly felt a powerful uppercut strike his abdomen, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Bang! 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 Sure's face was struck thrice in rapid succession. You are a necessary sacrifice on my path to becoming Hokage. Danzo grasped Sure's hair with one hand, flinging him into the air, while his left hand reached for Sure's right eye, creating a thin line of blood in the air, his movements precise and fluid. As Sure's feet finally touched the ground, he immediately leaped back, clutching his right eye in disbelief as he stared at Danzo. He could not comprehend how Danzo had accomplished this. Naruto, who had been watching from the shadows, furrowed his brow. He had warned Sure about Danzo possessing a Sharingan, yet here he was, caught off guard. Could it be that Sure was entirely unaware of the Jutsu Izanagi? Danzo, with an expression of indifference, unwrapped the bandage from his head, revealing a Sharingan that was gradually turning gray. It was then that Sure recalled the information Naruto had previously shared with him. Danzo, too, possessed a Sharingan. However, he was oblivious to the fact that, after Orochimaru's experiments and Danzo's multiple incursions into Uchiha territory, he had come to understand the Uchiha's ultimate ocular techniques and could wield them at will. Izanagi. It is a technique that can transform adverse events that transpired over a brief period into non-events, allowing only favorable outcomes to manifest, even altering death itself. The cost, however, was the loss of one 3-tomo Sharingan. Danzo had long prepared to employ this ocular technique. To him, the Sharingan was merely expendable. Upon breaking free from Sure's Jinjutsu, he launched a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Uchiha. A strike well placed. This will serve as a replacement for my eye. Now, hand over the other one as well. Danzo's gaze turned sinister as he looked at Sure, his greed laid bare. Damn it! Sure gritted his teeth, his expression one of fury as he regarded Danzo and the 13 root ninjas. Yet, having already lost one Sharingan, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Sure swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing this C-rank ninjutsu with the ferocity rivaling that of many A-rank techniques. Water style, water surge. The 13 Umbu simultaneously unleashed torrents of water, countering Shirsui's fireball. A dense mist enveloped the forest, and amidst it, Shirsui seized the opportunity to hastily flee towards the South River. He had to find Itachi. He could not allow his remaining eye to fall into the hands of the village or the Uchiha clan. That was his last hope. After him, Danzo commanded in a dispassionate tone, resolute in his pursuit of the other eye. 13 figures vanished simultaneously, setting off to chase the fleeing Uchiha Shirsui, leaving only Danzo behind. However, before Danzo could make his exit, a hoarse yet amused voice suddenly resonated. Danzo, your performance has been quite a spectacle. It has provided me with immense entertainment. The voice that emerged from behind startled Danzo, nearly causing his heart to stop. In the ninja world, someone could approach him so stealthily. He quickly turned to see a figure clad in a white robe with a three-eyed cat mask. His pupils dilated in disbelief. Uchiha Shirsui was not lying. Who are you? Danzo inquired, his expression wary. This individual not only managed to escape from the peak of Uchiha Shirsui's prowess, but had also remained undetected in Konohagakure for so long, appearing silently at his side. Quite troublesome. Me? I am but a mere observer. The voice carried a hint of amusement, as if relishing the show he had just witnessed. Though it required some effort on my part, your spirited performance has left me thoroughly satisfied. I have already selected a gift for you. How does despair feel? Danzo's singular eye widened in panic as an indescribable sense of crisis enveloped him. In a daze, he seemed to envision himself beheaded by a sword. The ground began to tremble, and a spike of earth erupted towards him. Seeing the sudden emergence of the earth spike, Danzo's face turned pale, for he had not perceived any signs of ninjutsu being performed. What was this technique? He hastily leaned back, the creaking of his aging spine echoing in the air, narrowly avoiding the projectile. Yet, he had no time to dwell on the pain in his waist, for several more earth spikes followed, this time accompanied by branches from the surrounding trees, ensnaring him. With style, Danzo evaded clumsily, his body now marred with multiple wounds from the spikes, blood gushing forth. His expression one of shock. But then, a wave of agony struck. Ah! Danzo cried out, as a sword materialized from thin air, severing his left arm. The tremendous force sent his arm spinning through the air, drawing circular lines of blood before it landed at Naruto's feet, his palms slowly opening to reveal a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. My Sharingan. Danzo fought through the pain, gritting his teeth as he fixed his gaze on the eye that lay upon his severed arm. It was his hope of becoming Hokage. How grotesque, Danzo. Naruto bent down to retrieve Shirsui's eye, directly absorbing it with his right eye's ocular technique. An overwhelming power surged into his eye, causing it to heat up as if undergoing a transformation. He sensed the ocular technique within the eye, one that could gradually influence others' perceptions. Yet due to insufficient energy, his eye did not achieve its final evolution. Is another eye still needed? Naruto pondered, perplexed. You despicable wretch. Where have you taken my eye? Return it to me. Danzo lay on the ground. The pain of his severed arm combined with the fear of Naruto's unknown abilities rendered him unable to act, forcing him to unleash a futile roar of rage. Observing Shimura Danzo, who appeared as defeated as a stray dog, Naruto felt that this grand spectacle should come to an end. He was pressed for time to retrieve another eye, foreseeing that his Sharingan would advance further as a result. Elder Danzo, this is a parting gift. Chapter 34, Yakushi no. Once a wandering priestess, Yakushi no was one of the elite intelligence operatives of Root, as well as a top-tier medical ninja of Konoha. If the original storyline were to continue, she would soon meet her demise at the hands of Yakushi Kabuto. After fulfilling Danzo's mission, Nono chose to sever her ties with Root and took on the role of director of a private orphanage. However, leaving Root was not as simple as it seemed, especially with her newfound vulnerabilities. After her departure, Danzo threatened the orphanage, stating that if she did not continue to serve Root, funding would be cut, and the children would be subjected to inhumane experiments. To protect the orphanage, Nono reluctantly returned to the shadows, covertly serving Root once more. Today's task was clear. After Danzo obtained Uchiha Shirsui's eye, she would perform the transplantation as a medical ninja. Sighing, Nono gazed at the fleeing Uchiha Shirsui in the distance. To safeguard a group of children, she was compelled to harm another child, which pained her heart. Despite Shirsui's formidable strength, which could easily overwhelm them all, he still appeared as a mere child in her eyes. So naive, possessing such immense power. Yet his innocent mindset rendered him a mere pawn in the hands of Konoha's higher-ups. Used against the Uchiha until the exposure of his eyes stripped him of his significance as a piece on the board, those eyes were now their new tool. As a member of Root, Having long endured its vile missions and witnessed countless inhumane experiments, Nono had not been completely brainwashed by Danzo. Instead, she had come to recognize the true nature of Konoha's leadership. The so-called will of fire had long since soured, becoming a despicable means for these remnants to siphon nourishment from the new leaves. Yet, she felt powerless, having lost her past beliefs and will. While the orphanage still required funding, and Kabuto remained under Danzo's control. Once again, Nono and several root ninjas launched an assault, hurling shuriken and kunai towards Uchiha Shursui. He deftly employed the body flicker technique to evade, but upon reappearing on the ground nearby, he could not help but lean against a tree, his body bent. Gasping for breath, having lost one Sharingan and fled tirelessly while repeatedly using the body flicker technique, he was now utterly exhausted. A prime opportunity. The leading root ninja halted not far from Shursui. You have no chance left, Uchiha Shursui. The encircling root members drew kunai wrapped with explosive tags. Aim for his lower body. Do not harm his eyes. Denying Shursui the chance to speak, they cast their kunai towards him. I still have things I must accomplish. Images of villagers living in harmony with the Uchiha flashed before Shursui's eyes, which widened with sudden clarity, the three tomos spinning in his gaze as a single-bladed shuriken materialized. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the forest, thick smoke enveloping everything around. The 13 root members hastily retreated beyond the smoke's reach, wary of a potential ambush due to their lack of visibility. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, sweeping outward from the heart of the smoke. The 13 root ninjas quickly shielded themselves with their hands, bracing against the gust and anticipating an attack from Shursui. Susanoo 99. Amidst the brownish smoke, countless green chakra arrows shot forth. Quick, take cover. Many root members were struck and flung away by the arrows, while only a few managed to jump aside to evade the barrage. What is this? The remaining root ninjas stared in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal figure, entirely emerald green with a single red tomo at its center, materialized before them. Those unfamiliar with the Mangeko Sharingan could not comprehend what this entity truly was. Beneath the green giant, Shursui gasped for air, blood tears streaming from his eyes. His body swayed unsteadily, and he eventually bent over, resting his hands on his knees. With his strength depleted, the green giant vanished as well. A prime opportunity. The few root ninjas who had evaded the attack, witnessing Shursui's weakened state, readied kunai wrapped with explosive tags once more. However, at that moment, boom. A cataclysmic roar shattered the air, threatening to rupture the eardrums of all present, startling several into turning to look. The sun was rising. No, it was a colossal, sun-like sphere of blinding white light expanding from the center of the explosion. The sphere illuminated the sky, as though the sun had risen upon the earth, transforming night into day in an instant. The shockwave surged forth like an invisible beast, sweeping everything in its path into oblivion. Trees splintered and burned under the immense pressure. Reduced to dust, the ground trembled, casting dust and debris into the air, creating a chaotic mist. The explosion generated visible shockwaves in the air, spreading at an astonishing speed, uprooting trees and tearing apart the earth. Under the dual forces of the heat wave and the shockwave, everything in the vicinity was annihilated in an instant. The root ninjas stood dumbfounded, even Shursui momentarily forgetting to flee. What kind of jutsu could wield such power? They all involuntarily recalled the Night of the Nine-Tails. Naruto had not unleashed the full extent of this jutsu. Otherwise, they likely would not have remained standing in stunned silence, but would have transformed into mere adults. He merely sought to test the jutsu's might, and judging by the outcome, it was rather impressive. As for whether Danzo would perish, he was uncertain. However, he secretly hoped for Danzo's survival. If Danzo died, and Konoha grew stronger as a result, what then? Sarutobi Hiruzen lacked the courage to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Yet, he bore no regrets. Danzo's expression earlier had been quite entertaining. Let us hope Danzo survives. Not good. That's Lord Danzo's position. After the explosion, one root ninja suddenly turned pale, abandoning all thoughts of Shursui and rushing towards the explosion's epicenter. Quick, save Lord Danzo. In an instant, nearly all the root ninjas fled the scene, leaving only Yakushi Nono and Uchiha Shursui behind. Coming to his senses, Shursui also felt compelled to investigate the situation. Although Danzo had indeed ambushed him and stolen his eye, it was inconceivable for someone within the village to unleash such a terrifying jutsu. Only foes of Konoha would dare to wield such power. Are you not coming? Uchiha Shursui suddenly caught sight of the still-standing Yakushi Nono, his expression tinged with confusion. Nono's emotions were equally intricate. Although she operated within the root, she might very well be the only one in the organization who wished for Shimura Danzo to perish in the recent explosion. My target is your eyes. Yakushi Nono's cold and neutral voice resonated, leaving Uchiha Shursui momentarily taken aback. Not you, right? Just a moment ago, your numerous companions couldn't contend with me. And now you wish to step forth alone? You cannot impede me. Uchiha Shursui sighed deeply. Though the root ninjas were under Danzo's command, the root was, in fact, a faction of the Umbu, a vital force within the village. Were it not so, he would have preferred not to engage with her at all. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged towards Yakushi Nono, yet unexpectedly, it vanished into thin air mid-flight, astonishing both parties. What just happened? The thought echoed in their minds simultaneously. Subsequently, intricate ink-like patterns began to unfurl and flow across the ground beneath them, akin to serpents weaving around their forms. In an instant, Uchiha Shursui and Yakushi Nono disappeared without a trace. Chapter 35. Danzo. Damn masked man Shimura Danzo was indeed alive, though his condition was far from favorable. As several root ninjas reached the epicenter of the explosion, they discovered Danzo at the bottom of an enormous crater, bloodied and feeble, with only one arm remaining. The Mangeko Sharingan in his exposed, pallid arm slowly closed one of its three eyes. Lord Danzo, how are you? The root ninjas hastily encircled him, one stepping forward to tend to his wounds while the others remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any sign of a potential ambush. None of them questioned the grotesquely twisted appearance of Danzo's right arm, nor did they display any fear in light of the terrifying destruction surrounding them. They were root ninjas, bound by unwavering loyalty to Danzo, willing to face death without hesitation. Cough, cough, cough. Danzo erupted in a violent fit of coughs as one of the root ninjas hurriedly presented him with a water flask. He tilted his head back slightly to take a sip, still shaken by the encounter with the masked man. He could swear he had never felt so close to death before. The imminent threat had ignited the last remnants of potential within his aging body, allowing him to grasp at a final lifeline. He summoned every ounce of strength to break free from the bandages constraining his right hand, ultimately managing to perform the hand seals for Izanagi just moments before the explosion, narrowly evading the attack. Danzo's expression bore no sign of relief from his brush with death. The terror of teetering on the edge of mortality, coupled with the agony of his severed limb, rendered his face as pale as a sheet. Beads of cold sweat trickling down. Where's Nono? Danzo inquired, his brow furrowing. His severe injury necessitated the expertise of a skilled medical ninja, and whether he could receive a new arm depended entirely on Orochimaru. The root ninja attending to Danzo's wounds paused, glancing around at his companions, only to find no sign of Yakushi Nono. She may have been knocked unconscious by that green giant and failed to follow us. The root ninjas had first been startled by Uchiha Shursui's Susanoo, then shocked by the overwhelming explosion, and finally, upon discovering that Danzo was at the center of it all. They had no opportunity to assess the situation of anyone else nearby. The green giant? Danzo echoed, momentarily taken aback, before his expression twisted with fury, his clenched teeth emitting low growls. He recalled the identity of the green giant. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had once informed them that the true strength of the Mangeko Sharingan lay not only in its enigmatic ocular techniques, but also in its ability to manifest giants. The third power, Susanoo, that is the ability mastered by Uchiha Madara, the same power that enabled him and the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to establish Konoha. It slipped right through my fingers. Kodo Amatsukami. My Kodo Amatsukami. My Mangeko Sharingan. With a pained wail, Danzo's head lolled to the side, and he fainted. Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo. The scene horrified the root ninjas, who hurriedly called out Danzo's name. After a thorough examination, they discovered that he had merely fainted from overwhelming emotion. The position of Hokage was something that Danzo had long coveted, a dream he had pursued for decades. Yet he found himself unable to grasp it due to a fleeting moment of hesitation in his youth. He had persistently walked the path toward his aspirations, braving storms and hardships without faltering. He had established the route to shoulder various burdens for Sarutobi Hiruzen, even resorting to the assassination of Hokage, yet had only met with failure, never able to lift his head before Hiruzen again. Now, he stood on the cusp of realizing his dream. Obtaining Kodo Amatsukami and the Mangeko Sharingan, becoming the Hokage of Konoha, was merely a thought away. In his mind, possessing those eyes could potentially unify the ninja world. Ultimately, it was all for naught. Damn masked man. A reconnaissance-type root ninja suddenly spotted a large contingent of ninjas approaching from two directions. It was evident that one group was comprised of the Hokage and numerous clan ninjas from the Hokage's building, while the other consisted of Uchiha clan members rushing in from their territory. He quickly informed his comrades, "The Hokage has arrived." The expressions of his peers turned grave as they glanced at Danzo's arm, hastily rewrapping it with bandages. They then engaged in hushed discussions, agreeing to maintain silence until Danzo regained consciousness, for with the curse of speech seal in place, they could not divulge any information that might be detrimental to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by clan ninjas, and Uchiha Fugaku, leading the Uchiha clan, arrived simultaneously at the scene. Gazing at the vast crater, both sides wore expressions of astonishment. This was no ordinary ninjutsu's handiwork. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, Uchiha Fugaku slowly bowed his head, leading the Uchiha ninjas to stand behind Hiruzen. Despite Fugaku's yielding stance, the gaze of Hiruzen beneath his Hokage hat was laden with frost. Uchiha Fugaku's mood was equally dismal. The family's ire towards the Hokage lineage had grown increasingly fervent. Numerous clan members could often be heard discussing the Uchiha in loud, disparaging tones as they traversed the streets. Yet Sarutobi Hizashi maintained a facade of joviality, seemingly indifferent to the mounting tensions, while simultaneously exerting pressure on the Uchiha clan. The voices of the radicals were becoming ever more pronounced. Had he openly sided with Sarutobi Hizashi in that heated moment, his standing within the clan would undoubtedly have suffered. Sarutobi Hizashi quickly reined in his emotions and turned his attention to the unconscious Shimura Danzo, who lay sprawled on the ground in a most pitiful state. Danzo's attire had been reduced to tatters, his body swathed in bandages, yet blood continued to seep from his wounds, rendering him a ghastly figure. Particularly disheartening was the sight of his severed arm, which stirred a profound sense of sorrow within Sarutobi Hizashi. Having already lost his right arm in the war, Danzo now faced the loss of his left. His old friend, perhaps it would be best for Danzo to shoulder fewer burdens in the future. What had transpired here? Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow as he surveyed the root ninjas present. The enormous crater could well serve as a tourist attraction. The terrifying capabilities of the Mangeko Sharingan were indeed formidable. To be frank, he felt a twinge of regret. One of the root ninjas stepped forward and stated, "Hokage-sama. Danzo-sama was the principal participant in this conflict. We must prioritize his treatment at once." It was then that Sarutobi Hizashi noticed that the root ninjas were unscathed, while only Shimura Danzo appeared gravely injured, which puzzled him. Had Danzo personally engaged in battle with Uchiha Shursui? This behavior was not characteristic of his old friend. Yet with so many witnesses present, he could only nod and say, "You shall escort Danzo to receive medical attention. The rest will accompany me to the Hokage building for a meeting." Understood. No dissent was voiced. The injury of a village advisor within the confines of Konoha, coupled with such a horrific explosion, was no trivial matter. Fortunately, it had occurred in the Konoha forest. Had it transpired in the commercial district, the ramifications would have been unimaginable. Sarutobi Hizashi casually scanned the approaching Uchiha clan members, yet he did not spot Uchiha Shursui among them, leading to a gnawing sense of unease within him. Chapter 36, Within the Ceiling Space. In the dim confines of the ceiling space, Uchiha Shursui, the subject of Sarutobi Hizashi's concerns, was currently kneeling on the ground, cradling his empty eye sockets in despair. Nearby, the incredulous figure of Yamanaka Inoichi, with his golden waves and glasses, looked on. Just moments prior, as Uchiha Shursui had been sealed away, the sudden shift in scenery had instinctively set his heart racing with alarm. However, his fatigued body, depleted chakra, and waning ocular power could not keep pace with his awareness. All he perceived was a flash of gold before his remaining eye vanished. And then, he succumbed to despair. Is this sufficient? Minato Namikaze gazed bitterly at the bloodied, still warm eye in his hand. He was no saint. His moniker, the Yellow Flash, had been forged through bloodshed on the battlefield, compelling the other 4 ninja villages to issue orders to abandon missions upon encountering him. This clearly illustrated Minato's decisive nature. Just as he had swiftly removed Uchiha Shursui's eye, he had acted with a resolve even greater than Danzo's. Yet, such an act of seizing the bloodline of a friend and clansman stirred a modicum of guilt within his typically sunny disposition. As Minato contemplated this, the sound of a chakra disturbance caught his attention, and another ninja clad in umbu garb appeared before him. This was not part of the plan, he thought. Is that the 4th Hokage? Just as Minato hesitated, contemplating whether to extract this individual's eyes as well, a trembling feminine voice suddenly broke the silence. He turned to the umbu ninja, realizing that the mask was unfamiliar, likely a new recruit. Who are you? Although uncertain of how Naruto would wish to handle this situation, Minato maintained a courteous demeanor and inquired about the individual's identity. Yamanaka and Noichi hesitated, but ultimately removed her mask. A flood of nostalgia washed over her. She had not anticipated that the fourth Hokage was still alive. "It's you," Minato replied, recognizing the director of the orphanage who often visited the Hokage building for supplies. He had not expected her to be affiliated with Root. "Indeed. It has been quite some time, Director Yamanaka. I am not truly alive. This is merely a fragment of chakra I left behind." Minato's response surprised Yamanaka and Noichi. She had not expected him to remember her. However, what astonished her even more was the implication of his words. "Chakra? One can exist in such a manner after death? This requires some special means. But how did you become a Root ninja?" Minato smiled, realizing that since Naruto had no objections, he was inclined to engage her in conversation. After all, this place contained only a large fox, and Naruto was focused on training, leaving him rather bored and eager to learn more about the outside world. Before Yamanaka and Noichi could elaborate, she was abruptly interrupted. What? Why? Do you too covet the power of the Mangeko Sharingan?" At this moment, Uchiha Shursui, clutching his eye sockets in agony, could no longer contain his outcry, although he was bewildered as to how the fourth Hokage still lived. The fleeting glimpse of the yellow flash had confirmed his identity beyond doubt. Yet it was precisely this confirmation that brought him torment, for even compared to Sarutobi Hisashi, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was truly close to the Uchiha clan. His wife, Uzumaki Kushina, had been a dear friend of the current Uchiha clan head's wife. Yet now, even this fourth Hokage sought to claim his eyes. Upon hearing Uchiha Shursui's lament, Yamanaka and Noichi snapped back to reality. Noticing the bloodied eye that Minato held in his hand, her expression morphed into one of disbelief. The fourth Hokage, known for his benevolence and warmth towards villagers, treating enemies with unyielding cruelty, could stoop to such actions that would typically be associated with Shimura Danzo. "I am sorry, Shursui. I have my reasons for doing this." Minato's tone was filled with regret as he regarded Uchiha Shursui and was reminded of Obito. After all, Shursui was considered a junior to Obito. "Director Yamanaka, please attend to Shursui's injuries." Minato turned to Yamanaka and Noichi, requesting her assistance. All right." Although she was curious about Minato's motives, she realized now was not the time for inquiries. She had observed the surrounding environment with keen scrutiny. Although the surroundings of this place were shrouded in darkness and accumulated with water, resembling a drainage system, she discerned that the liquid beneath her feet appeared to be water but imparted no sensation upon contact. Stepping into it left her feet utterly dry. Behind the formidable figure of Namikaze, Minato lay an immense iron cage, the contents of which were obscured from view. Yet she felt certain it contained some kind of captive entity. Oddly enough, there seemed to be the sound of pages turning. The medic, Yakushi Nono, approached Uchiha Shursui, enveloping her hand in a layer of verdant chakra, which she placed near his eyes. This was the healing palm technique, capable of channeling chakra from the palm to enhance the healing abilities of wounds or ailments, a highly coveted A-rank medical ninjutsu that required considerable talent to master. "Lord Fourth, might I inquire about your reasoning?" As a gentle warmth of chakra emanated from her touch, Uchiha Shursui felt his emotions begin to stabilize. He yearned to understand the rationale behind the fourth Hokage's removal of his eyes. After a brief silence, Namikaze Minato shook his head and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information, but someone will enlighten you shortly." Upon hearing this response, Uchiha Shursui fell silent. Clearly, this answer was unsatisfactory. Yet he found himself powerless. At this moment, the ceiling space was engulfed in an eerie stillness. The sound of pages turning grew increasingly pronounced. Sensing the awkwardness of the atmosphere, Minato decided to break the ice, stating, "Yakushi Nono, I remain unaware of your reasons for joining the Root. As far as I know, it is hardly a favorable place." Yakushi Nono, still tending to Uchiha Shursui's wounds, offered a wry smile. "I was originally a ninja of the Root." Chapter 37, The Nine-Tails. Despite the restrictions imposed by the curse of tongue, which rendered her unable to speak freely, Yakushi Nono succinctly recounted her experiences over the years. The atmosphere grew heavier with silence. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Shursui who shattered the quietude, his recent adversary now tending to his wounds, and feeling a twinge of sympathy for her plight. Does Shimura Danzo not fear retribution from the third Hokage for his actions? Uchiha Shursui's words were laced with bitterness. His anger directed toward Danzo, especially after having one of his eyes stolen. His perspective, however, was naively simplistic, as he believed Sarutobi Hiruzen could easily rectify the situation. Minato pondered for a moment. Having seen Naruto's memories, his previous fondness for Hiruzen had dissipated. "Shursui, Danzo is merely an advisor. The root is but a faction of the Umbu. Lord Fourth, are you implying? Uchiha Shursui clearly struggled to grasp Minato's insinuation, as his trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwavering. Yakushi Nono regarded Minato with a complex expression, recognizing his dissatisfaction with the third Hokage. Minato, observing Shursui's bewilderment, found himself at a loss for words. Had he not recently been ensnared by Hiruzen's machinations? Shursui, Danzo wields minimal power as an advisor. Thus, his actions cannot elude the Hokage's awareness. Everything he does is under Hiruzen's tacit approval, meaning many of his actions are sanctioned by the third Hokage. The existence of the root serves to execute tasks that the Umbu cannot undertake in the shadows, much like Danzo's sudden assault, which resulted in the loss of your eye. That is impossible. Uchiha Shursui instinctively refuted Minato's assertion, continuing, I clearly proposed using my eyes to resolve the conflict between my clan and Konoha. The third Hokage agreed to my plan. He too desires to change this situation. Perhaps he is also constrained by circumstances. And it may very well be Danzo who is obstructing him. Observing Shursui's somewhat deluded state, both Minato and Yakushi Nono were rendered speechless. What a foolish fellow. A derisive voice suddenly rang out, and a pair of blood-red eyes, resembling blazing torches, illuminated the darkness on the other side of the door. Yakushi Nono turned to see that the previously shadowy space was now aglow, revealing a colossal crimson fox within her line of sight. The Nine-Tails. Yakushi Nono gasped in alarm, but quickly stifled her outburst, her expression shifting to one of incredulity and palpable concern. This suddenly manifested fiery fox, with its gigantic stature and vibrant fur, far surpassed anything she had ever encountered. Its menacing visage and the Nine-Tails trailing behind it unmistakably signifying its identity as the Nine-Tails. Although she had not been present during the Nine-Tails rampage, she had heard numerous accounts of the devastation it wrought, and the aftermath that befell Konoha lingered vividly in her memory. Yet, the Nine-Tails appeared devoid of hostility or intent to wreak havoc. It lay there, its gaze filled with disdain and scorn. Wearing glasses, Yakushi Nono suddenly noticed a book lying beneath the Nine-Tails' paws, revealing that the sound of pages turning had originated from it. The tailed beast reads? She mused. Hey, you woman. What do those eyes of yours imply? The Nine-Tails shot a fierce glare at the astonished Yakushi Nono, causing her to bow her head in fear. I apologize. This was the Nine-Tails, the mightiest of the tailed beasts, whose very essence had compelled the fourth Hokage to sacrifice his life to seal it away. The ferocity of its gaze was undeniably intimidating. However, she soon discerned a troubling realization. The peculiar space, the fourth Hokage, and the Nine-Tails. Could this be the sealing space where the Nine-Tails was contained? Were they sealed together with it? Was this the host of the Nine-Tails? As a proficient intelligence operative, she deduced their predicament from merely a few fragments of information, yet uncertainty lingered in her mind. If memory served her right, the current host of the Nine-Tails was a mere 6-year-old child. Could such a child truly manage this? Kurama, please don't frighten her. Minato interjected, recognizing that Naruto had sealed the beast for a reason, and it would be prudent for the Nine-Tails to temper its demeanor. Fourth Hokage, do not dare to refer to me as that in front of outsiders. The Nine-Tails erupted, its voice booming in indignation, as the title sounded rather unbecoming for the most potent tailed beast. Witnessing the Nine-Tails' sudden outburst, Yakushi Nono found it even more astonishing. This legendary beast seemed far more animated than she had ever imagined. The Nine-Tails is here? What is the meaning of this? Lord Fourth, has the Nine-Tails not already been sealed? Uchiha Shursui, overwhelmed by the influx of information, struggled to comprehend the situation, nearly succumbing to mental overload again. Foolish Uchiha brat. Still oblivious while being deceived by that old fool Sarutobi. The Nine-Tails scoffed, suddenly recalling the insidious Uchiha Madara. It couldn't help but smirk at the naivety of this Uchiha descendant, whose eyes mirrored those of its long-standing adversary. What do you mean by this? Uchiha Shursui felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Uchiha brat, Sarutobi Hiruzen is certainly not as noble and righteous as you imagine. He is fully aware of all the deeds committed by Shimura Danzo, be it human experimentation or using fellow villagers as test subjects. Sarutobi knows it all. Yet, he remains indifferent as long as it does not tarnish his illustrious image or threaten his power. As long as it allows him to retain his position as Hokage, he will tacitly approve of Danzo's actions. Who knows, if one day the Uchiha clan becomes a threat to him, he might even condone Danzo's annihilation of the Uchiha. Witnessing the downfall of Uchiha Madara's clan would indeed be quite the spectacle. The Nine-Tails bore a malicious grin, while Minato Namikaze looked on in surprise. Realizing that the Nine-Tails possessed such extensive knowledge about Konoha, and was remarkably sharp-tongued. Yakushi Nono was also puzzled. This information was known only to a select few high-ranking officials in Konoha, alongside the root members, who were bound by a curse mark preventing any leaks. How then? Did the Nine-Tails acquire such intelligence? The source of this information was undoubtedly Naruto, who had previously only shared his thoughts in the presence of the Nine-Tails. Since they were intrinsically linked, they naturally discussed everything, from grievances to insults. Uchiha Shirsue's mind, however, was in a state of turmoil. Human experimentation, using fellow villagers as subjects. Colluding with the Rain Village. Was this truly the behavior of Konoha? Just as Minato was about to voice his concerns, a different voice broke the tension. I had not anticipated that my ceiling space would become so lively. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, spotting a golden-haired youth, resembling Minato, who appeared out of thin air, holding 2 eyeballs in his hands. Chapter 38. Danzo, it's all Uchiha's fault. Inside the Hokage building's conference room. The long table was filled with representatives from various ninja clans, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense, each face etched with seriousness. At the head of the table sat Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage hat, his head bowed in contemplation. Flanking him were his advisors, Mitarashi Anko and Mito Menju, both gazing at Hiruzen, as Danzo's seat remained conspicuously empty. Next were the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, Inuzuka Kiba, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choza. Engaged in silent exchanges, their clans historically united, with Nara Shikaku often taking the lead in external matters. Following them were Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, and Hinata Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. Both deep in thought, displaying no interest in conversing with others. Further back sat representatives from smaller clans such as the Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and Karasuma, alongside some civilian ninja representatives. In a certain sense, the seating arrangement reflected the current distribution of interests among the clans within Konoha, Mito Menju and Mitarashi Anko, being Hiruzen's close friends and advisors, naturally had no issues with their positions. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had been aligned with the Hokage since the fourth, representing a steadfast faction in support of him. In contrast, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans appeared to prioritize their families over the village, with one exhibiting a haughty demeanor and the other displaying a decidedly neutral stance. Indifferent to who became Hokage, Hiruzen had not anticipated the situation to escalate to this point. He was aware of Danzo's ambush on Shirsue, and even orchestrated today's opportunity for the surprise attack himself. Yet, it was evident that a third party was involved. The explosion had illuminated all of Konoha in an instant. Could it be the Uchiha? Hiruzen removed his Hokage hat and placed it on the table, the sound drawing the attention of everyone present. With an impassive expression, he surveyed the faces around him, ultimately resting his gaze on Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, do you know where Shirsue is currently? Shirsue? Fugaku's brow furrowed involuntarily. Why inquire about Shirsue at this moment? Is the third Hokage attempting to suppress the Uchiha? He forcibly suppressed his rising anger and replied, I have not seen Shirsue in the clan today. If the third Hokage wishes to summon him, I can send someone to search for him. Hiruzen frowned slightly and nodded. Please do. The timing of the explosion coincides with the moment Shirsue left the Hokage building and occurred on his way back. At this pronouncement, astonishment spread across the room, and Fugaku's countenance darkened, as the implication directly linked the explosion to Uchiha Shirsue. Yada. Fugaku suddenly called out to a short-haired Uchiha in the back. Arrange for someone to search for Shirsue's whereabouts. Understood. Uchiha Yada promptly rose and exited the conference room. The major clans had sent not only their leaders, but also several elite members to expedite urgent matters. The rest can wait for Elder Danzo to arrive before we discuss further. Hiruzen concluded, and the room fell silent once again. The attendees were clearly uncertain about the situation. Even the two advisors appeared perplexed, likely suspecting that Hiruzen and Danzo had engaged in some clandestine dealings. Nara Shikaku, however, had begun to piece together some of the puzzle. Having previously served under 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, he had some insight into the murky dealings among the village's higher-ups. Danzo's objective might be Shirsue's eyes. Yet he had been ambushed before he could act. Although he had surmised some elements, he chose to keep silent, as he was a wise man who understood the necessity of discretion after accepting the benefits offered by Konoha's elite. Meanwhile, Danzo, who was receiving treatment, regained consciousness and made his way to the Hokage conference room. While his severed arm was indeed a severe injury, it was not insurmountable for a ninja. What had truly caused his fainting spell was the despair of witnessing his opportunity to become Hokage slip away before his very eyes. Now that he had awoken, He needed to promptly inform Hiruzen about the masked man and the imminent threat lurking within Konoha, especially regarding the Uchiha clan. Having just obtained Shirsue's eyes, the appearance of that masked individual was undoubtedly connected to the Uchiha clan. Crucially, he had received intelligence that both Shirsue and Yakushi Nono had gone missing, and one of the root members had lost an eye. The implications were clear. Only those who had lost their eyes would require new ones. In Danzo's mind, he was already convinced of the connection between Uchiha Shirsue and the masked man, while the masked figure was similarly coveting Shirsue's eyes. Bang! Arriving at the conference room door, Danzo did not bother to knock, instead kicking the door open with his foot, having lost the use of both hands. Under the intense gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo hastily made his way to his designated seat in the conference room. Hiruzen, the situation is exceedingly urgent. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's initial anger was swiftly quelled by Danzo's words, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. The others also turned their curious eyes towards Danzo. The one who ambushed me is none other than the masked man encountered by Uchiha Shirsue. Danzo's expression was grave as he continued. That individual not only wields would release, but also possesses a wide-ranging and lethal ninjutsu. We cannot allow such a dangerous person to remain hidden within Konoha. Danzo's fervent speech was punctuated by a serious demeanor. The senior officials present from Konoha wore solemn expressions. They had not anticipated that the massive crater spanning 100 meters was indeed the result of a ninjutsu, which had surpassed the destructive capabilities of an ordinary Kage-level technique. This implies that the intruder has been lurking in Konoha all along, striking only after we had lowered our guard. Mito Minju and Tono Komatsu exchanged a few trivial remarks, already preparing to slack off. Danzo, do you have any idea why that individual targeted you? Narashikaku inquired. If it was indeed the intruder, the target should have been the Kekii Jinkai, and it was unlikely they would have aimed for Shimura Danzo. Could it be because Danzo had acquired Uchiha Shirsue's eyes at that time? There is a possibility that individual's previous appearance was indeed for the eyes of Uchiha Shirsue. Before Danzo could respond, Narashikaku began to brainstorm. His words caused Danzo's expression to stiffen momentarily, and at that instant, the numerous high-ranking officials of Konoha turned their scrutinizing gazes towards Danzo, their eyes reflecting curiosity. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was laced with intensity. Danzo swiftly grasped the warning in his old friend's eyes and quickly concocted an excuse. I suspect that Uchiha Shirsue has colluded with that intruder, and I have been covertly monitoring Shirsue. I never anticipated that the moment the village's defenses were relaxed, that individual would act. It seems this matter is indeed connected to Uchiha Shirsue. I propose a thorough investigation of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 39, Eternal Mangekyo. Within the Hokage building, a fierce debate ensued, while in Naruto's ceiling space, a different kind of lively commotion unfolded. Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. At the moment Naruto appeared, even though Yakushi Nono had anticipated this, she was still taken aback. Primarily, it was Naruto's age, despite being taller than his peers. She knew he was still quite a while away from turning 6. Uchiha Shirsue, with his 2 vacant eye sockets, had grown somewhat numb. He had experienced far too much today, transitioning from great joy to profound sorrow, and then back to despair, leaving him incapable of further shock. Ignoring the astonishment of the two, Naruto extended 2 eyeballs towards Yakushi Nono, gesturing towards the kneeling Uchiha Shirsue. Miss Nono, please assist him with an eye transplant. These eyeballs were taken from an unconscious root ninja. Initially, he had sealed Nono away with the intention of transplanting her eyes into Shirsue, only to discover that the random root ninja he sealed was indeed Yakushi Nono. As the adoptive mother of the dream master of the ninja world, she deserved a more favorable treatment, prompting him to return to the scene to procure another pair. All right. Yakushi Nono hurriedly accepted the eyes from Naruto and commenced the eye transplant procedure for Uchiha Shirsue. Do not question how an eye transplant could occur in a ceiling space devoid of any apparent resources. It is well known that in the world of Hokage, eyes can be hot-swapped. The so-called eye transplant merely involves removing the existing eye and replacing it with a new one, followed by a meticulous adjustment using healing techniques. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. At that moment, Namake's Minato approached Naruto, presenting him with the eye belonging to Uchiha Shirsue. Thank you. Naruto accepted the eye from Minato's hands, still feeling its warmth, and could sense the profound yearning emanating from the depths of the eye for his own. He anticipated that upon absorbing this eye, his Mangekyo Sharingan would undergo yet another evolution. Although his Mangekyo Sharingan could restore its power, this did not imply that his eyes had achieved the status of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Rather, it was akin to the situation of Uchiha Obito. who utilized cells from Senju Hashirama to counteract the side effects of his Mangekyo Sharingan, whereas he relied on his own Uzumaki lineage. It is worth noting that Nagato could even harness the power of the Rinnegan, so acquiring a mere pair of Mangekyo should be a straightforward task. 3 Tomo manifested in Naruto's eyes, spinning until they transformed into a pair of vertical pupils, as a vortex appeared in his hand, engulfing the eye he held. Bishamonten is an exceedingly domineering and powerful ability, regardless of how chaotic, mixed, or repulsive the absorbed energy may be. He can transmute it into the most suitable power for himself. Even though Uchiha Shirsue's eyes were not from his direct lineage, through Bishamonten, he could still rectify the flaws of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Namake's Minato observed this scene with curiosity, remaining silent and undisturbed. As the Sharingan transformed into a stream of in-released chakra that fused into the eye, Naruto once more felt the intense heat radiating from the eye. Even more so than before, it felt as though a great fire was scorching his eye, or as if something were breaking free from its confines to be reborn in the place where his original eye once resided. He could sense that his eyes were undergoing a metamorphosis, nurturing new power. The pace was not slow. Naruto covered his eyes, and within mere minutes, he had completely absorbed the ocular power from Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. The vertical pupils in his eyes began to rotate slowly, and the patterns within underwent subtle changes. As the pupils continued to spin, circles of pitch-black rings began to emerge. When the final shape solidified, the appearance of his eyes had not changed significantly. They remained a pair of crimson vertical pupils, now surrounded by 2 additional black rings, reminiscent of the Rinnegan. The conditions for evolving into the Rinnegan appeared to involve the fusion of Ashura and Indra's powers. As he himself was the reincarnation of Ashura, could he not synthesize the Rinnegan by absorbing some of Uchiha Sasuke's powers at the right moment? With the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan now in his possession, Naruto felt his vision sharpened significantly. He could clearly discern the minutiae of every subtle movement of those present, even able to predict fragments of the future. Moreover, his ocular power would no longer be constrained by the conventional limitations of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was now capable of wielding the complete form of Susanoo. This sensation was simply exhilarating. Naruto, how do you feel? Namake's Minato, who had been closely monitoring Naruto, noticed the change in his eyes and inquired with concern. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Sharingan, Naruto shook his head, his smile radiant. I feel unprecedentedly wonderful. These eyes feel just like that bastard Uchiha Madara's. The Nine-Tails squinted its eyes, fixating on Naruto's gaze as it spoke. Ha 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 ha, Nine-Tails, next time you encounter Uchiha Madara, I shall lend you my strength to confront him. Once again, Naruto, empowered, feels an overwhelming surge of confidence. The Sharingan indeed has a tendency to inflate one's ego. Humph. That Uchiha Madara is already long deceased. The Nine-Tails let out a disdainful snicker, suddenly realizing that even if it could not defeat the likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, it would not mind watching both of them perish from exhaustion. Alas, it lamented, the whereabouts of their graves remain unknown, and it felt an urge to stretch its legs. Chapter 40. The Fate of Yakushi Nono. Oh, the arrogance of that young brat. The Nine-Tails scoffed derisively, then resumed its perusal of the comic. Truly, the 4th Hokage, the Jinchuriki, and the Nine-Tails? When Uchiha Shirsue donned his eyes and beheld the light once more, astonishment was unmistakably etched upon his face. Why is this happening? Uchiha Shirsue could not comprehend the motives behind the 4th Hokage and the Jinchuriki's actions towards him. This visage may be foreign to you, but what if it were otherwise? Naruto smirked devilishly, his mouth twisting into a mischievous grin, transforming into a figure cloaked in a hood and adorned with a cat mask. Uchiha Shirsue, I trust this appearance is not unfamiliar to you. It's you. Uchiha Shirsue's countenance shifted dramatically, his hands instinctively moving to form seals. Crack. Minato Namake's appeared at his side, clasping one of his hands. The 4th? Uchiha Shirsue finally regained his senses. The Jinchuriki was the 4th Hokage's progeny. Naruto dispelled his transformation technique, and, observing Shirsue's dazed expression, inquired, Do you regret it? What do you mean? Uchiha Shirsue was perplexed by Naruto's words. Do you regret placing your hopes in Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha Shirsue's expression faltered, and he bit his lip in silence for a moment. Perhaps the 3rd Hokage was unaware. Or perhaps he too had his own burdens to bear. Is that so? It seems you will only truly awaken upon witnessing the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The 3rd Hokage would never do such a thing, he promised me. Observing Shirsue's self-deceiving and despondent demeanor, Naruto felt disinclined to engage further. Without the Sharingan, Uchiha Shirsue posed little threat. When When he witnesses the night of annihilation, it will be his final opportunity. Naruto then turned his gaze to Yakushi Nono, asking, "And what of your choice?" Yakushi Nono hesitated, her thoughts drifting to the children at the orphanage. "What will happen if I refuse? Do you believe you are worthy of my trust?" "I understand." A self-deprecating smile graced Yakushi Nono's lips. Both her fate and that of the orphanage had never truly rested in her hands. "This does not constitute a disastrous outcome, Miss Nono. To be a competent leader, Naruto believed he must exhibit greater empathy towards his subordinates. Indeed, upon meeting Yakushi Nono, a sudden desire to establish a faction arose within him. The relentless pursuit of power would merely reduce one to a mere vessel of strength. After attaining sufficient might, he wished to engage in meaningful endeavors. Transforming the ninja world was not a formidable challenge. It merely required subduing everyone and reconstructing the order. Moreover, the Hokage's history was rife with unresolved grievances. Individuals like Karen and her mother, Zabuza and Haku, Yakushi Nono and Kabuto, each possessed their unique merits. He could seek opportunities to bring them under his banner. Perhaps. Yakushi Nono's response seemed somewhat lackluster. While working in the route, she still had some freedom to care for the orphanage, but in the future, that freedom might vanish. Naruto discerned Nono's thoughts and refrained from comment, continuing to inquire, "Do you remember Kabuto?" Kabuto? Hearing that name from the Jinchuriki took her by surprise. The Jinchuriki possessed considerable intel about various villages, suggesting that Kabuto had likely been covertly operating in Konoha for quite some time. Good heavens, how old is he? Yakushi Nono could not possibly know that Naruto had gleaned this information from the original story. She nodded to indicate her awareness. "How long has it been since you last saw him?" Yakushi Nono was puzzled, unsure of Naruto's intent, and replied, "Danzo sends me a photograph of Kabuto every so often." "Is that so?" However, photographs can easily be fabricated. For instance, one might gradually alter the individual in the photograph into someone else resembling them. This Naruto's words rendered Yakushi Nono momentarily speechless, but she quickly regained her composure, a sense of foreboding rising within her, causing her complexion to pale. "What do you mean?" Naruto stated, "Several years ago, Shimura Danzo sent you a photograph that was not of Kabuto. The Kabuto you envision has long since transformed into another. I suspect that even if the real Kabuto stood before you now, you would likely fail to recognize him. Why would Danzo do such a thing?" Though Yakushi Nono questioned it, she swiftly arrived at an answer in her heart. This was indeed within Danzo's capabilities. Kabuto's prowess had surpassed hers. She held little value to Root now. For one who possessed extensive knowledge of its secrets, death would be the most fitting conclusion. Her final purpose would likely be to serve as a stepping stone for Kabuto. Perhaps, the next mission. "Have you received an assignment to infiltrate a Wagakure?" "Yes. Next month. Kabuto is currently in a Wagakure. Once you arrive there, your mission will transform into the assassination of a traitorous spy from the village. As you no longer know Kabuto's true appearance, you will act without mercy, only to be slain by Kabuto, whose strength has vastly surpassed yours. This is your fate. Cast aside by Konoha." Naruto coldly outlined Yakushi Nono's destiny, startling both Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shisui present. For Danzo was effectively orchestrating a scenario in which a child would be compelled to kill her own nurturing mother. Truly, the darkness of the ninja world knows no bounds. Is that truly the case? Yakushi Nono forced a bitter smile. If that were so, Kabuto would surely descend into utter darkness. Thus, I assert again, this is not a disastrous outcome for you. Naruto reiterated this statement, and this time, Yakushi Nono's expression bore less resistance. Although Naruto presented no concrete evidence, such matters rarely demanded extensive proof. Serving Danzo was akin to walking a tightrope. That man could easily turn against his own kin, let alone a pair of orphaned mother and child. She had not seen Kabuto in years, and Danzo could easily manipulate the situation to his advantage. Naruto-kun, what of Kabuto? Upon learning this information, Yakushi Nono could not help but feel a surge of concern. You need not worry. Kabuto is far more capable than you realize, and you will meet again in the future. After all, Kabuto serves as a pivotal character from the Shippuden arc to the grand conclusion, and he was one of the instigators of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Without Kabuto's reanimation jutsu, the absence of numerous high-tier combatants would have rendered the Fourth Great Ninja War considerably more arduous. Is that so? If so, I can feel somewhat reassured. Yano, you had originally intended to inquire further about the orphanage's circumstances, but after some contemplation, she chose to remain silent. She understood quite well that although Naruto possessed formidable strength, it would undoubtedly be challenging for him to cater to the needs of a group of orphans. It must be noted that the Nine-Tails' malevolent perception is indeed a rather overpowered ability, despite the satisfied expression on Yano-U's face. Naruto had already discerned her underlying emotions completely. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on the orphanage for you. While I cannot assist with financial matters, at least their safety will be assured. Upon hearing this, Naruto sensed a slight alleviation of Yano-U's worries. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I look forward to your continued support. A genuine smile finally graced Yano-U's face. Indeed, I shall count on your guidance. Naruto, what are your plans moving forward? The eyes of Minato Namikaze sparkled with pride. Naruto's willingness to aid Yano-U signified that he harbored a glimmer of hope within his heart. I shall diligently train and await the moment to act. Soon, the wheels of fate shall begin to turn. Chapter 41. The Wrath of the Uchiha Clan. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, fresh from a meeting at the Hokage office and filled with frustration, Uchiha Fugaku convened an urgent clan meeting upon returning home. Clan leader, Shursui is nowhere to be found. It is possible that he has encountered trouble. This matter undoubtedly ties back to Danzo Shimura. Not only Danzo, but the higher-ups in Konoha must also be complicit, otherwise, they would not allow Danzo to tarnish the Uchiha name without consequence. Clan leader, we can no longer afford to wait. If Shursui is in danger, the next target might well be the entire Uchiha clan. Those who spoke at this meeting were no ordinary clansmen. The majority had already awakened their Sharingan, embodying the elite of the Uchiha. Their unified stance compelled even Fugaku, the clan leader, to take heed. Furthermore, today's events had undeniably struck a nerve with the Uchiha. Shursui's disappearance, coupled with Danzo's attack, had led Danzo to declare that there were external forces invading Konoha, while pointing fingers at the Uchiha, accusing them of collusion and treason, demanding a thorough investigation of their clan's territory. If it were merely Danzo's unfounded accusations, it would be one thing. But even Hiruzen Sarutobi and several other high-ranking officials had tacitly endorsed Danzo's claims, with plans to dispatch Umbu to investigate the Uchiha clan grounds the following day. This was not merely exclusion, it was a direct affront to the Uchiha clan. The primary duty of the security department had always been to maintain internal order and stability within Konoha, to establish and uphold village regulations, and to apprehend those with criminal tendencies. Now, they were being accused of treachery. It was utterly absurd. This situation had escalated beyond mere radicalism. Even many conservatives could no longer tolerate it. Clan leader, are we truly to allow those individuals to enter our territory? They are humiliating the Uchiha. Emotions ran high among the clansmen, their Sharingan flaring with an icy murderous intent. Under the scrutiny of so many crimson eyes, Fugaku felt a weight upon his heart. His previously stern expression now bore hints of darkness and agitation. He, too, was incensed by the day's events. The higher-ups had completely categorized the Uchiha as outsiders. Yet, a chilling sensation washed over him, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Danzo's unwavering conviction while accusing the Uchiha of treason felt like an established truth. And Hiruzen's expression bore little surprise. Recalling the clan meeting from over a month ago, he realized someone had leaked the clan's information. Someone had secretly informed the Konoha higher-ups about the radical faction's intentions for a coup, which led Hiruzen Sarutobi, as Hokage, to seize the opportunity to suppress the Uchiha once more. Fugaku instinctively thought of Shursui as a representative of the conservative faction and a crucial pillar of support. Shursui had maintained a close rapport with Hiruzen. His unwavering stance against a coup had, in part, kept the conservative faction from supporting such a drastic decision, believing in the potential for reconciliation between the Uchiha and the village. Once, Fugaku had shared this sentiment. However, observing the once supportive clansmen now brimming with hostility and murderous intent, he recognized the profound impact of Shursui's disappearance on the Uchiha. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Itachi, his eldest son and the only member of the Uchiha to have joined the Umbu. Itachi, too, was one of the suspected traitors, though Itachi's expression was equally grim. Fugaku saw no trace of anger within him. Itachi, what are you truly thinking? Even in the face of such humiliation, do you not feel a spark of fury? A sudden weariness enveloped Fugaku. As both clan leader and father, he felt inadequate. Silence, Fugaku commanded, halting the uproar among the clansmen. At this rate, they would accomplish nothing of value that night. As the truth of Shursui's situation remained unclear, it was imperative to refrain from rash actions until the reality was fully uncovered. Upon his declaration, all present Uchiha turned their gazes toward him, their expressions a tapestry of disappointment, frustration, and rage. Fugaku perceived their feelings acutely. Yet, what could he do? As an Uchiha, he felt a deep-seated anger over the family's plight, but as a leader, he had to remain rational. The Uchiha were already under suspicion from the Konoha higher-ups. Any reckless move now could provoke them to take action against the clan. To instigate a coup, one needed sufficient strength, and without sure sway, the prospects were grim. Fugaku turned to Itachi, asking, Itachi, as you operate in the Umbu, have you heard any news regarding sure sway? Itachi, feeling the weight of the collective gaze upon him, shook his head. Have you come across any information regarding the Konoha higher-ups' actions against the Uchiha? This time, Itachi hesitated for a moment. Recalling the recent orders from the third Hokage to closely monitor the Uchiha clan's movements and report on the proceedings of each clan meeting to the higher-ups. While he too was concerned about Shusui's well-being and suspected Danzo might be covertly targeting him, he was also mindful of Shusui's warnings and the will of fire that Konoha embodied. He could not act in a manner that would harm the village for the sake of the clan. No, Fugaku fell silent, his gaze complex as he regarded his son, whom he had placed great hopes upon. He had initially encouraged Itachi to join the Umbu, hoping that his position would provide the clan with insights into the higher-ups. Yet, it appeared the outcome had reversed. Itachi, do you still hold any regard for our clan? The room was filled with the elite of the Uchiha clan. Even a fleeting moment of hesitation from Itachi did not escape the notice of several clansmen, who shot him furious glares. Uchiha Itachi remained resolute in silence, unable to sway this arrogant assembly despite Shusui's efforts. How could he possibly persuade them? Conflict could not resolve any issues. A coup within the Uchiha clan would only render Konoha more feeble, exacerbating animosities. Uchiha Itachi, what are you truly thinking? Enough. A few Uchiha clansmen attempted to voice their thoughts, but Fugaku's thunderous reprimand silenced them. His eyes, adorned with the spinning tomo, emanated a formidable aura that swiftly subdued the other clan members present. His Sharingan was far mightier than the mere 3 tomo. This was the fearsome presence of Fugaku, the leader. Unlike the Hyuga, the Uchiha clan revered strength and pursued power. Mere bloodline alone could not secure the position of clan leader. Each Uchiha patriarch must possess the ability to dominate their kin and command great renown. Fugaku Uchiha exemplified this principle. Silence enveloped the room as all gazes turned angrily toward Uchiha Itachi. His brow furrowed in contemplation, not overly concerned with his clansmen's opinions, but rather preoccupied with another matter. The pressure he had just felt from his father bore a striking resemblance to Shusui's. Chapter 42, The Uchiha's Powerlessness. Patriarch, shall we simply allow those from the Umbu to rampage through our clan as territory? Uchiha Hakadai, a senior member of the Uchiha clan, spoke up. Fugaku surveyed the expressions of anger and disappointment on the faces around him, and, with a hint of resignation, replied, This is not the time for a coup. His eyes reflected a sense of melancholy, yet there was also a trace of acceptance deep within his pupils. To instigate a coup was no mere social gathering. It demanded blood and sacrifice, a daunting endeavor, especially for the Uchiha. They would not only confront a handful of Konoha's elite, but also contend with the powerful interests they represented. Throughout the Third Shinobi World War, the Uchiha clan had been Konoha's main fighting force, suffering immense losses and a depletion of talent, leaving them still unable to regain their strength. In contrast, Konoha's higher-ups had thrived over the years, revitalizing the village. Just contending with the Sarutobi clan was already a formidable challenge for the Uchiha. Not to mention the complications posed by the families of Toka Shorin and Mido-kun. The Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans had long aligned with the Hokage, while the oil-slicked branches of the higher-ups feasted on Konoha's resources. Given the Uchiha's habitual arrogance, it was unlikely they would garner support from other clans within the village. Thus, the prospect of a coup had always been bleak. Moreover, with Shusuai now missing, they had lost a significant combat asset, further diminishing their chances. Damn it! Uchiha Hakadai gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. They understood that even if they resolved to stage a coup, timing was crucial. With Danzo attacked and Shusuai vanished, compounded by the death of an Umbu member a month prior, the village had entered a state of lockdown. The prospect of a coup had become utterly hopeless. Hakadai, when the Umbu arrive tomorrow, ensure that a few clansmen accompany them to reassure the villagers and prevent any disturbances. Additionally, keep a close watch on them to thwart any underhanded tactics, Fugaku instructed. We must continue searching for Shusuai, but let us refrain from discussing the coup for now. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, as the meeting concluded and everyone departed, only 2 individuals remained. Hiruzen, why have you summoned me? Shimura Danzo's expression was grim, his tone laced with irritation. In his haste to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen, many of his wounds were hastily bandaged, and his left arm, still injured, began to bleed anew from the agitation of the moment. At this juncture, Danzo was a veritable vessel of negativity. Sarutobi Hiruzen disregarded Danzo's displeasure, his gaze piercing as he directly inquired, "Where are Shirsue's eyes?" The fate of Uchiha Shirsue was of little consequence to Hiruzen, but the eyes themselves were of paramount importance. More critically, the Mangekyo Sharingan and Kodoeme Tsukumi must not fall into Danzo's hands, for he had indeed attempted to assassinate the Hokage. Eyes. Danzo's expression faltered momentarily, instinctively furrowing his brow before his face contorted into a mask of rage as he bellowed, "That damned masked bastard. He stole my eyes." Now it was Hiruzen's turn to raise an eyebrow in surprise, incredulously asking, "Were you being truthful in the meeting room?" Danzo's face twisted into a mask of disbelief, swiftly morphing into a deeper fury, revealing his volatility. "Do you think I would jest about something like this?" Coughing, Hiruzen felt the tension rise, awkwardly stating, "I thought you might withhold information to suppress the Uchiha. However, if that were true, how did Shirsue vanish after the masked man's attack?" "I am uncertain, but it is highly probable that Uchiha Shirsue is still alive," Danzo replied, his expression still sour. "Alive? Do you possess information about Shirsue?" Danzo shook his head, revealing that a root member had their eyes removed while unconscious, presumably to provide Shirsue with a replacement. The masked man coveted Shirsue's eyes, but it spared his life. What could be his ulterior motive? Hiruzen furrowed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. It seemed that someone familiar with Shirsue and aware of his eyes was involved. Shirsue had once mentioned that aside from himself, only Uchiha Itachi knew of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, Itachi had a close bond with Shirsue and possessed the temperament of a Hokage, leaving no reason for him to act against Shirsue. Who, then, could it be? Suddenly, Hiruzen recalled a particular individual, taking a deep breath as he solemnly asked, "Danzo, is that masked man the same one who instigated the Nine-Tails incident?" That night remained etched in his memory, as his wife had perished during that chaos. The masked man responsible for the Nine-Tails turmoil wielded a bizarre, space-time ninjutsu, making it effortless for him to infiltrate Konoha undetected and extract individuals at will. Furthermore, the most crucial detail was that this individual also possessed the Sharingan. For one who understood the Mangekyo Sharingan, this was an irresistible temptation. Danzo initially hesitated, then weighed the comparisons in his mind. It should not be the same person. Their styles differ too greatly. The one who called himself Uchiha Madara was desperate to project an air of indifference and dominance. Yet he felt like a coward hiding behind that mask, a mere rat unwilling to reveal his true self. In stark contrast, the masked man with the cat-faced mask exuded a demeanor of superiority, as if he were looking down upon mere ants. To him, the chaos he orchestrated was but a farce. That calm indifference, that contempt for all, this man resembled a reaper of the shinobi world. If this masked man were the one behind the Nine-Tails incident, then Minato could never have successfully sealed the beast. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow more tightly, the weight of his worries lingering in the air. Alas, what a tumultuous season it is. Chapter 43, The Most Powerful Illusion Technique Konohagakure, September of the 54th year. A fortnight had passed since the explosion in the Hidden Leaf Forest. Although the village remained under a state of emergency, with ninja squads patrolling the streets, the villagers' panic had nearly dissipated. Consequently, the village welcomed its annual grand event, the opening of the Ninja Academy. This day brimmed with hope, as countless parents, hearts filled with aspirations, sent their children off to the academy, wishing for their sons to become dragons and their daughters to become phoenixes. Much like planting a seed in the spring and awaiting its bloom 6 years later. Yet, not every student would have the opportunity to become a ninja. And even for those who did, it was likely that they would only earn the title of Chunin on the day of their sacrifice. This world ultimately favored bloodlines above all else. In Naruto's residence, within his bedroom, he let out a long yawn, gradually emerging from his slumber. He drew back the curtains and glimpsed outside, where the sun shone brightly. In his hazy vision, he thought he caught a fleeting glimpse of a white-haired figure darting through the trees, soon arriving at his window. "Hey, one-eyed uncle, long time no see." Naruto greeted Kakashi with a smile. Kakashi, his signature deadpan expression intact, languidly replied, "Today is the day of enrollment at the Ninja Academy. You are already late." "Ah well, I was quite exhausted yesterday, so I overslept," Naruto said nonchalantly, exhibiting no trace of embarrassment. His routine had become rather chaotic lately, as he had been spending his days in the ceiling space with Minato, learning the Flying Thunder God technique, sleeping only when fatigue struck him, thus losing track of time. It must be said that mastering the Flying Thunder God was significantly more challenging than sealing techniques. 2 weeks had proven insufficient for complete mastery. Kakashi remained silent, his three eyes locking onto Naruto's for a moment, before he retrieved a small yellow notebook from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Naruto. "What is this?" Naruto inquired curiously, discovering that the cover depicted a boy and a girl with outstretched arms, chasing one another, the bold red title at the top reading Paradise of Affection. Naruto's mouth twitched as he returned the book, saying, "I won't read this." Kakashi gave him a knowing look. Having witnessed Naruto utilize the transformation technique to sneak into the adult section of the bookstore, clearly targeting this very book. Initially, he had been concerned that Naruto might be exposed to mature content too soon, given that much of the material was indeed inappropriate for children. However, upon reflection, aside from a few questionable plots, the book was a remarkable piece of literature. Perhaps the pressures from the village had heightened Naruto's curiosity in such matters. It would be better to guide Naruto appropriately rather than suppress his curiosity, which could lead him down a misguided path. After all, Paradise of Affection was still a relatively respectable read, devoid of excessively scandalous content. If you wish to read it in the future, I can help you purchase it. Refrain from using transformation technique for such matters. Much of this is still too early for you. Now, hurry off to school. With that, Kakashi left the book on the windowsill and vanished. Naruto stared at the book, feeling a torrent of frustration surge within him. "Damn that Nine-Tails," he exclaimed, snatching the book inside and sealing it away, intending to hurl it at the Nine-Tails' head. Indeed, this book had been specifically requested by the Nine-Tails, likely having developed an interest after observing Kakashi perusing it incessantly. Sometimes, he truly found it difficult to comprehend the thought processes of tailed beasts. "Huh, I didn't expect it to be the latest volume. That white-haired one seems to have good taste." The Nine-Tails caught the book mid-air with its chakra, chuckling sinisterly as it placed it on the ground, engrossed in reading. The other three were equally drawn to the Nine-Tails' antics, their mouths twitching in disbelief. "Is this Nine-Tails for real? Naru, attending the Ninja Academy may not be so bad. There, you may forge numerous valuable friendships." Minato, the fourth Hokage, also had graduated from the Ninja Academy, where he had met Kushina, thus he held a fondness for it. "Yeah, I'll wash up and head over," Naruto replied dismissively. He bore no opposition to attending the Ninja Academy, as his training was conducted in the ceiling space, allowing him to practice anywhere. By the time he nearly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, it would likely coincide with the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Before long, he was ready. Dressed in a white hooded sweatshirt adorned with a black pattern along the sleeves, paired with loose, knee-length pants and black ninja sandals that revealed 2 rows of small toes. This outfit had been chosen with assistance from Minato, who had suggested it based on his own childhood attire, hoping for a parent-child resemblance. Naruto had no objections. He was indifferent about clothing, accepting any attire, even the iconic orange and yellow ensemble from the original series. Gazing into the mirror, Naruto felt rather handsome, primarily due to the absence of the self-doubt that plagued him in the original timeline. His appearance was not lacking. He bore the facial structure of Uzumaki Kushina and the golden-haired hue of Namake's Minato, with sky-blue eyes, exuding an air of confidence that made him look quite appealing. "You resemble the fourth Hokage quite closely," Yakushi Nono remarked from within the ceiling space, as they too could observe the unfolding events. Minato, who had been admiring his son's progress, was momentarily diverted, curiosity piqued. "Did you know me in the past, Director Nono?" He did not recall encountering her during his childhood, as she had already been the orphanage's head when they first met. Nono shook her head with a smile, replying, "Fourth Hokage, I was a root ninja." Minato understood, then resumed his appraisal of his son, pondering how delighted Kushina would be upon seeing him. He wondered when Naruto would finally break the seal entirely. In the land of swirling leaves, the fire of life continued to burn brightly, illuminating the village and nurturing the budding new leaves. Within the village, the youth represented the future's hope, while the older generation's duty was to trust and protect them, allowing them to grow strong. Their sacrifices were not in vain. They would forever guard the next generation, becoming the pillars that would support the village's future. As Naruto arrived at the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech was nearing its conclusion. With the end of his address, the youthful faces in the audience radiated fervor, some shouting loudly, others weeping, while many passionately expressed their dreams, vowing to shed their last drop of blood for Konoha. The most powerful illusion technique. How terrifying indeed. Watching the frenzied scene of children and parents alike, Naruto couldn't help but scoff before striding toward his classroom. He was aware of his class assignment, and like in the original series, it was indeed a prestigious one. Besides the elite youth from various ninja clans, even the commoners were exceptionally talented. Yet, at that moment, a voice called out to him, "Naruto, you're late." Chapter 44, Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech. Yumino Iruka gazed at the blonde-haired boy before him with a complex expression. Although the Hokage had informed him of Naruto's circumstances earlier, his subconscious mind could not help but evoke memories of his parents, who had perished during the Nine-Tails turmoil, causing a surge of resentment to well within him. He repeatedly reminded himself that Naruto was merely a child, innocent of any wrongdoing, and that the true instigator of that chaos resided within him, the Nine-Tails. Iruka took a deep breath, adopting a stern demeanor as he addressed Naruto. Naruto, today marks the first day of school. You must explain the reason for your tardiness. Sensing the sudden rise and fall of malice emanating from Iruka, Naruto's expression mirrored a peculiar curiosity. He had already discerned the identity of the man before him, distinguished by a prominent scar across his nose. Yumino Iruka, a rather commendable teacher, he mused. In an effort to show respect, Naruto replied, I was practicing ninjutsu yesterday and stayed up too late, so I overslept. Iruka furrowed his brow, recalling the Hokage's words from the previous day. Although Naruto was merely around 6 years of age, his relentless training had endowed him with strength surpassing that of an average chunin. His talent was even more formidable than that of Kakashi, who had possessed similar abilities at the age of 8. Iruka could not help but sigh deeply, feeling the weight of the Hokage's challenge. With Naruto's prowess being so remarkable, what purpose did his presence in the ninja school serve? After all, Iruka was just a chunin and not a combat-type ninja. What if, during disciplinary measures, he found himself bested by this child? At that moment, several children began to take notice of the situation unfolding between them. Excuse me, can I head to the classroom? Naruto, observing Iruka's furrowed brow and sighing demeanor, did not wish to linger any longer in the spotlight. Iruka snapped back to reality and inquired, Why the rush to the classroom? The Hokage is still delivering his speech. The speech is too dull. I want to secure a good spot in the classroom. Naruto replied nonchalantly. He intended to find a suitable place for a nap, as the Hokage's discourse was nothing more than a tedious reiteration of the will of fire, lacking in substance. Iruka was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's bluntness, his expression growing even more serious. Naruto, the Hokage's teachings on the will of fire are profoundly significant and beneficial for you. Naruto had already turned away, waving his hand dismissively at Iruka as he stated, It's fine, uncle. I'm quite familiar with the Hokage. I understand those principles. In an instant, Naruto's figure vanished from the plaza, leaving Iruka alone, bewildered by the wind. That kid truly lacks manners, he thought. Isn't he the one? Whispered a voice from the crowd. Yes, that's him. My parents warned me to stay away from him. Absolutely. Getting close to him will surely lead to trouble, echoed another voice. Among the murmurs, a few children stood apart. Shikamaru, is that Uzumaki Naruto? Inquired a chubby boy with swirling patterns on his cheeks, directing his question to a lethargic-looking boy with pineapple hair beside him. Yeah, my parents told us to look out for him at school, but he seems rather difficult to get along with, Nara Shikamaru replied with a yawn. Glancing at the illustrious third Hokage on the podium, pondering how much longer the speech would last. Maybe I'll offer him some chips later. Akimichi Choji thought of the chips in his backpack, his expression filled with a hint of reluctance, as his gaze fell upon Yamanaka Ino. The golden ponytail danced gently in the breeze, her mouth slightly agape, cheeks flushed, and eyes sparkling. Ino was utterly captivated. Ino, are you alright? Choji asked, patting his friend's shoulder with concern. Ino snapped back to reality, wiping her mouth and shyly admitting, I didn't expect there to be another handsome boy besides Sasuke. And he looks a bit mischievous too. Choji scratched his head with a goofy grin, while Shikamaru maintained his usual disinterested demeanor, inwardly grumbling. Girls are so troublesome. Among those exhibiting a different attitude toward Naruto were two individuals. One was a small girl with black hair and white eyes, resembling a porcelain doll. She beamed with joy as she watched Naruto's departing figure, well aware that they were in the same class and eager to become true friends with him. The other was a cool boy with black hair and dark eyes, sporting a tousled fringe. Uchiha Sasuke observed Naruto's vanishing form with a serious expression, a fierce determination igniting within him. This blonde boy was exceptionally strong, and more importantly, his brother, Uchiha Itachi, also regarded him as formidable. As a member of the Umbu, Itachi had learned about Naruto's capabilities from his colleagues. At merely 6 years of age, possessing the strength of a chunin, he was likely the most gifted student of his cohort. Ahem, the third Hokage cleared his throat on the podium, amplifying his voice with chakra to recapture the student's attention. His smile remained unwavering, seemingly unaffected by Naruto's earlier antics. Children, the village is our shared family. Every villager living here should be considered our kin. We must not harbor enmity or exclusion towards one another. If a family member strays from the path, our responsibility is to guide them, not to harm them. Chapter 45, The Mischievous Child. By the time the Hokage concluded his speech, Naruto had already been resting in the classroom for over half an hour. He occupied a seat in the last row by the window, the bright sunlight casting a warm glow upon his golden locks, imbuing him with an air of youthful exuberance. The Hokage's voice resonated loudly, even reaching Naruto in the classroom, undoubtedly aided by unusual means to enhance its volume. At times, Naruto found himself perplexed as to why the will of fire could so fervently brainwash individuals. The mere recitation of a few platitudes, which scarcely qualified as theoretical wisdom, seemed to draw people in like moths to a flame. Even those involved in pyramid schemes understood the necessity of providing their subordinates with some initial incentives. Yet, this will of fire, with its few empty phrases, compelled 7- and 8-year-olds to willingly march into battle, with their parents offering no objections, truly an illusion of sorts. Perhaps the absence of compulsory education in the ninja world meant that the less informed were more susceptible to the allure of the will of fire? As Naruto sat lost in thought, having focused intently on his training with the Flying Thunder God technique, he found his routine in disarray. This school life could serve as a rare opportunity for relaxation, yet it was interrupted by a cacophonous voice. That guy, hiding in the classroom. Not only is he disgusting, but also lacks basic manners. Hey Higashi, keep it down. Have you forgotten what the Hokage said? Yeah, besides, he's the one my aunt has seen in person. Did I say something incorrect? The Hokage is still speaking, and this guy just ran off. Without the Hokage, he would have been driven out of the village long ago. Such dialogue made it clear to Naruto that they were targeting him. However, upon hearing it, he felt a pang of nostalgia, for it had been quite some time since he had encountered such remarks. He lifted his head and glanced sideways. 3 boys were seated by the door, casting glances in his direction. The one in the middle, wearing an arrogant expression, was likely the one named Higashi. It was hard to believe the 2 timid-looking boys beside him were behind the comments. Hey, you disgusting fellow, what are you looking at? Upon noticing Naruto's gaze, the boy named Higashi abruptly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at him and shouting angrily. Such a character likely hailed from a spoiled household, or was simply a mischievous child who had been coddled since childhood, exuding an audacious bravado. Had he not observed how other children were warned time and again by their families to steer clear of him? Yet, this boy dared to stand apart. As Naruto regarded Higashi, whose appearance resembled that of a mere cannon fodder, he couldn't help but think of those spirited youths from his past life. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech concluded, the students gradually returned to their classrooms. Higashi's commotion inevitably drew the attention of others, and in an instant, the 4 of them became the center of focus. Relishing the sudden notoriety, Higashi couldn't help but lash out again. What are you staring at, you orphan without parents? If it weren't for Lord Hokage's benevolence, treating everyone in Konoha as family, you would have been expelled long ago. As he finished his tirade, whispers began to circulate around him. He is so audacious. Is he really going to be eaten by that one? I heard from my mother that he can actually turn into a 9-tailed fox. Observing the fearful expressions on his classmates, Higashi boldly thumped his chest, assuring them, "You need not be afraid. We are at school, and Lord Hokage will surely protect us. If he dares to harm us, Lord Hokage will definitely expel him from the village." How amusing, Naruto thought, unable to contain a slight smile as he calmly remarked. Do you believe yourself to be of great importance? As he spoke, he raised his right hand, mimicking the action of aiming a firearm at the boy named Higashi. This gesture stunned the gathered children, leaving them bewildered about Naruto's intentions. Higashi, however, appeared to take it as an affront, his eyes blazing crimson as he panted heavily. I will break your finger. And Naruto, calm down. The voice of Minato Namikaze from within the ceiling space broke through, while the other 2 present wore expressions of uncertainty. The ceiling space was intrinsically linked to Naruto's psyche. Whenever his malevolence surged, the ceiling chamber would twist into darkness. Now, the space had begun to warp, rust creeping upon the ceiling door, causing the trio to turn pale, while only the Nine-Tails continued to chuckle, engrossed in a novel. Despite Higashi's words being undeniably excessive, even Minato found himself tempted to discipline the boy, yet he hoped Naruto would exhibit some restraint. Ignoring Minato's urging, as Higashi approached, a wicked smile crept across Naruto's face, embodying the impetuosity of youth. Bang! A soft gunshot echoed from Naruto's mouth, and a tempest suddenly erupted in the classroom, swirling countless leaves inside through the windows. Rushing toward Higashi. What is this? Higashi instinctively raised his arms to shield his eyes from the oncoming gust. After a considerable time, as the wind subsided, he lowered his arms, revealing a face contorted with rage. Before he could utter a word, his voice caught in his throat. His eyes widened in sheer terror as countless red foxes poured forth from the shadows behind Naruto, lunging at him and ravenously gnawing at his flesh. His body, eyes, and internal organs were subjected to excruciating torment, and fortunately, due to the fragility of a child's willpower, the illusion soon overwhelmed him, causing him to faint from the intense pain. Though still a child, Naruto held a particular disdain for such brats, and consequently, he was summoned to the office for a reprimand before class had even commenced. As Naruto followed the stern-faced Iruka out of the classroom, no one dared to whisper about him any longer. The once brazen Higashia now lay on the ground, writhing in agony, ultimately convulsing and frothing at the mouth, leaving a profound psychological scar on the 6-year-old witnesses. Chapter 46. Damn Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly fatigued and distressed. The events of the past 2 months had been overwhelmingly tumultuous. How curious that, despite only 2 months passing, it felt as though several years had elapsed. First, Naruto's sudden outburst, followed by the massacre of the Umbu, the Uchiha coup, and the emergence of a terrifying masked figure. Now, he was faced with resolving Naruto's issues. Since the Nine-Tails incident, he hadn't felt this weary in years. He truly felt old. What weighed heavily on his mind was the presence seated across from him, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, you promised your grandfather that you would not use ninjutsu against the villagers. Hiruzen's expression was grave, and he found himself regretting his decision to teach Naruto ninjutsu prematurely. Naruto, however, remained indifferent, responding, I am not using ninjutsu. I am employing jinjutsu. This took Hiruzen aback. He had not anticipated Naruto would dare to counter him. Could it be that his recent preoccupations had led to a lack of emotional connection with Naruto? Wait, when did Naruto acquire the ability to use jinjutsu? Hiruzen's demeanor grew more serious, dark clouds gathering as he coldly inquired, who taught you jinjutsu? No one taught me. I taught myself. Self-taught. Hiruzen's tone rose incredulously. It was the first time he had heard of someone learning jinjutsu autonomously. How did you manage that? Naruto shot a glance at the elderly Hokage and replied, I happened to discover that every person's chakra flows in a rhythmic manner. I wondered what would happen if I attempted to interfere with another's chakra flow, guiding it according to my will, and thus I learned. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled how Naruto had sequestered himself at home for the past month. He couldn't help but ask, is this the technique you have been researching all month? Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. Hiruzen bit his lip, pondering for a long while before exhaling a heavy sigh. From now on, neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu may be used against your classmates. What about taijutsu? Hiruzen's forehead twitched, gritting his teeth as he replied, that is also prohibited. Naruto frowned. So I can only endure beatings and scoldings? This left Hiruzen speechless. He had not expected Naruto's wit to sharpen so significantly. After regaining his composure, he reiterated, you may only use taijutsu for self-defense, not to harm your peers. Do you understand? Fine, can I go to class now? Observing Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, Hiruzen felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Where had the obedient Naruto gone? Lost in thought, Hiruzen began to reflect on the reasons behind Naruto's drastic personality change, eventually fixating on the day 2 months prior when Naruto had returned home from the back mountain. It seemed that everything had begun from that day. The transformation of Naruto and the appearance of the masked figure had both originated from that moment. Damn Danzo. He certainly could not connect the masked figure with Naruto. After all, he had watched Naruto grow little by little, despite his rapid rise in power. To confront Shisui and nearly kill Shimura Danzo was indeed an overestimation of his capabilities. What he needed to contemplate now was how to bridge the gap between himself and Naruto once more. Naruto's birthday seems to be approaching swiftly. Speaking of which, next month marks your birthday, Naruto, doesn't it? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly broke into a warm smile, leaving Naruto somewhat perplexed. Have you really changed your demeanor so quickly? Are you also a master of disguise? Does the Hokage wish to celebrate my birthday with me? Sarutobi's smile grew even more benevolent as he replied. I shall prepare a surprise for you, Naruto. Last time I shared the tale of the 4th Hokage. This time, I shall reveal to you the connection between him and yourself. Having kept it hidden for so long, it is time you learn the truth. Is that so? Then I shall eagerly anticipate the Hokage's surprise. Naruto grinned in response. As Naruto entered the classroom, an eerie silence enveloped the room, akin to suddenly transitioning from a bustling marketplace to a cold morgue, albeit the bodies still emitted faint breaths. This was something Iruka had not anticipated. He had assumed Naruto would at least take a few days off from school, or perhaps switch classes, yet here he remained in their class, prompting Iruka to feel a sense of foreboding regarding his teaching career. Despite the deathly silence that permeated the room, Naruto was not one to be deterred by the atmosphere. He confidently strode to the podium and stood beside Irika. Hello, everyone. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I believe you all know me by now. I am delighted to meet you all. His sunny disposition mirrored that of the second Hokage, and the confidence radiating from his face added an extra layer of charm. Aside from the students who had just witnessed the tragic fate of Eastfield, others found it difficult to associate Uzumaki Naruto with the infamous Nine-Tails. And some of the more appearance-conscious children even began to harbor a vague fondness for him. Regardless of gender, most individuals tend to feel drawn to attractive and cheerful entities. With a smile gracing his face, Naruto squinted at the students below, recognizing several familiar faces, such as the trio of Inoshikicho, the boy attending class with a small puppy, a girl with cherry pink hair, and a timid little girl with Byakugan who bravely smiled up at him. Hinata had indeed changed somewhat. As he continued to observe, Naruto suddenly felt a searing gaze upon him. Following its source, he was startled to find Sasuke. But why did Sasuke's gaze seem so unsettling? Could it be that the Indra Chakra's brotherly obsession had flared up? This was not in line with his character. Ahem, Naruto, if you have finished your introduction, please take a seat, Irika's voice interrupted, pulling Naruto back to reality. All right, he replied, making his way to his previous seat, which was unlikely to be occupied by anyone else. Aside from Neji, Rock Lee, and Tintin, the rest of Konoha's 12 young elites were present today. Why does it feel like someone is missing? Chapter 47. The Bird in the Cage, ready to soar into the sky? In the year 55 of Konoha, a year had passed since Naruto enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Training Ground 3. Smack, 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 smack. The sounds of flesh colliding echoed as two figures danced around one another, their fists and palms meeting in rapid succession. In the face of Naruto's defense, Hinata had already delivered 16 strikes in succession. Though she was panting heavily, she grit her teeth and continued to execute her moves with fluid grace, showing no signs of faltering. Watching the intense exchange between Naruto and Hinata, Sasuke sat nearby with a sullen expression, quietly sneering, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Unable to contain himself, he muttered, "Why does that guy always play around with that girl for so long? Sasuke, last time Hinata won against you. If you're bored, we can practice together," Neji, who observed Sasuke's displeasure with amusement, remarked. It seemed Sasuke harbored some peculiar feelings toward Naruto. Over the past year, Neji had undergone significant transformation. Previously, he often resented Hinata for having no talent, yet being prioritized due to her noble birth, forcing him to protect someone incapable of even executing a gentle fist. However, after witnessing Hinata's determination, her relentless efforts, and her remarkable progress, Neji found it increasingly difficult to harbor animosity toward her. Although he still held a strong grievance against the main branch, his enmity toward Hinata had diminished considerably. The primary catalyst for this change was, indeed, Naruto. "Neji, do you believe in fate?" Naruto inquired, sparking a flicker of interest in the talented branch member he had fortuitously encountered. "Is there something you want?" Neji regarded the golden-haired boy who stood a head taller than him, his expression one of vigilance. While the child of the Hokage might not necessarily become Hokage, the child of a scapegoat would invariably become a scapegoat. A bird confined in a cage for too long forgets how to soar. Is that true for you, Neji Hyuga? You brat, are you looking for trouble? Neji's temples began to throb, the loathsome image of a caged bird manifesting in his mind, the very thing he despised the most. Yet Naruto paid no heed to Neji, instead gazing at the streets around them. "Look at this peace achieved at the cost of your father's sacrifice. How beautiful it is. You bastard." Neji charged forward, his hand enveloped in chakra as he aimed for a pressure point on Naruto's shoulder. However, before his palm could reach its target, Naruto retaliated with a punch to his face, sending Neji sprawling to the ground, rolling multiple times before coming to a halt. After recovering, Neji clutched his swollen right cheek, staring at Naruto in disbelief. He had never been struck like that before. Do those who believe in fate still yearn for a sudden favor from destiny? If the caged bird wishes to soar once more, let it seek me out. Although Naruto had uttered these words, Neji had yet to see any opportunity for liberation. He merely trained with a few others here, finding that his strength improved more rapidly than when he trained alone. There's no point in sparring with you. Only Naruto is my true rival. Neji was still lost in the past when he heard Sasuke's cold voice, causing him to twitch in irritation. This guy had never beaten him once. Where did all this bravado come from? Sasuke was not one to shy away from defeat. It was just that each time he practiced with Neji, he felt particularly stifled. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan was exceedingly vexing. Even a mere touch from Neji left him uncomfortable for quite some time. When they created distance, All he could do was unleash a fireball jutsu, and he had never hit anyone with it. Thus, he preferred practicing with Naruto above all else. Then just wait patiently. After a cold snort, Neji fell silent. Observing the movements of Naruto and Hinata, their brief exchange was clearly audible to Naruto, who, while practicing with Hinata, found it easy to multitask. He noticed that Sasuke seemed to have gone a bit off track, but that might also be related to the fact that Naruto had been steadily enhancing his favorability over the past year. From the very beginning, Sasuke harbored an intense fighting spirit towards him, a sentiment that even he found perplexing. In a bewildered state, he ended up landing a few blows on Sasuke. And from that moment forth, Naruto embraced a life of eating, training, and sparring with Sasuke. To his astonishment, Sasuke's fondness for him seemed to grow ever stronger. However, this development was not entirely unwelcome for Naruto, who had been secretly absorbing Sasuke's chakra during this time. Yet, for reasons unknown, while his Sharingan appeared to have strengthened ever so slightly, it remained otherwise unchanged. Naruto presumed that Sasuke was still too weak at present, with Indra's chakra lacking in purity. He resolved to wait until Sasuke activated his Sharingan to experiment further. Should that prove ineffective, he would unmask his identity, deliver a decisive blow to Sasuke's abdomen, and begin reciting, "Sasuke, admiration is the furthest distance from understanding." He would then dramatically defect on the spot. One could only wonder if Sasuke would immediately awaken his Mangeko Sharingan and collapse to the ground, exclaiming, "No matter who the opponent may be, it matters not. If my arm is severed, I shall kick him to death. If my leg is broken, I shall bite him to death. If my neck is snapped, I shall stare him down with my gaze. If I have no eyes, I shall curse him to death. Even if I am torn apart, I shall do so." I must bring Naruto back. How amusing it felt, indeed. As Naruto suppressed a laugh, he suddenly sensed a diminishing strength in Hinata's palm. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Hinata had become utterly exhausted. Each breath she took seemed laborious, and beads of sweat flowed down her cheeks like a gentle stream. Her movements sluggish as if she were wading through mud. Observing another strike approaching, Naruto instinctively took a step back, opting not to confront it directly. And when Hinata stumbled in her fatigue, he stepped forward to catch her. In Naruto-kun," Hinata exclaimed, startled by his unexpected embrace. Her cheeks instantly flushed as she endeavored to regain her balance. Yet, Naruto lifted her effortlessly, making his way towards the two spectators. "All right, Hinata, you're too tired now. Let me take you to rest." "In Naruto-kun, I can walk by myself," she protested, though her shyness lingered in the presence of the one she cherished. Naruto offered no reply, instead infusing her with purified chakra from the Nine-Tails. Meanwhile, Sasuke, witnessing Naruto approach, stood up with an expression of delight, eager to engage. In response, Naruto could only deliver another round of punches to Sasuke. Under the crimson hues of the setting sun, the clouds painted the sky like flames. As the four of them walked along the path home, their shadows elongated. Among them, Sasuke was the first to depart. The Uchiha clan's territory was unwelcoming to outsiders. And ever since the Umbu's thorough search a year ago, the Uchiha had grown increasingly paranoid. After proclaiming a statement of victory, Sasuke dashed away. Before long, they arrived at the Hyuga residence. "Naruto-kun, I'll head back now." Hinata bid farewell to Naruto with a hint of reluctance, walking towards the figure waiting at the gate, where a small head peeked out from behind the door, filled with delight at seeing Hinata, while a toothy grin directed at Naruto elicited a chuckle from him. "I should take my leave as well," Neji said with a smile as he approached the Hyuga gate, harboring his own regrets, still lacking answers. "Wait, Neji." Naruto's voice suddenly resonated, and as Neji turned, he found himself enveloped in a world of black and white. This was Naruto's Genjutsu, and Neji quickly grasped the situation. "Are the caged birds ready to fly again?" Neji widened his eyes as a gentle breeze swept by, instinctively causing him to close them. When he opened them again, Naruto had vanished, the illusion dispelled. "Neji, will you join us for dinner tonight?" Hinata's mother, Hyuga Keiko, appeared at the doorway. Neji hesitated, biting his lip before ultimately walking toward her. Perhaps this would be the last time he would return. Chapter 48, The Caged Bird. Within the Hyuga clan's patriarchal residence, the atmosphere during dinner was markedly different from usual, less severe and more jovial. "Neji, eat more of this. It's good for your health. And this too. It benefits your eyesight. This one as well. It's excellent for recovering from injuries." "Madam, that is quite enough," Neji interjected. "You should call me Auntie," Keiko exclaimed with delight, continually serving Neji dishes. Oblivious to her own daughters, Keiko and Neji's mother were sisters. Yet due to Keiko's status as the fiancée of the Hyuga heir, she had not been marked with the caged bird seal, which had unfortunately created a painful divide between them. The clan's customs had transformed once close siblings into bitter rivals. When Hisashi was alive, he often brought Niji to visit, sharing meals together. Ever since Hisashi's passing, Niji had not returned, making Keiko particularly delighted by his presence today. Hinata and Hanabi had no objections to the situation. Hinata felt relieved that the focus would not be on her appetite for a change. Hanabi, still a mere 2 years old, stealthily climbed onto Hinata's lap, resting against the soft cushion behind her. "Ah!" Hinata gasped, startled by Hanabi's sudden appearance, her expression turning stern. "Hanabi, I'm still eating. Why did you come over?" Hanabi looked up at her sister, her lips pouting with a hint of defiance, her cherubic face filled with grievance. Tears welling in her eyes, leaving Hinata momentarily at a loss for words. "You always spend your days playing with that blonde boy," leaving no time for Hanabi. Realizing the situation, Hinata set down her utensils and turned Hanabi around to face her. "Sister isn't playing. I am training with Naruto-kun, and Niji and II is with us too." "I want to train with you too," Hanabi insisted stubbornly. "No, you can't." "Why not? You're still too young. You need to wait another year." "Will I be able to train with you after a year?" "Yes, after a year, you can. If you don't believe me, you can ask Niji and II." While comforting Hanabi, Hinata inadvertently mentioned Niji. Hanabi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she turned to Niji, her innocent gaze filled with hope. Niji, caught off guard by the sudden attention, instinctively met her pure and bright eyes, feeling a twinge of pain in his heart. He recalled Naruto's words before leaving today. He understood the implications and realized what Naruto intended to do. He could not remain in Konoha, free from the caged bird's constraints. They would soon depart. He had doubted Naruto's words, suspecting it was merely a jest. Yet, throughout the years, only Naruto had shown him a glimmer of hope for flight once more. Despite the fragility of that promise, he chose to believe. Those who only wait for salvation are unworthy of being saved, so he resolved to soar towards the skies. Yet, for reasons unknown, while he was racing towards freedom, eager to break the chains of the caged bird, his heart felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Perhaps this aligns with what Naruto once said: staying too long in a cage can lead one to forget how to soar. Niji, in a sudden moment of resolve, gazed at those expectant eyes, and a rare smile graced his usually stoic visage as he gently nodded. "Indeed, in just a year, Hanabi will be able to train alongside us. Hooray, I shall give that blonde brat a proper thrashing." Hanabi exclaimed. "You must call Naruto big brother." No, he is simply the blonde brat." Outside the door, Hyuga Hayashi could distinctly hear his daughter's playful voice from afar. He stood outside for quite a while, allowing the wind to soothe his emotions. Currently, it was not only Konoha facing significant turmoil, the Hyuga clan was also on the brink of catastrophe. Hinata, who had been missing for several months, had suddenly reappeared within the Hyuga compound, and most critically, the caged bird seal had failed. If this information were to leak, it would spell disaster for the Hyuga clan. When Naruto returned home, he discovered that both Minato Namikaze and Hinata were waiting for him. Minato had the ability to leave Naruto's sealing space, albeit only in the form of a shadow clone, and he had to rely on the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Otherwise, with just this fragment of chakra, he would likely dissipate upon the slightest misstep. Initially, Naruto was at a loss regarding how to address the issue of the caged bird seal, for it was a sacred technique upon which the Hyuga clan had depended for centuries. Resolving it would not be a simple task. After exhausting every possible solution, Naruto decided to take an unconventional route. Since he could not eliminate the caged bird seal, he would instead find a way to sever its connection to the outside world, ensuring that no external forces could affect the individual through the seal. To achieve this, sealing techniques would be the optimal choice. Fortunately, he had someone proficient in sealing arts by his side. For nearly half a year, Minato had been studying the sealing of the caged bird technique within the sealing space, with Hinata being the subject of his research. Though it felt somewhat unethical to bind someone for study, Naruto's moral compass proved to be rather flexible. After months of tireless research, fueled by intermittent doses of Nine-Tails chakra, Minato finally devised a sealing technique capable of containing the caged bird. However, this method did not entirely resolve the issue. The seal still existed, along with its numerous adverse effects, such as the immediate destruction of the Byakugan upon the death of the bearer or attempts at forcible seizure, and the enigmatic phenomenon of the one-eyed curse remained. As for how to rectify these shortcomings, it seemed that only when he reached the moon and acquired the powerful Rinnegan might he discover a solution. Or perhaps seek Orochimaru's assistance in future research. "How are things progressing?" Naruto inquired curiously, observing the two. "The results exceeded our expectations. The caged bird technique no longer functions when invoked by the main family," Minato replied truthfully, a sunny smile adorning his face, though Hinata wore an expression of complexity. If the effects are so positive, why do you appear so troubled? Naruto redirected his gaze to Hinata. With her hands clasped at her abdomen, Hinata bowed respectfully to Naruto, saying, I apologize, Naruto-sama. I am merely struggling to adapt now that I am free from the caged bird's constraints. As a traditional branch family ninja, Hinata, despite possessing the strength of a typical jonin, had willingly accepted her role as a servant to the main family. Nearly a decade of servitude had confined her to a metaphorical cage. You may return to the ceiling space for now, Naruto said, wishing to avoid further involvement. After all, she was merely a servant. Placing his hands on their shoulders, inky patterns flowed, and the two vanished from sight. He then retrieved the three-eyed cat mask from the ceiling space, donning it before disappearing as well. Chapter 49, Uchiha. Time rewound to the moment when the four had just parted ways. Sasuke strolled home, feeling a sense of boredom. Along the route, he noticed that some began to cast peculiar glances in his direction, or more precisely, toward the Uchiha clan. This year had seen the Uchiha's reputation in the village plummet further. The provocation by Konoha's higher-ups had transformed the police force into a veritable powder keg. Caught between the desire to endure and the pressure to explode, yet restrained by the authority of Uchiha Fugaku. This stifling atmosphere rendered the enforcement actions of the police more violent than ever before. Thus, as Sasuke walked through the streets, the pressure weighed heavily upon him. Fortunately, owing to the Uchiha's notorious reputation, there were hardly any civilians remaining near the clan's territory. Most had relocated over the past year. Sasuke slowly lifted his head, revealing a face marred by bruises. Hey, little Sasuke, are you injured? A bright female voice chimed at his side. Sasuke turned to see a girl clad in a purple jacket and trousers, her long, silky black hair cascading down her back. A tear mole graced her right eye, and her gentle smile added to her allure. Sister Izumi, Sasuke greeted obediently. She was one of the few friends of his older brother, Itachi, and indeed, his sole friend within the Uchiha clan. Would you like some dango, little Sasuke? Izumi asked, pulling a skewer of three-colored dango from the bag she held and offering it to him. Thank you, Sister Izumi. As he accepted the dango, a sly expression flickered across Izumi's face. Since little Sasuke accepted his sister's dango, you must tell me how you got hurt. Given the Uchiha's deteriorating situation in Konoha, she feared that Sasuke might have been bullied by peers outside the clan. Sasuke's smile faltered momentarily. Only his parents and brother were aware of his sparring sessions with Naruto. He had not confided in anyone else. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader and the younger brother of the clan's top genius, he bore a sense of pride. If others learned that he had consistently lost to a peer, he would find it unbearable to remain among the Uchiha. And no, it's nothing. I just tripped and fell. Sasuke stammered, fabricating a poor excuse. Izumi, however, was unconvinced. Who could sustain such bruises from merely falling? Sasuke, if anyone is bullying you, you must tell your sister. I am quite strong now and can help you, Izumi said earnestly, fixing her gaze on him. Sasuke felt a pang of embarrassment, stuttering in response, I understand. Noticing Sasuke's reluctance to divulge anything, Izumi felt helpless. Such was the state of the Uchiha clan. By the way, little Sasuke, hasn't your brother been away for quite some time? Sasuke replied, his cheeks full as he munched on the dango. However, Izumi's expression dimmed as she gazed at the bag in her hands, lost in thought. Here, you can have all this dango, little Sasuke. I must be off now. Suddenly, Izumi thrust the bag into Sasuke's arms and dashed away. Hey, holding the bag, Sasuke felt puzzled and glanced at Izumi's retreating figure, finding her behavior quite strange. He shrugged it off and resumed eating the dango. In truth, Sasuke had become quite the favorite within the Uchiha clan, unlike his brother Itachi, who harbored animosity toward their kin. With his charming looks and commendable talent, he continued his walk home, and upon reaching the clan's gates, more concerned voices awaited him. Little Sasuke, why are you returning home all battered again? Inquired a kind-hearted middle-aged couple, hand-burning uncle and Aunt Jiang. Sasuke once again obediently bowed to the two and, touching the back of his head bashfully, said, I accidentally fell while training. The couple, looking at the considerate Sasuke, felt even fonder of him and handed him a bag filled with snacks and drinks from their grocery store. Little Sasuke, take these and eat well. The more you eat, the taller you will grow. But, uncle, Sasuke protested, engaging in a round of modest refusals before finally accepting the bag and departing with it clutched in his arms. Upon reaching his doorstep, burdened with items in both hands, he found it somewhat inconvenient to open the door. He initially intended to call for his mother to assist him, but was suddenly startled by the raucous voices emanating from within. Itachi, Where have you been these past few days? I was on a mission for the Umbu. You fool. Have you forgotten that it was our clan that raised you? Are you still a member of the Uchiha? The Uchiha is also a part of the village. Enough. Sasuke immediately recognized the voices inside. Aside from his brother and father, the other two belonged to Uchiha Taiho and Uchiha Daika, formidable ninjas from the security division who, for reasons unknown, frequently quarreled with his brother. As Sasuke pondered outside the door, Taiho and Daika emerged. Captain, we'll take our leave now. Please do not forget about Elder Shana. Taiho's face still bore a scowl, but he restrained his anger out of respect for the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku merely nodded thoughtfully, and then suddenly noticed his younger son outside the door, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Taiho and Daika also took note of this, their expressions shifting. Sasuke, has someone in the village been bullying you? Daika, with an irritable temperament, became incensed at the sight of the bruises on Sasuke's face. Tell me who they are. I'll go catch them all. Sasuke quickly shook his head, insisting, I fell from a tree while training. Daika, somewhat skeptical and ready to inquire further, was pulled away by Taiho. Watching the two depart, Sasuke let out a silent sigh. Although the two uncles meant no harm, their stern demeanor was quite intimidating. Much like his father's. Come inside. Noticing the bruises on his son's face, Fugaku discerned the underlying circumstances and refrained from saying anything. Sasuke darted into the house and immediately spotted his brother, Uchiha Itachi. He swiftly placed down his belongings and rushed toward Itachi. Brother. Itachi's initially somber expression transformed into a rare smile upon seeing his younger sibling. He had returned home merely to check on Sasuke, not anticipating the encounter with those two. Itachi embraced Sasuke, and upon observing the injuries on his face, a flicker of crimson ignited in his eyes, though it vanished almost instantaneously. Sasuke, did you lose to Naruto again? Sasuke's expression fell slightly, but quickly brightened again. Now that you're back, can you train with me tomorrow? That way, I can become stronger and defeat him. Itachi hesitated, and after a moment's reflection, shook his head gently, tapping Sasuke's forehead with his finger. I'm sorry, Sasuke, perhaps next time. As the scene shifted, Itachi found himself kneeling before the upper echelons of Konoha. Chapter 50, The Meeting. Within the Hokage's office in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Hizashi, are you truly willing to wait any longer? If the Uchiha were to initiate a coup, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer immense losses, and other ninja villages might seize the opportunity to wage war against us. Tsunade, unable to remain still, had never been so proactive after years of idleness. Trust Itachi. I see hope in his eyes, Hiruzen replied with calm assurance. Tsunade glanced at Danzo, who typically exhibited the most fervor, only to find him hunched over, eyes closed. Utterly still. This left both Tsunade and Mito bewildered. Such significant news had rendered the usually urgent duo apathetic. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Danzo stated, casting a sidelong glance at the quietly smoking Hiruzen. Their gazes met momentarily before diverging, both understanding each other's intentions without further words. Tsunade and Mito exchanged puzzled looks, recognizing their mutual confusion. It seemed the two were acting unusually today. Yet, their anxiety was futile. While Konoha had 3 advisors, ultimately, it was still the Hokage who held the final word. If the Hokage chose to disregard their counsel, it mattered little what suggestions the advisors might offer. Only Danzo, with his roots, could engage in actions that appeared to be preemptive strikes, with both of the usual meeting leaders maintaining their silence. Tsunade and Mito had no choice but to continue their inaction as per usual. Since all seems well, I shall take my leave, Danzo declared, rising and sauntering toward the exit. Hiruzen, since you are unable to act, leave it to me. That is precisely why the roots exist. Moreover, I am in need of some Sharingan, he added, narrowing his eyes slightly, just as Hiruzen opened his. As Itachi exited the Hokage building, he was intercepted by a root ninja. In the Uchiha Security Division's prison, a vastly different conversation was taking place. Shana, what on earth prompted you to summon me? Uchiha Fugaku regarded the gaunt, worn figure before him, his brow furrowing tightly. Had it not been for Shana's repeated requests for Daika and Taiho to seek him out, he would never have come. Uchiha Shana was a member of the Konoha security force during the reign of the second Hokage, a cunning and treacherous individual who had inherited the will of Uchiha Madara. He was also the one who led the Uchiha into their second descent into darkness. He had instigated a rebellion among the Uchiha clan, but was apprehended by the second Hokage's Umbu operatives before he could fully execute his plans, subsequently imprisoned. Fugaku, do your eyes truly foresee the future of the Uchiha? The harsh rasp of his voice echoed painfully within the dark cell. yet a fierce glint shone from his murky gaze. This unsettling look tightened Fugaku's heart, though he maintained an impassive facade. What do you mean by that? Shauna, I am the clan leader. Huh. You wish for Itachi to aid you in rebellion, but that fool has already allied himself with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you truly unaware of this? Shauna, who had initially spoken amicably, suddenly stood, fixing Fugaku with an intense stare. You placed the hopes of the clan in the hands of a traitor. What is your true intention? Shauna's furious outburst interrupted Fugaku's response. He fell silent. At this moment, a coup would yield no advantage for the Uchiha. Even if successful, the sacrifices required would be unimaginable. He merely hoped to exert some pressure on Konoha to alleviate the oppression faced by the Uchiha. How do you know this? Of course, it was I who informed him. The sudden voice from behind startled Uchiha Fugaku, prompting him to swiftly draw a kunai and turn to stab. However, his attack met only empty air. Fugaku, the patriarch, certainly has quite the temper, the teasing voice continued from behind. Uchiha Fugaku turned to see a figure with a cat-faced mask standing beside Uchiha Shursui. It's you. Fugaku recognized the person before him, specifically the mask, which had been crafted by Shimura Danzo to resemble him. His expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this masked individual was indeed connected to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui, are you truly intent on dragging the Uchiha into the abyss once more? It is you who seeks to plunge the Uchiha into despair. Uchiha Itachi, your own son, is the blade aimed at the Uchiha? And you are the one who truly wields that blade. Uchiha Shursui confronted Uchiha Fugaku. And despite his age, being in his 50s or 60s, his imposing aura was no less formidable than Fugaku's, a testament to his inheritance of Madara's will. You. Uchiha Fugaku found himself at a loss for words. His Sharingan could foresee the future, yet it could not glimpse far enough to predict the final outcome. It seems that the patriarch's anger has subsided. Shall we engage in a conversation now? Seeing Fugaku rendered speechless, Naruto finally spoke. What do you wish to discuss? Uchiha Fugaku fixed his gaze on Naruto, uncertain whether the latter had employed body flicker or genjutsu. He realized he might not be able to best him. I have come to offer the Uchiha a glimmer of hope, however insignificant it may be. After 3 chapters of build-up, the subsequent chapters would begin to convey gifts of local specialties, for which he would be most grateful. In Chapter 51, titled Hatred, after a calm and friendly negotiation, Uchiha Fugaku ultimately agreed to relinquish all the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu scrolls and any wealth they could carry away in exchange for Naruto's assistance. On the day of the Uchiha massacre, Naruto could spare 20 children from the Uchiha clan. Given such terms that resembled outright robbery, Uchiha Fugaku was initially reluctant. His eyes turned crimson with rage, panting heavily, until he caught sight of the black sphere in Naruto's hand. Suddenly, Fugaku realized that they were on the brink of a coup. If they succeeded, they would possess everything. If they lost, they would have nothing. Wealth and scrolls were merely material possessions. Uchiha Fugaku regained his composure. He had just glimpsed a fragment of the future. If the terrifying chakra contained within that black sphere were unleashed, a colossal explosion would engulf the entire Uchiha territory, leaving no remnants behind, rendering a coup unnecessary. This was the first time he had witnessed such a horrifying vision. The masked individual could have simply seized everything, but still offered to provide them a measure of assistance. Within a hidden chamber of the Uchiha territory, Naruto's calm eyes sparkled as he surveyed the plethora of scrolls. So many ninjutsu. Perhaps I should also seek out the Sarutobi clan, the Nara clan, and the Mito clan, though I shall pass on the Shimura clan, as Danzo's family seems rather lacking. With this, the foundation of a ninja village could be established. All of the Uchiha's accumulated knowledge over the years was contained within these scrolls. Uchiha Fugaku spoke with a complex tone, feeling as though he were leading a party of misguided souls. Patriarch Fugaku, you need not feel ashamed. Did you not already understand that the Uchiha's coup was doomed to fail? Rather than allowing the higher-ups of Konoha to divide the Uchiha's resources, it is better to entrust them to me, who possesses these eyes. Naruto reassured the frustrated Uchiha Fugaku, and suddenly, the eyes behind the mask began to change, revealing 3 tomo, the Sharingan. You too are of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he held no doubts. Only an Uchiha could wield the Sharingan to perfection. He then pondered further. Since you are also Uchiha, why? Naruto's 3 tomo Sharingan took on a dangerous glint, interrupting Uchiha Fugaku's inquiry. Patriarch Fugaku, a deal is a deal. These items are exchanged for the continuation of the Uchiha's legacy, which is quite fair. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly. Is there truly no hope for the Uchiha? Naruto cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha Fugaku and walked directly towards the stack of scrolls, the inky characters flowing along his fingers. As the patriarch, you cannot control the clansmen beneath you. As a father, you have failed to educate your own children. In every regard, you fall short. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of the truth. However, you can take solace in this. Though the Uchiha of Konoha may perish, the 20 individuals you select will establish a new Uchiha in a brand new land. Only then did Uchiha Fugaku relax his tightly clenched fists, a glimmer of relief appearing in his gaze. Perhaps your vision extends further than mine or Itachi's. Well then, farewell. The masked figure suddenly vanished, and Uchiha Fugaku realized that the room filled with scrolls had completely disappeared. Space-time ninjutsu, or perhaps a sealing technique. Uchiha Fugaku did not return home immediately. Instead, he headed to the prison once more. Shursui, do you plan to come out? Although Uchiha Shursui was now aged, he still possessed a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan and extensive ninja experience. Maintaining a strength on par with a Jonin, he was certainly a formidable asset. Yet, Uchiha Shursui shook his head, gazing at the scroll in his hands. That masked man mentioned that there are only 2 individuals attacking the Uchiha. One is your son, and the other is also Uchiha, targeting the security department. What? Uchiha Fugaku struggled to comprehend. There were so many traitors within their clan? Does one person truly intend to take down the security department? Uchiha Shursui's hand gripping the scroll tensed, veins bulging as he spoke in a low tone. That fellow claims to be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? By now, he must be over 100 years old, right? This. Uchiha Fugaku's voice wavered with uncertainty. After all, how long had it been since the first Hokage had died, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had served as Hokage for decades? Humph. A mere charlatan seeking fame dares to tarnish Lord Madara's name? Uchiha Shursui snorted coldly, his expression exceedingly grim. Though his eyes could not foresee the Uchiha's future, they could still assist in eliminating some threats. In Chapter 52, titled Transcription Sealing, Naruto, what ninjutsu are you researching now? Perhaps I could assist you. As he observed Naruto seated amidst a vast array of scrolls, engrossed in examining one, Minato couldn't help but feel curious. He was always eager to forge a closer bond with Naruto. It's a technique similar to sealing jutsu, but I doubt you can be of much help. Naruto replied casually. No longer overly concerned with Minato's proximity, he had grown accustomed to it over the past year, and since Minato had helped him considerably, he no longer opposed Naruto's endeavors, offering only gentle advice when necessary, and otherwise remaining uninvolved. Is that so? Naruto Uzumaki's curiosity piqued, as he leaned closer to observe alongside him. He deemed his aptitude for sealing techniques to be commendable, otherwise, he would not have succeeded in sealing the caged bird. That was a transcription seal. A technique exclusive to the Uchiha clan, a unique ocular art of the Sharingan. After a prolonged isolation in the sealing space, Uchiha Shursui finally spoke, and both their gazes reflected astonishment. Over the past year, he had been observing the Uchiha's plight through Naruto's perspective, becoming increasingly withdrawn under the weight of despair. As if he had not uttered a word in a month or two, nearly forgotten by those around him. Meanwhile, Yakushi Nono had already been released by Naruto to assist with certain matters. Naruto had placed a flying thunder god mark on her, ensuring her protection while also preventing any irrational actions. If you wish to learn this, I can assist you, thus saving you much time, Uchiha Shursui stated, stepping before them. His gaze complex as it fell on Naruto. Despite Naruto having kept him confined, he realized that without Naruto's intervention in the wake of such a devastating blow, he likely would not have survived. What do you want? Naruto inquired with genuine interest, observing Uchiha Shursui. The latter clenched his teeth and replied, I hope you can assist the Uchiha clan further. After a moment of silence, just as Shursui was on the verge of impatience, Naruto spoke, I cannot save so many. The Uchiha's common folk hold no value for me. Shursui's expression soured, yet Naruto's subsequent words rekindled a glimmer of hope. However, I can offer you an opportunity. When the time comes, you shall be the one to save them. And the number of people you can rescue will correspond to how many you can bring to the Flying Thunder God formation. Really? Is that true? Shursui's eyes sparkled with renewed light. Naruto then presented a scroll, stating, This scroll contains a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. You may replace your own with it. A pair of ordinary 3 Tomo Sharingan posed no threat to Naruto at this point. Thank you. Thank you, Shursui stammered gratefully. For several consecutive days, Naruto immersed himself in the study of transcription seals, even canceling training sessions with Sasuke, Hinata, and Neji. This left Sasuke and Hinata feeling quite disheartened, while Neji speculated that Naruto was preparing for something significant. The training of the transcription seal was not particularly arduous, but Naruto had other matters to attend to. As night fell, silence enveloped the world, and the moon hung high in the sky. Naruto stood atop a rooftop, quietly closing his eyes in anticipation. The night breeze brushed against his garments, bringing a refreshing chill. It was a splendid evening. The surrounding scenery was tranquil, with the populace lost in sweet slumber. As the final light extinguished among the neatly arranged buildings before him, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. The houses before him belonged to the Sarutobi clan, apart from Hiruzen Sarutobi, who remained in the Hokage building, and a few ninjas dispatched on missions. Most of the Sarutobi clan resided there. Such fine talents. What a pity, he mused. Naruto, do you truly intend to go through with this? Today, Minato Namikaze expressed his reservations, as the task Naruto was about to undertake bore the potential for great harm. Fourth Hokage, the Sarutobi clan has already drained enough from this sinking ship, known as Konoha. It is time they paid a price. In a flash, Naruto vanished from his position, reminiscent of the original Yellow Flash. The Sarutobi clan's territory was protected by a barrier. Outsiders attempting to enter would inevitably be sensed. Yet, with Naruto's Flying Thunder God combined with the reverse rebirth technique, he wielded an extraordinary skill. He could mark the Flying Thunder God, even from a distance, effectively achieving teleportation within the range of the Sharingan's perception. Naruto traversed the Sarutobi clan's grounds, quickly locating the estate housing their principal treasures. From the rooftop, he surveyed the area and noted that only 3 Sarutobi Jonin were on guard. Hiruzen Sarutobi is quite trusting, allowing such a meager number of guards, he mused. This was due to Naruto's unique abilities. For anyone else, merely breaching the outer sensing barrier would pose considerable difficulty, as any unfamiliar chakra passing through would be detected. Not to mention the defensive barrier present. Minato, seeing that Naruto would not be swayed, ceased his attempts to dissuade him. Is that so? The Sarutobi clan is indeed impressive. Establishing a barrier over such an extensive area must not be a trivial task. They likely utilized resources from the barrier division. Listening to Naruto's sardonic thoughts, Minato felt a sense of exasperation. Enough of this, it's time to act. Naruto leaped down from the rooftop, the sound of his descent immediately drawing the attention of the 3 Sarutobi Jonin. Who goes there? Good evening, gentlemen. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight, Naruto greeted cheerfully, stepping out from the shadows. However, upon seeing Naruto's visage, the 3 Jonin's expressions shifted instantaneously. It's the masked man. Sound the alarm. The trio swiftly reached for their ninja tool pouches, intending to retrieve signal flares to illuminate the night. How dull, Naruto sighed, the crimson vertical slit of his eyes manifesting, leaving the 3 ninjas frozen in place. Now, I can do as I please, he. A small black sphere gradually materialized in Naruto's hand. This was the great spiral sphere he had created using his ocular technique. Due to the necessity of merging yin and yang chakra from the outside world, the process was rather slow. The transcription seal could only contain the caster's ocular technique within another's eyes, and then set the explosion conditions. Thus, Naruto created this great spiral sphere and sealed it within one of the ninja's eyes, subsequently crafting 2 more to seal within the other 2. As for the detonation condition, Naruto glanced at the ninja tool pouches of the 3 and formulated a plan. Let it be triggered by the sight of a distress signal. He eagerly anticipated Hiruzen Sarutobi witnessing the Uchiha's distress signal, followed by the ensuing chaos within the Sarutobi clan. You 3, do you know how to activate this barrier? Naruto directly inquired of them. At the main gate, the barrier can be opened through a small door. Then assist me in opening it. We cannot activate that technique. How troublesome. Who would know? Only the elders and the Hokage are privy to that information. Where are the elders? At that same moment, Uchiha Itachi wandered alone through the forest of death, the dappled shadows of the trees distorting his cold expression. Hee. Uchiha Itachi, are you waiting for me? Chapter 53, The Night of Annihilation. Amid the shifting shadows of the trees, a figure clad in a black cloak materialized before Uchiha Itachi. The individual wore a yellow and black patterned mask, revealing only one eye. Upon encountering this presence, Itachi instinctively clenched his fists, his cold gaze betraying a sharp, murderous intent. It was this person who had killed his comrades years ago, compelling him to awaken his Sharingan. What? Were you not waiting for me? Uchiha Obito scoffed. If not, then I shall take my leave. How infuriating. Itachi suppressed the hatred boiling within him and spoke deliberately. I require your assistance. You should be aware of my terms. I will join your organization. Uchiha Itachi's tone was imbued with an icy indifference. Joining this organization would also enable him to gather intelligence for Konoha. Leave the Uchiha of the security department to me. Uchiha Obito's voice took on an exceedingly detached quality. Do you know what I intend to do? Uchiha Itachi expressed a hint of surprise. Heh. Uchiha Obito let out a low, sardonic chuckle, striving to project an aura of authority. This is the inevitable fate of the Uchiha clan. I foresaw it when the Uchiha clan betrayed me. The feeble are unworthy to stand alongside me. Itachi's brow furrowed tightly. He had never believed this man when he claimed to be Uchiha Madara. How could the illustrious Uchiha Madara choose to live beneath a mask? Yet now, despite his lingering disbelief, the sight of his opponent instilled a flicker of trepidation within him. Can you handle the security department? Itachi still harbored some skepticism. It is merely a security department. Uchiha Obito replied nonchalantly, yet his heart swelled with arrogance. With the power of Kimui, he could achieve absolute surprise kills against unaware shinobi. Save for the legendary Minato Namikaze. In light of this, 3 days hence, once the Uchiha clan meeting concludes, we shall act. At that time, you shall take care of the Uchiha in the security department. After Itachi spoke these words with an impassive expression, the corners of Obito's mouth curled upward beneath his mask. No problem, though I hope you do not disappoint me. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. Yet under this atmosphere, time drags on interminably. Itachi, the clan meeting is about to commence. Where are you going? Uchiha Fugaku regarded his son with a serious expression as he prepared to leave once more. Though he could foresee the future, he could not help but feel compelled to dissuade him. There is a mission with the Umbu. Itachi's demeanor remained unyielding, devoid of warmth, his voice as cold as ice. Itachi, what are your true thoughts regarding the family? Fugaku persisted in his final attempt to reason with him. Itachi offered only his back, a shadow of gloom enveloping his eyes. Itachi, how far can your eyes truly see? Fugaku, why hasn't Sasuke returned yet? The voice of his wife suddenly broke through his reverie. He must be lost in his training, forgetting the time. At the base of Konoha's roots, Uchiha Itachi stood before Shimura Danzo. He lowered his gaze, his entire face shrouded in the shadow of his hair, as if he were steeling himself for some momentous decision. Today, the Umbu that had been monitoring the Uchiha territory had all retreated from their original posts, withdrawing to a distant perimeter. Though they could not perceive the happenings within the clan grounds, they could easily discern if anyone entered or exited, as if constructing a stage for a performance. Uchiha Itachi, it seems you are not yet prepared, are you? Shimura Danzo, hunched over, gazed out the window at the setting sun sinking behind the mountains, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Taking a deep breath, Itachi spoke with an unprecedented resolve. Rest assured, after tonight, the Uchiha clan will cease to exist. This night, he would join forces with Uchiha Madara to massacre the entire Uchiha populace, subsequently bearing the weight of their slaughter and their hatred as he defected from Konoha. Konoha would be devoid of the Uchiha clan, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke, burdened with the vendetta of his extinguished kin. This is for the best. Danzo looked down at the list in his hand, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. It contained detailed intelligence on all Uchiha shinobi, and after tonight, the unfulfilled aspirations of Tobirama-sensei would be realized by him, Shimura Danzo. Itachi lifted his gaze, fixing a frigid stare upon Danzo. I also hope you do not forget our agreement. Fear not, after tonight, he will be the sole Uchiha within Konoha. You need not worry about his affairs. Let us hope so. My lord father, what must we do? Within the Hokage's office, 2 Umbu figures knelt on one knee before Sarutobi Hiruzen. These 2 were none other than Hiruzen's eldest son, Sarutobi Konohamaru, and his daughter-in-law, the vice-captain of Konoha's Umbu, parents of Konohamaru. You need not interfere excessively. Merely patrol the perimeter. Should anyone attempt to escape, send them to the roots. Danzo has already briefed me thoroughly on tonight's intelligence. I need not step into the fray myself. My role is merely to serve as a safety net. If Itachi fails to eliminate all Uchiha, Danzo's roots will engage first, and my Umbu will serve as the final line of defense. If all goes smoothly, I shall merely need to confront Itachi to confirm his status as a rogue ninja. Understood, my lord father. The 2 responded in unison before rising and departing from the Hokage's office, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone, silently puffing on his old pipe. Plagued by a foreboding sense of dread. For tonight, he too would become a solitary figure. On Hokage Rock, Naruto sat cross-legged, observing the dark silhouette racing towards the Uchiha compound. As the full moon emerged from the clouds, Naruto gradually stood, arms outstretched, as though to embrace all of Konoha. Allow me to stir this tempest. This night, Konoha would lose more than just one Uchiha. As night descended, the bright moon ascended into the heavens. The Uchiha clan meeting had concluded, and all clan members had departed the South Hagu Shrine, leaving only Uchiha Fugaku to linger for a moment. He cast a glance back at the hidden chamber behind him before departing slowly. Within the Uchiha compound, a dark figure bathed in moonlight perched atop a towering utility pole, the lines etched on his face resembling tears. Those crimson three-tomo Sharingan silently observed all that transpired within the Uchiha clan. Forgive me. I must apologize to everyone. I had originally intended to conclude this arc before chapter 55, but it appears I will need to extend it by several chapters, likely 6 or 7 more. However, to ensure it does not disrupt your reading experience, I will release everything tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Chapter 54, The Annihilation in Progress. Ah, what a splendid performance. Uchiha Obito materialized in the position where Itachi had previously crouched. His arms crossed over his chest, he silently observed Itachi's actions. In but a brief moment, Itachi's face and body were splattered with blood, rivulets of crimson cascading down his cheeks, enhancing the malevolence of his crimson Sharingan. Knock, knock, knock. Covered in blood, Itachi emerged from a courtyard and knocked on the neighboring door. Is that you, Koyuki? A voice of surprise echoed from the other side. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a kind smile. The elderly face, initially beaming with joy, froze upon seeing Itachi, only to be replaced by shock at the sight of his bloodied form. Itachi, how did you get so much blood on you? Are you injured? Come in quickly. We have medicine for your wounds. The old woman immediately stepped aside to allow Itachi entry, turning to call for her husband to fetch the medicine. Just as she turned her back, a long sword pierced through her chest. The elderly man stared vacantly at the small segment of sword blade before him, stained with fresh blood and glinting coldly under the moonlight. He yearned to utter a warning to his beloved wife, yet blood surged from his throat, stifling his voice. As he fell, he struggled to glance back, hoping to catch a glimpse of his true murderer, only to be met with the emotionless Sharingan lurking in the shadows. Thankfully, Shigetsu had not yet returned. Wife. A startled cry resounded as another elder emerged from the doorway, staring blankly at the sight of his spouse collapsing helplessly. Just as he was about to call for help, he found himself ensnared by Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu, rendered immobile, before swiftly meeting his end by the blade. Something felt amiss. Uchiha Itachi contemplated the list for a moment, but ultimately withdrew, preparing to move on to the next target. Yet, at the entrance, he encountered an unwelcome figure, his father. Within the secret chamber of the Nana Shrine, there were 19 youthful figures, some no older than 3 years, the eldest merely 5. Many children gathered, whispering secrets or engaging in various ninja games, reveling in the innocent joy that such an age brings. Beside them stood a gentle, mature woman. One of the reasons for their merriment. Aunt Makoto, when can we go home? Yet, not all were content. The 4-year-old Uchiha Suki leaned against Uchiha Makoto's embrace, her voice tinged with a mix of innocence and grievance. Makoto, previously lost in thought, regained her composure, her smile softening as she looked down at the little girl. Do not worry, Suki. It won't be long before we can leave. At that moment, the chamber door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Makoto stood, cradling Suki, her eyes shadowed with sorrow. Inaharu, you have come. A flicker of pain crossed Uchiha Inaharu's face as he spoke. You have worked hard, Lady Makoto. At least I did not have to witness that hellish scene. Makoto slowly shook her head, her tone heavy with melancholy. Inaharu pressed his lips together, memories of the carnage within the clan grounds flooding his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. Not wishing to dwell on the grim thoughts, Makoto turned her gaze to the other children, her gentle smile returning. Children, how about we play a game with Annie? At the mention of a game, the previously restless children brightened with anticipation. Aunt Makoto, will there be rewards for playing? A brave little boy raised his hand eagerly. Of course, but the rewards are limited. Only those who rank highly will receive them. What is the game? The game is to see who can keep their eyes closed the longest. The first child to open their eyes will be out, and the reward is a year's worth of endless snacks. At this, many children's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the Uchiha kids displayed eager expressions at the prospect of unlimited treats for an entire year. Are you all in? Makoto asked, her smile encouraging. Yes, yes. I want to be first. I am the best. As the children clamored excitedly, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Inaharu's eyes. At least the hope of the Uchiha clan still thrived. Then let us begin. I will count to 3, and everyone must close their eyes. Okay. X19-321. Once all the children had their eyes shut, Inaharu retrieved a box of incense from his ninja tool pouch and lit it slowly. Both Makoto and Inaharu fell silent, patiently waiting for the children to drift off to sleep, facilitating their subsequent plans. When will he arrive? Makoto inquired, having placed all the children onto their beds. Inaharu pushed open the door, peering at the moonlit sky to gauge the time. It should be before he could finish. A shuriken hurtled toward them. Inaharu's eyes widened, and he swiftly drew a kunai, bolting out of the secret chamber while shouting, "We have intruders." Upon hearing the commotion, Mikoto instantly shifted into battle mode, her Sharingan activated. Yet, as she rushed outside, she was left in utter disbelief. Inaharu had been taken down in an instant, and as she looked at the figure who had felled him, her incredulity deepened. The fourth Hokage? Chapter 55. I am Uchiha Madara. Madara, Uchiha Itachi has left with Uchiha Fugaku. Should we assist? Under the streetlight, a carnivorous plant unfurled, revealing a head half black, half white. No need. He can handle it himself. We merely need to fulfill our mission. Uchiha Obito replied in a placid tone, his brow furrowing beneath his mask. Have you not yet uncovered the identity of that masked man? Obito was inquiring about Naruto Uzumaki. The explosion that had occurred in the Konoha forest a year prior could not be concealed from anyone. The entire shinobi world was aware of the attack on the Leaf Village. However, the information others possessed paled in comparison to Obito's extensive knowledge. He hoped to recruit this individual into the Akatsuki, yet despite the elapsed time, he had yet to ascertain the person's identity. Zetsu shook his head, his tone peculiar. No, but my clone did happen upon an intriguing individual. Who? Obito inquired, curiosity piqued. Uchiha Shursui. He's still alive? Obito was taken aback. He had vanished from Konoha for a year, and yet remained among the living. Yes, he is currently heading toward the Uchiha clan grounds. Both Obito and Zetsu furrowed their brows, an ominous premonition settling in their minds. Does he intend to interfere? It makes sense. His initial target was the Mangeko Sharingan. We need to hasten our pace. With that, Obito moved swiftly towards the security department. Uchiha Itachi followed Uchiha Fugaku into a wooded area. Itachi, do you realize what you are doing? Fugaku's gaze was cold as he scrutinized his son. Although he had anticipated this day, witnessing it unfold brought a profound sorrow to his heart. Yet, Itachi's expression remained unchanged, retaining his characteristic indifference. He had long since resolved that even in the face of his own father, he was prepared to wield his sword. Father, do you know what the Uchiha are up to? Are you really going to slaughter all the Uchiha clan members? Fugaku's voice cracked with anguish. Have you forgotten that you are also an Uchiha? Itachi's demeanor remained unfazed as he replied flatly, I have not forgotten. Thus, after tonight, I will also leave Konoha. When the Uchiha clan decided to stage a coup, their destruction became inevitable. Father, the Uchiha's demise is something you have propelled with your own hands. But I can no longer allow you to drag Konoha into the abyss. What did you say? Fugaku was nearly driven to madness by Itachi's words. After years of striving to ease tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha, this wayward son had become a beast. Father, this may be the last time I call you that. You are far too formidable. You must remain here. After the battle concluded, I shall reveal to you the future my eyes have beheld. Uchiha Itachi's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic pattern, a crimson framework materializing around him. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance from the conversation between the two, several masked ninjas stealthily established a barrier to avoid alarming the villagers residing in the Uchiha compound. Uchiha Obito hastily made his way toward the security department, weaving through the trees with remarkable agility. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito let out a soft grunt as several kunai shot forth from the shadows of the trees. An assault that would prove challenging for an unprepared individual. Yet, as all the kunai struck, they merely pierced through his form, embedding themselves into the trunk behind him. Uchiha Obito halted, gazing towards the source of the kunai. Within the shadows, he beheld a pair of Sharingan eyes adorned with 3 tomo. Such vibrant eyes. Uchiha Obito sincerely expressed his admiration. Alas, they are too feeble. He charged toward Uchiha Izumi's location, the chains on his wrist clinking melodically as he sought to reclaim that eye. Uchiha Izumi, startled by his sudden movement, was bewildered that her attack had seemingly struck true, yet yielded no effect. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee. However, a freshly graduated Uchiha Izumi, despite wielding the 3 tomo, could hardly hope to outrun Uchiha Obito, who possessed the kaleidoscope. Uchiha Obito swiftly caught up to Uchiha Izumi, the silvery moonlight casting an eerie glow upon his revealed Sharingan, radiating an icy malevolence. Uchiha Izumi felt an involuntary chill engulf her. Beneath the kaleidoscope, all are but ants. Uchiha Izumi regretted her ambush. Originally, Elder Shiranui had dispatched her to the south, he shrine to seek out Inahibi. Yet she had unexpectedly encountered an Uchiha intruder along the way and attempted a sneak attack, unaware of the strange capabilities he possessed. This eye is a waste upon you. Uchiha Obito launched the chains toward Uchiha Izumi, who hastily drew a kunai in defense. Clang, 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 clang. Uchiha Izumi struggled to fend off the onslaught, each collision numbing her hands. Finally, seizing an opportunity, she swiftly formed hand seals. Her talent in ninjutsu was not particularly high, excelling more in taijutsu. And her repertoire of ninjutsu was limited. Fire style, great fireball technique. A modest fireball surged toward Uchiha Obito, yet he did not flinch, the technique passing right through his form. What? Uchiha Izumi gasped in astonishment, realizing her ninjutsu had no effect. In that fleeting moment, the chains ensnared her body. Not good. A tremendous force pulled her toward Uchiha Obito. He raised his hand, mimicking a hard extraction gesture, this force capable of penetrating her very being. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. 3 kunai, enveloped in flames, surged toward Uchiha Obito. Alarmed, he once again entered a phantasmal state, the chains that had ensnared Uchiha Izumi dispersing, causing her to plummet from the air. A shadow darted through the sky, catching the falling Uchiha Izumi. Ji Shui? The shock of nearly escaping death overwhelmed Uchiha Izumi as she beheld Uchiha Shursui, her astonishment eclipsing her relief. Uchiha Shursui, panting heavily, set Uchiha Izumi down. He had sprinted all the way from Hokage Rock and was undoubtedly fatigued. Uchiha Shursui, I never expected you, thought to be lost, would reappear. Uchiha Obito's voice, though tinged with surprise, remained remarkably calm. Who are you? Uchiha Shursui inquired, his gaze fixed upon the masked figure before him, a sense of irritation washing over him. Did dangerous individuals truly enjoy concealing their identities with masks these days? Humph, I am Uchiha Madara. Chapter 56. How dare you claim to be Uchiha Madara? Hearing this name, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Izumi momentarily paused, a distant echo of an ancient name reverberating in their minds. Such an outdated moniker. Who would believe a mere shadow would wield such a name? Ha ha, a mere coward hiding behind a mask to instill fear, is it? You resemble more a clown from a circus. One must admit, spending time with Naruto has sharpened Uchiha Shursui's wit. Uchiha Izumi also appeared taken aback. The previous Uchiha Shursui would never have spoken in such a manner. Uchiha Shursui's words rendered Uchiha Obito's expression grim. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a way. Kid, do not mistake ignorance for bravery. Have you ever witnessed me at my peak? Uchiha Obito's right eye beneath the mask suddenly glowed a vivid crimson, the 3 tomo commencing their rotation, revealing a complex shuriken pattern in his gaze. Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Uchiha Shursui's heart raced. How could all these masked individuals possess the kaleidoscope? His own eyes manifested a change, yet merely bore the 3 tomo Sharingan. Now it was Uchiha Obito's turn to be astonished. Had the intelligence not indicated that Uchiha Shursui's eyes were gouged out and replaced with ordinary ones? Damn that Zetsu. His information was utterly unreliable. Uchiha Obito, drenched in sweat, recognized that while his Kimui was formidable, his Koten Zanshuin was perilously dangerous, rendering it unnecessary to take such risks. Kid, you possess considerable talent. I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Should you wish to join my organization, seek me out. With those words, Uchiha Obito turned and hastened towards the security department. Watching his departing figure, Uchiha Shursui exhaled in relief. He was merely a bearer of ordinary 3 tomo Sharingan, and facing the kaleidoscope was indeed daunting. Izumi, how is your condition? Uchiha Shursui inquired about Uchiha Izumi's state. I'm fine, no significant injuries. Uchiha Izumi instinctively replied, though she had narrowly escaped death. She truly bore no significant harm, just a bit of numbness in her hands. You should be capable of making your way to the South Shrine, correct? Yes. I'm fine, Shursui. I can't believe you're still alive. If Itachi knew, do not mention that bastard. Uchiha Shursui interrupted, a fierce expression crossing his face. Shursui? Uchiha Izumi was bewildered, uncertain of what she had said to provoke him. Uchiha Shursui forcibly reined in his emotions. Speaking in a grave tone, Uchiha Itachi has betrayed our clan and is currently slaughtering the Uchiha civilians. I must hurry to save them. This cannot be. Itachi. Uchiha Izumi still found it hard to believe. I lack the time to explain further. You must head to the South Shrine. If you encounter Uchiha Itachi, flee immediately. I must go? Uchiha Shursui, filled with urgency, vanished without further ado. Even without the kaleidoscope, his Shunshin was still among the elite in the ninja world. Left behind was Uchiha Izumi, staggering as she made her way, not toward the South Shrine, but towards the home she shared with her mother. On the other side, Uchiha Obito finally arrived at the security department, Yet he was taken aback by the overwhelming pressure that enveloped him, greater than before. Why is this security department so desolate? Standing at the entrance, he found the interior shrouded in darkness, which surprised him slightly. At this hour, it shouldn't be so dim. Ordinarily, the lights would still be aglow. Zetsu, can you sense anything? Understood. The black and white creature emerged once more, closing its eyes to attune its senses, only to encounter a barrier that obstructed its perception. A barrier, preventing insight into the conditions within. Obito furrowed his brow again, realizing that what he had presumed to be a straightforward task was fraught with unforeseen complications. Could it be that someone has leaked my information? Should we proceed? Zetsu inquired of Obito. Unable to suppress a cold chuckle, Obito replied with an air of arrogance. Of course, we shall enter. Even if they know our intel. What of it? With Kamui at my disposal, I am invincible. Zetsu, in contrast, retreated into the ground, aware of his lack of combat capability as merely an information gatherer. As soon as Obito stepped into the hall of the security department, the massive door slammed shut behind him. He instantly felt the penetrating gaze of a dozen Sharingan eyes fixated upon him, flickering embers igniting in the darkness. Obito swiftly entered a phasing state. Fire style, great fireball technique. Several fire dragons surged towards Obito, yet upon contact, they merely passed through his form, detonating upon the ground and transforming the scene into a sea of flames, illuminating the hall with a fierce glow, as over a dozen Uchiha, their Sharingan blazing, watched intently. What a splendid display, Obito couldn't help but muse, witnessing the futility of their ninjutsu. Just as he contemplated reverting from his phasing state, he noticed more Uchiha beginning to form hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. The flames surged once more, compelling Obito to maintain his phasing state. Do you truly believe such tactics will prove effective against me? Although he spoke with disdain, sweat began to bead on his forehead beneath his mask. He could only sustain this phasing for a maximum of 5 minutes before reverting to his corporeal form. So you dare to claim you are Uchiha Madara? A venerable voice echoed suddenly. Obito turned towards the sound, spotting a chair directly opposite the entrance, upon which sat an elderly man with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Uchiha Shana? Obito's brow knitted as he spoke in a low voice. I am indeed Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, Shana rose from his seat, his murky eyes glaring at Obito as he bellowed, You wretched creature. How dare you claim the name Uchiha Madara? Preposterous. Team 3, unleash the fire style. Yes, fire style, great fireball technique. With Shana's command, several Uchiha began to form seals, reigniting the flames that had yet to extinguish. At this point, Obito's expression turned grave. This old fool truly knows my weakness. Obito's face beneath the mask contorted into a grimace. This was the true power of intelligence in ninja combat. How could he be cornered by such an elderly adversary? Do you think this will suffice to thwart me? His voice dripped with cold disdain as he regarded Shana, perceiving him as a mere specter. Just a speck of sand. Not worthy of Madara-sama. Shana's voice was laced with mockery. Fool, you are ignorant of the terrors of the Mangeko. Obito gritted his teeth, charging toward Shana, determined to drag the old man into the Kamui dimension and relish in his humiliation. Release the fire style. Shana shouted, unafraid, his eyes widening as Obito approached, drawing a kunai from his pouch and thrusting it towards Obito's heart. Obito maintained his phasing as they collided, weaving past Shana and positioning himself behind him, using him as a temporary human shield to withstand the fire style while he recovered his corporeal form and caught his breath. Simultaneously, he placed his hand upon Shana's back. Old man, are you ready to deliver your last words? A hint of pride tinged his voice as he felt the rules of victory firmly in his grasp. Yet, facing the oncoming flames and feeling the solid form behind him, Shana's expression betrayed a cunning smile, revealing his scheme's success. The numerous explosive tags affixed to him detonated simultaneously, the blinding light capturing Obito's attention. What is this? After 7 years, Obito found himself ensnared in the same trap once more, naively believing that without the flying thunder god technique, he could not fall for the same stratagem again. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, the force of the detonated explosive tags reducing the entire security department to rubble, while all Uchiha members had evacuated in advance, sustaining only minor injuries from the debris. Amidst the ruins, Shana's figure reemerged, his left Sharingan gradually turning gray. He had prepared his Anaji, a gambit he was willing to wager his life upon. Initially, he thought the plan would be difficult to execute, yet he was taken aback by the lack of combat experience exhibited by this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. Nonetheless, he remained furrowed in thought. Elder Shana, what on earth is this guy? A dozen Uchiha converged, their expressions turning to one of horror upon seeing Obito's condition. Obito now bore the remnants of his form, half of his body obliterated, yet no blood flowed from the severed area. Instead, a mass of indeterminate white substance continuously oozed from the wound, congealing to seal the injury. Thus, although grievously wounded, Obito remained alive, retaining a semblance of awareness. The mask on his face had shattered, exposing a visage contorted in agony, his lone eye glaring defiantly at the towering Shana. Damn it! To be reduced to this by an old man. Damn it! How could Obito mess this up again? Zetsu, who had been observing from a distance, couldn't help but curse. He found himself longing for the dependable Uchiha Madara. Zetsu split into two, one black and one white. You handle the distraction, and I will manage the rescue. Understood. The white Zetsu responded promptly, clapping his hands together. Spore technique. Even before the battle commenced, he had released spores into the vicinity, which had now latched onto the Uchiha. What on earth is this? Several younger Uchiha shrieked as they observed the sudden emergence of white, swelling masses upon their bodies. Is this thing absorbing chakra? Uchiha Shana furrowed his brow, astonished as the spores, after consuming chakra, began to take on humanoid forms, reminiscent of Hashirama Senju's would release. Maintain your composure. This entity cannot absorb a significant amount of chakra. The atmosphere soon fell into a hushed silence, for they were all elite members of the Uchiha clan. Swiftly grasping the nature of the seemingly clone-like creature before them, with minimal effort, the spores were entirely eradicated. A sense of urgency arose. Elder Shana. The masked man has vanished. Uchiha Tetsuhan, who had been the first to eliminate the spore clones, quickly recognized the predicament. The previously thrashing Uchiha Obito was nowhere to be found. How could this be? No one approached him. The Uchiha elites present wore expressions of astonishment. The masked man's earlier state evidently could not have enabled his escape. This implied that, in an instant, someone had evaded their Sharingan's perception and spirited him away. Elder Uchiha Shana's previously composed demeanor darkened once more, having hoped to alleviate a potential threat to the Uchiha clan. What shall we do now, Elder Shana? Uchiha Tetsuhan's expression mirrored her concern, compounded by the precarious situation of the Uchiha in Konoha. Taking a deep breath, Elder Uchiha Shana addressed the gathered Uchiha elites with a grave tone. All of you must proceed to the South-He Shrine. And you? One inquired. As for me? The Uchiha have endured in silence for far too long. I shall confront Sarutobi Hiruzen and demonstrate the Uchiha's resolve. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Uchiha Itachi gazed upon the lifeless form of Uchiha Fugaku, tears cascading down from the corners of his eyes. In ordinary circumstances, Uchiha Itachi would never have slain his father. However, Uchiha Fugaku had come with the resolve to die, burdened by the weight of his prideful son who had taken the lives of so many of their kin. How could he continue to exist in a world like this? Itachi, I do not wish to battle my own child. If this is the future you foresee, I leave Sasuke in your care. Contemplating his father's recent words, a flicker of sorrow crossed Itachi's usually calm eyes. He glanced upwards, calculating the time. Sasuke should be arriving shortly. Uchiha Itachi lifted his father's body and, employing the body flicker technique, hastened back to his home. For he had more pressing matters to attend to, leaving the civilians to be handled by Root. Regrettably, Uchiha Itachi discovered that his mother was not at home. Just as he had arranged the scene, a child's voice rang out from outside. Daddy, Mommy, there's so much blood outside. Uncle bursting fire, and Aunt Jing are hurt. Chapter 58, Sarutobi Shino. Time rewound to the moment of the father-son confrontation. Concealed beyond the barrier, Root and Umbu ninjas observed the fierce battle within, their hearts pounding with trepidation. This was no mere clash of men. It was a confrontation between monsters. Uchiha Fugaku radiated a blue chakra, his Susanoo enveloping him like a malevolent spirit, while Uchiha Itachi donned a crimson Susanoo, wielding the Totsuka blade, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. They charged toward one another. And upon collision, a fierce wave of energy erupted, threatening to tear the very fabric of space within the barrier. Those outside felt a chill of dread. Should Uchiha Fugaku emerge victorious, they would be utterly powerless against such a monstrosity. Viewing this spectacle from a distance seems rather intriguing. A mocking voice suddenly echoed near several Root members, causing them to shudder in fear at the unexpected presence that disrupted their focus on the terrifying power of Susanoo. An enemy, one Root member shouted, as the others turned to the source of the voice, spotting a masked figure with a cat-like visage. Shadow binding technique. A Nara clan Root member immediately formed hand seals. It was nighttime, his domain, and his shadow connected with Naruto's. Success. Feeling the sensation of restraint enveloping him, Naruto suddenly realized that this technique was not particularly formidable. As long as his chakra or physical strength was sufficient, the opponent would be incapable of maintaining control over him. Body Flicker Technique. Just as Naruto was assessing the shadow binding technique, another root member, from the Yamenka clan, made his move. Soon, Naruto sensed an intrusive awareness attempting to penetrate his mind, causing immense discomfort, prompting him to kick it away to meet the Nine-Tails. Is it done? To the onlookers, Naruto appeared to be ensnared. Hurry, attack! The root ninja who had cast the shadow binding technique shouted to his comrades, often finding their sluggishness frustrating. All right, finally, the root ninjas acted, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. This quartet of root members evidently formed a well-coordinated team, with 2 controlling the battlefield and 2 focusing on offense, enhanced by their ninjutsu. Yet, for Naruto, it was still somewhat lacking. It seems this is all they can muster. Though, there is a significant figure nearby. Disappointed, Naruto shook his head, effortlessly breaking free from the shadow binding technique's grasp as a colossal vortex emerged, absorbing the 2 seemingly formidable jutsu. Lacking unique bloodline limits or physical attributes, the chakra offered little value to Naruto. It was insufficient even for him to form a single Rasengan. Consider it a token of our first meeting. A small black sphere, the size of a fingertip, coalesced upon Naruto's index finger. Miniature Rasengan. Naruto had already activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. The 3 remaining conscious root members gazed in bewilderment at the enlarging black sphere, and then the world fell into an eerie silence, leaving behind a crater several meters deep. Captain, what just transpired over at Root? The miniature Rasengan's power, though diminished, still produced a significant explosion, attracting the attention of the Umbu squad nearby. Sarutobi Shino too looked perplexedly in the direction of the blast before making a decisive call. You too, investigate the situation. Return immediately with any findings. Understood. They both replied and rushed toward the site of the explosion. However, as time passed, no news came from the 2. Shino? Sarutobi Shino's wife spoke up, an uneasy premonition rising within her. Yes, they must have encountered an enemy. The gravity of the situation deepened on Sarutobi Shino's face, as the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. His Umbu were no ordinary ninjas, all at least Jonin level. For 2 of them to be silently dealt with was beyond even his capabilities unless the assailant possessed strength rivaling that of his father. Ayari, you should inform my father about this matter at the Hokage building. I suspect that explosion was orchestrated by that masked man from a year ago. Sarutobi Shino hoped to send his wife away first, believing he could retreat safely with his elite Jonin skills. Ayari hesitated momentarily, but trusting in her husband's strength, she nodded in agreement. In that case, be cautious. Your identity is unlike that of other ninjas. After finishing her statement, Ayari leaped to the branches. Yet, just as she took off, an air bullet pierced through her chest, causing her to plummet from the tree. Ayari, Sarutobi Shino, who had been watching his wife depart, shouted in horror, racing toward the spot where she fell. When Sarutobi Shino found his wife, she had already succumbed to her fate. A tempest of rage surged within him, his heart pounding as the desire for vengeance intensified. Who could have done this? Show yourself. Suddenly, a heavy object thudded to the ground before him. It was one of the Umbu he had sent earlier. Sarutobi Shino rushed forward, seizing the man by his collar, demanding answers. Bear, what on earth is happening? Coughing, the man known as Bear struggled to respond, revealing that one of his arms had been severed. Sarutobi Shino, the deputy minister of the Leafs Umbu and son of the Hokage, is quite the important figure, came a voice from above. As Shino looked up, he saw a figure draped in a white cloak, wearing a 3-eyed cat mask. It's you. Shino's eyes widened with fury as he flung the Umbu member aside. Why did you kill Ayari? Naruto seemed taken aback by the question, almost amused. You think you can gain the right to bear arms without the resolve to face death? Sarutobi Shino, you cannot be this naive. You bastard. Shino cursed, unleashing a technique that Naruto recognized all too well. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. 3 figures appeared beside him. Interesting, Naruto mused, recalling the famous technique of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though it was missing one clone, Shino, along with his clones, formed various hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. Lacking Lightning Release Chakra, Shino could not incorporate it into his jutsu. Yet the sheer magnitude of his chakra was awe-inspiring. The air crackled as the 4 elemental techniques converged, creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to a gathering storm. Then I shall respond with this. A black, planet-shaped sphere materialized in Naruto's palm, mimicking the way the Nine-Tails unleashed its tailed beast bomb. Concentrating his chakra, he transformed it into a ray of blinding light. I shall name it Void Flash. Both combatants stood poised for battle, Naruto on the left, Shino on the right. But as their attacks collided, Shino collapsed, unconscious. The residual force of the Void Flash cleaved the forest in two. Bear, witnessing the endless chasm, swallowed hard. Is that what a human-tailed beast looks like? Your codename is Bear? Bear nodded instinctively. Go tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that if he desires his son, he must come to the Uchiha clan grounds himself. Chapter 59. The Night of Annihilation concludes. That evening, due to the overwhelming crowd at the training ground, Sasuke had to wait an inordinate amount of time for his turn. However, he was fortunate enough to receive guidance from a skilled jonin in fire release techniques, which proved beneficial. Regrettably, he was unable to practice with Naruto that day, leaving him disappointed, feeling that Naruto had become just like his brother, always too busy to train together. Upon arriving at the clan entrance, Sasuke was astonished to find the streets deserted. Typically, Uncle Handburn would be sitting outside his shop. Curiosity compelled him to take a glance, but his eyes widened in horror as a nauseating stench of blood assaulted him, threatening to make him retch. The sight of Uncle Handburn and Aunt Jean's corpses filled him with dread. Step by step, Sasuke retreated, then fled towards home, the repulsive scent of blood clinging to him, accompanied by distant sounds of battle. He wished to ignore everything else, only longing to return home to inform his parents about Uncle Handburn and Aunt Jean. Arriving at his doorstep, panic overcame him as he pushed the door open. Dad, Mom, there is so much blood outside. Uncle Handburn and Aunt Jean. But before he could finish his sentence, the overwhelming stench of blood hit him like a wave. Sasuke stood frozen, unable to comprehend the horrifying scene before him. The once spotless living room was stained with blood, and his father lay lifeless on the floor, blood pooling around him. In the center stood his beloved brother, Itachi, wielding a long blade, drenched in crimson, his face marked with streaks that were indistinguishable as either blood or tears. Dad, brother, you didn't do this, did you? Where are the enemies? Although the evidence pointed overwhelmingly to Itachi as the murderer of their father and the slayer of Uncle Handburn, Sasuke instinctively denied this conclusion. My foolish little brother. Are you still deceiving yourself? Itachi's cold voice shattered the psychological defenses Sasuke had erected. His eyes, filled with confusion, bewilderment, and terror, bore into Itachi. Is this not enough of a shock? Itachi mused, expecting Sasuke to awaken his Sharingan. It seems I must make you witness it firsthand. As Itachi's Sharingan spun, transforming into a complex kaleidoscopic pattern, tears of blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. He ensnared Sasuke in a Jinjutsu, deliberately including their mother, Mikoto, in the illusion. No. The flow of time in the Tsukuyomi differed from reality. Even though Sasuke experienced the harrowing scene of Itachi murdering their parents multiple times within the Jinjutsu, only a fleeting moment passed in the real world. After letting out an anguished roar, Sasuke's eyes widened in horror, tears streaming down his face, his gaze turning crimson as a tomo manifested in each eye. Why did you do this? Itachi's voice was devoid of emotion as he replied, why? To test my resolve and obtain greater power. Resolve? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, struggling to fathom why, for such a trivial reason, his brother would annihilate their parents and slaughter so many of their clan. In disbelief, he retorted, you killed mom and dad for such a trivial reason? Killed so many of our clan. Itachi regarded him with icy indifference. You wretched bastard. In a fit of rage, Sasuke drew a kunai from his pocket, lunging at Itachi with incredible speed. Bang! Sasuke's kunai never touched Itachi's clothing, as Itachi's kick sent him sprawling backward. The impact left Sasuke dizzy, struggling to rise but unable to support himself. Itachi's cold, emotionless voice echoed once more in his ears. My foolish brother, you are not even worth killing at this point. If you wish to slay me, then learn to harbor hatred, loathing, and live on in your ugliness. With that, Itachi turned his back and walked away, glancing back only once as he reached the street. But that fleeting glance was enough to halt his steps. Naruto, wearing the three-eyed cat mask, was now pulling Sasuke out by his collar. Naruto also noticed Itachi Uchiha's gaze, appearing seemingly indifferent as he waved towards him. What is the matter? Would you like to come in for a cup of tea? He suggested, gesturing towards the Uchiha clan leader's residence behind him. Itachi clenched his fists, the previously concealed Sharingan reappearing. What are your intentions towards Sasuke? Itachi unsheathed his long blade once more, charging towards Naruto. He had overused the Mangeko Sharingan today, and his vision was beginning to blur. He could no longer afford to recklessly employ its powers. Is that all you've got? Naruto remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice as he raised his hand and fired, transforming Itachi's form into a multitude of crows that scattered in all directions. Shadow clones. Then what of the real body? Naruto glanced towards Sasuke's position, and indeed, Itachi had reached his side, attempting to seize the Uchiha Sasuke from his grasp. However, Naruto would not allow Itachi to succeed so easily. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, he had already transported himself and Sasuke 10 meters away. Incredible speed, Itachi thought, startled, as the Mangeko patterns appeared in his eyes, intent on drawing Naruto into the world of Tsukuyomi. The moment Tsukuyomi was activated, Naruto felt a fleeting shimmer before finding himself bound to a cross. What a bizarre ability, he mused, observing the blade-wielding Itachi before him with a sense of calm. You should not target Sasuke, you will come to regret it. Itachi lunged forward, thrusting his blade towards Naruto's abdomen. Thud! A sickening sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh. But the ensuing cry of pain did not emanate from Naruto, but rather from Itachi himself. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi had become the one bound to the cross, while Naruto had taken on the role of the wielder of the blade. What on earth is happening? Itachi struggled to comprehend the surreal reality before him. This was undeniably his world. Tsukuyomi was indeed terrifying, but illusions, however vivid, remain mere fantasies, and I possess the power to make fantasies a reality. The three tomo appeared in Naruto's eyes, beginning to swirl and morph into a vertical pupil. How could this be? Itachi felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from those eyes. Itachi Uchiha, you harbor dreams of creating a world, yet you confine them to delusion. Ultimately, Itachi experienced the full essence of his own ocular technique. When he emerged from Tsukuyomi, a mere 3 seconds had passed in reality. Breathing heavily, Itachi knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from the street's edge. Uncle Yoichi, Brother Tetsuhana. This way, it's a shorter distance to the shrine. The urgent voice of Uchiha Shursui directed others forward, albeit cautiously, fearing he might be overheard. Both Naruto and Itachi turned to see Uchiha Shursui leading dozens of Uchiha clansmen towards them, a mix of young and old, ninjas and civilians alike. They were taken aback. Naruto was astonished to see that the majority of the security department's ninjas were still alive, including Uchiha Izumi, who appeared utterly distraught. It seemed that Uchiha Obito's single-eyed intimidation was not as fearsome as once believed when deprived of intelligence. Itachi was left in shock, his spirit shaken. He had not anticipated Shursui's survival. At that moment, Shursui's group also noticed the commotion surrounding Naruto. Shursui, it appears you've been quite diligent, Naruto remarked, eyeing the throng behind Uchiha Shursui. Aside from a dozen ninjas, there were around 20 ordinary clansmen. Furthermore, Shursui appeared to be injured, suggesting he had already engaged in a fierce battle with Root and Umbu ninjas. Shursui hurried over, bowing in apology, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I apologize, Lord Naruto. He was uncertain how to address Naruto, anxious about the repercussions of bringing so many people with him. Fear not, I shall uphold my promise to you. For every person you bring, I will save one. Thank you, my lord, Shursui replied, glancing at Itachi, who lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes vacant. A flicker of complexity flashed in Shursui's gaze, soon replaced by a glint of murderous intent. How do you intend to deal with Itachi Uchiha? Shursui. Itachi met Shursui's complex gaze, aware that while Shursui had once shared his belief in the will of fire, he had always placed the family and village on equal footing. Thus, Itachi's actions were unforgivable in Shursui's eyes. Leave his eyes. As for the rest, let the Uchiha deal with it. Thank you, my lord. Genuine gratitude lit up Shursui's face. Meanwhile, Itachi lowered his head, panting heavily, his fingers digging into the ground. I'm sorry, Shursui. I have my own reasons to continue onward. Red rib bones erupted from his side, colossal skeletal claws swiping at Naruto. Naruto, with Sasuke in tow, leapt back to evade the assault. Just then, a green figure spiraled towards Naruto. Konoha Gale, observing the oncoming force. Naruto couldn't help but grimace as he leapt once more with Sasuke, dodging Might Guy's whirling kick that left a deep crater in its wake. Glancing behind Guy, Naruto noticed a significant number of individuals approaching. Leading the charge was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, flanked by a multitude of Umbu and ninjas from various villages, marching towards them with unwavering determination. A smile crept across Naruto's lips. It appeared that new players were about to take the stage. Chapter 60. At this moment. Are we not jesting? Itachi, are you alright? Might Guy positioned himself before Itachi, adopting a combat stance. Itachi staggered to his feet, blood and tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, his gaze vacant, the world around him blurring. He could only ascertain the identity of the newcomer through his voice. Is that you, Gai-senpai? Yes. The Hokage and the others have arrived. Do not worry, we will avenge the Uchiha. Gai's words left Itachi momentarily dazed. Avenge the Uchiha? Just as Itachi attempted to clarify, Gai had already charged towards Naruto. You scoundrel! Not only have you invaded Konoha, but you also slaughtered the Uchiha clan's innocents. I will not let you go unpunished. Hand over the hostages. Konoha whirlwind. Gai spun as he kicked towards Naruto. Faced with the bewildered Might Guy, who had yet to grasp the situation, Naruto felt a headache coming on. Gai was an exceedingly straightforward after all. Uchiha Shursui is the one who understands this masked man the most. They merely encountered Shursui, who was fiercely battling to protect his clan and the roots, and decided to walk together. However, Uchiha Shursui shook his head and said, no need. He comprehended Naruto's strength. Perhaps Naruto was still considering a fragment of their past friendship. Leaf Rock Slide. After exchanging a powerful kick in midair with Naruto, Might Guy unexpectedly twisted his body again to launch a formidable elbow strike towards Naruto. Upon witnessing this familiar technique, a wave of nostalgia surged within Naruto's heart. He too raised his elbow, concentrating chakra upon it, and collided with Might Guy in the air. In an instant, Might Guy was left dumbfounded, landing directly on the ground in a deep crater, his eyes vacant. Ah, such a familiar sensation. Although their strength had vastly increased, and their physiques were entirely different, the sense of familiarity during their clash felt remarkably real. Naruto descended to the ground, tossing Sasuke to Uchiha Shursui, and remarked to Might Guy, it seems you've calmed down. Might Guy rose from the pit, gazing at Naruto with a complex expression. Having also noticed Naruto's action of handing Sasuke to Uchiha Shursui, leaving him momentarily stunned. Shursui, Gai-senpai, it's been a while. Uchiha Shursui caught Sasuke and politely greeted Might Guy. What on earth is happening? Might Guy first glanced at Uchiha Shursui, then at the Uchiha members behind him, and lastly at Uchiha Itachi and the approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was grim, unwilling to speak. Not only did he look unwell, but his attire also bore numerous damages. That old fool Uchiha Shaka had bound himself with explosive tags, intending to perish together, but fortunately, he was intercepted in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it here today. At this moment, other ninjas found it hard to voice their thoughts, as this matter was not one to be taken lightly. Narashikaku slightly shook his head, pondering. It is one thing for the third Hokage to lose his composure. It is quite another for him to handle matters so ineptly. Only Might Guy's close friend Kakashi could no longer restrain himself, speaking out. Guy, the Hokage's order is merely to capture the invading masked man. Might Guy, neither from a ninja clan nor a member of the Umbu, was entirely oblivious to the events concerning the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan is one I have slain. Uchiha Itachi, who was recovering his strength in the background, spoke up. Might Guy's expression changed drastically, staring at Uchiha Itachi in disbelief. Why is this? Coughing violently, Uchiha Itachi, having overexerted his Mangeko Sharingan today, managed to say, the Uchiha clan sought to instigate a coup. For the peace of Konoha, I had to thwart it. You wretched beast. Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha chose to revolt precisely because they were coerced by the village. Uchiha Tetsuhiko erupted in fury. Because you are too arrogant and self-centered. Only seeing yourselves and disregarding the village. Uchiha Itachi retorted. You, who can even kill your own father, are you not the epitome of selfishness? Uchiha Tetsuhiko seethed with rage, nearly wanting to strangle this traitorous wolf. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke, his countenance dark as he looked at Naruto, saying, I never intended to ostracize the Uchiha. I genuinely wished for their integration into the village. This outcome is entirely beyond my expectations. Enough. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish, Naruto interrupted, digging into his ear and saying, at this moment, let us not dwell on such words. Be cautious lest you deceive yourself, strongest Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further, but he held his temper, considering his son was still in the enemy's grasp. He slowly exhaled, seemingly trying to release the pent-up frustration within, and finally said, today, too many lives have already been lost. Continuing to fight would only result in needless sacrifice. Perhaps we can sit down and have a proper discussion to reach a reconciliation. Reconciliation? Haha. Naruto erupted into laughter, unable to straighten up, and said, are you jesting at this moment? The Uchiha behind him wore expressions that suggested they would gladly devour Sarutobi Hiruzen tonight. The Uchiha clan had nearly perished at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, the Roots, and that Uchiha Madara, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen still dared to speak of reconciliation. How about this? Hokage-sama, Let us play a game. Naruto raised a finger, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. If after this game, you are willing to choose reconciliation, I personally would be more than willing to reconcile with you. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly, a foreboding feeling rising within him. This masked man's game was undoubtedly problematic. Naruto's proposal elicited unusual expressions from the Uchiha members behind him, while Uchiha Shursui remained calm. For he understood Naruto's disposition was rather malevolent. Perhaps it was related to the sealing technique from a few days ago. What kind of game? After some contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to first gauge the other's intentions. If it truly came to blows, it seemed Uchiha Itachi would struggle to be of any use. Moreover, he had not anticipated that the Uchiha would still retain so many viable forces, and had Uchiha Itachi and the Roots acted without any preparation? Fear not. It is a rather intriguing game. Naruto chuckled lightly, slapping the ground with his right hand, causing a man who bore a striking resemblance to Sarutobi Hiruzen to appear. Ninsuke? Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively exclaimed. This was his most cherished son. But that is not all. Naruto retrieved 5 cylindrical objects with pull rings from his pocket. Signal flares for various types of assistance. Come now, Hokage-sama, make your choice. Chapter 61, The Game. Come now, Hokage-sama, make your choice. These 6 items. You may only select one. Naruto cast both Ninsuke and the signal flares before Sarutobi Hiruzen, then opened his arms, awaiting his decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, pondering whether he could directly rescue Ninsuke. After all, this choice seemed glaringly problematic. What do those signal flares represent? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the need to clarify. Destruction. Each signal flare represents a ninja clan. Care to test one? Naruto's words sent a chill through everyone present. What do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened as he glared at Naruto. Rather than my explanation, how about witnessing it firsthand? Naruto picked up one of the signal flares, yanked the ring, and fired it into the sky, a red light shooting upward before exploding in the heavens. Shortly thereafter, amidst the horrified gazes of all present, a tremendous rumble echoed from the distance, as if the very earth was trembling. The crowd looked in terror towards the source of the sound. Witnessing a blaze soaring into the sky, a blinding white light illuminating the entire horizon, smoke billowing. Vaguely, they could see an area being consumed by destructive force. This is what is referred to as destruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief, his visage reflecting utter incredulity. A sentiment shared by the other accompanying ninjas and the remaining Uchiha members, all of whom wore expressions of shock. In an instant, however, the Konoha ninjas, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, exhibited a countenance of unrestrained fury. You bastard! They could already faintly hear the wails and alarm bells emanating from the village, igniting a profound sense of rage among the assembled Konoha ninjas. Lord Hokage, it appears that is the clan territory of Elder Tsunade Kamachi. An Umbu ninja whispered urgently into Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to urgently inquire, is Elder Tsunade Kamachi within the clan? The Umbu shook his head, replying, Elder Tsunade Kamachi and Elder Mito Yumen are currently in the Hokage building. That's a relief. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief, yet his gaze hardened as it fell upon Naruto. Can I know what these signal flares signify regarding the ninja clans? What? Is the Hokage prioritizing his own family? Naruto's laughter rang out, yet his words thrust Sarutobi Hiruzen into a precarious position. He regretted posing the question. Indeed, he had entertained thoughts of preserving his own clan, but now, feeling the multitude of piercing gazes behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a dilemma. The position of Hokage is, after all, a delicate art of compromise. With others supporting his ascension to Hokage, he must also provide benefits to them. Yet, with his own clan on the brink of annihilation, how could he continue to garner support? Naruto retained 4 signal flares, and no one dared to wager whether one of them belonged to his clan. Observing this scene, Naruto's delight further blossomed as he cheerfully proclaimed, in that case, allow me to offer you a small hint. He bent down to retrieve one of the signal flares from the ground. What are you doing? I haven't chosen yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in a panic, attempting to intervene. Naruto shook his head, stating, I merely wish to kindly inform you that this one belongs to the Sarutobi clan. Thank you very much. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly ground his teeth, for he understood that if he wished to continue as Hokage, he could not select this one. Shikaku, Hiseichi, are you confident you can restrain him? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's whispered query, Yamashiro Hiseichi and Nara Shikaku exchanged helpless glances, each recognizing the futility of their situation. Lord Hokage, It would be best not to put us in a bind at this moment, Shikaka said with a wry smile. Even as staunch supporters of the Hokage, they dared not agree, for a misstep would bear an unbearable burden. Is a fleeting moment sufficient? Itachi Uchiha interjected, his physical condition deteriorating. If he continued using the Mangeko Sharingan, he might incur irreparable consequences. Yet, the might of that previous ability could not be allowed to persist. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others regarded Itachi with expressions of skepticism. Sarutobi Hiruzen calculated the distance and the speed at which Naruto could activate the signal flare, nodding in agreement. In a moment, I will proceed to choose indiscriminately. Itachi, find a way to hold him momentarily. Then, we shall strike together and eliminate him. What about the signal flare? Inquired a leader of a minor ninja clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. The signal flares are not the crux of the matter. They can be produced in abundance. The primary concern is the individual himself. Do you understand? He then turned to the silent representatives of the various ninja clans. Naturally, everyone nodded in unison. With the Hokage placing his own family aside, they could not afford to hesitate lest they face repercussions. Once prepared, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and looked toward Naruto. Oh, have you made your choice? Naruto had also noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, and naturally, he had overheard their previous conversation. I am about to choose. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly ground his teeth to utter those words. He stepped forward toward Naruto, drawing close. Wait. Naruto swiftly kicked Sarutobi Shinji to the front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. What do you mean by this? Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. He is part of the selection. If you are unwilling to choose him, you may take action yourself. This way, he can find peace. With that, Naruto tossed a kunai in his direction. You bastard. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared fiercely at Naruto, shouting. What grievance does Konoha hold against you that you harbor such animosity? Sarutobi Shinji was his most prized son, already the vice director of the Umbu. If all went well, he would become the 5th Hokage. Naruto fell silent, then suddenly spoke. Do you truly wish to know? Could it be that you do not dare to reveal your true self? Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his fury, gesturing with his hands behind his back. Though in a visual blind spot, he inferred the other's intentions. Seeking to know everything is a fool's errand. 3rd Hokage, your greed is truly insatiable. As a punishment, you shall witness the despair of Konoha. Despite using respectful language, there was no hint of reverence in his tone. Once glaring at Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while secretly signaling, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he heard the familiar title, You Are. Naruto had already removed his mask. Chapter 62. I am the nine-tailed fox. Naruto, how could it possibly be you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. And the expressions of the others were scarcely better. They could never have fathomed that such a horrifying act would be perpetrated by a mere child. Only Kakashi and Might Guy, after a brief astonishment, quickly regained their composure. They were responsible for protecting and monitoring Naruto, and had often noticed his peculiar behaviors, though they seldom reported them to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for Might Guy, he had begun to suspect Naruto's identity after that recent elbow strike. Despite having only trained together for a month, Naruto had left a profound impression on him, as no one else among the youth had matched him in taijutsu. Why could it not be me? Naruto suddenly grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. I am the nine-tailed fox. Boom. A torrent of violent and terrifying chakra erupted from Naruto, as 4 tails thrashed behind him, and a colossal fox apparition manifested. To the eyes of all present ninjas, it was as though they beheld the overwhelming silhouette of the 9 tails, instilling an unparalleled sense of dread. Curse the fox. Stop him, someone shouted. They witnessed Naruto drawing the signal flares from the ground with his chakra. Stop, Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed, rapidly forming hand seals. Yet it was all too late. Naruto's gaze was icy as he extended his finger and effortlessly released all 4 signal flares simultaneously. Brilliant lights illuminated the Uchiha clan's territory like fireworks, while an even more resplendent glow bathed the entirety of Konohagakure. Naruto was acutely aware that the 4 great spirals lacked the power to obliterate the village. Unlike him, Uzumaki Naruto possessed the complete 9 tails and the Book of the Red Moon, yet he was unable to conjure a great spiral capable of annihilating the entire Leaf Village. Nevertheless, this was a blessing in disguise, for there remained a few cherished friends within the village, situated far from the Sarutobi and Nara clans, thus relatively shielded from peril. However, the sudden decline of Konoha would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of the other 4 major ninja villages, and the battlefield would likely shift to the Land of Fire, heralding a true descent into suffering for Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hizashi bellowed, his voice laced with heart-wrenching anguish and fury, as if it could rend Naruto asunder. I should have imprisoned you directly. As a thoughtless tool, your inherently malevolent nature cannot be swayed. For the sake of Konoha, you must remain here. The 5-nature transformation, great bullet technique. Sarutobi Hisashi had already cast aside Sarutobi Shinji, standing resolute before Naruto. One conjured a fireball, another wielded a dazzling lightning technique. A third amassed a terrifying wind-based vacuum sphere, while the remaining 2 formed seals, revealing the heads of water and earth dragons. Though the same ninjutsu, in different hands, yielded entirely different effects. Hisashi's execution of the 5 natures exuded a pressure reminiscent of a true ninja master, far superior to his ineffectual son. Naruto raised his hand, palm facing Hisashi, as black and blue chakra coalesced, enveloping 4 tails around a small black sphere. 2 beams of ninjutsu surged forth simultaneously, colliding in midair and erupting into a blinding radiance. As the light faded, Hisashi managed to evade Naruto's onslaught, while Naruto remained steadfast, unmoving. The disparity in chakra was evident. Regardless of Hisashi's formidable techniques, Naruto could withstand them merely through chakra compression. Powerful as a brick. Open the gate. Naruto, I can no longer allow you to harm the village. A voice, filled with uncontrollable rage, rang out, followed by a green figure enveloped in a mist of verdant chakra that suddenly appeared before Naruto, executing a sidekick aimed directly at him. Naruto attempted to sidestep, only to find himself momentarily ensnared, a slender shadow binding him to Narashikaku. Though it was but a fleeting instant, it rendered Naruto incapable of evading through conventional means. The gust from Might Guy's kick brushed against Naruto's profile as his form vanished from sight. What? Guy gasped in astonishment, as his strike met only empty air, demolishing a building several meters away. It's the Flying Thunder God. As a former comrade of the 4th Hokage, Narashikaku recognized Naruto's technique instantly. Noticing his figure appear near the Uchiha clan, observing the eager crowd of Uchihas, make your way to the South Heg Shrine. Uchiha Tetsuhiko, initially poised for battle, froze, instinctively inquiring why. Naruto cast him a cold glance. You'll only be a hindrance. Zzz. In that brief moment, a piercing sound erupted as Kakashi charged towards Naruto, wielding Raikiri aimed at his chest. Naruto grasped Kakashi's Raikiri with a hand enveloped in tailed beast chakra and retaliated with a punch to Kakashi's abdomen, sending him crashing through multiple structures, leaving him motionless thereafter. Naruto merely regarded him with a deep gaze before refocusing on the battle ahead. Yet he soon felt another binding sensation, even more potent than before, as several Nara clan ninjas executed the shadow imitation technique. Seize the opportunity, Narashikaku shouted. Several cloaked ninjas from the Aburame clan swiftly formed hand seals. Buzzing, a horde of black insects surged forth like a tempest from their sleeves, rushing towards Naruto. The swarm enveloped Naruto's tailed beast cloak, yet it swiftly turned ferocious, attacking one another. In mere moments, the ground was littered with the carcasses of the black insects. Impossible. The Aburame ninjas gasped in shock, their eyes turning crimson as they collapsed, convulsing. Savage, brutal, filled with hatred. You know nothing of the Nine-Tails chakra. A blue chakra sphere gathered in Naruto's hand as he vanished, reappearing above the heads of the Aburame ninjas, ready to strike. Damn it, Peacock. Seeing his comrades dispatched, Might Guy began launching punches from a distance, unleashing waves of shock and flames towards Naruto, forcing him to rely on the Flying Thunder God to evade. Observing Naruto's continuous evasions, Uchiha Tetsuhiko hesitated, glancing at Uchiha Shursui, who was preparing to depart. Are you certain we shouldn't assist? Uchiha Shursui shook his head, asserting, it's unnecessary. Naruto can handle this. We must prioritize the safety of our clan members. Naruto's true trump card was yet to be revealed, as he watched the panic-stricken expressions of over 20 Uchiha civilians. Uchiha Shursui quickly stepped forward to reassure them, intending to lead them to safety. This scene did not go unnoticed by the Umbu, who swiftly approached Sarutobi Hisashi to report. Hokage-sama, what about the Uchiha? Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi Hisashi replied. Do not concern yourself with them. Our primary objective is to neutralize Uzumaki Naruto. With the Flying Thunder God and the power of the Tailed Beast, he poses the greatest threat to the village. Chapter 63, Daytime Tiger. Everyone, be vigilant of the Flying Thunder God marks on your feet and body. Narashikaku shouted again, his expression grave, eyes fixed intently on Naruto's evasive maneuvers. Strange, why is his Flying Thunder God more agile than the Fourth's? Shikaku. Every place Naruto appears initially lacks the Flying Thunder God mark, He materializes out of thin air before executing his technique. A sensing ninja approached him, reporting his recent discovery. What? Shikaku exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Naruto could place the flying thunder god mark from a distance, explaining his superior agility compared to Minato Namake's. Under these circumstances, they had no means to contend with Naruto. Only extensive ninjutsu or absolute speed could suffice. Open the gate. Might Guy entered the third stage. The green chakra steam enveloping him transforming into a brilliant blue. The proud azure beast of Konoha. This time, in close quarters. Might Guy's speed matched that of the flying thunder god. Boom. Naruto, unwilling to evade, faced Might Guy head-on. The iron-like fist collided with Naruto's elbow, sending waves of pain coursing through him, as he felt the very bones of his elbow threaten to shatter. The human elbow is exceptionally resilient, even surpassing most metals in hardness, and is a potent source of explosive power, prompting Naruto to employ an elbow strike. Uncle Guy, perhaps this will be our final clash. Naruto's face bore a smile, yet the sharpness of his teeth and the vertical slit of his eyes rendered it somewhat menacing. Bang, 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 bang. Naruto, you should not be doing this. Might Guy's expression became increasingly fierce. Opening the eighth gate was an unbearable burden for him now, and his face was contorted almost beyond recognition. There is no should or should not. It solely depends on my desire. Naruto's tone was audacious, yet he possessed the audacity to back it up in this moment. Bang. Following another strike, Might Guy refrained from charging forward again. Naruto, this blow will not be so easily received. The blue steam enveloping Might Guy solidified, and his aura surged to new heights. He assumed a stance poised for a straight punch directed at Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto faced Guy's ultimate blow without any intention of dodging. He was not Might Guy. An evasion was unnecessary. It was Might Guy who was the challenger. Black ribs materialized around Naruto, swiftly entering the second phase. With the emergence of armor, they transitioned into the third phase. Day Tiger. As Might Guy unleashed his punch, the air around his fist compressed, and then explosively expanded toward Naruto, transforming into a ferocious tiger that clawed at Naruto's Susanoo. This concentrated, ultra-high-speed straight punch delivered immense power, causing shockwaves that forced the nearby Konoha ninjas to retreat several steps. Those of lesser strength were even sent flying, and the ripples reached the distant Minato Namake's at the South He Shrine, causing his normally tranquil brow to furrow in concern. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi remained steadfast, unwavering, his gaze fixed intently upon the battlefield. In that moment, a resolute decision formed within his heart. The Black Susanoo, receiving the full brunt of the attack, was sent hurtling dozens of meters away. The point of impact bore a massive gash, with even the black ribs within fracturing inch by inch. Vast fragments of black chakra scattered across the night sky, ultimately transforming into twinkling starlight that gradually faded into the void. Regrettably, Might Guy's most powerful attack, having shattered Naruto's Susanoo, could not be sustained further, resulting in merely a slight abrasion. Uncle Guy, I acknowledge your strength. In the realm of taijutsu, I would call you the strongest. Naruto finally expressed what he had long wished to say, yet Might Guy had already collapsed, unconscious. Kakashi, find a way to slow him down, just let me seize him. Hiruzen Sarutobi whispered to Nara Shikaku, gripping his staff as he approached Naruto. Understood, Shikaku replied. Amaterasu. At that moment, Itachi Uchiha, seizing the opportunity for a surprise attack, unleashed his final move before succumbing to unconsciousness. Black flames surged toward Naruto's Susanoo, instantly enveloping it and consuming it in a relentless blaze. Observing these dark flames, Naruto found it rather peculiar. Was this truly the so-called strongest flame that could not be extinguished? He mused that even if it burned for days on end, it might not be able to defeat him, given his overwhelming reserves of chakra and power. Nevertheless, Naruto dispelled Susanoo, opting to remain in his tailed beast cloak, as bearing the flames felt rather uncomfortable. With Susanoo's disappearance, Amaterasu gradually dissipated in the absence of fuel. Naruto, I didn't expect you to possess the Mangeko Sharingan. Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked gravely. Is that Shirsui's eye? Heh, why would I divulge that to you? Naruto retorted, a derisive smile gracing his face. Indeed, Hiruzen lowered his head. Yet the staff in his hand suddenly elongated and thickened, thrusting toward Naruto. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, Naruto evaded the strike and materialized behind Hiruzen, already shaping a Rasengan aimed at his back. In response, Hiruzen's staff retracted swiftly, its rear extending toward Naruto's abdomen. Naruto instinctively dodged, yet he had lost the opportunity to ambush Hiruzen. The Rui staff, Cyclone. Hiruzen's staff began to spin rapidly before Naruto, conjuring a fierce wind that sought to draw Naruto into its grasp. Naruto evaded using the flying thunder god technique. Hiruzen did not relent in his assault. He continued to wield the Rui staff, unleashing a series of powerful strikes at Naruto. Naruto sidestepped a sweeping blow from the staff, retaliating with a thrust of his tail toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen leaped back while simultaneously swinging the staff again, prompting Naruto to retreat. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. At that moment, the Konoha ninjas who had been observing from the sidelines unleashed their jutsu, directing their attacks at Naruto. Flames and gales intertwined, forming a fiery dragon vortex. Naruto encased himself with his four tails, successfully blocking all incoming ninjutsu attacks. Ninjutsu, Mind Disruption Technique. At this juncture, Naruto sensed a disturbance attempting to infiltrate his thoughts, urging him to relinquish his resistance. Humph. Naruto emitted a cold grunt, his eyes spinning with the three tomo, causing the ninjas of the Yamashiro clan to suffer backlash. At that moment, the remaining Umbu had completed their hand seals. Jinjutsu, Darkened Path Technique. This jutsu, purportedly designed specifically to counter the Uchiha clan, could plunge the area into complete darkness, obscuring the enemy's vision. The illusion cast by a dozen Umbu simultaneously would temporarily blind even Naruto. However, it bore little effect on him, as the malice of the Nine-Tails granted him awareness beyond the veil. So that's it, the Shikifujin? Naruto's expression shifted to one of realization. It was no wonder he felt Hiruzen was preparing something. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you wish to perish like a hero. That cannot be allowed. Chapter 64. Hiruzen Sarutobi. You wish to perish like a hero. That cannot be allowed. The three tomo in Naruto's gaze whirled, transforming into the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangeko, overlapping with the vertical slit beneath his tailed beast cloak. A multitude of vines erupted from beneath Naruto's feet, spiraling and twisting, coalescing at incredible speed into a complete humanoid form. This technique could be aptly named Sharingan, Wooden Human Technique. Standing atop the wooden figure's head, Naruto crossed his arms, surveying the stunned crowd below, even Hiruzen Sarutobi pausing in his actions, having witnessed the full might of Hashirama Senju in his prime. Hiruzen was acutely aware of the strength of wood release. Otherwise, he would not have seized the Tenzo from Danzo. Yet, even with Tenzo's prowess, such a degree of wooden creation was unfathomable. In that instant, Hiruzen halted his movements, realizing that even if he wished to perish alongside Naruto, it was no longer feasible. While the others remained in shock, Naruto was undeterred. The wooden figure raised its fist, poised to strike at the congregation of ninjas. Look out, defend yourselves. Cries of alarm echoed, yet it was already too late. The wooden fist was upon them. Earth style, earth wall. Suddenly, earthen walls adorned with dog heads surged up, overlapping to obstruct the crowd before them. After idling for a considerable time, Kakashi finally decided to take action. He had no desire to engage with Naruto, who could effortlessly escape using the flying thunder god technique. Thus, he resolved to feign disinterest. However, given the urgency of the situation, he felt it inappropriate to do so. The wooden giant's fist shattered two of the earthen walls, yet the third wall held firm against its assault. In a desperate move, the giant's other hand reached for the unconscious Itachi Uchiha lying nearby. He had to reclaim those eyes. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The ferocious fire dragon danced, blocking the wooden giant's arm midair. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized the critical importance of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Konoha must harness this power. The devastation Naruto inflicted upon Konoha was immense. He envisioned the village engulfed in flames, and Itachi, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, was a vital asset for the village's defense. Yet, despite Hiruzen's efforts to impede the wooden giant, he could not stop Naruto. In an instant, Naruto utilized the flying thunder god technique to appear beside Itachi, a colossal bird materializing beneath him, lifting both Naruto and the unconscious Uchiha into the sky. Is this summoning jutsu? The Umbu ninjas and Hiruzen looked up in astonishment at Naruto, questioning whether this was truly a summoning, though they sensed no life emanating from the bird. As Naruto surveyed the situation at the South Shrine, a smirk crossed his face as he gazed down at the multitude of ninjas. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems today's game is drawing to a close. It's all the third Hokage's fault. We didn't even get to play properly. The expressions of the many ninjas below shifted dramatically, and Hiruzen felt a wave of urgency wash over him. If Naruto were to leave just like that, Konoha's fate would hinge on his fleeting whims. Naruto, are you truly going to flee? Flee. Ha ha. Hiruzen, your confidence is utterly amusing, Naruto retorted with a tone steeped in mockery. Aside from Might Guy, None of you have even earned the right to make me take this seriously. Damn you, Naruto. Hiruzen's eyes flared with hatred as he shouted, Saru, go. He pointed his staff towards Naruto, the originally short staff elongating towards him. Yet, before it could reach Naruto, a figure clad in a white cloak and mask appeared out of thin air, kicking Saru away and swiftly landing on the back of the giant bird. Why are you wearing a mask? Naruto inquired, curiosity lacing his tone as he regarded the pure white mask of Minato Namikaze. Minato cast a complex glance at the ninjas below and replied softly, it's better to keep my identity concealed. I was once their Hokage. And there are accomplices. Hiruzen and the Konoha ninjas felt a pang of despair as they grasped the implications. Have the Uchiha all been evacuated? Naruto asked Minato quietly. He nodded in affirmation. They have all been relocated. Is it time to depart? Indeed, it is time to conclude this. Naruto withdrew the tailed beast cloak, stepping forward and addressing Hiruzen. If you survive this, Hiruzen, then bear witness to Konoha's despair. As the chilling wind swept through, the giant bird beneath Naruto soared higher into the sky. Damn it. Watching Naruto and the others shrink into a mere dot against the horizon, Hiruzen pounded the ground in frustration. Naruto's departure meant that Konoha would live in perpetual fear of him henceforth. And those elite ninjas who had witnessed Naruto's might would likely lose all courage to confront him in the future. Lord Hokage, Naruto has departed. Our immediate concern should be to reassure the villagers, Narashikaku said as he approached Hiruzen, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. No matter how astute their strategies, they paled in the face of absolute power. Hiruzen, coming back to himself, pondered the aftermath of the two explosions. What would Konoha look like now? He hesitated to confront the consequences of his actions. He had directly caused today's calamities. Would the outcome have been different had he heeded Danzo from the beginning? Why hadn't Naruto simply eliminated him here and now? Something is falling. A cry rang out as the crowd looked up. The once minuscule black that was Naruto was now expanding rapidly into a small orb resembling a planet. Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Get back! Diamond Prison!" Hiruzen hurled the diamond staff forward, which instantly multiplied into dozens of rods, forming a square-shaped cage. Kakashi, carrying Might Guy on his back, rushed to join him. If this was indeed the source of the impending explosion, there was no escaping its radius. They could only brace for impact. Let us all employ defensive techniques. Earth style, earth flow wall. Water style, water barrier. The great spiral sphere, upon impact, unleashed a tremendous shockwave, engulfing the unprepared ninjas and erasing them from existence. A hemispherical barrier enveloped the entire Uchiha clan territory, rendering the world silent. No one knew the fates of Hiruzen and the others. As they ascended higher, the view became increasingly expansive. The once populous and thriving Konoha was now unrecognizable, marred by crumbling walls and 3 colossal craters etched into the earth like scars. Minato sensed the impending doom that awaited Konoha, and all he could do was let out a soft sigh. Naruto, are you truly leaving just like that? You go ahead. Comfort the Uchiha. I still have someone to meet. The Konoha arc has concluded. I shall need to double update for the next few days as a humble law student prepares for exams. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 65. Birds are born to soar. Chaos, utter chaos. Within Konoha, disorder reigned supreme, a scene of desolation and despair. Countless villagers frantically sprinted through the streets, desperately seeking refuge, as flames erupted around them and debris from collapsed buildings scattered everywhere. Panic spread through Konoha. People fled in all directions, their cries and screams echoing through the air. Some children, terrified, wailed loudly, while adults clutched them tightly, striving to find a safe haven. The streets were a tumultuous mass of bodies, with individuals shoving and jostling one another. Some were even knocked to the ground, trampled underfoot. Many shopkeepers, reluctant to abandon their possessions, hastily locked their doors, trembling in fear within. Although Naruto's great spiral sphere detonated solely within the territories of the 3 major ninja clans, its destructive reach extended far beyond, obliterating surrounding structures and, compounded by the aftershocks, plunging almost the entirety of Konoha into chaos. This was a level of disorder surpassing even the Nine-Tails incident. The primary cause of this turmoil was the incapacitation of the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen had mobilized nearly all of Konoha's Umbu, alongside several clan leaders, leaving only the advisors, Narashikaku and Mito Koharu, and a couple of Umbu squads within the Hokage Tower. In the wake of the explosion that nearly engulfed the entirety of Konoha, both individuals were left in a state of bewilderment. They had anticipated merely attending to urgent matters and maintaining order, but no one had forewarned them of the impending urgency. Having lived for decades as advisors to Konoha, they had never witnessed such a formidable spectacle. Particularly, Tono Komaru was on the verge of fainting upon learning that her own home had been destroyed before Mito Gate and could offer her any comfort. He received the distressing news that his own residence had also been obliterated. With no missions dispatched from above, the subordinates remained paralyzed with fear, leaving the Hokage building in a state of paralysis. Ultimately, it was Shimura Danzo who took command of the Hokage building with his root division, thereby alleviating the villagers' panic. Albeit slightly. What was the situation at the Hokage's office? Within the confines of the office, Danzo inquired of his subordinates, flanked by Tono Komaru and Mito Gate-un, both of whom wore ashen expressions, their eyes devoid of life. Before Danzo stood a man clad in dark sunglasses, with a purple mark etched upon the right side of his face. The individual in question was the focus of Danzo's inquiry. Yonu Ryuma slightly bowed his head, his expression impassive as he reported, "An Umbu team has already been dispatched to assess the situation. We shall receive news shortly." "Is that so?" Danzo mused. His head bowed low. He was uncertain whether to feel elated or despondent. Sarutobi Hiruzen had led a significant portion of Konoha's elite into the fray, their fates hanging in the balance. Should they perish, Danzo would face no competition for the position of Hokage. Yet, if they indeed met their demise, the loss of such elite forces would leave Konoha in a precarious state. What were the Hyuga clan doing at this moment? Hyuga Hayashi was leading his clan in the rescue of the injured and the evacuation of villagers. Hearing this, Danzo furrowed his brow. The Hyuga clan had been acting strangely in recent days, as if some internal strife had arisen, casting a pall over the faces of several main family members. Could it be connected to the explosion? "Let us go lend a hand," Danzo declared, rising to his feet, having acclimatized to his one-armed condition. "Danzo, are you heading to the scene?" A hoarse, weak voice interjected. It was Mito Gate-in, who had noticed Danzo's movements. Danzo nodded in affirmation, providing a brief explanation. With Hiruzen absent, someone must reassure the villagers. Mito Gate-in observed Danzo's departing figure, shaking his head. "Even now, you remain anxious, Danzo." Niji was equally troubled. Though he had heard of the extensive destruction wrought by the Nine-Tails incident, he had been too young at the time to comprehend its significance. Yet now, it appeared that this explosion was even more terrifying than the Nine-Tails incident, leaving much of Konoha in ruin. He had witnessed the devastation firsthand. If memory served him correctly, that area had once belonged to the Sarutobi clan. Hyuga Hayashi had intended to lead his clan there for rescue, only to find it a futile endeavor, as the Sarutobi's ancestral grounds had been reduced to a mere crater, likely leaving not even a single ant alive. Hyuga Hayashi had ordered the evacuation of civilians and the rescue of the injured. Niji had just delivered a wounded mother and daughter to a shelter, having learned they were friends of the Hokage's grandson. However, from the scene, it seemed the Hokage's grandson might now exist only as ashes. He needed to continue aiding other victims. How could such an explosion occur so suddenly, especially at this time? Niji pondered the circumstances, a flicker of realization illuminating his mind. Slowly, he came to a halt, his expression growing grave. Could it be that Naruto is behind this? "Oh, I didn't expect you to uncover it." A voice suddenly resonated, sending a jolt through Niji's body. He looked up to find Naruto standing before him. "Is it really you?" Niji's throat felt dry. He feared he might be mistaken for an accomplice. "If you're referring to that ruins, then yes, it was indeed my doing," Naruto admitted candidly, before inquiring. "So, do you still intend to leave with me, a so-called terrorist?" Niji's face remained one of confusion. Naruto furrowed his brow, stating, "To think before acting is a commendable habit, but excessive caution can easily become unwelcome." "Ahem, I merely lost my train of thought for a moment. You, of all people, managed to orchestrate such a grand event without a word," Niji remarked, feeling a twinge of melancholy. It seemed both he and Naruto would soon be branded as rogue ninjas. "Wait, that's not right. Neither of us are even ninjas yet. So, it's nothing to worry about." "That's good. Do you have anything else to prepare? Could you allow me half an hour?" Of course, under the current circumstances in Konoha, waiting half a day poses no issue. With Naruto's agreement, Niji sprinted towards the Hyuga clan estate, followed closely by Naruto. Along the way, the once chaotic crowds instinctively parted for the two, as if they were invisible. Niji did not keep Naruto waiting for half an hour. After a brief flurry of activity at home, he emerged. "Are you ready?" "Yes." "Then let us depart." Just as Naruto placed a hand on Niji's shoulder, the latter interjected. "Wait, do you have more to say?" Naruto replied, exasperated. Could he not simply articulate everything at once? Niji's expression grew complex. "Aren't you going to say something to Hinata?" Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto shook his head, declaring, "There's no need." Why not? Niji could discern Hinata's affections for Naruto. He had observed Naruto's considerate nature towards her, believing them to be quite well suited. He even wished to hear Naruto address him as brother-in-law. Hinata needs to undergo a true transformation. Naruto offered no further opportunity for Niji to speak. In an instant, their figures vanished from sight, leaving the expansive branch family estate eerily vacant. A gentle breeze rustled through, causing the wind chimes at the entrance to tinkle softly. Within the room, a pure white ribbon was simply tied to the window, inscribed with a farewell message, "Birds are born to soar." Meanwhile, Hinata, resting in the main house from afar, seemed to sense something amiss, glancing skyward. Even in the darkness, she could see a pure white bird soaring towards the horizon. Chapter 66. First, we must take control of this nation. The Land of Waves is an island nation, while it is referred to as a country. It would be more accurate to describe it as a small isle, characterized by its economic poverty and the destitution of its people. More importantly, the Land of Waves lacks any ninjas, possessing its own feudal lord, yet being governed by a merchant named Gato. This Gato is exceedingly wealthy, reputed to be one of the world's few billionaires, and even after plundering the warehouses of 4 ninja clans in Konoha, he likely possesses more wealth than they do. Typically, the warehouses of large ninja clans contain various ninjutsu and secret techniques. Naruto had even discovered a sealing book from the Sarutobi clan's repository, which he currently kept in his sealing space. After all, ninja clans generally prioritize heritage, while merchants are often driven by profit. This was precisely why Naruto chose to establish himself in the Land of Waves. It provided an opportunity to complement the resources he possessed. As October approached, the weather remained oppressively warm, with the waves and sea breeze carrying the salty tang and refreshing chill of the ocean. This was the first time Hyuga Niji beheld the vast expanse of the ocean, and he found it rather unremarkable, lacking the overwhelming majesty he had anticipated. However, at the entrance of a village, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. When Uchiha Sasuke awoke from his stupor, his lips incessantly uttered threats, vowing to kill someone. Yet, upon stepping out of his room, he chanced upon his mother and a blonde lady comforting a group of small children. Unable to restrain himself, Sasuke rushed into the embrace of Uchiha Mikoto. After a good cry, Mikoto first had to soothe her tearful son. Once he regained his composure, the youthful countenance of Sasuke bore a newfound maturity, prompting him to allow his mother to console the other children while he wandered about alone. "Sasuke?" Niji instinctively called out the name, momentarily mistaking his presence for that of Konoha. Upon hearing the voice, Sasuke turned, revealing a look of surprise upon recognizing the two figures. "Naruto, that guy?" Niji's lips twitched in annoyance. Despite his own call, Sasuke's immediate response was to shout Naruto's name. Was this not somewhat disrespectful? "It seems you have recovered swiftly, Sasuke," Naruto greeted, feeling a peculiar sense of fate entwining their paths. Sasuke hurried over and halted before Naruto, curiosity etched on his face. "Why are you here?" "I was brought here by Naruto," Niji interjected, gesturing towards him. "You were brought here by me as well," Naruto replied with a grin. Pointing at Sasuke, Sasuke, filled with skepticism, remarked, "But my mother said it was the 4th Hokage who brought us here." "The 4th Hokage?" Niji blinked. His youthful mind flooded with confusion. Had he not perished several years prior? "I asked the 4th Hokage to bring you here," Naruto chuckled, attempting to provide a simple explanation. But then he heard a voice nearby. "Naruto-kun, you finally made it." They turned to see the blonde lady from earlier. Yaoshi Nanoyu felt a wave of relief upon Naruto's arrival. Inexplicably, despite being merely a child, Naruto exuded an extraordinary sense of security. A few months prior, she had been unexpectedly cast into the Land of Waves, leaving her in a state of uncertainty for quite some time. "Miss Nanoyu, I trust the Uchiha have been calmed." "Indeed, with your demonstration of strength, along with the 4th Hokage and Lady Mikoto, the Uchiha have been quite cooperative." Nanoyu could not help but smile. She had often heard tales of the Uchiha's impetuous and arrogant nature, their coldness and obsession. Yet today, upon arriving at the village, they displayed remarkable obedience. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Given the Uchiha's compliance, he had no intention of resorting to extreme measures. "In that case, please notify the Uchiha to select a few representatives to convene." "Understood," Nanoyu agreed, and proceeded to inform the others. Niji and Sasuke exchanged glances. Their eyes locked in silent communication. After patting both on the shoulder, Naruto offered them an encouraging glance before departing. "Damn it, so Naruto is this strong?" Sasuke clenched his teeth, a fierce determination igniting within his eyes. "I must train even harder." Niji, however, maintained a more composed demeanor. Having witnessed the ruins of the Sarutobi clan, he understood that Naruto's strength could indeed surpass their expectations. As Neji pondered, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze and turned to see the Sharingan swirling within Sasuke's eyes. "Hyuga Neji, I require your assistance in my training." Inside a modest wooden cabin, sparsely adorned, Naruto occupied the central position, flanked by other ninjas. To his right sat Minato Namikaze and Yao Shiranui, while to his left were Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Mikoto, and Uchiha Inabi. The strength here feels somewhat lacking, Naruto mused inwardly. Although their high-level combat capability surpassed that of several major ninja villages, their functional depth appeared insufficient. They had but one medical ninja, Nanoyu, while the sensory ninjas, Neji and Hinata, were barely adequate. It seemed they needed to recruit more from other villages. Ahem. Let us now discuss our future plans, Naruto stated with gravitas, prompting the assembled group to sit up attentively, displaying earnestness. First, I shall outline our ultimate goal, the unification of the ninja world. At this declaration, a ripple of surprise coursed through the attendees. Even Minato's expression reflected astonishment, for he had not anticipated such ambition. Uchiha Inabi, however, revealed an expression of fervor, catching Naruto off guard. He continued, "Though our current strength might render the 5 great ninja villages unable to contend with us, our aim is not mere submission but true unification, a grand consolidation." "What exactly do you mean by unification?" Minato could not help but inquire, his mind struggling to grasp the concept. Uniform laws, standardized systems. A single nation throughout the ninja world, politically aligned and economically and ideologically centralized. The assembled ninjas were taken aback. Such a notion had never before graced the history of the ninja realm. If Naruto's intent was to establish a singular nation, it would inevitably necessitate confronting the feudal lords of the 5 great countries. Given that ninja villages had always served the interests of these lords, such a plan would be exceedingly audacious. The others glanced toward Minato, recognizing that he was best suited to address the gravity of the situation. "Naruto, if we pursue this course, the feudal lords will likely." As a traditional ninja, Minato was acutely aware of the implications, especially since his position as Hokage required the approval of the Fire Country's feudal lord. "What? Do you still concern yourself with the opinions of mere insects? Here we are, wielding formidable power, yet we must bow to a cadre of inept individuals. It is absurd in this extraordinary world. A fireball jutsu could easily incinerate a multitude of them. The system of feudal lords is outdated, Minato. Since the inception of the ninja village system by the first Hokage, there have been 3 great wars within just a few decades. Countless ninjas have perished, yet the interests of the lords remain unscathed. This is patently unjust." Minato's expression grew troubled as he countered. "But what if the 5 great ninja villages unite against us?" Naruto regarded Minato with a puzzled expression. "Have you so soon forgotten the fate of Konoha? Very well, what should we do next?" At this point, Minato had no further objections, and neither did the others. With Naruto's current strength, it seemed that no one in the ninja world could rival him. While we are not lacking in unified military strength, we are indeed deficient in the talents needed to maintain that unity. First and foremost, we must seize control of this nation. I propose we directly take over the nation of Inazuma. After all, both are islands, and conquering the neighboring water country would render it even more fitting. Chapter 67, The Death of Itachi. Naruto, if we are to proceed with this plan, I would advise against choosing the Land of Waves. The medic, Nono Yao, spoke up, her voice somewhat somber. "Please elaborate on your reasoning." Naruto gestured for Nono to continue. "Based on the intelligence I have gathered over the past 2 months, the Land of Waves is an exceedingly impoverished nation, lacking even the funds to support its daimyo. The majority of its populace consists of vagrants, homeless, and often witnessing the grim reality of starvation. If we were to take over this country, it would merely present us with a dismal mess. Is that so?" Naruto chuckled softly. "I perceive this as more of an advantage." "Excuse me?" Nono was momentarily puzzled. "Consider it, a destitute and troubled little island, isolated from the outside world, where any significant event is unlikely to attract external attention. Furthermore, with most of the common folk lacking stability and barely able to put food on the table, their sense of national identity would be diminished. Wouldn't that present an opportunity for us to fully assert our control over this nation? However, under such circumstances, we would lack the means to support those commoners. We may be financially constrained, but others possess wealth, do they not?" A mischievous grin crept across Naruto's face as Nono began to grasp his intent. "Yet, Kato is fundamentally a merchant. Can a tyrant who employs violent means to monopolize a nation's transportation truly be labeled a merchant? Nono, with friends, we should embody the warmth of spring. Yet towards our foes, we must be as ruthless and unyielding as the harshest winter. Very well. With the discourse having reached this critical juncture, Nono refrained from further objections. Instead inquiring, when shall we take action? Let's meticulously investigate Kato's company assets over the next couple of days. We must not squander the opportunity while also establishing contact with the daimyo of the Land of Waves. Should he acquiesce to our demands, that would be ideal. If not, we shall compel him to comply. For now, that is the plan. Naruto intended to contemplate how to transform the Land of Waves in accordance with its national conditions. Lord Naruto, please wait a moment. As Naruto was about to conclude the meeting, Uchiha Daiko hurriedly interjected. Yes? Naruto had anticipated Daiko's continued silence, yet was surprised by his sudden words. Is there something else? It pertains to Itachi Uchiha. A night swiftly passed, as the sun rose, illuminating the world anew. The recently awakened Itachi Uchiha found himself enveloped in darkness, for his eyes were gone. Cough, cough, cough. Itachi suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Feeling as though a multitude of needles were piercing his throat, a sensation of itchiness and pain overwhelming him, as droplets of blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Despite the discomfort, Itachi struggled to explore his surroundings, only to discover that his hands and feet were bound, tethered to a pillar, rendering him nearly immobile. Where am I? Have I been captured by Naruto? And what has become of my eyes? A torrent of thoughts swirled within Itachi's mind. At that moment, familiar footsteps echoed in the distance. Itachi Uchiha, you have finally awakened. Sasuke's voice rang in his ears, causing Itachi's heart to tighten, leaving him momentarily speechless. Itachi, is he awake? Another gentle yet familiar voice chimed in, causing Itachi to tremble all over as he struggled to utter two words. Mother. Hearing her child's call, even Uchiha's Mikoto, who had long prepared herself psychologically, felt her heart quiver. After all, he was still her child. She could not fathom why her usually obedient son would commit such acts. Yet the situation had unfolded, and she had no chance for regret. Without Naruto, she might have perished alongside her husband at Itachi's hands. Itachi, you will understand soon enough. Mikoto sighed, witnessing her child being sent to his demise, a pain more profound than she could have imagined. Mother, please go first. Observing his mother on the verge of tears, Sasuke felt a pang of sympathy and wished for her to leave. However, Mikoto stubbornly shook her head, gently patting Sasuke's small head, determined not to appear weaker than her younger son. Even the crybaby has grown up. What does the clan intend to do with me? Itachi managed to utter, his actions having failed not only in their objective, but also resulting in irreparable damage to Konoha. He had dragged Konoha into a quagmire with his own hands. Now, resigned to his fate, he sought no further resistance, having lost his eyes. He could no longer fight back. You will bear the guilt of slaughtering your kin and die before the gaze of your entire clan. And I shall be the one to grant you death. Upon hearing this, Itachi paused for a moment, yet his expression remained unchanged, his two dark voids fixed upon Sasuke, sending a shiver down his spine. Ha ha ha. Itachi suddenly erupted into laughter, the scabs around his empty eye sockets once again flowing with blood, rendering him a ghastly sight. So it is, Sasuke. I never anticipated that it would be you to end my life. In that case, let me see your resolve. Faced with the one who slaughtered our clan, how much hatred do you truly harbor? Crack. Sasuke clenched his fists, having never witnessed Itachi in such a manner. How could he, who intended to eradicate their entire clan, still laugh so freely? You damn bastard. Bang. In a fit of rage, Sasuke delivered a punch to Itachi's face, the force causing Itachi's head to tilt sharply to the side. Had he not been tied to the pillar, he might have been sent flying. Cough, 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 cough. Itachi fell into another violent coughing fit, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth, ultimately expelling several teeth that had been knocked loose. Yet his face remained adorned with a mocking smile. My foolish little brother. Bang. You bastard. With another punch, Itachi's head tilted once more. Shut your mouth. Bang. Another punch sent Itachi's head lolling to the opposite side. After several exchanges, Itachi's face became swollen, his mouth finally closing. He had initially aimed to provoke Sasuke further, hoping to elicit more of his Sharingan, but now it seemed he might succumb to unconsciousness before he could finish speaking. Mikoto also sighed softly, saying nothing more, merely uttering, "Let us depart." Sasuke untied the ropes binding Itachi to the pillar and dragged him outside. Itachi's chakra had been sealed, and there was no concern of escape. During this process, Itachi exhibited no reaction, no longer seeking to incite Sasuke, as it would serve no purpose. In the center of the village, a platform had been erected, where Itachi was forcibly made to kneel. Uchiha Daiko and Sasuke stood atop it. This village had been constructed at Nono's expense, commissioned from the common folk of the Land of Waves. Among the entire village, only the individuals brought by Naruto dared to approach. Others remained too fearful to come near. Naruto, what is the purpose of this? Neji was still unclear about what had transpired. He had inquired with Sasuke the previous night, but Sasuke was reluctant to divulge any information, leaving Neji in the dark about the specifics. Did Hinata not mention anything to you? Naruto asked, his brow furrowed in confusion, recalling that the two had been conversing together that morning. Why would she share that with me? Neji thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seemed that Uchiha Itachi had conspired to annihilate his clan in the name of Konoha, but ultimately, his plans had failed, and he was now facing execution. Naruto spoke of it lightly, yet to Neji, it resonated like a thunderclap. Could such a person truly exist? Even Neji, who had harbored thoughts of eliminating the main branch of the Hyuga clan, had never contemplated the extermination of an entire clan. The Uchiha were indeed as peculiar as the rumors suggested. Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, Uchiha Daiko spoke up from the platform, while Sasuke stood beside him, his expression taut. I have no desire to waste words on a selfish wretch like you. I disdain to speak, for you are unworthy of my words. However, since you have betrayed the Uchiha for the sake of Konoha, we, the 39 Uchiha present, vow to utterly obliterate Konoha in the future. Your eyes shall become the harbingers of destruction. I do not regret my choice. It is merely unfortunate that I did not anticipate the variable that is Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Daiko let out a cold snort. Though displeased, he had expected this outcome. Uchiha Itachi was indeed a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. He glanced at Sasuke beside him, feeling somewhat relieved. While Uchiha Itachi was a scoundrel, at least his brother was a man of reason. Sasuke, is it all right? If not, Sasuke shook his head. Having already approached Uchiha Itachi, his gaze complex as he looked at his brother, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, yet his resolve was unwavering. Farewell, Itachi. Chapter 68. Sasuke's Three-Tomo, Izumi's Kaleidoscope. As Sasuke stood atop the platform, his hands were a flurry of movements before his chest. Gazing down at Uchiha Itachi, who knelt before him, his vision blurred as memories flooded back. The time spent with Itachi, the four of them as a family, their laughter now overshadowed by a crimson haze. The punishment bestowed upon Uchiha Itachi was to be slowly turned to ash in the flames of the great fireball. Wait. Just as Sasuke was about to complete the final hand seal, a soft voice interrupted his actions. Sasuke lifted his head slightly, stifling his tears before turning to the speaker. It was Uchiha Izumi. However, the girl standing before him was a far cry from the warm, gentle person he once knew. Her once bright smile had been replaced by a hollow gaze, devoid of the vivacity and cheer she had once exuded. Izumi, do you have something to say? Sasuke, Daiko-senpai. I have one last question for Itachi. May I? The lifeless depths of her eyes compelled both Sasuke and Uchiha Daiko to nod in silence, unable to voice any objections. All the Uchiha present had lost loved ones. While Izumi's suffering was not significantly greater than others, her situation was unique. At merely 12 years old, with her Three-Tomo Sharingan, she was more susceptible to extreme paths than anyone else. Izumi ascended the platform, standing resolutely beside Sasuke before Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, did you kill my mother? As her words fell, the vibrant crimson of her Three-Tomo Sharingan flared to life. Though she understood that asking this question was futile. After all, Uchiha Itachi had not spared even his own parents. She sought closure, a means to reconcile her feelings. I'm sorry, Izumi. The low, raspy voice of Uchiha Itachi resonated from his throat. Though he did not answer directly, all present comprehended his implication. Uchiha Hazuki, having married into the Uchiha clan, lived on the fringes of their territory. Thus, Uchiha Itachi had methodically eliminated families, and Hazuki was among them. I see. Izumi's gaze quivered slightly, and a veil of mist enveloped her eyes. Drip, drip, tears streamed down her cheeks, the icy droplets falling to the ground. Life returned to her features, dispelling the lifelessness that had previously consumed her. Yet, rather than a revival of spirit, it was as if she had died and was now reborn. The girl who had existed on the night of the massacre had perished, and a new Izumi was born on this platform. Sasuke, may I join you? With a stoic face, tears flowed from Izumi's eyes. The girl who once adored him had witnessed her closest kin fall to the hands of the one she loved. Ultimately, the girl named Uchiha Izumi had been irrevocably broken. Sasuke, too, would not oppose Izumi's request. They stepped apart, exchanging a silent glance before inhaling deeply. Together, they raised their hands, forming seals before unleashing flames towards Uchiha Itachi. The roaring inferno engulfed Uchiha Itachi, yet it did not claim his life immediately. Instead, They controlled the output of their chakra, ensuring that he would die amidst torment. Such was the tribute to the spirits of the Uchiha, who had perished the previous night. Sasuke, take care of yourself and your mother. Amidst the searing flames, Uchiha Itachi rasped his final words. The fire illuminated their faces, casting a fleeting moment of confusion across Sasuke's features. Just as he succumbed to bewilderment, the horrific, bloody scenes from the Uchiha compound resurfaced in his mind. Uchiha Itachi, that man, had personally slain their kin, had murdered their father. Even the children and the elderly within the clan had not escaped his blade. Sasuke's gaze sharpened once more. The spirits of the Uchiha demanded salvation, and it could only be attained through the agony and demise of this man. The single tomo in his eyes began to shift, spiraling into motion. 2 tomo. 3 tomo. The intensity of the awakening was not as potent as in the original tale. Naruto observed Sasuke's eyes, noting that after transforming into 3 tomo, there was little change, yet it made sense. The hatred in the original story had simmered for a decade, and Sasuke had been utterly alone. Now, with many Uchiha still alive and even his mother present, the intensity of his emotions had naturally diminished. In the future, I suspect I will no longer be Sasuke's rival. Neji could not help but exclaim, realizing that even a single tomo Sasuke could match him equally. And now that Sasuke had achieved 3 tomo, he feared he was no longer a contender. Fear not, the Byakugan can also evolve. I will take you to witness it when the opportunity arises. Naruto comforted Neji with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, understanding that Neji was likely feeling quite disheartened, suddenly finding himself among the weakest of their group. The Byakugan can evolve? Neji queried, skepticism lacing his tone as he doubted whether Naruto was jesting. He had never heard of such a thing as a member of the Hyuga clan. Do you think I would deceive you? Naruto shot Neji an incredulous glance before turning his attention back to Uchiha Izumi, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Neji, that is the true power of the Uchiha. Neji followed Naruto's gaze toward Uchiha Izumi. The flames cast a flickering light upon the visage of Uchiha Izumi, where tears that once flowed from her eyes had transformed into streams of blood. Amidst the nurturing of sorrow and the baptism of hatred, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was thus born. Neji had never witnessed such eyes, a mesmerizing whirl of crimson and ebony, swirling like a vortex. All present were captivated by this spectacle, their expressions rife with astonishment. In that fleeting moment, the entire Uchiha clan momentarily forgot the writhing form of Uchiha Itachi engulfed in flames. Following annihilation, the Uchiha once again possessed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As the flames subsided, naught remained of Uchiha Itachi but a pile of ash. Uchiha Izumi reveled in the power that surged from her newly awakened Sharingan, feeling the formidable ocular techniques manifesting within. Is this the power of the kaleidoscope? She murmured, alas, it has come too late. As time flowed on, Itachi's execution reached its conclusion. Naruto, along with the current Uchiha leaders, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Daiko, sat together in a modest wooden cabin. Uchiha Daiko's gaze burned with fervor, while Naruto and Shisui maintained a more composed demeanor. Uchiha Makoto, embodying the strength befitting the matriarch, consoled Sasuke, proving to be more resilient than many ordinary Uchihas. My lord, if you grant me the opportunity for vengeance against Konoha, Uchiha Izumi shall become your most formidable weapon. With one knee upon the ground before Naruto, her delicate features resembled the icy peaks of a mountain, yet her eyes, adorned with peculiar patterns, burned with the flames of vengeance. The blood of Uchiha Itachi alone could not suffice to repay the Uchiha's hatred. Naruto smiled gently and replied, such an opportunity shall arise. However, might you first elaborate on the ocular techniques within your eyes? The Sharingan is a mirror of the soul, its abilities diverse and unpredictable. Without hesitation, Uchiha Izumi divulged the powers of her kaleidoscope. The name of my ocular technique is Okinanushi. The power of my right eye allows me to instantaneously replicate and project any weapon I have encountered or wielded. My left eye can create a unique barrier, wherein I can store the weapons I have replicated and draw enemies inside to engage in battle. Both Uchiha Daiko and Shisui exhibited expressions of astonishment. Indeed, the kaleidoscope's capabilities were formidable. One could conjure entities from nothingness, reaching the zenith of ninjutsu, while the other bore terrifying similarities to space-time techniques. Only Naruto's expression revealed an oddity. Does this ability require incantations? I am the sword's bone, the iron lump, the glass heart. What thoughts coursed through Uchiha Izumi's mind when she dispatched Uchiha Itachi, awakening such powers? Chapter 69, Zabuza and Haku. Kato, a merchant and president of a shipping company, was no ordinary businessman, dissatisfied with his current wealth, he set his sights on the kingdom of waves, adrift upon the sea. For an island nation, surrounded by water and distance from the mainland, maritime routes served as its sole connection to the outside world. Thus, he wielded his financial might and brute force to seize control of all maritime traffic, knowing that for a nation like the Kingdom of Waves, controlling the lifeline of sea trade equated to seizing its wealth, politics, and the lives of its people. Kato's actions naturally provoked the ire of the kingdom's inhabitants. A year prior, a fisherman, claiming to be a hero of the Kingdom of Waves, naively attempted to negotiate with him through public pressure, urging him to relinquish control of the trade routes, a truly laughable endeavor. In the end, Kato severed the man's arms and executed him before the eyes of the entire island, shattering the spirit of the Kingdom of Waves, leaving no one daring enough to oppose him, with even the daimyo merely a pet in his cage. Yet, not long after, an unusual outsider arrived in the Kingdom of Waves. This woman did nothing but gather a group of people to construct a village along the coast, a move that startled Kato. A wealthy foreigner arriving in this impoverished nation to build a village capable of housing hundreds. Her intentions were all too clear. Kato would never allow another to covet his domain. Over the past 2 months, he dispatched numerous rogue ninjas and wandering samurai to assassinate her. Yet each attempt vanished without a trace, leaving him none the wiser. This made Kato realize she was no ordinary adversary, prompting him to consider more serious measures. By nightfall, Kato's estate was alive with revelry. Ha ha ha. Today, let us warmly welcome Mr. Zabuza and Mr. Haku to our ranks. Amidst a throng of subordinates, Kato laughed boisterously, raising his goblet in a toast towards Zabuza and Haku, who sat nearby. Zabuza, devoid of eyebrows, sported a shock of short black hair, his lower face and neck swathed in bandages, still donning the forehead protector of the Mist Village despite his defection. Beside him, Haku appeared far more peculiar, although male. His features were decidedly feminine, with lustrous black hair and attire that accentuated his delicate appearance. Observing Kato's raised goblet, Zabuza offered no courtesy, resting his arms on the couch, the imposing executioner's blade leaning beside him, and with a displeased glance, he retorted, "Kato, I have merely accepted your commission. Once the task is complete, we shall take our leave." Haku, too, refrained from offering Kato any favor, sipping his juice demurely. Just a mere rogue ninja, Kato's grip on his goblet tightened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Then let us toast to Mr. Zabuza's successful completion of his task. This time, Kato did not raise his goblet to Zabuza, but rather directed his gaze towards his subordinates. To Mr. Zabuza's successful completion of his task, the air was filled with cheers, lifting Kato's spirits considerably. "Humph, a foolish charade," Zabuza muttered with a derisive laugh, initially intending to depart, but upon seeing Haku's delighted expression as he sipped his drink, he decided to linger a while longer, a reward of sorts for his tools. Yet, amidst the jubilations, none noticed a group of individuals stealthily observing from a distant mountain. "Natsu, aside from the 4 at the entrance, are there any other guards?" Uchiha Izumi inquired, clutching a long blade, addressing the green-haired girl beside her who was utilizing her Byakugan for surveillance. After careful scrutiny, Hinata Natsu shook her head. "There are only those 4. They seem to be holding a banquet, thus gathering everyone in one place." "How lax," Uchiha Izumi mused, feeling somewhat disheartened. This was the first mission assigned to the Uchiha by Naruto, and she had anticipated some challenge, only to find a motley crew instead. "Oh," just as Uchiha Izumi pondered, Hinata Natsu suddenly gasped softly. "What is it?" Uchiha Izumi asked. Furrowing her brow, Hinata Natsu replied, "There are 2 strong chakra signatures within the estate. One appears quite formidable, likely on par with Brother Daiko." "Oh, I had expected them to be mere fodder. Are there any other suspicious elements?" Uchiha Izumi was somewhat impatient to test her strength. Hinata Natsu shook her head and replied, "There's no one left, aside from a few guards. Everyone else is within the estate, and there are no anomalies in the surrounding area." "Very well, then let us prepare for action." Uchiha Izumi grasped her long sword firmly, tying her flowing hair back as she declared, "Kato will be kept alive. We'll control him with the Sharingan, as Lord Naruto still needs him. As for the rest, not a single one shall remain." With that, Uchiha Izumi leaped down the mountainside, charging towards Kato Manor with the grace of one unfettered by the steep terrain, closely followed by 10 silhouettes. 11 pairs of crimson eyes gleamed with a sanguine light in the darkness of night. Chapter 70. Izumi vs. Zabuza. Within Kato Manor, the first to react was Momochi Zabuza. As a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist, Zabuza excelled in assassination techniques, having stealthily eliminated countless significant figures, including the fourth Mizukage. His sensitivity to murderous intent was profound. Even in the absence of chakra, the presence of malice was often more pronounced. Suddenly, Zabuza stood upright, adjusting the beheading sword resting against his back, his left hand already forming hand seals. Lord Zabuza. Haku immediately set aside his drink, drawing forth several shuriken. Zabuza-sensei. What is happening? After a brief silence, Kato quickly distanced himself from Zabuza, hiding behind several subordinates. Zabuza cast a disdainful glance at Kato, but, as his employer, he offered a brief explanation. Your enemies are approaching. Ninja art. Hidden mist technique. A thick mist suddenly enveloped the manor. Enemies? What enemies? Kato pondered, wondering if those damned commoners had indeed summoned ninjas to assassinate him. Zabuza-sensei, you bang. Before Kato could finish his sentence, the doors of the estate were forcefully kicked open. What is this? Uchiha Izumi, the first to rush in, immediately spotted the rapidly expanding mist. This is the Hidden Mist Village's technique. Uchiha Tetsuhiko, trailing behind Izumi, remarked, his demeanor towards her filled with utmost respect. Indeed, the entire Uchiha clan held her in high regard, as she was the last remaining wielder of the Mangeko Sharingan, with Naruto being the only exception. Hidden Mist technique, huh? A single fire will suffice. Uchiha Izumi cautioned, control your chakra. Just maintain a breath. Fire style, great fireball technique. 11 formidable fireballs surged towards the mist, evaporating it in their wake. Zabuza, still enveloped in the mist, momentarily found himself flabbergasted. He hadn't even had the chance to make a move before they unleashed such overwhelming force. Dodge! Zabuza shouted to Haku, instantly appearing beside Kato and shielding him from the incoming fireballs. Boom! The fireballs exploded at the center of the manor, unleashing a terrifying heat that obliterated the mist, leaving a group of Kato's subordinates charred and barely clinging to life. Uchiha Izumi, with her 3-tomo Sharingan activated, scanned the area but found no sign of Kato. A sudden chill coursed through her, prompting her to lower her head and glance backward. A massive sword sliced through the air where her neck had just been. A man, donning the forehead protector of the hidden mist and with half his face wrapped in bandages, emerged, his long sword already unsheathed, accompanied by 2 other Uchihas, who also sprang into action. Zabuza was instantly cleaved into 4 pieces, dissolving into a puddle of water, with her sword returned to its sheath. Uchiha Izumi turned her gaze to a corner of the estate, where 3 figures stood. Uchiha of Konoha, what brings you here? Zabuza cast Kato aside, his expression serious as he focused on Uchiha Izumi. Despite her youth, he sensed she was the leader among this group, given that the others were cloaked in black, while she stood out in white. Not from Konoha? Speak another word, and I shall execute you. The murderous intent in Uchiha Izumi's voice made both Zabuza and Haku, seasoned killers, shudder. More importantly, the blood-red gaze of the other Uchihas intensified, leaving the 2 momentarily breathless. With 1 Mangekyo and 10 3-tomo Sharingans, this ensemble could easily overpower even Zabuza, let alone the 4th Mizukage. However, Zabuza was no ordinary foe. He quickly regained his composure, lowering his posture slightly as he asked, what is the purpose of your visit? He was not arrogant. Arrogance required strength. And if he had even the slightest chance of victory, he would have charged forward. You need not know. In mere moments, Uchiha Izumi had gauged the strength of her opponents, sensing that the male figure possessed a peculiar ability. We'll leave him alive for now. With that, she unsheathed her sword and charged directly at Zabuza. Damn it! Realizing that the opportunity for explanation was lost, Zabuza could only curse silently as he swung his beheading sword to meet her attack. Clang! The beheading sword and the long sword clashed, producing a resonant sound, before separating. Haku, you retreat. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief as the night around him transformed into a dusk filled with yellow sand, dotted with various long swords protruding from the hills. Uchiha Izumi stood atop the hill, backlit by the sun, holding her sword with a pair of crimson eyes peering out from the shadows. Is this an illusion? Zabuza immediately performed the dispelling technique, only to find it utterly ineffective. Uchiha Izumi was already charging at him with her sword drawn, forcing Zabuza to raise his weapon in defense once more. Izumi's strikes were swift and powerful. The feedback from her Mangekyo Sharingan enhanced her physical prowess to a terrifying degree. Despite being merely a chunin, she was now capable of overpowering Zabuza, a seasoned jonin, in close combat. Their clash ended swiftly, with all her might. Uchiha Izumi dispatched Zabuza in no time. When he reappeared within Kato Manor, a gruesome wound stretched from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. causing him to collapse to the ground. He glanced around at Haku and Kato, both standing there in bewilderment, evidently under the control of the Sharingan. Zabuza couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. He had thought this would be a minor task, only to find himself embroiled in such a predicament. A beheading sword, you say? Uchiha Izumi picked up the severed beheading sword from the ground, swinging it slightly, and finding it lacking in comparison to her current weapon. This sword had been manifested by Naruto himself, consuming a significant amount of his chakra and ocular power. While it bore no other effects, its resilience and sharpness were unparalleled, easily cleaving the beheading sword in two. What is your true purpose? Zabuza winced through the pain of his wound, struggling to inquire. Uchiha Izumi disregarded him, handing the beheading sword to one of her Uchiha comrades. Leave a few here to clean up the scene, and then take them all away. If they resist, eliminate them without hesitation. Understood. 2 members of the Uchiha clan were escorting the incapacitated Zabuza, while Haku and Kato followed closely behind. A few more Uchiha began utilizing fire release to clear the area. Zabuza indeed dared not resist any longer. On their way back, Uchiha Izumi and her companions fortuitously encountered Uchiha Inaho and his group, who were similarly accompanied by the vacant-eyed feudal lord of the Land of Waves. Both parties exchanged silent smiles. Chapter 71. Beasts, you are not even human, yet you dare to call yourself a sage. Just as Naruto's plans regarding the Land of Waves were progressing smoothly, Konoha was embroiled in chaos. First, there was the disbandment of the Root organization, with all its members scattered and reassigned to the Umbu teams. Hokage advisor Danzo Shimura had also been dismissed and was now idling at home. The root cause was Danzo's attempt to leverage the Root to seize power upon witnessing Hiruzen Sarutobi gravely injured and the Umbu suffering heavy losses. This endeavor ended in utter failure. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained alive, yet the Sarutobi legacy had diminished significantly, with his capabilities reduced by nearly half, compounded by the fact that only a handful of the elite he had brought along survived. Hiruzen had stepped down from his position as Hokage in order to search throughout the ninja world for Jiraiya and Tsunade. Meanwhile, near a hot spring in the Land of Water, a lecherous white-haired figure was stealthily climbing a relatively high artificial hill, a lascivious grin plastered across his face. Lord Jiraiya. A voice, devoid of emotion, suddenly echoed, startling Jiraiya and causing him to tumble down from the hill. You scoundrel! Jiraiya turned around, glaring at the individual who had startled him, only to find it was a masked Umbu ninja, which tempered his anger somewhat. Has the old man summoned me? The Umbu nodded and replied. The Hokage requests your immediate return to Konoha. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and inquired. Is something amiss in Konoha? Konoha has been attacked. The Hokage is severely injured, and half of the Umbu have suffered casualties. More than half of Konoha's territory has been devastated. You cannot be jesting? Initially, Jiraiya assumed it was merely another skirmish with a neighboring village, but upon hearing that half of Konoha was lost, he was taken aback. The Umbu nodded again, stating, the Hokage has resigned. A new Hokage will soon be elected. Who did this? Jiraiya's expression darkened. It is unclear. Only upon your return will the Hokage personally reveal the truth. Hiruzen concealed the reality of the incident, believing that as long as the information regarding the Jinchuriki remained undisclosed, it could still serve as a deterrent, postponing other villages' plans against Konoha. And bang! Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, he transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished, leaving the Umbu ninja bewildered. Let us depart at once. Where's this? Just moments ago, Jiraiya was conversing with the Umbu, yet he suddenly found himself in a scene that was both strange and familiar. It was a vibrant, fragrant landscape teeming with life. Mount Myaboku? Jiraiya recognized the small green toad with white eyebrows and whiskers beneath him. Deep Sakurako, what brings you to seek me at this hour? Jiraiya was somewhat intrigued, as Mount Myaboku seldom sought him out, and he had a lingering suspicion that it might be related to the recent attack on Konoha. Deep Sakurako frowned and sighed. Shall we eat something first? Your mother has prepared food for you. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, Konoha is facing a grave crisis. I must return immediately. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Deep Sakurako sighed once more and said, in that case, follow me. This matter pertains to the great prophet's predictions. Predictions? Jiraiya's attention was immediately piqued as he recalled the prophecy delivered to him by the great sage of the Toads. Your disciple will bring change to the world. Whether this change will usher in peace or destruction remains uncertain. He had been tirelessly seeking the prophesied child, but Jiraiya's spirits suddenly sank as he realized he had yet to find the child of prophecy. The 2 disciples he had once held in high regard were now both deceased. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his determination and curiously asked Deep Sakurako, "Does the great sage have a new prophecy?" Deep Sakurako nodded, then shook his head, stating, "There should be a new prophecy, but it has not been articulated. I was merely instructed to bring you." "I see. Why the constant sighing, then?" Deep Sakurako hesitated before responding. "The great sage is not in the best of health. He seemed to be in a foul mood upon waking today." "Angry? Why might he be angry?" "Well, we shall soon find out." Jiraiya placed Deep Sakurako on his shoulder and hastened towards the abode of the great sage of the Toads. The duo swiftly arrived at the grand hall where the great sage resided, where a massive orange toad adorned with a string of prayer beads and a doctoral cap could be seen seated. The character sage was inscribed on the chair. Beside the great sage was another small green toad. Deep Sakurako exchanged glances with Jiraiya, who then looked at the great sage, only to shake his head. The great sage has fallen asleep again. Deep Sakurako sighed, accustomed to this scenario, and leaped onto the other side of the great sage's platform, exclaiming, "Great sage! Young Jiraiya has arrived." The voice reverberated through the expansive hall, deafening in its volume, clearly amplified by Chakra. Jiraiya's expression reflected resignation. The great sage was consistently like this. However, it was with this booming call that the great sage's eyelids twitched, eventually opening lazily. Apologetically, he gazed down at Jiraiya and said, "My apologies, I am getting old, and I tend to doze off with my eyes closed. By the way, who are you again?" Jiraiya had long since grown accustomed to this recurring scenario. "Great sage. I am Jiraiya." "Oh, I remember now. It's young Jiraiya." A peculiar expression appeared on the great sage's face as he remarked, "Young Jiraiya, your task is complete." Huh. Jiraiya was momentarily bewildered. What task had been completed? Did he have a task? Could it be the quest to find the child of prophecy? But he no longer had any disciples. "I humbly request the great sage's clarification." Finding it perplexing, Jiraiya decided it would be best to inquire directly. The great sage's gaze seemed to drift into reminiscence. "I have glimpsed a future, a singular future. The child of prophecy has made his choice. A great conflagration will engulf the world, plunging the entire ninja realm into war. The 5 great nations will face total destruction, and even the 3 great sanctuaries will struggle to survive." Jiraiya's countenance darkened significantly. The annihilation of the 5 great nations and the 3 great sanctuaries was a scenario he had never envisioned. Even Deep Sakurako and Jiraiya's companion were equally aghast. Could the 3 great sanctuaries truly face obliteration? They had existed for centuries without encountering such a fate. "Great sage, the future is not immutable. You summoned me here to alter this impending fate, did you not?" The great sage replied leisurely. "The child of prophecy destined to bring about the world's destruction is still but a child. Though he cannot be guided, there exist other means to prevent his rise." "Other means?" Jiraiya wore a contemplative expression, and suddenly, a shiver ran through him as he cast a troubled glance towards the great sage Toad. He inquired, "Great sage Toad, are you suggesting that we must act before the prophesied child fully develops? The ninja world appears devoid of any other prophesied child, or rather, I can no longer perceive any besides this impending future. All I see is a shroud of mist." Lowering his head in thought for a moment, he further questioned, "Great sage Toad, can you discern the appearance of the adversary?" The great Toad sage fell into a long silence, lost in reminiscence, before responding. "He is a blue-eyed youth who wields the power of the 9-tailed beasts, currently on an island, sowing the seeds of world destruction. If unforeseen circumstances do not arise, you shall encounter him on the day of Konoha's annihilation. The tailed beasts, the blue eyes, the island, and the destruction of Konoha. These were the crux of the prophecy. Yet they only served to amplify the weight upon Jiraiya's shoulders. I understand. I shall exert every effort to locate him and thwart his plans. I will take my leave now. Go forth, young Jiraiya, and exercise utmost caution," the great Toad sage concluded, and with that, Jiraiya transformed into a plume of white smoke, reappearing before the lurking Umbu. The Umbu wished to say a few more words, but Jiraiya hastened towards Konoha. "Did you see anything else, great sage?" Shinzaku inquired of the great Toad sage. The great Toad sage cast a fleeting glance at Shinzaku and replied, "I saw him standing amidst the ruins of Mayaboko Mountain, uttering blasphemies. Sage? Beast, you are not even human, yet you dare to call yourself a sage." Chapter 72, The Scheme of the Land of Waves. The year 55 of Konoha marked the heaviest year since the village's establishment, and it was also the year closest to its destruction. It was in this very year that Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the princess of the Land of Fire, returned to her loyal Konoha after several years of absence, taking up the mantle of the 5th Hokage in this time of impending doom. "What did you say?" Naruto attacked Konoha? In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade, who occupied the Hokage's seat, with disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, this was stated by the old man himself. Naruto has harnessed the power of the Nine-Tails and the Flying Thunder God technique, and he possesses a jutsu akin to the Tailed Beast Bomb, yet far more potent, quite troublesome. Tsunade could not help but massage her temples. Having only been Hokage for a few days, this deluge of crises threatened to overwhelm her. She felt as if she had been summoned by those old geezers to shoulder the burden, yet now, there was no one else in Konoha who could occupy this position. A ninja village cannot exist without a Hokage, but why would Naruto do such a thing? He is the son of the fourth Hokage, after all. Jiraiya still found it hard to believe. Tsunade shot a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, whose almost 50-year-old demeanor still bore a hint of youthful charm. Have you not returned at all during these years? A look of guilt crossed Jiraiya's face as he nodded. Then you should take a look at these. Tsunade retrieved a stack of documents from her drawer and pushed them towards Jiraiya. He immediately began to peruse them, but with each page, his expression grew increasingly grim. Upon reaching the final page, he slammed the documents onto the table. That damned Danzo. How dare he so shamelessly humiliate Minato's child? Tsunade regarded Jiraiya with an expression of incredulity. Do you truly believe that Danzo alone could wield such influence? Jiraiya opened his mouth, poised to refute, but ultimately fell silent. A sense of desolation settling in his heart. Oh, old man, does the Umbu have any intelligence on Naruto's current whereabouts? Jiraiya inquired. Tsunade shook her head, saying, the crux of the issue is no longer about Naruto. We must first address the matters concerning the three great ninja villages. Sunagakure has already amassed troops at Konoha's borders. While Konoha faced dire straits, the situation for Naruto was quite the opposite. Leveraging the power of the Sharingan, Naruto swiftly acquired the title of daimyo from the feudal lord of the Land of Waves, while the previous daimyo continued to live as before, merely relocated to an unknown place. Kato was also still alive, having become a puppet under Naruto's control, and his Kato company remained operational. As a world-class maritime company, it was exceptionally lucrative, more than sufficient to sustain the Land of Waves. After all, while Naruto appeared to be a feudal lord, the entire population of the Land of Waves barely numbered in the tens of thousands, fewer than that of Konoha. Consequently, Naruto instituted a centralized system of governance, which proved to be the most efficient means of ruling for smaller nations. Although there was a shortage of high-ranking personnel at present, Naruto had nonetheless established a rudimentary organizational structure. As the leader of the Land of Waves, Naruto set up three major executive bodies: the Social Affairs Bureau, the Military Affairs Bureau, and the Financial Affairs Bureau. The Social Affairs Bureau was responsible for cultural and public welfare activities within the Land of Waves, addressing issues such as education and healthcare, with its head being Yakushi Nanoyu. The Military Affairs Bureau served as the military strength of the Land of Waves, overseeing public order and executing governmental decrees. While its members were primarily Uchiha, it also included Zabuza and Haku as external personnel, led by Uchiha Izumi, yet directly subordinate to Naruto. The Financial Affairs Bureau functioned as the financial center of the Land of Waves, tasked with auditing the identities of individuals entering and exiting the nation and managing foreign entities. However, due to a lack of suitable financial personnel, Naruto currently assumed this responsibility, while the task of auditing foreign individuals was delegated to subordinates within Kato Company. Upon becoming the new daimyo of the Land of Waves, Naruto announced this development to the residents, yet no one seemed to care. To them, the daimyo was merely a figurehead, and their primary concern was whether they would have food to eat the next day. The foremost issue to resolve was the sustenance of the people of the Land of Waves. In the conference room of the daimyo's residence, Naruto clasped his hands before his chin, speaking earnestly. The Land of Waves is unsuitable for agricultural cultivation, making fisheries the primary source of sustenance. Fishermen typically catch fish along the coastal areas and sell them in the urban centers. However, previously, due to the waterways being controlled by Kato, most fishermen's boats were confiscated, resulting in a shortage of food supply. Even before that, relying solely on fishing would have made it difficult to procure sufficient food. Yakushi Nanoyu informed Naruto of the current food situation in the Land of Waves. There's no need to worry about food, given the current circumstances. With Kato's company in operation, the Land of Waves lacks financial resources. Moreover, as a top-tier maritime company, transportation is relatively convenient. Under these conditions, addressing the issue of hunger should be quite straightforward. From now on, whenever Kato's fleet is out at sea, they must bring back ample supplies of easily preserved food. Of course, this is only a temporary measure. We must also research crops suitable for cultivation in the Land of Waves. At this point, Naruto suddenly recalled an exceptionally capable individual, one with experience in state management and formidable research abilities. There was likely only one person in the entire ninja world who fit that description. Let us fetch that snake. He will undoubtedly save us a great deal of trouble. It seems that the industrial level in the Land of Snow is also quite advanced, particularly in terms of chakra technology. As several individuals observed Naruto, who suddenly fell into deep thought while speaking, they exchanged glances, contemplating whether to speak up and offer a reminder, yet hesitated for fear of disrupting his reverie. Ultimately deciding to remain silent. Apologies, I was just reflecting on a matter, Naruto said, quickly regaining his composure. He then turned to Yakushi Nono and inquired, Nono, have the locations for the Ninja Academy and Hospital, as well as several seafood processing plants and ninja tool manufacturing facilities, been finalized? Yakushi Nono nodded and produced a map, laying it upon the conference table, marking several locations with a pen. For the Ninja Academy, there happens to be a vacant plot near the Kato Manor, perfectly sized and sufficiently secure for construction. The hospital can conveniently be situated nearby. The seafood processing plants will be established along these coastal areas. As for the ninja tool manufacturing facility, there is a small iron mine in this hill, which can serve as a temporary site until the resources are depleted, at which point it can be relocated to the coast. The others regarded the selected sites, acknowledging them as the optimal choices within the Land of Waves. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, stating, then we shall proceed according to this map. Please draft a suitable recruitment plan within the next couple of days. If it meets our standards, we will announce it. Those who participate in labor and fulfill their responsibilities will receive corresponding provisions. Of course, the more one works, the more one earns. Those who do not work shall receive nothing. The cost of food will be deducted from their monthly wages. And we will strive to provide employment for all unemployed refugees in the country. If there are insufficient positions, we can assign them to infrastructure projects such as road and bridge construction or land reclamation, anything to keep them occupied. Understood, Yakushi Nono replied, as this was a responsibility inherent to their society. If anyone sought to gain without labor or attempted to seize others' provisions and cause unrest, let Izumi handle it. Yes. Uchiha Izumi responded promptly. Let us proceed with this plan, while also enhancing scrutiny of individuals entering and exiting the Land of Waves. The shinobi world is likely to face turbulence in the near future. Nono, Izumi, please remain. The rest may take their leave. Yes, I shall strive to expedite such matters in the future. Chapter 73, Orochimaru. Naruto-kun, is there something else? Lord Naruto, do you have any orders? Both spoke simultaneously, yet their tones were entirely distinct. Perhaps due to old habits, Yakushi Nono continued to address him as Naruto-kun, to which Naruto harbored no objections. In fact, he felt quite pleased. After all, apart from Neji, Sasuke, and Minato, the others around him referred to him as Lord Naruto, which felt rather peculiar. Are you wishing to see Yakushi Kabuto? Naruto pondered, expressing his thoughts candidly to Nono. Kabuto, is Lord Naruto intending to bring him here? A flicker of excitement crossed Yakushi Nono's face, a rarity for her. Even Uchiha Izumi, standing beside her, was taken aback. She had never witnessed Nono exhibit such enthusiasm, as she typically maintained a composed, elder-sisterly demeanor. Naruto nodded with a smile, affirming, Kabuto is indeed an exceptionally rare talent, and we find ourselves in dire need of such individuals. This will also allow for your first genuine meeting. Yakushi Nono composed herself and asked with curiosity, do you know where Kabuto is currently located? She recalled Naruto mentioning that Kabuto was on a mission in the Hidden Stone Village, but based on Naruto's implication, that mission was likely aimed at her, and given her current situation with Danzo, she feared she might already be considered deceased. It was uncertain if Kabuto still remained in the Hidden Stone Village. Kabuto should currently be in the company of Orochimaru. According to the original storyline, Yakushi Nono had already perished at Kabuto's hands a year prior, leading him into a spiral of self-doubt, ultimately choosing to ally himself with Orochimaru, who sought to recruit both Kabuto and Danzo for his own purposes. However, with Nono's survival, some variables had shifted, yet, with Orochimaru's cunning, he would likely find another means to acquire Kabuto. Since bringing Orochimaru into the fold was essential, it was equally crucial to secure Kabuto. At that point, with both individuals, the Land of Waves would undoubtedly surpass the 5 great shinobi villages in terms of biotechnology. Orochimaru, a look of concern settled on Yakushi Nono's features. She had not anticipated Kabuto's association with him. Her impression of Orochimaru was far from favorable. Despite being one of the legendary 3, his demeanor was cold and serpentine. Lurking in the shadows, Uchiha Izumi, too, was astonished. While she had not heard of Kabuto, she was familiar with Orochimaru, one of the legendary three. A formidable rival to the fourth Hokage, an S-rank rogue ninja. Being in the presence of such a figure implied that Kabuto was no ordinary individual. Do you have confidence in dealing with Orochimaru, Naruto-kun? Rest assured, it will be handled without issue, Naruto replied with a calm smile. He held a trump card in hand that he was prepared to utilize. Deploying it against Orochimaru would not be in vain, as he was in dire need of Orochimaru's power. Presently, he found himself at a bottleneck in strength. He had previously absorbed Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeko Sharingan, which had only slightly increased his ocular power, granting him two relatively inconsequential ocular techniques without significant benefits. While this might enhance his abilities, the pace was far too slow. After Sasuke unlocked his Sharingan, Naruto had attempted to absorb his chakra as well, and while there was a minor reaction, it was negligible. He could not actually consume Sasuke. Although his moral compass had lowered somewhat, he would not stoop to such savagery, especially since Sasuke had opened his heart to him. However, should Sasuke unlock the Mangekyo in the future and still prove insufficient, he could always extract a bit of flesh for his own fusion. In recent days, he had thoroughly reviewed the Book of Seals, which contained an abundance of ninjutsu, primarily water-style techniques. After learning a few, he found their effectiveness lacking and deemed further study unnecessary. Currently, the avenues for enhancing his power were exceedingly limited, with Orochimaru presenting a significant opportunity for growth. Orochimaru was likely already delving into the research of cursed seals, which were connected to natural energy. In the original narrative, Yugo was the source of these cursed seals, possessing an innate ability to absorb natural energy, thereby enabling sage transformation. If he lingered in areas with excessive natural energy, he would undergo sage transformation, albeit uncontrollably. Sage transformation is a variant of sage mode, which Naruto must master, as it allows him to harness natural energy to enhance his offensive and defensive capabilities, broaden the range and perception of his taijutsu, and combine natural energy with his chakra to produce senjutsu chakra, resulting in a dramatic increase in the potency of his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. The cursed seals developed by Orochimaru from Yugo's research were already remarkably close to sage mode. In that case, I sincerely hope that Lord Naruto's endeavors proceed smoothly. Observing the calm expression on Naruto's face, Yakushi Nono felt her apprehensions ease considerably after spending so much time together. She understood that Naruto was not one to engage in endeavors lacking confidence. Yes, with that in mind, during my absence, I shall rely on you to manage affairs in the Land of Waves. I understand. Pharmacist Yano nodded earnestly. Lord Naruto, do you require my company? Uchiha Izumi spoke up. Although her strength was not yet on par with Naruto's, she was capable of assisting him significantly. You shall remain in the Land of Waves. The current state of the ninja world is tumultuous, and your presence here serves as a safeguard. During my absence, any significant matters must be reported to Yano. You are not to act independently. After all, while Uchiha was competent in combat, her management skills were rather lacking. Despite having tempered her demeanor somewhat following the clan's massacre, she still emanated an air of coldness that was daunting to others. Understood. Uchiha Izumi, though slightly disappointed, acquiesced. Very well, you may descend now, Naruto concluded, having finished his instructions. At this juncture, the arrangements for the Land of Waves were set. The infrastructure here was woefully inadequate. It was imperative to establish a solid foundation before he could procure a cadre of talents to embark on the next phase of planning. Orochimaru had likely already joined the Akatsuki, though it remained uncertain whether he had betrayed them. In any case, a visit to the Land of Rice was warranted. Chapter 74. Orochimaru, your power is too dangerous. Nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning lies an obscure nation known as the Land of Rice. Caught in the midst of these two great nations, the plight of the Land of Rice is similarly dire. Like the Land of Rain, it has been a battlefield between Konoha and Kumogakure throughout several ninja world wars, with countless innocent civilians suffering as victims. Villages lay in ruins, farmlands lie fallow, and people are displaced. This dismal environment is precisely why Orochimaru chose to establish a ninja village here. Amidst such harsh conditions, no one would concern themselves with his experiments, while providing an ample supply of test subjects. Beneath a certain area of the Land of Rice lies a relatively rudimentary underground base. Emerging from a laboratory with a look of delight on his face, Orochimaru felt quite pleased. Ever since his defection from Konoha and subsequent induction into the Akatsuki, he had stumbled upon some intriguing discoveries. Recently, a man named Yugo, brought to him by Kimimaro, had proven to be a significant surprise, like a moving treasure trove, yielding great rewards. Orochimaru had long been fascinated by natural energy, particularly the sage mode that comes from absorbing it. He had witnessed Jiraiya utilize it in the past, recognizing its immense potential and the myriad wondrous effects it bestowed. Yet, he had yet to locate the entrance to Ryuchi Cave, thus hindering his research. However, with Yugo's innate ability to absorb natural energy, he had finally found an exceptional research subject, and he had made considerable progress in his studies during this time. Nevertheless, as the appointed meeting time for the Akatsuki approached, he had left the laboratory, which had led him to contemplate leaving the organization altogether. Initially, his interest in Pain's Rinnegan had lured him into the Akatsuki, but it had become increasingly evident that the organization was now a hindrance to his research. Orochimaru-sama, a silver-haired man, adorned with round black glasses, approached him with utmost reverence. Haha, do you bring important intelligence, Kabuto? Orochimaru's smile, while present, was partially obscured by the shadows of his hair, casting an air of malevolence. Kabuto produced a scroll from within his robes and presented it to Orochimaru. This contains information from Konoha. Taking the scroll, Orochimaru skimmed its contents, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Ha, it seems a significant event has transpired. A formidable figure has emerged in the ninja world. Orochimaru's chilling laughter resonated through the chamber, though a palpable wariness flickered in his eyes. As the favored disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was acutely aware of the old man's prowess. Though advanced in age, he was not easily vanquished, especially after having raised a considerable portion of Konoha. Such power he had only ever sensed in one individual, Pain, who claimed to be a god. Is my former teacher still alive? According to the intelligence, he remained alive, albeit confined to the intensive care unit, rendering specific information unattainable. Oh, I had hoped he might pass in a more dignified manner. Orochimaru returned the scroll to Kabuto and turned toward the lounge. Pay it no mind. Go and provide the little test subjects with something to eat. Just as he intended to depart, Orochimaru suddenly halted, a grave expression overtaking his features as he gazed up at the base's ceiling. Orochimaru-sama, what is it? Rumbling echoed ominously, akin to a landslide, causing Kabuto's countenance to pale. What is happening? Could it be that Konoha has engaged in battle with Kumogakure? No, this is directed at us. Orochimaru's vigilance heightened as he watched the tremors in the ceiling. He sensed something encroaching upon them. Boom. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically, his elongated snake-like pupils quivering violently. The ceiling began to disintegrate, blinding sunlight piercing through the dark underground base. As the ceiling vanished entirely, Orochimaru discerned a figure standing above, illuminated by the glaring light. Orochimaru-sama. 3 youthful voices rang out as 3 individuals suddenly materialized before him, encircling him protectively. Yugo, Kimimaro, and Karen. All 5 gazed with solemnity at the figure above. Naruto had initially intended to explore the land of rice in search of fortune, though the timeline of the Uchiha clan's demise had shifted slightly due to his intervention. It had not deviated significantly enough to alter Orochimaru's involvement with the Akatsuki. However, he had not anticipated actually encountering him, which ultimately saved him considerable effort. Who are you? Exactly. Karen, still appearing youthful, directed her ire at Naruto. Furious that he had the audacity to destroy her beloved Orochimaru's base, she would not forgive him. A crystal kunai manifested in her hand. Quite the lively gathering. Orochimaru, you've certainly saved me a great deal of trouble, Naruto remarked, descending gracefully and nodding approvingly at the group. You scoundrel, Karen retorted, her anger flaring at Naruto's condescending demeanor as if they were mere possessions of his. Just as she prepared to charge at him, Orochimaru restrained her by placing a hand on her shoulder. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru's gaze bore into Naruto's youthful visage with a haunting intensity. Naruto had approached without a mask, rendering him instantly recognizable to Orochimaru. Is what transpired in Konoha tied to you? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he licked his lips, his apprehension deepening. The power Naruto had just exhibited was astonishing. Nearly 10 meters of earth had vanished without a trace. He was contemplating escape. Orochimaru, while I would prefer to persuade you verbally, hiss. 2 enormous black serpents suddenly manifested behind Naruto, baring their gaping maws at him. Just yet, Naruto had not encountered Orochimaru. 2 equally enormous iron swords materialized out of thin air and plunged directly into the ground, impaling the 2 colossal serpent heads. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly, revealing a somewhat radiant smile as he remarked, perhaps we can sit down and have a proper discussion. However, your power is exceedingly perilous. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. A torrent of immense ocular energy surged forth, infiltrating Orochimaru's mind and rewriting certain aspects of his consciousness. Orochimaru's gaze also widened, his pupils constricting violently. The instincts of a formidable being alerted him to a change, yet he could discern nothing. What had transpired moments ago? Orochimaru fell into a state of daze. Lord Orochimaru? This time, it wasn't just Honglien who felt apprehensive. Even the typically composed Kimimaro and Jugo succumbed to a wave of panic. Lord Orochimaru, defeated by a mere glance? What have you done to Lord Orochimaru? Honglien glared furiously at Naruto, brandishing her crystalline kunai as she advanced. However, her throat was gripped tightly by a pair of large hands. Lord Orochimaru. Hearing the startled exclamations of Kimimaro and Jugo, Honglien turned her flushed face with great difficulty. What met her gaze was Orochimaru's eyes, brimming with murderous intent. What do you intend to do to my lord? Chapter 75. Preparing to undermine the Akatsuki organization. The impure world reincarnation, an S-rank forbidden technique devised by Orochimaru himself, allows the caster to transfer their spirit into another's body, thereby achieving their objective of immortality. Yet, it also leaves him with a significant vulnerability. Each usage of the impure world reincarnation inflicts damage upon the caster's soul, resulting in a period of weakness required to adapt to the new body. After a time of recuperation, the soul's injuries can heal, but if the soul's rejection of the vessel is too great, the caster may remain in a prolonged state of weakness. It was evident that Orochimaru had employed the technique, as despite his attempts to conceal it with ninjutsu, Naruto recognized the essence of Orochimaru's current female form at a glance. However, Orochimaru had also had his run-in with Jinjutsu, having been instantaneously defeated by Uchiha Itachi's gaze in the original story, only to now have his perception altered by Naruto's glance. Of course, Naruto only modified certain aspects of Orochimaru's perception, compelling him to regard Naruto as his master, without altering his intrinsic quest for immortality or his fervor for scientific exploration. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the Koto Amatsukami. Lord Orochimaru, please remain calm. Honglien's actions stem from her concern for you. Kimimaro and Jugo immediately distanced themselves from Orochimaru, warily observing him, yet none dared to take action. Meanwhile, Honglien felt as though her throat might be crushed. Her face grew increasingly flushed, and her consciousness began to wane. Lord Orochimaru. Enough, release her, Naruto interjected, urging restraint. Honglien's crystal release was not insignificant, at least surpassing the ice release of Haku, given that she could temporarily seal the three tails in the anime. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru promptly relinquished his grip on Honglien's throat, allowing her to collapse to the ground. Cough. Cough, cough. The staleness of the air rushed into her lungs, precious as treasure, and her awareness gradually returned to normal, prompting severe coughing fits. As a tool? You must not disrespect my lord, Orochimaru stated coldly, casting a frosty gaze upon Honglien. Instantly, she shrank back in fear, stifling her cough and gazing at Orochimaru with a look of pitiful innocence. I understand. Receiving her answer, Orochimaru turned his attention to Kimimaro, Jugo, and Kabuto. And you three? Understood. They replied in unison. Satisfied, Orochimaru nodded before shifting his focus back to Naruto, smiling as he inquired, My lord, what further tasks do you require of us? Naruto regarded the cold smile on Orochimaru's face with discomfort, aware that it was simply a facet of his character. Prepare to depart. I shall provide you with a superior research environment. Understood, but please allow a moment. There is an abundance of material here. Upon finishing his statement, Orochimaru directed his gaze to the remaining four, instructing, You lot, hasten to organize the research materials here. Understood. They responded, immediately springing into action. While they recognized that Orochimaru was currently under the sway of the insufferable blonde, they yearned to liberate him from this influence, yet knew that any attempt to intervene would lead to their swift demise at Orochimaru's hands. Exchanging glances, Kimimaro, Jugo, and Honglien comprehended the unspoken message in each other's eyes. Endure. Only Kabuto felt indifferent, perceiving it merely as a change of employer. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt a surge of chakra emanating from the void ring on his left pinky, an occurrence that also aroused Naruto's vigilance. What is it? Naruto inquired, discovering it was the Akatsuki ring. Orochimaru quickly explained, It is time for the Akatsuki assembly. The leader is summoning members to participate. Then, he cast an inquisitive glance at Naruto. A flicker of thought crossed Naruto's mind, and he nodded, saying, You may attend. Agree to any tasks presented. Orochimaru then found a place to sit and employed Pain's technique, converting chakra into waves of thought. After a brief delay, Orochimaru's consciousness materialized in a cavern. This was a technique only attainable with the Rinnegan, the lantern illusion technique. As Orochimaru's illusion appeared within the cave, 5 figures were already present, each perched upon a towering stone pillar, distanced apart. Although their features were obscured, certain physical characteristics allowed identification. Atop the tallest pillar stood Pain, the leader. Following him were Konan, Zetsu, Kakazu, and Sasori, the Akatsuki organization still in its formative stages, their power somewhat lacking. Upon Orochimaru's arrival, Pain spoke. "Orochimaru, you are late." Unfazed by Pain's accusatory tone, Orochimaru chuckled softly. "Heh, there was a minor incident at the experimental base, which delayed me." Pain frowned slightly but refrained from further rebuke. The Akatsuki was currently in dire need of members. Although Orochimaru had begun to distance himself, he remained one of their own for the time being. Thus, Pain chose to overlook it, addressing the assembly. "The ninja world is on the brink of chaos once more. Yet our organization remains understaffed and urgently requires new members. Therefore, I have several tasks to assign to you." The members stood attentively, adopting a serious demeanor as the atmosphere remained solemn before the full assembly of the Akatsuki. First, regarding the mysterious individual responsible for the destruction of Konoha, Zetsu. Please share your intelligence on this matter. At this, the members turned their attention towards Zetsu, during which Orochimaru's gaze subtly shifted, though none noticed. Based on the chakra signatures at the scene of the battle, it is highly likely that the one who destroyed Konoha is a Jinchuriki from within the village. Named Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage. He is currently only 7 years old, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and 3 whisker-like markings on each cheek. Not only has he mastered the chakra of the Nine-Tails, but he also possesses a significant likelihood of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. And he is likely accompanied by 20 elite Uchiha, with 3 Tomo Sharingan. This is the intelligence I have gathered thus far. After speaking, Juro obediently closed his mouth. Within the Akatsuki organization, his presence could be considered rather minimal. Only 7 years old. How intriguing. Orochimaru emitted a peculiar chuckle at just the right moment. While the other members expressed their own astonishment, his intelligence should fetch a handsome price in the underground market. He certainly qualifies to become my next prized possession. Very well. Pain interrupted the group and continued, stating, "This is a long-term mission. Any of you who encounter the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails must report to me immediately. His power is exceedingly troublesome, and we must capture him as soon as possible." Understood. The group responded in unison. "Next, I will assign you your respective tasks. In the Hidden Mist Village, we have a member who has joined us. However, due to the policies of the village, we require one of our members to assist in his reception. Scorpion, this task falls to you." It was originally meant to be handled by that self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. Yet Pain found it perplexing that he had not shown himself in recent days and had left Juro to delegate the task to them. Scorpion, with an illusion resembling a hunchbacked old man, did not immediately agree. Instead, he let out a raspy laugh and remarked, "I hope the new member is a formidable individual. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't make him part of my collection upon our meeting. Fear not, the new member's strength will not disappoint you." Pain was evidently accustomed to Scorpion having eliminated numerous partners in the past. However, the Akatsuki is an elite team, and those lacking strength are easily discarded. Pain then turned his gaze to Orochimaru and Kakazu, saying, "The cult of the Hidden River Village has succeeded in creating an immortal subject named Haiden. Orochimaru, Kakazu, it is your responsibility to recruit him, employing any means necessary to bring him before me." Chapter 76, A Preemptive Strike. I didn't expect Haiden and Kakuzu to make their appearance so soon. As the Akatsuki meeting concluded, Orochimaru conveyed the meeting's content to Naruto, once again leaving him astonished. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. His initial intention for this outing was merely to retrieve Orochimaru and address the technological shortcomings of the Land of Waves. However, it now seemed that the deficiencies in economic aspects could also be remedied. As for Haiden, the concept of immortality certainly holds considerable research value, and in the future, when conducting human experiments, having Haiden would provide ample material. This outing has indeed proven to be quite fruitful, and a genuine smile spread across Naruto's face. "Do you need me to participate in this mission?" Orochimaru inquired of Naruto's opinion. Naruto nodded, stating, "These two are exceptional talents, and with Haiden involved, you will not lack for experimental material in the future. Immortality, is it? Quite intriguing indeed." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. For one who seeks eternal life, the notion of immortality is tremendously alluring. "Lord Orochimaru, everything has been prepared." While the two conversed, Kimimaro, Jugo, Karen, and Kabuto stood before them, carrying a multitude of scrolls of various sizes. Orochimaru again looked at Naruto, his expression contemplative. If they were to execute a mission for the Akatsuki, he certainly could not bring these four along, as they would merely be a liability. Naruto also glanced at the anxious expressions of the four and said, "I have a few matters to attend to with Orochimaru, so I will send you off for now." Without allowing them a chance to speak, Naruto began to set up the Flying Thunder God technique. The trio of Kimimaro hesitated, their hearts filled with worry. Yet they dared not show it, instead casting pleading gazes at Orochimaru, fearing that parting from their master might lead to their capture as test subjects. Although it seemed they were already akin to test subjects, Kabuto, on the other hand, bore a resigned expression. Orochimaru paid no heed to their glances. His curiosity piqued by the Flying Thunder God technique that Naruto was deploying. He had seen the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, utilize it before. This technique allows the transfer of objects or individuals within the array to different locations. After Minato's sacrifice, only the Hokage Guard and the Gunma squad in Konoha could employ it. It appears that Naruto has indeed mastered the Flying Thunder God and is quite proficient at it. In no time, Naruto completed the setup of the Flying Thunder God technique and turned to Kimimaro and the others with a smile, saying, "Step onto the array." The four approached with hesitant expressions, and Kabuto wore a worried look, although he had accepted the situation. The thought of being teleported to an unknown location still caused him unease. "You need not fear. As long as you behave once you arrive, no one will trouble you. Furthermore, Kabuto, there, you will discover your true self." Before Kabuto could inquire further, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Farewell. In a flash of light, darkness enveloped them. And when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves under the gaze of several pairs of crimson eyes. After witnessing the disappearance of the four, Naruto turned to Orochimaru. Smiling as he said, "It is time for us to depart as well." Kakuzu, an elite ninja from the Hidden Waterfall village, had been tasked by the higher-ups to assassinate the first Hokage of Konoha. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, he engaged in a fierce battle against Hashirama Senju. Ultimately succumbing to the first Hokage's would release techniques. After narrowly escaping death and returning to the Waterfall village, he was betrayed by the higher-ups due to his mission's failure, receiving severe punishment and being imprisoned within the village's dungeons. Unwilling to perish in captivity, Kakuzu, driven by intense hatred, escaped from prison, stealing the village's treasured secret technique, the Earth Grudge Fear. With this technique, he took the hearts of all the high-ranking members of the village, becoming a rogue ninja while simultaneously gaining an extended life. From that moment on, life became a mere series of numbers for him, and due to the betrayal he faced from the village and the death of everyone he knew, Kakuzu lost his sense of purpose, ultimately choosing to pursue the only thing that could accompany him eternally: money. Only money would not betray him. It, too, possessed a form of immortality, and the accumulation of wealth knows no bounds. Thus, his life's goal became solely the pursuit of wealth, which is why he held the position of treasurer within the Akatsuki, although it seemed that the money he earned did not truly belong to him. In the Land of Rivers, outside a small village near the hidden hot springs village, crack, crack, the sound of brittle branches snapping echoed as two figures emerged from the woods. Ahead lay the meeting spot I had arranged with Kakuzu. Orochimaru gazed at the distant outlines of thatch-roofed buildings and remarked, "Shall we enter the village for a look?" Naruto sensed the unusual chakra emanating from within the village and shook his head, saying, "Use your snakes to lure him out." Understood. Orochimaru bit his finger and pressed both hands to the ground. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted, and numerous small snakes surged forth from the mist, heading toward the village in droves. "Allow me to take action shortly. A single Kakuzu will not require your esteemed intervention." Orochimaru proactively volunteered, as it was his duty as a subordinate to alleviate his leader's burdens. After contemplating for a moment, Naruto nodded in agreement. He initially intended to resolve the situation with a single strike, akin to the original narrative. However, with Orochimaru taking the initiative to speak, he decided to observe his performance first. Before long, Orochimaru sensed that the small serpents he had summoned were perishing in large numbers, and a figure clad in a red cloud-black robe emerged from the village, darting towards them like a bolt of lightning. Kakuzu's appearance was unmistakable, entirely shrouded in fabric, save for his glistening green eyes. Upon bursting forth from the village, Kakuzu immediately recognized Orochimaru and Naruto, frowning at the presence of outsiders. Yet he opted to confront them directly, intending to teach this reckless serpent summoner a lesson. If he were to perish, it would be a result of their prior provocation, and the leader could hardly hold him accountable. Tentacle punch. In the air, Kakuzu's hands detached, wrists separating from arms, as they unleashed a multitude of black tendrils towards Orochimaru and Naruto. Observing this, Orochimaru allowed a cold smile to surface, stepping forward with both hands raised. Serpent's Shadow Technique. Several large serpents slithered forth from his sleeves, entwining themselves with Kakuzu's tentacle punch. Rather than colliding, the two forces engaged in a fierce struggle. Kakuzu's tentacle punch became ensnared by the serpents, hindering his advance and escape, plunging both parties into a stalemate. Grasscutter Sword. Suddenly, Orochimaru opened his mouth, revealing a small serpent within, from which a sharp, long sword was launched. Kakuzu's expression shifted as he severed the black threads connecting to his arm, narrowly evading the incoming blade. Orochimaru, your head is quite the bounty. Kakuzu's voice was hoarse and chilling as he discarded his red cloud-black robe, unveiling the patchwork skin beneath. In that moment, countless black threads awakened like tentacles, writhing from his body and emerging through the stitched gaps in his skin, bursting forth from his tattered garments. Accompanied by the swirling threads, a white mask adorned with blue and red stripes manifested on either shoulder. Earth Grudge Fear Mode. Fire Release. Head Hardship. The red-striped fire mask on Kakuzu's right shoulder exhaled a torrent of flames akin to a surging tide, instantly engulfing the surroundings in a vast sea of fire, sweeping towards Orochimaru. Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. Orochimaru likewise withdrew several serpents into his sleeves, forming hand seals as he accumulated wind chakra, which, after a violent compression and eruption, transformed into a storm that engulfed a significant portion of the dense forest ahead. Chapter 77. Renegotiating Terms. Although wind bolsters fire, a sufficiently strong gale can obstruct the flame spread, and Kakuzu's fire jutsu was effectively thwarted by the tempest. This man, relying solely on a single mask, would not prevail against him. As the storm subsided, both combatants emerged unscathed, causing Kakuzu's brow to furrow. Once again, he gathered chakra within, while the swirling black threads retrieved the severed arm that had fallen to the ground, reattaching it seamlessly to his body. What a remarkably convenient ability. Orochimaru watched this spectacle with gleaming eyes. Orochimaru, should you perish here, do not blame me. Composite Ninjutsu. Odd Face Exploding Flame. The two masks on Kakuzu's shoulders simultaneously began to amass chakra, unleashing both Fire Release, Head Hardship, and Wind Release, Pressing Harm, instantly conjuring an immense conflagration. Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he recognized a familiar silhouette within this technique. I've witnessed executions far more potent than yours. Void Blade. The long sword previously launched by Orochimaru suddenly sprang back to life, aiming for Kakuzu's back, while Orochimaru himself was engulfed by the flames from Kakuzu's composite jutsu. Naruto had long since taken refuge to spectate. Kakuzu was taken aback, not expecting the sword to return. Nor could he fathom that Orochimaru would risk mutual destruction to eliminate him, though he had been part of the Akatsuki organization for some time. This was perhaps their first encounter. Why such a murderous intent? Could it be that he coveted his bounty? Unprepared, Kakuzu had no time to employ Earth Release for defense, as the sharp grass-gutter sword pierced through his chest, directly through his heart. Staggering and half-kneeling, the blue mask of wind attributes on his shoulder quickly wilted, falling to the ground like a puddle of mud. What had been pierced was the heart of wind attribute chakra. However, Kakuzu's main body remained relatively unscathed. After a couple of gasps, he regained his composure, extracting the grass-gutter's sword from his back. He first glanced at Orochimaru's charred corpse on the ground, then turned towards Naruto, who was watching from a nearby tree, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity as he frowned. Orochimaru is dead. Aren't you going to intervene? Naruto's expression mirrored a sense of unfinished business. The clash of these formidable beings was undeniably captivating, the expansive sea of flames truly a spectacle. This fellow was not so easily dispatched. However, if an average ninja were unaware of his 5 hearts, they might be at a loss. Yet, if this information were to come to light, Kakuzu's strength could barely be deemed at the level of a Kage, akin to a lesser Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you from Takigakure? Kakuzu's complexion darkened. Earth Grudge Fear was a secret technique of Takigakure, known only to its upper echelons. Without waiting for Naruto's reply, a surge of black threads erupted from his body as they lunged toward Naruto. Indeed, it seemed a beating would be necessary for proper dialogue. Naruto's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Kakuzu, a wind release, spiraling sphere already coalescing in his hand. What? Confronted with the flying thunder god technique, those unfamiliar would be caught off guard, while those aware could only withstand momentarily, entailing a direct assault on the individual. Kakuzu had no opportunity to react, As Naruto's wind release, spiraling sphere struck home. Even with earth release, Earth Spear's defense, his back exploded, obliterating 3 hearts simultaneously. And the fire attribute mask on his shoulder wilted, crashing to the ground. He was left with only 1 earth attribute heart. Naruto landed beside him. Observing the weakened Kakuzu sprawled on the ground, unable to resist the urge to lightly prod at the lifeless black threads. Can we converse now? Coughing, Kakuzu struggled to speak. Though severely injured, no blood flowed from him. All his organs had been supplanted by black threads. After a fit of coughing, he managed to rasp. Did those fellows from Takigakure send you? Kakuzu, I came specifically for you. Suddenly, a grotesque squelching sound echoed, and both turned to see Orochimaru's charred corpse opening its mouth wide, from which an unscathed Orochimaru emerged. He had initially sought an opportunity to ambush and showcase his prowess, but he had not anticipated that Kakuzu would be dispatched so easily by a single move. Orochimaru approached with a chilling demeanor. He had initially intended to ambush Kakuzu using the snake technique, but was taken aback when Kakuzu unexpectedly turned his aggression towards Naruto. What was meant to be a prolonged battle of hundreds of exchanges concluded in mere 2 moves. You coughed, and yet you have not perished, Kakuzu gasped, his urgency evident. This fellow has a greater resilience than you. In a swift motion, Naruto infused a modicum of yang chakra into Kakuzu to prevent him from coughing himself to death on the spot. After a considerable pause, Kakuzu regained his composure, casting a complex gaze upon the two, and inquired, "What are your true intentions?" It became apparent to him that these individuals were not there to kill him, nor were they affiliated with the Takigakure. Their motive seemed to be to draw him out for a discussion, reminiscent of Pain's previous tactics. Kakuzu, what are your thoughts on the treatment offered by the Akatsuki? What do you mean by that? Naruto replied with a grin. After all these years of working for the Akatsuki, have they ever compensated you? Do you receive any vacation? Any benefits? Compensation? Vacation? Benefits? Kakuzu was somewhat perplexed. Having lived nearly a century, it was his first encounter with such terms, as he had only ever concerned himself with bounties. At this, Naruto couldn't suppress a look of pity towards Kakuzu, realizing that this man had indeed been working without pay. You little brat. Although Kakuzu was oblivious to the meaning behind Naruto's gaze, he was acutely aware of the humiliation he had just endured. Naruto, however, redirected the conversation. Have you ever considered changing employers? It was then that Kakuzu began to grasp the situation, asking, "Are you attempting to recruit me?" He had initially assumed Naruto was there for the Akatsuki, but it appeared he was indeed targeting him. I have a venture in the Land of Waves. It bears minimal risk, yet promises substantial profit, Naruto stated with a smile. The Land of Waves? Isn't that place notoriously impoverished? Kakuzu questioned skeptically. Here is a contract from the Land of Waves. Take a look at the offered terms, Naruto said, producing a contract and tossing it beside the still prostrate Kakuzu. What is this? Kakuzu inquired, picking it up and glancing at it, his eyes widening in astonishment. He could only discern 2 lines. Kakuzu Corporation. Monthly salary, 10,000,000. He instantly scrambled to his feet, staring vacantly at that figure, which surpassed his earnings for half a year. Are you serious? Do you grasp the enormity of 10 million? It would take a chest to contain it, and even I might not earn that in 6 months. Kakuzu was familiar with the Kakuzu Corporation, a premier shipping company in the ninja world capable of affording such salaries, yet, of course, the Kakuzu Corporation is now under the jurisdiction of the Land of Waves, and I happen to be the daimyo of the Land of Waves. Should you accept, you will become the Minister of Finance for the Land of Waves, managing all its wealth. What say you? Naruto smiled, unperturbed by the possibility of Kakuzu absconding with the funds. With the Flying Thunder God seal, escape would be impossible, and as for his work ethic, the money would be as dear to Kakuzu as his own life, ensuring meticulous oversight of every transaction. But once he managed the money, all my earnings are surrendered to the organization. Kakuzu gulped, his expression wavering, his grip tightening around the contract. Naruto's smile deepened with significance. You need not manage the funds. Merely ensure that they are not squandered. Was Orochimaru not also motivated by wealth? Kakuzu abruptly shifted the topic back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru attempted to speak, but was preempted by Naruto. In a manner of speaking, Orochimaru has a penchant for research, yet such endeavors require considerable funds. And I happen to possess an abundance of wealth. Is that so? For reasons unknown, Kakuzu felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least his psychological burden lightened significantly. After all, this individual was formidable, and with 4 of his hearts lost, refusing the offer would likely result in his demise. My former employer is indeed quite powerful. Ah, so he is your former employer? Naruto's lips twitched slightly, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. Do not worry, I shall intervene. With that, Naruto extended his right hand towards Kakazu. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful, Mr. Kakazu. Indeed, may it be fruitful. Kakazu extended his hand in return, somewhat stammering. It was his first formal engagement, feeling somewhat uncharacteristic for a ninja. By the way, I still do not know your name, boss. Uzumaki Naruto. What? Chapter 78, The Cult of the Evil Deity. Kakazu took a moment to accept this reality. The Akatsuki sought to capture the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Yet he now found himself serving the very Jinchuriki they pursued. Truly, the whims of fate are capricious. The trio ventured into a nearby village, and Naruto was taken aback by the sight. He had only sensed it vaguely before, thinking it merely a desolate settlement, but upon entering, he was met with a nauseating stench. The majority of the structures were thatched huts, their walls comprised of earth and stone, a testament to an archaic architectural style. Yet, at the village's center stood a conspicuous and jarring sight. A colossal twisted statue, its back adorned with a pair of similarly curled enormous bat wings, emanating the very foul odor that permeated the air. As they approached, they discovered that the statue bore no facial features. The area where one would expect to find a visage was simply blank. Beneath the statue lay the true source of the repugnant stench, a pool of viscous crimson liquid, reminiscent of sludge, with faint remnants of white bones visible within. Both Orochimaru and Kakazu, seasoned veterans of the battlefield, maintained their composure, while Naruto could not help but slightly furrow his brow, lamenting the grievous impact of the cult. Upon my arrival, I conducted a thorough examination. The rooms in this village are coated in layers of dust, indicating they have remained untouched for an extensive period. Kakazu, noting Naruto's expression, calmly offered an explanation to avert any misinterpretation. Perhaps this is what they deem the evil deity's experiment. To attain immortality, one must resort to unorthodox means. Orochimaru interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Kakazu. Methods such as the Earth Grudge Fear or the Impure World Reincarnation are indeed arcane practices. They have become somewhat inhuman. Let us confront Hiden directly, Naruto declared, striding purposefully towards the Land of Waterfall, for in such an environment, there could be no respite. The Land of Waterfall was known as a village that had forgotten the ravages of war, fervently devoted to peace. Following the Third Great Ninja War, they believed tranquility had finally arrived and commenced leveraging their bountiful natural resources to develop the village's economy, which consequently led to a decline in their military prowess. Presently, the entire Land of Waterfall, including its surrounding territories, was devoid of any living souls. Beneath the Land of Waterfall lay a clandestine base, distinct from Orochimaru's. This location served primarily as a site for sacrifices. At this moment, within this underground facility, there stood a towering, faceless statue of the evil deity, albeit differing from its counterparts above ground. It loomed tall, unlike those crouched figures outside, its wings unfurled as if poised to take flight. One would scarcely suspect it to be a statue of an evil deity were it not for the blood pool at its feet. Within the crimson pool, numerous corpses lay submerged, each adorned in black robes, with strings of silver necklaces shaped like circles with triangular pendants floating above them. These were the followers of the cult of the malevolent deity. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as a man with slicked-back gray hair, pale lavender eyes, and a bare torso entered, kneeling before the statue of the dark god. He held the cult's necklace in his hands, eyes closed in fervent prayer. This man was Hiden. Not long ago, the cult had sacrificed the entire village of Tangin, along with its surrounding inhabitants, granting Hiden the gift of immortality. Yet, after acquiring this power, he had slain other members of the cult, for their eyes were now filled only with avarice, lacking the former devotion. Their faith in the dark god had become tainted, rendering them unworthy of receiving the deity's grace. Thus, Hiden offered them as sacrifices as well. Each day, he would come to this place to pray, and upon concluding his supplications, he would pierce his own heart, offering his blood to the dark god. At that moment, Hiden suddenly opened his eyes. A mischievous grin appearing upon his once pious visage, new offerings had arrived. Outside the underground base, Naruto and his companions had already entered Tangin village. Along the way, the peculiar stone statues became increasingly numerous, their foul stench growing ever more unbearable. Fortunately, all three were exceptionally skilled, with extraordinary control over their chakra. Otherwise, they would have struggled to approach this place. However, the moment they stepped into the village, their brows furrowed in unison, sensing an oppressive atmosphere pressing against their hearts, causing their breaths to quicken slightly. Naruto activated his Sharingan, surveying the surroundings while sensing for any lurking adversaries. He perceived that the entire village was enveloped in a strange energy, vaguely familiar yet indistinct. Interesting, remarked Orochimaru, his gaze igniting with fervor. A rare expression that surfaced only when he found something immensely intriguing. Naruto and Kakuzu exchanged inquisitive glances with Orochimaru. Unable to contain himself, Orochimaru licked his lips and spoke. This aura resembles that of a small white mouse I recently acquired. It is not merely chakra, but a blend of natural energy and chakra, Senjutsu chakra. Senjutsu chakra? Kakuzu exclaimed in surprise, astonished that, having lived nearly a century, he had never heard of such a thing. Naruto understood, recognizing that apart from chakra, the only other form of energy in the ninja world was natural energy. His sense of familiarity stemmed from his recent encounter with Yugo, as their auras bore striking similarity. Haiden must have merged this natural energy into his own being during his dark experiments, enabling his immortality. I am now curious whether he still retains his humanity, Orochimaru mused. A chilling smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with impatience as he sensed the surrounding natural energy. With such rich natural energy here, it could very well become a sanctum in due time, a sacred place for the dark god. Haha, I appreciate your morbid enthusiasm, you sinister pervert. Would you care to join our cult? I could appoint you as my deputy leader, Haiden exclaimed, having just emerged from the underground base. His heart swelling with satisfaction at Orochimaru's words. To Haiden, the quality of the upcoming offerings was exceptional, and he believed that even without Orochimaru, the dark god would be pleased. He could always offer him next time when the need for sacrifices arose. Heh, the worship of the dark god? I am quite eager to delve into the nature of this deity you speak of, Orochimaru replied, his fervor unabashed. His gaze fixated on Haiden as if he were a rare treasure, more intriguing than Yugo. What nonsense are you spouting? Haiden's expression twisted into a snarl as he brandished his massive 3-section scythe and charged at the trio. You blasphemers of the dark god. I shall place your heads upon the altar. Oh, rather than flee before us three, you choose to advance? Wind release, wind spear. Wind release, great breakthrough. Secret technique, earthly curse. Chapter 79, The Village of Grass. The battle commenced and concluded swiftly. Haiden indeed possessed an immortal body, yet lacked regenerative capabilities. Once his limbs were severed, they required stitching to be of any use again. Now, all that remained of Haiden were his severed limbs. With only his head precariously attached to his torso, still cursing vehemently. Damn it all, this pain is excruciating. Sinister pervert, stitched monstrosity, fox imp. I will slay you all. You blasphemers of the dark god shall be cursed by him. Kakuzu, would you kindly sew his mouth shut? Naruto, feeling irritated by Haiden's incessant ramblings, suggested. Kakuzu complied obediently. Several black threads emerging to encircle Haiden's mouth. You bastard, you cannot. MMPH. As Haiden struggled against the threads that approached his mouth, he realized that he could no longer speak, which hindered his ability to propagate the faith of the dark god. However, his struggles proved futile, soon. His mouth was entirely sewn shut, leaving no gap whatsoever, forcing him to emit muffled sounds instead. Naruto, no longer wishing to witness the spectacle, promptly sealed him away in a space of confinement. This action left the Kyuubi and Minato, who were living leisurely in the ceiling space, quite astonished. As it had been some time since a new guest had arrived. Where did you bring him from? Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief upon witnessing the event, exclaiming. But there was no sealing scroll. I possess a sealing array on me, thus I directly transported him into the sealing space, Naruto explained. What? Such a convenient ability exists? Kakuzu's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he had that capability, he would not need to place all his money within the organization, but rather seal it all on himself, taking it out to count whenever he pleased. I'll see about getting you one when the opportunity arises, Naruto promised, then turned to the fervent Orochimaru, saying, rest assured. He shall be your dedicated test subject from now on. Upon our return, he will be entrusted to you. And I have many theories regarding immortality that I wish to discuss. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Orochimaru queried, having grasped Naruto's intent. Well, since we are already in the land of river, we might as well resolve matters here once and for all. However, this perilous place ought not to remain. The natural energy here is rather unsettling. A dark god that necessitates such blood and flesh for sustenance cannot possibly be a benign entity. A great bird appeared beneath the trio, lifting them into the sky, while a small black orb descended. The land of grass, situated in the northern region of the land of river, lay just beyond the land of rain. The territory of the land of grass was similarly small. wedged between the land of earth and the land of fire, rendering its position even more insignificant. More importantly, the land of grass has consistently exhibited a demeanor akin to that of a fence-sitter during the tumultuous periods of the Ninja World Wars. Prior to the commencement of hostilities, it has invariably acted as a vassal to Konoha, yet once the war erupts, it often opts to extend assistance to a Wagakure. A notable instance of this is the infamous Battle of the Canopy Bridge, where the village of Grass facilitated a Wagakure's passage, enabling them to reach the bridge directly, ultimately compelling Team Minato to destroy it. However, following the Third Shinobi World War, the village of Grass once again established diplomatic ties with Konoha, restoring their erstwhile amicable and peaceful neighborly relations. Yet, as the specter of war looms once more between a Wagakure and Konoha, one wonders how the land of Grass will navigate its allegiances this time. Is the esteemed individual venturing to the village of Grass in pursuit of the Paradise Box? In the skies above, Orochimaru casually dispatched several shuriken through the clouds, unable to suppress his curiosity regarding Naruto's mission. He has always been a person of insatiable inquisitiveness. Furthermore, their passage over the land of rain has certainly drawn attention. While the other three great ninja villages remain observant, Sunagakure has already boldly revealed itself. Despite frequently forming alliances with Konoha, Sunagakure is invariably the first to betray Konoha when the opportunity arises. As the saying goes, while one's own poverty is indeed alarming, the success of an ally is even more disconcerting. Although Sunagakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages, its geographical challenges render it the most arduous among them. Not only has Konoha appropriated a significant portion of their mission assignments, but even the daimyo of the Land of Wind intermittently curtails the funding allocated to the village. In stark contrast, Konoha thrives in prosperity. It would be remiss not to seize a piece of the pie amidst the internal chaos of Konoha. Thus, as Naruto and his companions soar through the skies above the Land of Rain, they inevitably appear within the shared line of sight of both Sunagakure and Konoha. Both sides, wary of spies, launch shuriken at Naruto and his friends. However, Naruto flies at such a height that the shuriken that reach them pose little threat. Naruto nodded and remarked, "Indeed, the Paradise Box is one of our objectives, albeit a secondary one." Is the Paradise Box merely a secondary goal? Orochimaru couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. After all, it is a legendary artifact said to fulfill any individual's dreams. Yet, unbeknownst to Orochimaru, the notion of dreams being realized is a mere fabrication. Should one truly make a wish, it would only summon a creature named Wukong. Moreover, Wukong's strength is not particularly formidable. While it is rumored that the village of Grass nearly gained dominion over the world due to this creature, its actual capabilities, as depicted in the original work, fall short of even that of the tailed beasts. Naruto's true aim lies with Karen. As the last scion of the Uzumaki clan, Karen's bloodline is undeniably potent, perhaps even surpassing Naruto's in its inherent strength. With a natural aptitude for physical healing combined with her years of training under the village of Grass, she has awakened the Kagaya's divine eye and the adamantine sealing technique. Her prodigious talent is evident. Even if she were to possess only these 3 abilities, she would be an invaluable support-type ninja, a rare gem indeed. However, boss, isn't it rather conspicuous to fly so brazenly in the sky? Kakuzu gazed down at the myriad ninjas below and couldn't help but harbor doubts. He was a traditional ninja who preferred stealth whenever possible. After all, a ninja's chakra is limited, and once ensnared by a horde of adversaries, escape becomes a near impossibility. Did not even the 3rd Hokage perish amidst the onslaught of a ninja army? Naruto merely smiled and replied, "It's of little concern to me. This is a faster method." Nara Shijaku, a jonin from the Nara clan and the acting clan leader, stood outside the tent, gazing up at the retreating shadow in the sky. "Higashi, can you discern the figures above?" he inquired of the Byakugan user beside him. When Hyuga retracted his Byakugan, his expression soured. "Lord Shijaku, I can confirm that one of the chakra signatures belongs to the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails." Upon hearing this, Nara Shijaku's countenance shifted dramatically. "Are you certain you haven't made an error?" "I am certain," Hyuga replied, wearing a bitter smile. It would be impossible for him to mistake the chakra of the Nine-Tails, as that blonde-haired boy had previously taken their clan's princess on countless escapades. Regrettably, due to his defection, Lady Hinata's current predicament was less than favorable. Nara Shijaku's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze in the direction of the departing figures. "That way lies the path to the village of Grass and a Wagakure. Summon all available information regarding the Jinchuriki's appearance to Lord Hokage immediately, and dispatch 2 ninja teams for reconnaissance." Chapter 80. Karen and her mother. The three soon arrived near the village of grass. As the specter of war drew near, the village of grass was far from tranquil. Below, the so-called hospital of the village of grass resembled little more than a thatched hut, and the doctor was merely a woman with red hair. Inside this humble abode, a dozen or so ninjas from the village of grass had encircled Karen and her mother. "What do you want?" Karen's mother fixed her sunken, murky eyes upon the ninjas surrounding them, sensing that their presence was not merely for the purpose of treatment. However, the grass ninjas remained silent, their gazes piercing as they scrutinized the mother and daughter. Noticing her daughter's frail form beside her, Karen's mother quickly grasped their intentions. Panic and fear flooded her once clouded eyes as she instinctively shielded Karen with her bony, scarred arms. "You promised me that as long as I provided treatment, you would not harm my daughter." Feeling the predatory gazes of the grass ninjas, Karen's expression turned to one of sheer terror. The chief of the village of grass, growing impatient, wore a dark expression. "Vortex Karen, do not forget your status. Had it not been for the village of grass taking you in, you would have perished long ago. The village of grass has granted you the chance to live. You owe it to the village to repay that debt." The chief's eyes glinted ominously. With the Fourth Shinobi World War looming, it would be arduous for them to rely solely on Karen for the village's medical needs. Their visit today was to ascertain whether Karen still held any value. Upon witnessing the threat in their gazes, Karen's heart tightened. She and her mother were utterly alone in the village of grass, and if they truly intended to forcibly take Karen away, she had no means to resist. "I can still help. You can keep biting me. I can still treat." The voice of Uzumaki Konoha trembled slightly as she sensed the state of her own body. The grass ninja village was a place of utter chaos, frequently erupting into conflicts. Over the years, she felt the vitality within her wane, and feared that her endurance would not last much longer. Yet, as long as she still drew breath, she could not allow Karen to. "Mother, Karen intended to assert that she could manage, but was abruptly embraced by Uzumaki Konoha, who covered her mouth and gritted her teeth, saying, "If you require treatment, then continue to bite me." The expression on the village leader's face darkened considerably as he exchanged glances with a nearby grass ninja casualty. This particular ninja bore a wound on his abdomen, inflicted by a shuriken during a reconnaissance mission to gather intelligence on Sunagakure and Kanahagakure, inadvertently caught in the crossfire of their battles. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. Otherwise, he might not have been able to return to the grass ninja village. Understanding the leader's silent command, the wounded ninja approached Uzumaki Konoha and seized her arm, which was marred with bite marks, biting down fiercely like a hyena. "Ugh!" Uzumaki Konoha clenched her teeth, but the sharp pain radiating from her arm caused her to involuntarily cry out. As her life force ebbed away, she felt her vision blurring, and the world around her spinning uncontrollably. The once strong grip that held Karen now faltered as she collapsed to the ground, her consciousness fading. The grass ninja leader's gaze reflected disappointment. The wound of the other ninja showed little signs of healing, indicating that Uzumaki Konoha had lost her value. Karen, nestled in her mother's embrace, immediately sensed the change, her eyes filled with profound fear as she confronted the outcome she dreaded. "Stop biting her." Karen broke free from her mother's hold, forcefully pushing away the grass ninja, who was still gnawing at her mother. She spread her arms wide, shielding her mother behind her, while Uzumaki Konoha fell to the ground, her awareness fading into a haze. "You damn brat!" the grass ninja exclaimed, infuriated by the interruption, his wound still unhealed. "If you wish to be bitten, then let it be me." Despite her terror, Karen summoned her courage. "You said it yourself." The grass ninja, upon hearing her response, found his anger dissipating, and with a sinister grin, he grasped Karen's frail arm, lifting her off the ground. "No, please." Uzumaki Konoha, now devoid of any life force, could only watch the scene unfold, powerless to intervene. In the depths of Karen's fearful gaze, the grass ninja opened his mouth to bite down. Thud. Karen, with her eyes tightly shut, did not experience the anticipated agony. Instead, upon hearing a blood-curdling scream, she felt warm liquid splatter upon her face, and the body that had held her aloft suddenly fell, landing on the ground. At that moment, she opened her eyes and beheld the grass ninja, clutching his severed arm and wailing in despair, its severed limb lying before her. In an instant, 3 figures materialized within the confines of the thatched hut, making the already cramped space feel even more constricted. The palpable aura of menace they exuded intensified within the small dwelling, particularly affecting the grass ninja, who had been howling in pain, rendering him momentarily speechless as if a hand had gripped his throat. "Who are you 3? The village leader, regaining his composure, swiftly unsheathed his weapon, eyeing the trio warily. His actions prompted the other grass ninja to react, drawing various weapons and adopting a defensive stance against Naruto and his companions. Naruto, disregarding their hostility, immediately focused on Chiron and her mother. He observed Chiron rushing to her mother's side, equally vigilant. At that moment, Uzumaki Konoha's condition was dire. Her life force had been depleted entirely, and without prompt intervention, her demise was imminent. With a layer of crimson chakra, infused with the Nine-Tails yang energy that Naruto had processed, he stepped toward Uzumaki Konoha. Chiron quickly rose, positioning herself protectively behind her mother, tears welling in her eyes as she trembled. "Please, don't harm my mother. I will do anything." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, gently patting her head and infusing her with a modicum of Nine-Tails chakra, smiling as he reassured her. "Do not worry, I intend no harm. It's just that your mother's condition requires immediate attention, or she may not survive much longer." The warmth enveloping Chiron left her momentarily stunned, while Naruto approached Uzumaki Konoha, channeling chakra into her body. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, Uzumaki Konoha's complexion visibly brightened. "Do you three truly consider our grass ninja village so inconsequential?" The leader's ire was barely contained as he observed the trio's blatant disregard for his authority, audaciously tending to the two women of the Uzumaki clan before their eyes. Despite the palpable threat the trio posed, the grass ninja leader counted over a dozen comrades at his side, confident in their numerical advantage, and resolute that they could not afford to lose the two women. "Those two are the treasures of our grass ninja village. Do you intend to seize them by force?" "Humph. Do you consider the Uzumaki clan mere bloodbags? Such a pitiful utilization," Orochimaru remarked, casting a glance at the bite-mark-riddled Uzumaki Konoha, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. He had yet to study the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and was taken aback by the grass ninja village's reckless treatment of them. "We have sheltered them. How we choose to utilize them is our prerogative. If you do not return the two women, do not blame us for taking action." The grass ninja leader prepared for confrontation, his comrades following suit. Though the pressure from the three was formidable, they still held the numerical advantage of 14 against 3.